Okay, so our girl wakes up, but she's not herself, she's someone else entirely. She's got fox ears, which is wild, and is clearly not human anymore, straight up. Birds are circling this massive estate, like something big is about to go down, and it feels ominous. More birds, they're all around the castle, and honestly, it's a bit much, even for a fantasy story. 2 weeks pass, and she's still in bed. She's been asleep for ages, bro, and things are getting weird. She sees a portrait of a man, and is confused as to why she's here, and honestly, same. Our girl is questioning her reality, asking why she's in this situation, and it's a legit question. Her hair is everywhere, and she's starting to panic, realizing she's trapped in this body. She's completely disoriented, trying to figure out what's happening, and it's a total mess. She's finally sitting up, fully awake, and demanding to know what's going on. But it's a nightmare. She's freaking out, convinced this is a dream, but then a book literally shatters. It's not a dream, bro. The room is all fancy with gold pillars, but she's distracted by the feeling of something breaking. This dude with long hair just appears out of nowhere, and she feels a sharp pain. What is happening? She's falling, surrounded by shards of glass, and it's a total disaster, honestly. She's on the floor, covered in cuts, and insists it was real. She definitely felt that pain. She's sobbing and asking why it's always the pinky that gets hurt, and we are right there with her. She's examining her injured finger, completely distraught, and things are getting super emotional. She's slumped against a couch, staring out the window, and is completely lost. She just doesn't understand. She's spiraling, clutching her injured pinky, and we can feel her desperation. She's staring out at the moonlit night, completely overwhelmed, and it's clear she's trapped in a nightmare. She's checking herself out, insisting nothing seems wrong, but she's clearly in denial, honestly. She's admiring this gorgeous mansion and feels nothing. Like no joy or relief at all. Our girl realizes she's in this beautiful place, but can't actually enjoy it. Something is seriously off. She's leaning against the window, totally broken, and finally admits she can't enjoy anything here. She's spiraling, clutching her injured pinky, and it's clear she knows she's trapped. She's staring out at the moonlit night, completely overwhelmed, and is convinced something terrible is about to happen. She's desperately trying to understand, but straight up declares she's going to die in this world. A book explodes with blood-splattered pages, and she realizes she's stuck in the story. No way! She's convinced she's going to die in this world, and the book is screaming it at her. The book is open to a page full of text, and it's covered in blood. This is getting dark fast. She declares herself the villain, the one who loses everything, and it's a total mood. We see a blonde woman in a wedding dress, and honestly, she looks like trouble. Our girl is watching her fiancé get married, and she's absolutely devastated, but trying to stay composed. She's watching the wedding procession leave, and it's clear she's lost everything. Her dignity, her future. She's staring at her own reflection, and she looks utterly broken, clutching her dress. We see a flashback of the blonde bride with this dude, her fiancé, and it's a total betrayal. She's remembering the wedding, and it's clear she was completely blindsided by this whole situation. She's walking through the crowd, ignored and forgotten, and it's brutal to watch. She's trailing behind the wedding party, and her face is a mask of despair, so heartbreaking. She's left alone, her hand outstretched, and she's lost everything, and we're officially invested in her revenge. This dude is about to do something drastic. He's raising a sword, and it looks like he's aiming for the portrait. She's collapsed on the floor, totally broken, and honestly, it's a devastating scene. He swings the sword, and it's straight up slicing through the portrait of the bride. No way! The blade is covered in red, and it's a shocking visual. It's clear this is a point of no return. She's in the grand hall, staring at the portrait, and she's absolutely furious. She's screaming that the woman in the painting isn't her, and she's losing it. It's a full meltdown. She's marching towards someone, demanding to know what's going on, but they try to calm her down. She's absolutely losing it, flailing and yelling, and it's clear she's completely unhinged. She slaps the portrait seriously, and declares she is a 21st century woman, not whoever that is. She's screaming again, and it's clear this isn't just grief. She's snapping, and it's terrifying. She's spiraling, claiming this life isn't hers. It's a total identity crisis. She's clutching her hands, lost in thought, and it's clear she's remembering another life. We flash back and she's back home, chilling with a drink and her published book. Her friend is hyped about the book, but our girl remembers a life she worked so hard for. She's at her desk, totally focused, and she poured her soul into that writing. She's exhausted but determined, and she really gave it her all. It's inspiring, honestly. But then a man approaches, and she's left bleeding, collapsing over her work. No way. She's screaming, demanding to know what she did to deserve this, and it's heartbreaking. She's questioning what all her effort was for, and it's a gut punch of realization. She's surrounded by roses and darkness, and she's finally accepting. This isn't her life. She's splashing water in someone's face, yelling, "Oh no!" straight up attacking them with a bucket. But the target is not amused and responds with a furious "Absolutely while dodging the splash. Our girl isn't backing down, and she's determined to keep this person soaked. It's a full-on-water fight. She's now ranting about remembering the novel and demanding to know what's going on. Total chaos. She grabs a quill and paper and starts furiously scribbling down notes. This is a plan brewing for sure. Her notes: how to not die, what do I remember from the novel, and the engagement party. She's prioritizing. She's deep in thought, analyzing everything, and honestly she looks stressed but determined. She's realizing she's trapped us inside the book, and the engagement party is where everything goes wrong. But wait, a man appears, and she's realizing the story starts at the royal engagement party, with a hem. This dude is probably the hero, but she's already bracing herself. Things are about to get messy. She's spiraling, realizing the engagement party, and her doom, is still months away, but it's not stopping her panic. She's picturing a ring and a tombstone, straight up obsessing over how to avoid this fate, and honestly, it's a mood. Okay, so our girl is totally a fox spirit now, ears and all, and she's peeking into the carriage like it's a parade. She's getting the royal treatment, riding in a fancy carriage, but she's so bumpy, and she's not thrilled, honestly. The city is gorgeous, like a fairy tale painting, with all these colorful buildings and a bright blue sky. It's her first time in a carriage, and she's quickly realizing it's way less glamorous than she imagined. She's also apparently getting engaged, and she's not happy about it. Like zero happiness, just pure dread. A storm rolls in, and she's getting soaked, and the fact she's never had a boyfriend just hits different in the rain. The city views are stunning, but the bumpy ride continues, and she's seriously questioning all of her life choices. People are chattering and staring, and she's definitely the center of attention as the carriage rolls through town. The carriage wheels are huge and ornate, and the whole scene is just ridiculously extravagant. But she's still miserable. She's getting the VIP treatment, but honestly, this whole situation is a disaster waiting to happen. She's completely captivated by the town, calling it lovely, and honestly, same, it's adorable. Someone remarks on how many people are around, and our girl is starting to feel a little overwhelmed. She thinks the town looks cozy from her carriage seat, but she's about to find out it's more complicated than that. This dude in black is just chilling on a bench, scoping out the scene, and he looks intense. She's going over the plan with someone, probably her maid, and it's clearly some kind of scheme. She states she's heading to the castle, but the whole thing feels super ominous. Like, what is she planning? The town is bustling, full of people and carriages, but it's all a bit too perfect, if you ask me. This dude is thinking about coming back to look around, but I have a feeling he's got ulterior motives. She's fully embracing the villain role and those little cloud doodles. So extra. She's plotting and scheming, and honestly, I'm here for it. Bring on the chaos! She's laying it all out, refused the prince, and she's either dead or married to a stranger. Talk about a pickle. Wait, mutt. She's reeling from this revelation, and those puppy clouds are just as confused as she is. She didn't even consider that possibility, and honestly, can you blame her? This is wild. Rain is pouring down, and it totally matches the mood. Everything is falling apart for our girl. The castle is cute with towering spires and ornate windows, but it feels less like a dream and more like a trap. She's looking out at the grounds, and it's beautiful, but the whole scene feels isolated, like she's truly alone. Birds are chirping and flitting around, and it's peaceful, but also kinda creepy considering the stakes. She spots someone in the distance, and it's giving off major "I'm watching you" vibes, super suspicious. The interior is even more extravagant, with flowers and fancy furniture, but she's trapped in a gilded cage. That little puppy cloud is sighing, and honestly, mood. This situation is a total mess. The maid announces the crown prince is coming, and our girl is straight up frozen. She's trying to play it cool, but failing. She's clutching at her dress, and it's clear this is really happening. No backing out now. She's lost in thought, staring at the bird cages, and it's hitting her. She's the bird in the cage. This dude is about to walk in, and she's realizing this feels way more intimidating than she expected. She grips the fabric of her dress, and it's a power move. She's taking control, even if she's terrified. Her eyes are sparkling, and she's putting on a show, but it's a carefully crafted mask. She's playing a role. She's staring him down, and honestly, the tension is THCK. She's not backing down from this confrontation. The little puppy Cloud is crying, and it's a perfect visual for how stressed our girl is. Total chaos! She's assessing the situation, calculating her next move, and this is where the villain shines. But, despite her composure, she's clearly unsettled. This isn't going to be easy. She's cooing at the little bird, acting all sweet and innocent. Total manipulation, honestly. She reaches for the bird, but this dude, the crown prince, suddenly walks in, interrupting everything. She quickly puts the bird down and tries to regain her composure, but her eyes betray her surprise. He addresses her formally, calling her Lady Aurelius, and she's playing the part of the refined noblewoman. But she's immediately thinking, that must be him. She recognizes the man from her past life, no way. He's standing there, looking all regal and intimidating, and she's trying to figure out his intentions. He's getting closer, and she's realizing this is going to be a lot more complicated than she thought. She's staring into his eyes, and it's a power play. She's trying to read him, assess the threat. However, she's clearly flustered, trying to hide her shock. This dude is messing with her head. And just when you think things can't get more intense, he's right up in her space, and the tension is unreal. He asks if she's been waiting long, and our girl plays it cool, saying she hasn't. He wants to know how she's feeling, and she smoothly asks about their engagement. She's taking charge. This dude straight up apologizes for not visiting, claiming he's been busy. Yeah, right? She says she's been busy too, but bro is clearly not buying it, and honestly, neither are we. She clutches her chest, pretending to be unwell. This woman is a master manipulator, I swear. She explains she wanted to talk about their engagement, but sighs dramatically. The drama is building. He insists they've already discussed it, and there's no way they're moving the wedding date. Stubborn much. He says so much work needs to be done, but she's not having it, and the tension is THK. She's trying to get a read on him, but he just stares back. This is a power struggle, no doubt. However, he seems unbothered by her attempt, and it's clear this engagement is going to be a war. She straight up tells him she wants to call off the engagement. Talk about a power move. This dude is shocked, like completely blindsided, and a feather floats down from somewhere. Wait, is she growing wings? And feathers are falling everywhere, it's so dramatic. He's questioning what's going on, and honestly, same. What is happening with these wings? She's losing it, feathers are swirling around, and she's clearly unraveling. This is intense. Another feather falls onto her dress, and it's like a symbol of everything falling apart. Her dress starts to disintegrate. What is going on with her body? It's kinda creepy and Giel. She's practically falling apart, and he's just standing there, staring. Talk about a cold reaction. More feathers, more disintegration, and it's clear something is seriously wrong with our girl. And the chapter ends with a cute little drawing. A little breather after all that chaos. Okay, so she's fully disintegrated now. Just a pile of feathers and a dress. This dude finally snaps out of it and rushes forward, grabbing at the remnants, but it's too late. Okay, so our girl is apparently a fox spirit, and she's totally spying on this engagement announcement. Sneaky. This woman, Lady Evelyn, is announcing her engagement, but she's straight up declaring she wants to cancel it. She's dropping this bombshell to the fiancé, and honestly, the dress is giving major business vibes. This dude, the fiancé, is shocked. He definitely wasn't expecting her to call things off at all. He's trying to play it cool, but you can see he's scrambling to understand what's happening, and it's hilarious. He asks why she wants to break it off so suddenly, and she's just staring him down, super intense. The fiancé is all confused, and we get a close-up of his fancy outfit. Seriously, the details are amazing. Evelyn repeats her demand, wanting to end the engagement, and it's clear she's not backing down. She's giving him a serious look, and it's like, girl, spill the tea already. What's going on? Another shot of Evelyn, looking determined and maybe a little sad, as she reaffirms her decision. She insists the crown prince will easily find another bride. Our girl is cold. The prince, though, seems unbothered, like he saw this coming all along. Evelyn's having none of it, declaring she wants absolutely no part in their story. We get a super close-up of her eyes, and honestly, they're radiating pure defiance. She's staring at the prince, waiting for a response, but he's totally silent. She wonders why he's taking so long to speak, and it's giving major tension. The prince finally reacts, but he's thinking she's surprised by his reaction. What is going on? He's giving off this smug, confident vibe like he's totally got a plan. The prince is looking fine in this panel. Seriously, the artist did not miss with this look. But Evelyn isn't impressed. She's sticking to her guns and refusing to play his game. This dude is straight up begging Evelyn to just end things, surrounded by these weird bunny spirits. Evelyn's mother is all smiles, but she's telling the prince he'll go through with the marriage anyway. Talk about manipulative. Evelyn is reeling, realizing someone told the prince he's having second thoughts. No way, who's the rat? She clutches her finger, looking shocked, and you can see the diamond ring glinting. This is getting messy. The prince suddenly agrees with Evelyn's desire to break things off, and honestly, it's super sus. He's looking all regal and confident, complete with fancy outfits and accessories. This dude is playing a game. Evelyn's mother is glowing, looking pleased, but the prince is totally shutting her down with a look. He straight up declares he doesn't want to marry her, and Evelyn looks completely taken aback. But Evelyn isn't backing down. She's clearly not letting him control the narrative. And that's what I love to see. However, the prince's agreement is so smooth, it feels like a trap, and I have a bad feeling about this. Evelyn's thinking about how happy the prince is, and she's low-key annoyed by it. Our girl is not impressed. The prince announces he'll finish the paperwork, and they can announce it at the royal picnic, like everything is fine and dandy. Evelyn agrees, saying she understands, but she's giving off major, I'm plotting something vibes. She declares she'll be at the picnic, and honestly, that feels like a challenge. We cut to a sweeping shot of the castle as Evelyn heads out, and it's all sunshine and pretty skies, too pretty. But the weather turns on a dime, and it starts pouring rain. Talk about foreshadowing? Evelyn is walking along a balcony in the downpour, looking regal, but she's clearly thinking about something serious. She clutches at the stone railing, and then, oh my, she's starting to slip. Evelyn loses her footing and is falling. No way, this is a disaster waiting to happen. But just as she's about to hit the ground, someone catches her, and we're left on a cliffhanger. Evelyn straight up announces she called off someone else's marriage, and she's beaming about it. Our girl is a menace! She's reveling in the fact it was so easy to ruin someone's wedding, and honestly, the confidence is immaculate. We get a flashback of her talking to the prince, and he's shocked she was able to do it. He thought he was the one in control. Evelyn brushes it off, saying she's just happy everything is over with him, and she's turning her back like a queen. She declares she'll never return to the palace, and it's a dramatic exit, complete with a gorgeous view. But hold up, a woman appears, commenting on how rare it is to visit a palace, and she's clearly sizing Evelyn up. Evelyn's smoothing out her dress, pretending she's just passing through, but she's totally scoping out the place too. She says she might look around for a bit, and with a little flip of her dress, she's off to explore. Evelyn is looking around, and she's thinking it's okay to stay a little longer. She's definitely up to something. She's all smiles, and it's clear she's enjoying stirring up trouble, and honestly, we love to see it. Evelyn's wandering leads her to the knight's training ground, a perfect place to cause chaos, honestly. Suddenly, a knight starts training, and it's all swords clashing in a super intense vibe. A red-haired dude, this dude is steer AGHTUP gorgeous, steps forward challenging the knight to a duel. He's all smirking and confident, and the knight looks slightly intimidated, but accepts anyway. Swords are flying, and the red-haired knight is moving so fast, the other knight can barely keep up. He disarms the knight with ease, but doesn't finish the fight, and Evelyn's watching with a knowing smile. The red-haired knight turns toward Evelyn, and his gaze is intense, like, seriously captivating. He's staring right into her eyes, and Evelyn doesn't even flinch. Our girl is fearless. We get a close-up of his eyes, and they're a piercing blue. This dude is a mystery, and we're here for it. He's leaning in close, and the embroidered details on his coat are stunning. Talk about a power move. He's got Evelyn pinned, sword at her throat, and is all gotcha. Talk about a bold move. The red-haired knight slices through her sword, but doesn't hurt her, and honestly, we're confused. Her sword breaks, scattering pieces, and she's left completely defenseless. Major oof moment. But then, out of nowhere, a figure in black rushes toward the red-haired knight with a sword. The black-clad attacker yells, "Yes, sir." Who is this mysterious bodyguard, and who are they protecting? Evelyn's watching the chaos unfold, and she seems unfazed. This girl is ice cold. The red-haired knight easily deflects the attack, and it's clear he's a total pro. He disarms the attacker in a flash, but Evelyn steps in, stopping him from finishing the fight. She's demanding to know who ordered the attack, and her tone is ice. No one messes with our girl. The attacker reveals he was following orders from the Duke. No way! This is getting good. Okay, so our girl is straight up a cat now, ears and all, and peeking at something happening below. Someone's getting dressed for a fancy event, covered in sparkles and lace. It looks super romantic. This dude with the red hair finds her, and he's clearly worried, asking if she's okay after whatever just happened. She's clearly upset and clutching her dress, but he's trying to comfort her, hands all over the place. More clutching and comforting, but it's kinda intense. He's Riella getting close to her. Wait for it, a fluffy white cat with a red bow suddenly appears, like out of nowhere. The red-haired guy notices the cat and starts laughing, thinking it's hilarious, while she seems annoyed. They're walking through a garden, and the cat is right behind her, still meowing and purring like it owns the place. The cat is getting way too close for comfort, and our girl is totally judging this fluffy intruder. The cat's got sunglasses on now, and it's judging Teachem like it's the queen of the garden, honestly. She's yelling at this dude about that little something, and is clearly fuming, honestly. He picks her up like she's weightless, and she immediately tells him to put her down. She wants to walk. He ignores her and starts carrying her through the grass, and she's so annoyed, bro. She explains she fell while climbing a tree in heels. No way. But thankfully only ripped her sleeve. He stops walking and she thanks him. But it's kinda awkward, like she's trying to avoid eye contact. He's smiling at her, and she looks totally flustered. Is this a romantic moment brewing? She's trying to play it cool, but he's got that look in his eye, and she's clearly getting flustered. He asks if she needs to go somewhere, or just wants to head back, and it's giving major vibes. But wait, the cat's back, judging them both, and it's honestly the best part of this whole scene. She insists she's fine walking, and this dude finally puts her down. Thank goodness, she was about to explode. This dude straight up asks if she forgot his name, and the audacity is real. She's totally confused, asking if he's serious because she just met him. The nerve of this guy! She's spiraling, wondering who this man is and if he knew this real Lucia. This is getting intense. She has absolutely no idea who he is, and honestly, we're right there with her. He gets super close, freezing her in place, and she's clearly rattled by his intensity. She tries to brush it off, saying of course she doesn't remember, but she's totally flustered, bro. He says he was just joking, but then drops the bomb. He's her future brother-in-law. She's stunned, questioning if he means the crown prince's brother. Wait, what? She's totally lost, and honestly we are too. This is a plot twist we did not see coming. He's smiling, and she's just speechless. This dude is playing games, and it's working. Our girl is clearly distressed, clutching at her chest and spiraling over this revelation. It's a lot to take in. We get a flashback. This dude, Leonardo Felix, is apparently a famous general, but a side character in the original story. He's described as cold and ruthless. Yikes, no wonder she's freaking out. He's got a reputation. Suddenly, we're seeing him as the Crimson Lion, a powerful, intimidating figure. Talk about a glow up. More flashbacks show him as a total badass warrior, covered in armor and surrounded by lions. Seriously intense. But wait, the scene flips, and we see him lying injured, swords surrounding him. What happened? He's upside down, looking all brooding and dangerous, and his eyes are glowing red. This is a whole mood. He remembers being described as ruthless, and it's clear he owns that title. This guy is no joke. Then, for some reason, we're looking at a bunch of carrots floating around and our girl gulping. What is happening? She's staring at more carrots. She looks utterly bewildered, and honestly, same energy. He calls her Lady Lucia and reaches for her, all intense and smoldering. She's totally flustered. He's about to kiss her hand, but someone clears their throat. Talk about a mood killer. We finally get a look at the interrupter, and she is now tappy, glaring daggers at our couple. She's shivering, claiming she's cold, but honestly, it reads as pure jealousy and disapproval. Leonardo, ever the smooth operator, immediately offers to escort Lady Lucia. He's playing this perfectly. Lucia is visibly confused, wondering why she suddenly feels so cold. Is this a premonition or just the weather? He apologizes for offending her, then straight up admits he couldn't resist teasing her. This dude is a menace. Lucia plays it cool, saying it's okay, but they're walking towards a gorgeous estate. The scenery is stunning. He asks if she came to see her fiancé again, casually mentioning the upcoming engagement. Burn. He's grinning like he knows exactly what he's doing, and Lucia looks caught off guard. This is getting good. Lucia straight up announces she's broken off the engagement. Talk about a power move. Leonardo barely reacts, just calmly stating they won't be seeing each other as much. Smooth. Lucia doubles down, saying she won't visit often either, because there's no reason to anymore. Ouch. He just says I see, with this unreadable expression, and our girl is left standing there. The tension is real. Leonardo turns and gets into a fancy carriage, leaving Lucia alone. Bro is just leaving. She watches him go, clearly reeling from this whole interaction. It's a total emotional roller coaster. Lucia is left standing in the courtyard, and honestly, she looks completely lost and heartbroken. But she quickly composes herself, straightening her shoulders. Our girl is a survivor. She walks away with her head held high, leaving the estate behind. She's reclaiming her life. The title card drops, I am the villain, and it's clear Lucia is ready to embrace that role. Leonardo finds Lucia looking absolutely stunning and asks if she's alright. Smooth move, sir. Lucia responds with a confident of course. She's not letting him see her hurting, period. He reaches for her hand, but she doesn't pull away. Wait, what is happening? Leonardo takes her hand, his gloved palm engulfing hers. It's a surprisingly tender moment. He starts leading her somewhere, and Lucia doesn't resist. This is a total power play from him. They walk together, and Lucia looks up at him. She's letting him take the lead, but for how long? Leonardo's expression is unreadable, but he's clearly captivated. This dude is playing a dangerous game. He tightens his grip on her hand. It's a subtle move, but it sends shivers down our spines. Leonardo looks down at their clasped hands. He's completely lost in thought, and it's kinda creepy. But whatever he's planning, it's clear Lucia is now a key part of it. She's officially drawn into his world. Leonardo suddenly stops walking and turns Lucia to face him. Talk about a power move. Okay, so our girl is clearly plotting something, peeking around like a mischievous fox. Literally, with the ears. Hold up, huge warning sign flashes across the screen because this episode is about to get dark, like, seriously dark. This dude, the brother, is being all charming and sweet to the heroine, but we know he's hiding something. The heroine looks super troubled, and honestly, you can tell something awful is weighing on her mind. No way? Someone's trying to grab her from behind and it's super creepy. The lace and the hand are a bad combo. She's confronting the brother about Linda, and he's all evasive, like he doesn't want to talk about it. They're at a fancy dinner, and the brother is being all polite, but it's a total facade, you can feel it. He casually asks if his brother bothers her, but it's a loaded question, and the heroine is clearly uncomfortable. The heroine slams a door in his face, and you can feel the tension, straight up explosive. But the brother's reaction is so cold, it's clear he expected it, and is even pleased she's upset. Our girl is totally playing it cool, acting like everything's fine even though she just shut down the brother. She's telling Linda that Alexander won't be home late, but honestly, it feels like a coded message. She's digging into her food, saying it's delicious, but she's clearly distracted and thinking hard. A close-up shows she's not okay. Her expression is all tight and worried, something's brewing. She's remembering something, and it's gotta be bad because her face is super intense. It's nighttime now, and she's staring out the window at the cloudy sky, lost in thought. She's thinking about someone, maybe the brother, and it's not a happy memory, trust me. The sky outside is all stormy, mirroring the drama inside, and the scene is so moody. She's still looking out the window, and it's clear she's waiting for something or someone. The night sky is full of stars, but our girl is focused on the darkness. Something big is about to happen. A note arrives for him, delivered with a request from Lady Lucia. She wants something sent to his room. He reads the note, and his face darkens, because something about it clearly bothers him. This dude is suspicious, inspecting a tray of food with a weird, glowing green aura around it. He's practically daring it to be poisoned, and straight up asks himself if it is. The title card drops, I am the villain. And we're reminded who's running the show. 2 weeks pass, and the scenery shifts to a beautiful estate with blooming flowers. We get a gorgeous view of the estate, but then the scene cuts to someone lying in bed. It's our girl, and she's holding a book. She looks totally different and distant. Her eyes are a striking blue, and she's staring intensely at something. But what? She's totally lost in her own world, and honestly, we're left wondering what's going on with her. She's reading a book within a book. It's layers all the way down. But she's starting to feel like she's losing it. Her mind is spiraling, filled with equations and abstract thoughts, and it's seriously intense. We see her multiple times, fading into the background as she dissociates. It's a visual representation of her breakdown. She's trapped, and she admits she feels like she's losing her mind, which, honestly, is totally understandable. She's been hiding in this room for 2 weeks, desperate to avoid the brothers. It's a total lockdown. Our girl has explored every corner of the room, searching for an escape, but it's like a gilded cage. She needs to get outside, but every time she tries to leave, she runs into one of them. No way to breathe. She clutches the book to her chest, tears welling up, and it's clear she's barely holding on. She's a mess, but she's determined to keep reading, maybe hoping it's a way to escape her reality. This situation is spiraling, and we're left wondering what she'll do to break free. The tension is real. She's had enough, straight up throws a book down and decides she's leaving, no matter what. Our girl makes a break for it, running past furniture and ignoring everyone. She just goes. Linda, her maid, is losing it, begging her not to go without an escort. It's dangerous out there. Linda rattles off all the reasons she shouldn't leave. Thieves, kidnappers, the usual, honestly. But our girl is firm, telling Linda she'll be fine and brushing her off. She's determined. Check out Linda's dress, though. That intricate pattern is wild, a total power move. She's telling everyone this is their little secret, giving a sly smile. What's she planning? She promises she'll be safe and back soon, but something tells me that's a total lie. And she's off, practically flying down the stairs. She's not messing around. She's sprinting, and there's even a little bird flying alongside her. It's like a scene from a movie. She's barreling through town, and a white dove is literally keeping pace with her. It's a vibe. The dove flies towards a tower, and she spots someone waving from a window. It's a familiar face. She's drawn to the bustling marketplace, and a flurry of leaves swirl around her as she enters. The market is packed, but she's completely unfazed, striding right through the crowd. A merchant excitedly shows off some gorgeous fabrics, claiming they came all the way from the Western Kingdom. Next up, a baker is offering fresh bread and pastries straight from the oven. The smells must be amazing. Our girl is totally in her element, taking it all in, but something tells me this isn't just a joyride. She's clearly searching for something, or someone, her eyes scanning the crowd with determination. But she's not just window shopping, she's making a statement, and everyone is watching her move. This is a power move, bro. She's owning this town, and I have a feeling things are about to get wild. She's totally lost in the scene, saying this life feels like a book, and she's the main character. But it hits her this isn't a book for everyone else, it's her reality now, and that's a huge realization. She thinks reading usually lets you escape, but she's the one being read. It's a total role reversal. And then, bam, she realizes this world is now hers and she's owning it, straight up. This dude, all dressed in white, is gazing at a couple in the market, a little too intently, if you ask me. Our girl is watching him and honestly, her expression is giving off major ICU vibes. She's definitely sizing up the situation, and it's clear she's not thrilled with what she sees. But no matter what, she's decided this world is now hers, and she's claiming it. The white-haired dude is approaching, and things are about to go down. You can feel the tension. She's not backing down, bro, and I think she's about to unleash a whole new level of villainy. She spots strawberries and is immediately intrigued, but the vendor is already fawning over the white-haired dude. Our girl isn't having it. She steps forward, determined to get her strawberries and ignore this dude's growing presence. Okay, so our girl is apparently a fox spirit, like full on ears and everything, and she's peeking at something. This dude, the Duke, is straight up losing his cool, yelling at someone to listen and threatening them with his patience. He's standing with 2 other guys, all looking intense in their fancy outfits, and he's clearly about to explode. He demands to know whom is, sounding super irritated, while those 2 guys just stare him down. Then, this other guy, the silver-haired one, shows up, radiating anger, and the scene gets a dramatic red filter. He's got a woman in a white dress with him, looking a little scared and honestly, he's giving major bad vibes. But hold up, it's a vision. They're seeing a ghostly image of the Duke and his crew, like a memory or warning. The woman looks shocked, and the silver-haired dude is holding her close, clearly protective and maybe a little possessive. She's freaking out, and the silver-haired guy is looking at her with such intensity. It's kinda creepy, not gonna lie. Another ghostly vision appears, showing the same men, and our girl is definitely caught in the middle of something huge. Someone asks where he went, but the silver-haired dude is already marching away, looking super intense. He's taking long strides, totally ignoring everyone, and there's this eerie glow following his steps. Someone yells halt, but he doesn't even flinch. This dude is on a mission. He stares up at this huge building and declares they won't be coming back, which is ominous, to say the least. We get a close-up of his face, and he's looking off into the distance, clearly lost in thought. He turns his head, and someone calls out "Mister," but he just says she's fine. So dismissive? A woman runs towards them, desperately yelling, "Wait!" But he's just standing there, unbothered. But the woman is gaining on them, and our girl is clearly in trouble. This whole situation is escalating fast. He asks right, like he's trying to convince himself everything is okay, but honestly, it's not. This dude is seriously creeping me out. He's so cold and detached, and something big is definitely going down. She tries to thank him for saving her, but this dude straight up denies doing anything. So shatty. He just stares, and she's getting majorly confused, like what is going on with this guy? He insists he didn't do anything, and she's starting to think he's messing with her head. Suddenly, ghostly images swirl around her, and she's clearly remembering something. It's a flashback. She realizes something, saying that's right, and her expression is so intense. It's a breakthrough. Her face is full of dawning realization, and it's a little scary because she's figuring things out. We get a close-up of her face, and she looks resigned, like she understands her fate now. She's starting to put the pieces together, and honestly, it does not look good for her. But wait, she remembers something else, and her eyes widen in shock, like a new piece of the puzzle fell into place. No way, she's remembering more, and her expression is a mix of fear and understanding. This is huge! She's walking with this dude, but she's totally lost in thought, and she feels safe with him, which is new. Suddenly, she notices someone following them, and he asks who it is, but she has no clue. She asks if he's a soldier or a knight, and he looks at her like she's crazy. This is getting weird. He seems to be realizing something about the person following them, and he's starting to get serious. He stops dead in his tracks, and she follows, completely confused about what's happening now. He's fixated on this girl, and he whispers that she is so clueless, which is a little harsh TB. He's clearly remembering something, and his expression is intense. It's a flashback for him too. She seems to be connecting the dots, and it's a little unsettling because she's getting closer to the truth. She's starting to understand everything, and it's a total mind blow. She's finally seeing the bigger picture. But then she realizes something else, and her eyes widen. No way, there's another twist? She asks for payment, but this dude is straight up losing it. He's furious she even brought it up. He's ranting about how reckless she is, following a stranger after being attacked by 3 men. Can't argue with that. He's piecing things together, realizing she has a ton of money, but something is missing. Our girl realizes she doesn't have a protector, a knight, anything. She's completely on her own. But then she remembers, she's not helpless. She has resources, and she's starting to understand her situation. She's realizing she's alone, and it's a total power move. She's taking control of the narrative. However, she's not totally alone, because this dude is still there, staring at her intensely. He's got a look on his face like he's making a decision. Something big is about to happen. She's taking steps forward, and he's watching her every move, like a predator sizing up its prey. She declares that's it, and she's done. She's ready to face whatever comes next, and honestly, good for her. He's brooding in the forest, clearly wrestling with something, and Anal is just chilling nearby, observing. He sighs and straight up admits he can't just leave her there, which is a total surprise. This dude has a heart. He decides he'll walk her home, but she's not exactly thrilled, and is giving him the side eye. He explains he just happened to be passing by, but she's not buying it for a second. She's calling him out on his lies. He doubles down on the just passing by story, but then he stumbles and his face contorts in pain. Something is wrong. He clutches his side, clearly injured, and she's totally shocked. No way, he's been hurt this whole time. He tries to play it off like it's nothing, but she's not falling for it. She demands to know what happened. He finally admits he was attacked, but he's leaving out details. He's still hiding things, bro. She's furious he didn't say anything sooner and accuses him of putting her in danger. And honestly, she's right to be mad. He's reeling from her outburst, his eyes wide with shock. This dude did not see that coming. He falls, and our girl instinctively catches him. It's a total movie moment, but she's not thrilled. She's cradling him and he's looking up at her with this intense gaze. It's kinda sus, TB. She awkwardly explains she tripped, but he just stares, and she realizes he's been injured this whole time. He groans, admitting he noticed something was wrong with his back. Finally, some honesty. She's still holding him close, and he looks up at her, questioning eyes. The tension is building. She straight up asks if he'll be her knight, and honestly, this is a power move we love to see. He's speechless, completely caught off guard, and she's just looking at him expectantly. The audacity! He's still processing, and she's leaning closer, her expression unreadable. What is she planning? Her eyes flash, and it's clear she's got a plan brewing. She's not messing around. She's smirking, and he's totally captivated. Our girl is playing this game perfectly. He's agreeing to be her knight, but bro seems a real hesitant, like majorly conflicted. Suddenly, a little dog zooms into the scene, distracting him, and it's honestly the cutest chaos ever. Okay, so our girl is hanging around, looking all cute with her fox ears, when this dude suddenly shows up. She's straight up trying to get him to be her knight, offering a ton of money, but he's completely ignoring her. She ups the offer to 4 times the original amount, like, girl, calm down. But he still looks unimpressed. Then, out of nowhere, she leans in for a kiss, and this dude is clearly shocked. Like, what is happening? He tries to pull away, but she's got him pinned, and honestly, this dude had it coming. He finally manages to get her off, but she's not giving up, demanding to know why he refuses her offer. He's all cold and dismissive, saying she's wasting her time, and she's not having it. She throws out a final offer, trying to bribe him again, but he just straight up rejects her, no hesitation. She's leaning in close, looking intense, and he's trying to figure out what her deal is. But then she suddenly asks if he's the knight from the prophecy, and the tension is real. He's leading her away, promising to show her the new office, but she's totally steering him off course. She insists she knows a better way, and bro, she's radiating some serious vibes. He tries to correct her, but she just keeps walking, and honestly, it's kinda cute. She's practically glued to his arm, and little hearts and animals are appearing around them. No way. They arrive at a massive estate, and someone inside is losing it, yelling about Lucia not being there. A guy with green hair bursts into the scene, demanding to know where Lucia is. This is getting messy. Someone's freaking out. They think Lucia is wandering around alone. No way. Green hair guy is losing his mind, demanding where Lucia is, but our boy just wants him to be quiet. He tries to tell everyone Lucia isn't in danger, insisting she's fine, but honestly, he sounds kinda sus. He's all, it's not like she's going to die, and the blonde dude is not impressed, looking straight at him. The blonde dude is leaning back, looking all relaxed, but green hair guy is still going off about Lucia. Green hair guy is practically pleading, but the blonde dude is just so calm, like he knows something we don't. The blonde dude's got a grip on a book, and Lucia is somewhere behind him, looking all mysterious. Green hair guy is still yelling, but the blonde dude just throws out a simple "how noisy." Savage. The blonde dude is staring down green hair guy with a serious look, and the tension is thick. He's totally shutting down the conversation, and green hair guy looks absolutely shocked. What's going on? This dude is straight up shocked. Lucia didn't tell anyone she left. He's questioning everything. He orders someone to check Lucia's room, thinking maybe she came back. But he's clearly reading between the lines. He's muttering to himself, thinking she's stalling, and then he actually says she must still have feelings for him. But then it hits him. If she loves him, why would she want an annulment? The gears are turning in his head. He's replaying everything, trying to figure out what's going on, and honestly, it's a little creepy how obsessed he is. He's convinced she's playing games, and it's giving major red flags. This dude needs to chill. He's questioning her motives, then suddenly remembers she didn't share any of this with anyone. Suspicious? He's lost in thought, and the other guy is just standing there, looking all smug. What's he thinking? Our boy is spiraling, trying to make sense of Lucia's actions, but it's clear he's projecting his own feelings. He's completely fixated on her supposed feelings, and it's honestly a mess. This is gonna be good. He's calling out Lucia's name, desperate, and she just appears. No way. She's saying his name back, but sounds so distant. Something is definitely off with our girl. He's immediately questioning where she's been, but she's avoiding the question, and it's killing him. He grabs her, demanding to know if she's hurt, and she looks totally stunned by his sudden move. He's practically interrogating her, convinced something happened, but she's insisting she's fine. He's not buying it, asking if she was worried about him. The audacity of this dude. She's holding flowers, looking back at him, and he's leaning in so close. The tension is insane. He's getting increasingly frantic, demanding to see if she's hurt anywhere, but she's still evasive. He's convinced someone hurt her, and honestly, he's spiraling out of control. She's clutching those flowers, and he's so close, but something tells me this isn't a sweet moment. He explodes, demanding to know what she was thinking going out alone at this hour. Talk about overprotective. He strides toward her step after step, and she looks genuinely scared by his approach. Another guy, a blonde, tries to intervene, but our silver-haired dude isn't having it. He's practically accusing her of forgetting how dangerous things are right now, but she insists she's fine. She's trying to play it cool, but he grabs her arm, and you can see she's actually trembling. He yanks her closer, and she flinches. This is getting intense, and honestly, a little aggressive. The blonde guy tries to pull her away, and a full-on tug of war breaks out, with Lucia caught in the middle. But the silver-haired dude is relentless, gripping her tightly and refusing to let go. The blonde is clearly frustrated, and you can see the tension building between the two men. Our girl looks trapped, caught between them, and it's a total mess. What is even happening? Okay, so this dude is straight up declaring Lucia as his knight? Talk about possessive? She's giving him a look like seriously. But he just pulls her even closer, bro. The blonde guy is now tappy, stepping forward and demanding to know what's going on. Silver-haired dude just scoffs, completely dismissing him. The arrogance is real. He insists Lucia is under his protection, and honestly, it's a power move. But Lucia finally speaks up, saying she will decide who protects her. Yes, Q-ya! She's trying to assert herself, but silver-haired dude isn't backing down, still holding her tight. He turns to the blonde, practically daring him to challenge him. The tension is insane. Lucia looks down, seemingly resigned, as they start walking. It's like she's given up. However, she's wearing these ridiculously ornate shoes, and it's a tiny detail that makes the whole scene even more extra. Okay, so silver-haired dude is all like, let me introduce you, as if he owns Lucia. Total control freak. But Lucia is clearly not thrilled, and she's trying to regain some agency in this insane situation. Okay, so our girl has a fluffy little fox form and is totally spying on everyone, adorable and sneaky. This woman storms in, straight up yelling about who's dared enter her space, and it's a whole mood. She's addressing the crown prince, and someone calls her knight forward, but it's a total setup. She's dripping in elegance in this white dress, but she's got lace gloves hiding tattoos. Mysterious vibes. She's laying it on thick, declaring this dude is her knight, but the prince isn't buying it for a second. The prince is questioning her, and she's totally playing it cool, but his gaze is intense, bro. This other dude, the black-clad knight, looks super confused, like what is even happening right now. She confidently confirms he's her knight, but the prince is clearly suspicious. Things are escalating. The prince asks if this is her knight, and she firmly says yes. She's holding her ground for now. But honestly, this whole scene is a power play, and our girl is right in the middle of it. The prince is totally grilling her, asking if she really knows this knight, and she's playing coy, denying everything. But the knight looks devastated, like he's being completely erased from her memory, and it's kinda heartbreaking. She's leaning in, all smooth, and insists she doesn't know this man at all. Talk about a cold move. The knight is spiraling, thinking she doesn't even remember his name, and honestly, it's brutal. Our girl is radiating confidence, though, and bro, her expression is unreadable. She's a master manipulator. She's got her hand raised, showing off those floral tattoos, and the contrast with the white dress is striking. The prince is watching her every move, trying to figure out what game she's playing, and it's super tense. But then she gives a small, knowing smile, and it's clear she's enjoying this whole situation way too much. The knight is completely lost, questioning what's happening, but she's just untouchable. She's basking in the sunlight, looking regal, and honestly, she's playing everyone like a fiddle. This dude, Alexander, straight up asks her to take a stroll with him in the garden. Smooth move, bro. But she doesn't even hesitate, telling him she'll come by another day and resume their conversation later. No way. She offers her arm to another man, a dark-haired knight, and he takes it without question. The knight is practically glued to her side, and Alexander looks pissed. The tension is unreal. Our girl is playing them both, accepting the knight's support, while keeping Alexander at arm's length. Alexander tries to play it cool, offering a simple ice of course, but his face says otherwise. However, the knight is totally giving Alexander the side eye, and it's a full-on stare down. She's leading them away, and honestly, she's completely in control of this whole situation. But she's clearly enjoying the drama, leaving Alexander fuming and the knight protective. And just when you think things can't get messier, she's already plotting her next move. This girl is ruthless. Okay, so she's telling Alexander and the knight they can bond, while she stays put. Talk about a power move. The night is completely frozen, staring at her, and Alexander looks like he's about to explode. But she's already turning away, completely dismissing them both and walking off. Cold. She's heading towards a balcony, leaving those two to stew, and honestly, the drama is chef's kiss. Alexander tries to follow, but the night blocks his path, and it's a straight-up standoff. However, our girl isn't even paying attention. She's got bigger plans, clearly. She's looking down at someone, and it's a blonde dude. A new player enters the scene. This dude is intense, staring right back at her with this piercing gaze, creepy vibes for sure. She's leaning in close, and he's catching her before she falls, but there's something seriously off about him. He's whispering something in her ear, and she looks shocked. This just got a whole lot more complicated. Okay, so they're finally having a moment, a super awkward, silent walk, and it's killing everyone. He finally breaks the silence, asking what this is, but she just responds with "this is so." The tease? She takes his hand, and bro, the tension is real. The flowers are practically sparkling with it. But wait, she's also subtly showing off the tattoo on her wrist. A power play within a power play. They're still walking, and it's still awkward, with crickets chirping to emphasize the silence. It's brutal. She's been walking in silence for 15 minutes, straight up ignoring this dude, and it's amazing. He asks what this is, and she just looks at him, the ultimate cliffhanger, honestly. However, she's clearly lost in thought, probably plotting how to get out of this mess. She's holding his hand, but her expression is unreadable. Is she even enjoying this at all? And just when you think things can't get any weirder, she's staring off into space. What's going on? She's playing it cool, suggesting they talk about the weather. A total deflection tactic. He calls bingo, but looks seriously unimpressed with her attempt at small talk. Suddenly, it starts snowing, and she's just standing there in a dress, looking lost. No way, she's crying now, completely exposed in the blizzard, and this dude is just watching. He finally steps forward, but she's practically shivering, and he's all, "It was nice up until now." She grabs his arm, desperately trying to get warm, but it's clear this is more than just cold. Her tattoo is visible as she clutches his sleeve, and she's visibly trembling. She's falling apart. He's just standing there, looking down at her, and honestly, it's a power move on both their parts. But wait, she's freezing, and it looks like they're both about to fall in the snow. They're both down now, and we get a glimpse of their feet, her fancy heels versus his boots. He's pulling her closer, and she's totally letting him, but she's also looking away, avoiding eye contact. She tells him it's cold, and this dude straight up responds with "you should head back." So rude. She finally looks up at him, and their faces are so close. The tension is insane. He's staring into her eyes, but she's looking past him, clearly lost in thought. No way. He leans in and gently cups her face, and she finally meets his gaze. They're getting super close, and it looks like they're about to kiss. But then he pulls back. He says they'll talk later, and our girl just looks defeated, accepting his dismissal. He walks away, and she's left standing alone in the rose garden, looking heartbroken. He turns back for a moment, and it's a quick glance, but he says goodnight to her. And that's it. He's gone, leaving her in the dark, and honestly, we need answers. She's back inside, and immediately runs into his older brother. Talk about awkward timing. He asks what she's doing wandering around at night, and she stammers out a story about picking roses. But it's a terrible lie, and he clearly doesn't believe her. Okay, so our girl is clearly remembering she's the villainess and is now tappy about it. She's wandering around this garden, totally lost, and keeps seeing these glowing lotus flowers. It's kinda spooky. She's standing outside the palace at night, staring up at the stars, and is seriously confused about why the crown prince is even Achiari. She's questioning everything, why he's here, and why this dude is acting so weird, honestly. She turns to the crown prince for answers, but he's just staring back, and it's super awkward. He claims he hit a tree or something, but she doesn't buy it for a Sakio, and she's about to call him out on his BS, but then bam, he's glowing? What is happening? He's all radiant and ethereal, and she's like, wait a minute. She realizes he didn't hit a tree, and is starting to suspect something way bigger is going on. And the final reveal? It wasn't a tree, it was something else entirely, and our girl is Skokie. She introduces herself as Lucy, then immediately corrects herself. It's Lucia, and honestly, the name drop is kinda dramatic. This dude Noah just wants to be called Noah, which is a super weird flex, but okay. Lucia starts playfully teasing him, pointing a finger right at his nose, and he looks genuinely annoyed. Suddenly, she bursts into tears, collapsing against him, and Noah looks completely blindsided. What a mood swing. She's sobbing about how he always calls her stupid. And it's a total flashback to the original story, apparently. Noah is straight up losing it, yelling stupid, back at her. And it's a lot to take in. He's furious, but Lucia is just crying harder, and it's a messy, emotional roller coaster. Noah's face is all twisted with anger, and he's about to say something else, but the scene cuts off. Cliffhanger! Lucia is still crying, but Noah's looking off into the distance, clearly processing something big. He's definitely hiding something, and our girl's about to unravel a whole lot of secrets. I can feel it. Noah asks if they know each other well, and Lucia's face is unreadable. She's playing it cool. She pretends to be upset, clinging to him and blaming him for calling her stupid. And it's a total repeat of the novel. Noah's completely thrown and offers to get her a room, saying it's late and she needs rest. Smooth move, bro. But Lucia's still sobbing, and she's clutching her arm like something is seriously wrong. She's looking down at her hand, and it's covered in what looks like black thorns. No way! She tries to hide it under her cloak, but Noah's already seen, and he's staring right at it with a shocked expression. Noah's face is all intense as he looks at her, and Lucia whispers, "What a good night indeed." Is she being sarcastic? He's clearly remembering something, and she's using this moment to get him to reveal his secrets. She's got him cornered, and he's looking away, trying to avoid eye contact. This is getting good! But honestly, the way he's looking at her, it's not pretty. It's like he recognizes something from a long time ago. A messenger arrives with an invitation to the royal picnic, and straight up, Lucia is about to be thrown into the lion's den. But then another messenger arrives with a sealed letter. It's an annulment. Talk about a plot twist. She's looking at the letter, and it's clear she's shocked, but trying to hide it behind a stoic facade. Noah's aide informs her that her dress will arrive tomorrow for a final fitting, and she's internally losing it. She's thinking it's finally happening, that the annulment is confirmed, but there's still time for changes to the dress. Noah's voice cuts in, and he's offering to make any last-minute adjustments. This dude is playing a dangerous game. Lucia's trying to play it cool, but you can see the wheels turning in her head. She's definitely formulating a plan. She's staring at him, and he's looking away. It's all intense eye contact and unspoken tension right now. However, she's about to spring a trap, and she's thinking how to use the picnic to her advantage. She's decided to use the picnic, and it's clear she's not going down without a fight. Our girl is ready to play. Okay, so Noah's aide is totally rooting for Lucia and is spilling all the tea. She's reading a letter, and it's a request for a final dress fitting. But she knows the annulment is coming. Lucia's thinking it's finally over, that the annulment is confirmed, and she's relieved. But Noah interrupts, offering to make last-minute adjustments to the dress. This dude is seriously playing games. She's trying to act like it doesn't bother her, but she's definitely suspicious of his motives. Lucia realizes she can use the picnic as leverage, and she's already planning how to turn things around. She's thinking how to use the picnic to her advantage, and is determined to not go down without a fight. She sighs, but it's a determined sigh. She's ready to see this through, whatever it takes. However, she's thinking about how excited Noah is to announce the annulment, because he can't stand her. And then, no way, Noah arrives, looking all regal and icy, and Lucia knows the moment of truth is here. Lucia's thinking how much safer she feels with Noah around, and she's surprisingly fallen less lately. But hold up, she trips, and Noah catches her. But it's a total setup. Noah's aide is straight up sabotaging Lucia, cutting the rope on the gazebo. What a jerk. The gazebo collapses and Lucia goes flying, but Noah dives to save her. It's intense. She's tumbling through the air, surrounded by debris and leaves. It's a chaotic mess. Lucia's dress is getting wrecked. Leaves are stuck everywhere. This is not a cute picnic anymore. Noah shields her. But he's getting covered in the wreckage too. Seriously, what is happening? However, Lucia realizes this was all planned, and she's staring daggers at Noah's aide. She's furious. And then, no way, the aide tries to act innocent, but Lucia is not buying it for a second. Lucia's face is like ice, and she's clearly about to unleash her wrath. This dude had it coming. Noah's aide is fidgeting like crazy, trying to smooth out his clothes, but Lucia is totally onto him. A red-haired woman arrives, surprised to see Noah. She's clearly expecting something else. Noah smoothly asks if she'd like tea, but Lucia is still locked onto the aide. She's not letting this go. The woman asks Theodore if he wants tea too, and Lucia's glare could cut glass. She's seething. Noah tries to play it cool, but Lucia is basically radiating fury, and honestly, this dude had it coming. She's clutching at her dress, totally losing it, while the aide pretends to be oblivious. So fake. Lightning flashes, and it's like the storm is mirroring Lucia's inner turmoil. It's dramatic AF. Lucia's unraveling, literally. She's grabbing at her dress, and the floral pattern is everywhere. She's still messing with her clothes, and the aide's smug face is infuriating. She's about to explode. However, she suddenly stops, staring straight ahead. What is she planning now? This is getting good. Okay, so our girl is spying on this dude, Theodore, from behind a pillar. She's got fox ears, which is kinda cute. Theodore gets a surprise visit from someone, and everyone's all polite and formal, but the vibes are OFF. Theodore casually asks if they want to have tea, like everything is normal, but he's totally sizing her up. She's staring at him, looking all lost in thought, and honestly, a little heartbroken maybe. Theodore is fidgeting with his clothes, clearly nervous, which is a total mood, like he's trying to play it cool. He whispers a question to her, and it's so soft, like he's afraid to break the silence. She asks if he wants tea, and you can tell she's trying to steer the conversation, but it's awkward. Her expression is so intense, like she's pleading with her eyes, and the floral background adds to the drama. Close up on the floral embroidery, and it's gorgeous, but also kind of suffocating, hinting at the restrictions around her. Theodore is totally lost in thought, and you can tell this tea invitation is way more than just a social call. Theodore straight up rips something from her hands. It's a floral shawl or something, and the grip looks intense. He asks why she would do that and then, no hesitation, tosses it away, like what is his deal? The shawl lands in the grass, and our girl is left standing there looking totally betrayed, honestly. Theodore delivers a cutting line. He says he feels nauseous just looking at her, which is harsh, to say the least. She's standing there, all elegant and heartbroken under the cherry blossoms, while he looms over her. Close up on her face. She's trying to maintain composure, but you can see the hurt in her eyes. More of the shawl on the ground, and it's looking pretty wrecked, symbolizing something dramatic, probably. Suddenly, the weather turns, thunder rumbles, lightning flashes, and the scene is getting super ominous. Someone calls out, suggesting they head back to the manor because a storm is brewing. Finally, someone with sense? Theodore just says, yes indeed, Lindic so cold, bro so cold. This dude is a mess. Theodore is gathering up the ripped pieces of the shawl. Bro is obsessively collecting scraps. He's staring at the fabric, lost in his own head, and honestly, it's kind of creepy. Close up on his face and he's got this intense, calculating look. What is he planning? Suddenly, falling leaves swirl around him, mirroring the destroyed shawl, and it's super symbolic. He glances up, and it's a total power move, like he's assessing the situation and everyone in it. Our girl is standing there, back to us, looking small and vulnerable as the storm rages. More leaves fall around her, emphasizing her isolation and the drama of the moment. Theodore's back in the spotlight, looking all brooding and mysterious against the stormy sky. He tucks a strand of hair behind his ear, a small gesture, but it feels loaded with meaning. He's shrouded in darkness, and the scene is covered in sparkly effects. This dude is giving off major villain vibes. Okay, so a flock of birds is circling, ominous, right? It's like a bad sign is descending. The storm is raging, lightning flashing, and the mansion looks straight up haunted. Seriously, this is intense. Birds are flying into the mansion through open windows. It's chaotic and creepy all at once. More birds are swarming inside, flying around a room full of books, and it's giving major gothic vibes. Someone is at a desk, surrounded by books, and they're totally oblivious to the bird invasion. Or maybe not. We get a peek at this blonde dude looking out the window. He's brooding, as usual, but something's off. He hears someone mention tea with her, and his expression shifts from brooding to annoyed. This is good. He's questioning what she's up to. Our girl is clearly playing a game, and this dude is starting to catch on. Close up on his face and he's clearly suspicious. This dude is not happy about the tea invitation. He's looking intensely, and honestly, he's starting to unravel, and it's a blast to watch. He's ripping open his shirt, like full on losing it, and a hawk lands on his shoulder, no chill. Someone is sending a letter at this hour, and this dude is furious, straight up exploding. The hawk squawks, and he demands to know who the letter is from. Lucia? No way. He's grabbing the letter, and the hawk is clinging on for dear life. It's a whole scene. He reads the letter and is losing it, but the hawk is like, hold up, what's happening? He's demanding to know why Lucia is sending a letter at this hour, and honestly, he's kinda scary. The hawk seems to be trying to tell him something, but this dude is too worked up to listen. He's freaking out, convinced Lucia is up to something, and the hawk is just there. He's suddenly questioning everything, and this whole situation is escalating quickly. I tell ya, he's lost it, pacing like a caged animal, and the hawk is just observing the chaos. Iconic. He's dropping the letter, and it floats down with all the drama. Honestly, it's a mood. The letter keeps falling, and we get a closer look. It's from Lucia, detailing how her brothers have been missing for weeks. He's reading the letter, and it's clear he's connecting dots, realizing Lucia's been hiding something all along. He's piecing it together. Lucia asked for the meeting to discuss her missing brothers, but he didn't realize the gravity of it. He's suddenly convinced Lucia is involved, thinking she's somehow responsible for her brothers disappearing. But wait, he remembers Lucia mentioning a mysterious shadow, and it hits him she's in danger, not the culprit. He's rushing out, determined to protect Lucia, and the hawk is finally getting some action. Let's go? He's practically flying through the castle, and the letter is still fluttering down. A nice touch, honestly. He's barreling toward Lucia's location, and it's a race against time. Something is definitely about to go down. Our girl is in trouble, and this dude is coming to the rescue. Finally, some heroic energy. It's pouring rain and snowing now, total chaos, but he's determined to reach Lucia, no matter what. He bursts through the doors, expecting the worst, and finds Lucia staring out at the storm. Talk about a dramatic entrance. She's wearing a gorgeous red dress, but she looks totally heartbroken, and bro, the vibes are heavy. He reaches for her, wanting to comfort her, but she flinches away. Ouch, that's gotta sting. She explains she feels like she's being watched, like something terrible is about to happen, and it's seriously creepy. He tries to reassure her, promising to protect her, and honestly, it's kinda sweet, a protective boyfriend moment. But she's convinced it's no use, that fate is unavoidable, and she's straight up giving up. No way, girl. He refuses to accept that, declaring he'll change their fate himself, and we love to see that confidence. She finally looks at him, a glimmer of hope in her eyes, and it's this moment. The connection is real. And then, the chapter ends. Seriously, we need answers, and a cliffhanger like this is just cruel. Our girl is so excited. She's meeting the crown prince today and can't wait. She's reading a letter. It seems like she's been getting a ton of love letters, which is cute. But the weather is taking a turn for the worse, with lightning and a flock of ominous birds. She's on her way to meet him, thinking everything is perfect, but the carriage never makes it to the palace. No way! The carriage crashes in the woods and it looks like she's been ambushed. This dude and his crew are straight up scoping her out, saying she's a beauty and worth a pretty penny. She's getting kidnapped right before our eyes, and her gorgeous dress is getting totally messed up. Now she's tied up looking absolutely miserable, and honestly, this is a disaster. They're hauling her onto a ship, and it's purine grain, but they're determined to sail. After many days of sailing, the ship is battling a huggy storm, and things are looking grim. She somehow escapes when they reach land, but it's not the happy ending she hopes for. She's running, desperately trying to get away, but she collapses in the snow almost immediately. Our girl is exhausted, freezing, and totally lost. She thinks she'll never see her family again. She's lying there, barely conscious, and honestly, it looks hopeless. Just when it seems like all hope is lost, a hand reaches out to her. It's Aaron. He appears out of nowhere, and she's calling his name. He's grabbing her hand, and the scene is all sparkly and romantic. Finally, a little good news. She's completely broken down in his arms, but he's there to catch her, and it's so sweet. She's a mess, covered in cuts and bruises, but she's safe in his arms for now. Aaron is here, and our girl is finally safe. But what does this mean for the story? Aaron insists she stay in bed and rest, because honestly she needs it after everything. She's bandaged up and weak, but Aaron is right there, carefully tending to her wounds. She admits she wouldn't be alive if it weren't for him, and the tension is real. Aaron says it's not safe for her to walk yet, but he doesn't want her to miss the northern lights. He carries her outside and bam, the northern lights are breathtaking, seriously. She's stunned by the beauty, but even more stunned by the way Aaron is looking at her. She confesses she's never known what it feels like to be truly loved, and our hearts are melting. He leans in close, and she looks up at him with such hope. It's a major moment. The scene shifts, and we see the mansion bathed in sunlight, roses blooming everywhere. She remembers him taking care of her while she was sick, and it's clear she's falling for this dude. She realizes Aaron showed her kindness, warmth, and simple beauty, and straight up she's falling in love. He made her feel safe and cared for while she was sick, and she admits she wants to spend her life with him. But wait, This dude, Arthur, is getting a letter revealing their engagement is happening, no matter what. Aaron is looking all intense and protective with a cape draped over his shoulders, like a total hero. She wants to stay and marry him, but we know this is a complicated romance novel, so things won't be easy. It's rings and doves and flowers galore. The imagery is so romantic, our girl is totally swept away. The letter confirms that Arthur is happy about the engagement and expects a healthy Aaron to return. And then we get a flashback to Arthur looking absolutely horrified. No way he expected this? Aaron has become someone to her, someone she wants to spend her life with, and she's ready to commit. She's leaning into him, and it's clear she's all in. But what does Arthur do now? The drama is real. Aaron is reading the letter, tapping the table, but he's spiraling. He can't believe what it says. He's straight up losing it, questioning if this is a joke, and then admits this can't be true. He's clutching the letter, looking totally betrayed, and then a realization hits him. The letter reveals Lucia had years of calligraphy training, so forging her style isn't easy. Someone put serious effort into this. But if the letter is real, who wrote it? Aaron is seriously starting to freak out. Lightning flashes outside, and he demands to know who the other girl is. The tension is insane. He's staring at a portrait of a woman, looking shocked, and we finally see who's been pulling the strings. And honestly, that woman looks super smug in the portrait, like she's winning. Aaron is absolutely reeling, his face a mix of shock and anger. This is a total game changer. The storm rages on, mirroring the chaos inside, and bro, we are left on a major cliffhanger. The story wraps up with a sweet thank you for reading message, but honestly, it feels weirdly final after that episode. We get the credits, art and story by Seiji, editor Maria Hernandez, and special thanks to Peanuts, which is adorable. But wait, there's more. A final panel shows a gorgeous magnolia branch hinting at a future bloom. Maybe. It's a tease, bro. Okay, so our girl is plotting. She's got fox ears and is writing in her diary about how today went. Okay-ish. She finally gets invited to the royal picnic, which is huge because it's key to the plot, and her plan to annul the crown prince is moving forward. But it's not all good news, because the second brother straight up hates her, and she has no idea why. She tries to be nice to him, really she does, but he's totally disgusted by her attempts. Talk about awkward. She's reflecting on how she's trying to be a good daughter, but her brother doesn't seem to care at all. She's writing about how she feels like she's walking on eggshells around him, and honestly, it's stressing her out. Our girl is getting all dressed up, looking gorgeous in a white gown, but she's clearly still worried about her brother. She sighs, realizing that no matter what she does, she can't seem to please him. It's a total mess. She's clearly upset, and the floral patterns around her look kinda gloomy, mirroring her mood. She's staring into a mirror, and you can just feel the weight of everything on her shoulders. She's got a lot to deal with. Okay, so Theodore hated the real Lucia, like, seriously despised her, and our girl is realizing this is a problem. She's thinking that Theodore has absolutely no clue she's not the original Lucia, and she's relieved for now. But she quickly corrects herself. Even if he did find out, it wouldn't exactly improve her situation, would it? She's desperate for something sweet, admitting she needs sugar to cope with everything. And honestly, same. Suddenly, it starts pouring rain outside, and a pigeon lands on the windowsill. It's a weird omen, right? She's reading a letter, and it's clearly something awful. She's straight up losing it, yelling that this is ridiculous. She insists they aren't the same person, but it's clear she's spiraling and trying to convince herself more than anyone. She's pleading with someone, hoping they'll understand, but the whole thing feels super desperate and fragile. The rain is coming down in sheets, mirroring how overwhelmed our girl is, and this dude Theodore is still a mystery. She's staring out at the storm, and it's obvious she's bracing for something bad, like really bad, to happen. Theodore is questioning why she's pretending to be Lucia. It doesn't make any sense to him, and honestly, it's a valid question. He reveals Lucia was supposed to be the next queen, and suddenly everything clicks. She's seeing an opportunity to take Lucia's place. If the letter is truly from the real Lucia, then they've been living with an imposter this whole time, and Theodore is starting to realize it. He's reeling, grabbing onto a railing for support. This is huge, bro, and he's clearly processing a massive betrayal. Theodore is convinced this Lucia is dangerous, and he's right to be worried. She's a total wild card. He's staring intensely, and you can see the suspicion brewing in his eyes. She's under serious scrutiny right now. Suddenly, a figure bursts through the doors, and it's another Lucia. No way, this is getting wild. The real Lucia is rushing toward Theodore, looking distressed. She's desperate to reach him, but what's her game? Theodore looks completely shocked, and the imposter Lucia is just standing there frozen. This is a total standoff. Our girl is officially in a dangerous situation, and it's a straight-up cliffhanger. What is going to happen? Theodore is demanding to know if she's really Lucia, and our girl is totally flustered, trying to deflect with the weather. She stammers, trying to play it cool, but it's clear she's caught off guard by his direct questioning. Theodore stares right through her, pointing out how much she looks like the real Lucia. It's a dead giveaway he's suspicious. She awkwardly offers him something, anything, to change the subject. It's a desperate move, honestly. Our girl is spiraling, thinking about how many times she's had this exact conversation with him, and it's stressing her out. Theodore is clearly done playing games and he's about to walk away. She's losing him fast. But then he stops himself, saying he'll leave if she changes her mind, and that just makes everything worse. He's leaving and she's totally broken. This dude is straight up crushing her with his coldness. Theodore admits he doesn't want to do this, and it's a little heartbreaking, because you can tell he's conflicted. Our girl is in so much pain, and the real Lucia is still out there. This situation is a total mess. Theodore is absolutely furious, demanding to know what's going on with this imposter. He's not buying it. She tries to explain, but her words are jumbled and make no sense. Honestly, she's digging herself deeper. Theodore's face is a mix of confusion and anger, and he's clearly losing his patience with her lies. He suddenly realizes something, and his expression shifts. No way is he putting it together. He grabs her hand and our girl is totally shocked. This is a power move, and it's intense. Theodore pulls her outside, and it's pouring rain. Talk about dramatic timing, bro. He asks her again who she is, and she tries to deny being Lucia, but her voice cracks. Theodore is relentless, pushing her for answers, and she's starting to crumble under the pressure. She finally admits she's not the Lucia he knows, and his face is unreadable, straight up terrifying. He demands to know what she is, and our girl is officially cornered. This is a total disaster. Theodore starts pulling at her clothes, desperately searching for a scar. He needs proof she's not Lucia. He finds nothing, absolutely no mark on her skin, and his confusion is palpable. It's like he's seeing a ghost. Theodore realizes with a jolt that this isn't Lucia, and his grip tightens, squeezing her so hard she winces. He's totally reeling, demanding to know who she is and what she's done with the real Lucia. This dude is losing it. Theodore pulls her even closer, and she's completely trapped. This embrace is less romantic and more interrogation. He's holding her so tightly, and she's just there frozen, while he tries to process everything. It's intense. Flowers rain down around them, creating this eerie, beautiful backdrop as he continues to hold her captive. Theodore stares at her, completely bewildered, and she's just as lost. This whole situation is a mess, honestly. He's absolutely shocked, questioning how this could even be possible. No way he thought this would happen. Theodore's face is a mix of disbelief and anger, and she's clearly terrified. What a cliffhanger! Theodore suddenly pulls her into a tight hug, squeezing the air out of her. It's intense and unexpected. She's completely stunned, and honestly, she can't believe he just hugged her. She's spiraling, thinking about how cute it was, and tears well up in her eyes. She's a mess. Theodore brings a steaming cup toward her, offering it with this unreadable expression. What is he planning? He's lost in thought, staring off into space, and she's desperately trying to figure out what's going through his head. He's clearly processing everything, his face a mask of confusion, and she's left feeling totally helpless. Theodore's gaze finally meets hers, and she's struck by how lost and vulnerable he looks. It's a total switch. He's standing there, all brooding and handsome, and our girl is completely flustered. She's falling for the villain. Theodore's expression softens, and he seems to be trying to understand her. But is it genuine, or a trick? He's still holding her close, his hand resting on her shoulder, and the tension is building. This is getting real. Theodore suddenly asks if she's okay, and our girl is completely thrown. Like, what? He's actually concerned. Okay, so our girl is clearly spying on someone. Look at those ears? And she's totally eavesdropping, which is kinda iconic. She's in a massive palace, and this woman in white is just strolling along, tapping her cane, all mysterious and stuff. The title card drops, I am the villain. No way, this is gonna be good, right? Our villainess is alone, holding a petal, and she remembers forgetting something in the garden. A hairpin, specifically. She thinks Linda, her maid, must have washed it, but something feels off about that explanation, honestly. She's getting all dressed up in a gorgeous gown, covered in flowers, looking straight up regal, but something's wrong. There's a mark on her arm, like a bruise or a cut, and she's trying to cover it up, but it's clearly bothering her. She's desperately trying to hide the mark under her dress, and it's giving major red flag vibes, like something bad happened. More close-ups of the dress and the mark. It's getting worse, and we can see she's really upset about it. She's clutching at her arm, and that floral pattern on the dress. It's starting to look like a trap, TB. She's getting ready for bed, but this dude, the Duke, is suddenly there, totally shirtless and looking intense. He's clearly upset, pacing around the room, and it's super awkward because she has no idea why. He's spiraling, muttering about her not remembering him, and honestly, it's a lot. He decides he needs to tell her something, but he's stalling like what is he hiding? He's lost in thought, questioning how she'll react, and it's giving major foreshadowing vibes. Flashback time. Apparently, before he met her, his life involved climbing some seriously tall tower. Someone yells young man, and it's a total cliffhanger. What did he even do up there? Okay, so the Duke is straight up working now, chopping wood and hauling boxes, total manual labor. Someone yells at him to hurry up and get the boxes loaded, but this dude is clearly distracted. He's hauling boxes, but he's also glancing around, looking for someone, that fixed boy, and it's kinda sus. He spots the boy and abandons a massive box mid-carry, sprinting towards the roof like a maniac. Our girl is up on the roof, fixing tiles, and this dude is all, "We need you." Like she's his personal handyman. He's got a huge axe over his shoulder, and honestly, it's a bit intimidating, even for a manhwa hero. He's chopping wood now, but he's still glancing at her, and it's clear he's got a lot on his mind. Someone else is barking orders about moving the logs before the rain starts, but the Duke isn't listening. It's starting to pour, and he's still focused on her, ignoring the weather and the work. So frustrating. He's chopping wood like a madman, but it feels less about the wood and more about something else. No way. He abandons everything and sprints toward the lake, totally ignoring the downpour. What a mood. He plunges into the water, and it's clear this isn't about swimming, it's about F her. He's wading through the lake, yelling about rain, but honestly, he's a mess. He remembers meeting her at this very lake, and it's a super sweet, but also tragic, flashback. Lightning flashes, and he's desperately wondering where she is right now. The tension is real. He sinks to the ground, soaked and worried, and just hopes she's safe. Our dude is genuinely concerned. The rain keeps falling, and the ferns around him are dripping, emphasizing how alone he feels. He's lost in thought, remembering her, while the storm rages on around him. It's a total vibe. He's just sitting there, drenched, hoping she's okay, and honestly, it's kinda heartbreaking. The ferns are super detailed, with water droplets everywhere, showing just how heavy this rain is. A bird squawks and someone, probably the butler, asks if he's almost finished, but this dude is clearly spiraling. He's stacking wood, but it all comes crashing down, and honestly, it's a perfect metaphor for his life. More wood falls, and it's a total disaster. This guy is having a moment. He collapses, panting and clutching a piece of wood, looking totally wrecked. No chill at all. He's a mess, covered in dust and looking exhausted, but he's determined to get it together. We get a wide shot of the castle and town, and it's actually really pretty. A peaceful scene. He's sitting under a tree with his dog, and it's a surprisingly sweet and domestic moment. He pets the dog, and it's clear they have a bond. This dude needs all the comfort he can get. Close up on the dog's paws, and it's weirdly comforting. This is a strange focus. He's finally relaxing, but something tells me this peace won't last. There's always drama brewing. He's convinced he won't see her again, but bro is clearly lying to himself. It's painful. He's stumbling through the woods, coughing and totally falling apart, but he keeps going. He sits on a bench, wondering where she is now, and his dog is right there for moral support. The town is bustling with people, but he's lost in his own world. It's a total contrast. A woman approaches a man, asking if he's tired, and it's actually our girl. No way. She asks if he's tired, but he's all like, not fair. Why am I always the one suffering? Another woman bumps into her, sending her sprawling, and honestly, this dude had it coming. She falls right into a pile of goods, and the market erupts in chaos. Total disaster. She's down, and everyone's scrambling, but this dude is just staring. What is wrong with him? People are trying to help her up, but it's a mess, and she looks absolutely furious. He scoops her up, and she's totally crying into his coat. It's a whole mood. He carefully pats her head, asking if she's hurt, but she's clearly still reeling. She's sobbing, clutching his clothes, and he looks genuinely concerned, which is new. People are hawking strawberries, but he's oblivious, focused entirely on her distress. The town is lively and bright, but everything feels shadowed by this moment. It's intense. He tells someone to bring that one to the kitchen, and it's super creepy and possessive. The sun sets, and the town falls silent, but it's not peaceful, it's ominous. We get a shot of the rooftops, and honestly, this is straight up horror movie territory. He's climbing the stairs, and it's dark and unsettling. Something bad is definitely happening. We only see the top of his head, and the suspense is killing me. What's going on up there? Okay, so our girl is peeking around a corner. She's totally spying on someone. It's hilarious. We're in this massive, gorgeous estate, and the story is officially starting. Like Enodo, Lady Lucia is walking through a stunning greenhouse, full of flowers, looking all elegant and mysterious. She's admiring the blooms when a woman in a huge dress suddenly appears. Talk about a dramatic entrance. Someone's trying on shoes, and they are righty hot, but it's like a quick little moment. This shop owner is way too enthusiastic about her favorite customer. It's kinda creepy, honestly. We get a closer look at the fancy dress and those killer heels, so much detail. Another customer approaches Lucia, asking if she's been well, small talk, but feels loaded. More of the dramatic dress, complete with a tiny little dog perched on top. So extra. Seriously, this dress is a whole mode, with flowers everywhere and a super long train. Lucia says she's feeling better, but bro, she's clearly hiding something. The guilt is radiating off her. The dressmaker is obsessed with Lucia's wedding dress, claiming it's her masterpiece, and she's living for the reveal. She brags about how long the veil took to make, but Lucia is clearly spiraling, overwhelmed with guilt. The dressmaker reveals she turned down other noble ladies to focus on Lucia's gowns, piling on the pressure. Lucia's inner thoughts are scream and guilt, and honestly, we get it, this is a load. The dressmaker continues to gush, saying she lives for the day everyone sees the dress, and Lucia looks totally haunted. Someone else enters the room and mentions everyone wants to look their best for the annual picnic, which is just awkward. Lucia keeps pretending everything is fine, but the dressmaker's over. The top enthusiasm is making things worse. Seriously, this dressmaker is a whole vibe, so dramatic with the flowers and the tiny dog. Lucia is straight up falling apart, and the weight of everything is clearly crushing her. Linda is convinced this picnic and the wedding are both important events, and she's laying down the law. This dude explains the picnic is a yearly thing for nobles. A chance to network and find potential business or marriage partners. Lucia realizes the novel only mentions the royal engagement, but this picnic never gets a shout out, and she's panicking. She wonders if she just skipped over that part of the book, but honestly she's just overwhelmed with everything. Suddenly, the dog on top of her dress wobbles and nearly falls. Total disaster averted, barely. The dressmaker is losing it over Lucia's gown, and Lucia is visibly disturbed by the attention. She's fixated on the picnic dress, and Lucia is just trying to survive this conversation. Lucia is spiraling, but the dressmaker just keeps gushing about how amazing the dress is. The dressmaker's over, the top praise is making Lucia feel even worse, and we're right there with her. Lucia's inner thoughts are screaming, and she's clearly about to crack under the pressure. No way this ends well. Lucia is drowning in fabric, and she's absolutely right. This dress is not picnic appropriate. The dressmaker is all about the extravagance, but Lucia is starting to suspect something's seriously off. She's questioning if Lucia is even herself, and Lucia's inner circle is starting to feel the tension. The dressmaker's gaze is intense, and Lucia is starting to feel like she's being assessed, not dressed. Lucia is stiff as a board in the gown, and the dressmaker insists it's perfect, but not for her. The dressmaker flat out says Lucia isn't the original owner, and Lucia is reeling. What is happening? This dude is staring Lucia down, and she's clearly realizing something huge is about to go down. Suddenly, servants burst in with more gowns and Lucia's world is spinning. This is getting wild. The dressmaker orders the boys to bring everything in, and the sheer scale of it is insane. Lucia is overwhelmed, and this whole situation is spiraling. She's not the Lucia they remember. Lucy is reeling from the dressmaker's reveal, but then two guys start gushing over her beauty. Talk about awkward timing. A tiny, fluffy dog enters the scene, and it's immediately getting stepped on. No! The two guys continue praising Lucia while walking away, and a mysterious figure is lurking in the background. Suspicious. This dude is watching them go, and he looks absolutely furious. Something's brewing, for sure. They're walking down a long hallway, and the shadows are getting longer. This is straight up creepy. The figure is getting closer, and it's clear he's not happy with what he just witnessed. Oh. The hallway is beautifully decorated, but all we can focus on is the tension building. It's palpable. The figure is now right behind them, and the situation is about to explode. We're on the edge of our seats. He's practically breathing down their necks, and Lucia is completely oblivious. She has no idea what's coming. The figure is closing in, and it's clear he intends to confront them. This is going to be good. He bursts into the room, and it's clear he's seen something. His eye is twitching. He slams the door open, revealing Lucia and the other guy. Total chaos ensues. This dude straight up yells, "Shut" at them, and everyone freezes. The power dynamic is intense. He's got a grip on Lucia's arm, pulling her away from the other guy, and she looks completely shocked. Lucy is looking up at him, and he's staring down with this unreadable expression. It's giving major tension. He's practically shielding her, and the other guy is getting a serious death glare. Our girl is caught in the middle. He's totally possessive, and it's kinda creepy, but also kinda hot. No, wait, bad thought? He's escorting Lucia away, and she's just letting him lead. What is happening? Lucia looks back at the other guy, and it's clear she's confused. This whole situation is a mess. He continues to lead her away, and honestly, the other guy looks relieved to be out of the picture. He's leading Lucia away, but she's clearly reeling. She can't process what just happened with the other guy. Lucia finally turns her head and stares directly at him, and bro is blushing. No way is he flustered. He avoids her gaze, and his ear is totally red. This dude is trying so hard to maintain his cool. She's still looking, and he finally meets her eyes, giving her this intense, unreadable glare. It's a power move. He's completely composed now, staring right through her, and honestly, it's kinda intimidating. He continues walking, still holding her arm, and Lucia looks down, completely lost in thought. What is she thinking? He's still escorting her, and the scene fades to black. Things are about to get serious, I can feel it. We see him again, and he looks even more stoic, lost in his own world. This dude is a mystery. He's shrouded in darkness, and Lucia is nowhere to be seen. What's he planning now? Okay, so our girl's little sister is peeking around, totally obsessed with seeing if the lotion works. She's watching this dude, the brother, get all of his bandages removed, and he's expecting nothing to happen. Water starts splashing everywhere as some kind of magical healing happens. It's kinda chaotic, honestly. There's a gorgeous floral display, but it's overshadowed by the drama unfolding with the brother's skin. He's staring at his arm, completely shocked because the scar is completely gone. No way! He's questioning why he's only noticing now, but like, duh, the lotion just did its thing. The sister and another woman are both staring, equally surprised by how fast the lotion worked. They've heard stories about this herbalist and her amazing lotions, but they didn't expect this kind of result. The sister announces the lotion worked, and the woman looks stunned, straight up speechless. Everyone is shocked, but honestly, this dude had a nasty scar and it's gone, so good for him. Okay, so our girl is getting laced into this Iencinel elaborate gown. It's all corsets and fluff. Another woman excitedly tells her she can finally wear her hair up, which is a big deal apparently. We get a close-up of our girl. She's gorgeous, but she's definitely giving off a something's wrong vibe. The gown is seriously cinched, and you can see how it's changing her whole silhouette. Everything goes quiet for a sec, and she thinks this could have gone another way. Ominous. But then we cut to a sweeping view of the palace. Everything looks peaceful and bright. A carriage is pulling up, a white horse leading the way, and it looks super fancy. This dude, the brother, is checking his pocket watch, looking stressed and a little panicked. He's saying they're late, and he doesn't think they can wait any longer. Like, what's the rush? He looks super concerned, and honestly, it feels like something bad is about to happen. The brother is practically clinging to our girl, saying they need to spend time together. It's been a while, apparently. She just says it's fine, but her face says EVERTHING, and honestly, she looks so uncomfortable. A third dude appears, and he's giving major side eye to this whole situation, like he knows something's up. We cut to a gorgeous garden, roses everywhere, but it feels off, like a perfect backdrop for disaster. The brother is all smiles and sweetness, but his cape is hedgy and blocking everything. It's kinda creepy. Suddenly, a bunch of maids are rushing around, tripping over themselves, and it's chaotic AF. An older woman is yelling, completely flustered, and things are spiraling out of control fast. Our girl looks completely resigned, like she knew this was going to happen, and it's heartbreaking. She tries to stay calm, but the brother is way too close, and the whole scene is giving us bad vibes. But then, The brother pulls her even closer, and it's clear he's not letting her go anytime soon. She orders the carriage to the back entrance, saying they're running out of time, and bro, she's stressed. Meanwhile, the brother is still clinging to her, humming and showing off a strawberry parfait. It's so sus. He's completely absorbed in getting ready, barely acknowledging anyone, and honestly, it's a power move. Someone finally asks how much longer she'll be, and she looks totally trapped, like a gilded cage. She asks how much longer, but he just replies that it's Ort, and we can see he's ignoring the urgency. Then, a little dog appears, all dressed up, and it's ridiculously cute, but also a distraction. The brother is clearly stalling, and our girl is about to lose it. She needs to get away. The older man is getting impatient, pointing out she's going to be late, and the tension is building. She tries to rush him, but he's fixated on the makeup, and this dude is straight up infuriating. However, she's had enough and demands to know what's going on, and it's about time she took control. The brother insists the outfit needs one last touch, and our girl is losing her mind. She's already so late. She's practically begging him to hurry up, but he's totally focused on making everything perfect. He finally finishes, and she rushes toward the stairs, desperate to leave, but then, she stops dead in her tracks. Something is clearly wrong, and she demands to know what's happening. The brother is acting shady, and she's starting to suspect he's deliberately stalling her departure. Suddenly, she realizes it's all about appearances. He wants everyone to see her in this outfit. She tries to escape, but he's blocking her way, and honestly, this dude is infuriating. She yells for them to go, and the carriage driver is already getting impatient. Like, get a move on. But the brother just smiles mysteriously, and it's clear he's up to something, and we're on edge. She's officially had it and tries to push past him, determined to leave no matter what. She's finally leaving, and everyone seems to be wishing her well. It's a little too sweet tea. But it's not just words, people are genuinely concerned and want her to be cared for, which is strange. She accepts their thanks, and the scene is bathed in light, but something feels totally off about it all. The carriage rolls along, and we get a gorgeous view of the estate. It's massive and honestly, intimidating. Another shot of the estate, but this time we see how isolated it is. She's really stuck out here. Then it hits us Lucia was loved, but not necessarily by the main characters, which is a huge twist. We're back to her in that extravagant outfit, and it's clear the brother wanted everyone to see her like this. She's stunning, no cap, but also trapped in a gilded cage. This is getting seriously messed up. But she's determined to survive, and her expression is icy. She's playing the game now. Our girl is ready to face whatever comes next, and honestly, we're so proud of her. She declares she's done with everyone and everything. No more involvement with the main characters. She's laser focused on escaping, and vows to find a way out of this whole mess, stat. But she pauses, realizing she's forgotten something important. And that's never good in these situations. Meanwhile, this dude, the brother, is looking all brooding and intense, clearly plotting something. He's got a sword, a fancy outfit, and a seriously unimpressed expression. Talk about a power move. He's searching for her, demanding to know where she is and why she's not here yet. Someone finally spots him and gasps. Apparently, he's quite the looker, which, okay, fair. He's striding toward the grand staircase, and honestly, he's giving major villain vibes right now. But something's off. He's searching for hers after she just announced she's leaving. And that's when it hits us, this whole thing is a trap, and our girl just walked right into it. Okay, so our girl is literally chilling with her fox ears when disaster strikes. The carriage wheel breaks mid-journey. Someone tries to fix it, but it's completely busted, and they're stuck with no way to get to the villa. She suggests they wait for another carriage, but Sir James is all, let's just walk. What is wrong with this dude? The coachman straight up refuses, warning them the woods are crawling with bandits and wild animals. A very valid point, honestly. But our girl, being the fearless villainess she is, insists they have to go, and Sir James reluctantly agrees. He apologizes for the broken wheel, thinking it's his fault, but she's all, it's fine. She's trying to be a good lady, bless her heart. She puts on a brave face, assuring him everything will be okay, while he worries about her safety. However, as they trek through the woods, she realizes this is a total disaster. She can't walk home or to the villa, and it's getting dark. She's stuck, bro, and the situation is seriously escalating. Looks like our girl is in trouble, and I have a feeling things are about to get wildy. No way, a branch whips down and nearly hits Noah, and our girl screams his name. She's losing it, convinced she's forgotten her own night. It's a total emotional spiral. Stupid keeps flashing around her head with little bear images. It's kinda chaotic, honestly. She's freaking out, realizing how could she forget someone, especially her own knight. She wonders if he's mad she forgot him, and then panics that he might just quit. But then she's saved. A man on horseback arrives, and everyone's asking what happened. The man on horseback says it's good he's here, and the relief is real, bro. She's immediately labeled as the lady's knight. Smooth recovery, girl, smooth recovery. And honestly, the whole scene is giving major rescue vibes. He's all like, what happened here? And she's clearly trying to play it cool. But things are messy. This dude, the white-haired guy, is totally freaking out. The carriage broke down, and he's worried about her. Someone's asking if she's hurt, and our girl is already being swept up in a dramatic rescue. No way. He catches her, and she's straight up stunned. It's a full-on, swooning moment. She's all, you're here. And he's holding her tight, but it's kinda intense, like Rayelau intense. But then he's suddenly pulling back, looking down at her with this weird expression. What's going on? He's clearly flustered, a blush creeping up his neck, and he's trying to regain his composure. She's still clinging to him, but he's awkwardly trying to create space. The tension is TK. He clears his throat like ahem, trying to act normal, but it's not working, bro, it's not working. And then he's just staring at her, a tiny smile playing on his lips, and honestly, it's a little creepy. He's definitely hiding something, and whatever it is, it's got him all flustered. This is getting interesting. He's apologizing profusely, straight up saying he forgot about her. Talk about a bad look. He launches into this long explanation about a hectic morning in her lady-in-waiting, but it feels off. She's internally panicking, stressing about being late to the picnic and the impending announcement. But then, she's clutching at his coat, and he's gripping her hand. It's getting super intense. She's asking looking confused as he tightens his hold, and honestly, we are too. He's lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to everything, and it's clear he's hiding something big. She's focused on the prince and the annulment, determined to stick to the plan, whatever it is. But his grip is getting stronger, like he's desperate to hold on, and it's totally unsettling. He's squeezing her hand so hard, she's probably bruising, and she's finally starting to notice. Something is seriously wrong with this dude. He's definitely not just worried about being late. He's telling her not to worry, promising to get her there on time. But she's totally side-eyeing him. She's getting dressed, and this dude is literally helping her, hands all over her back. It's a lot. He's securing the fastening on her dress, and she's looking up at him, questioning everything. He's saying, don't worry again. But his grip is getting tighter, and she's starting to panic. She's asking what's going on, and he's just staring, a weird smile on his face, so unsettling. He assures her he'll get her there in time, but his eyes are intense, and she's clearly freaked out. He's gripping her even harder, and she finally blurts out a surprised smile. My good knight. Okay, this is getting wild. He's completely lost in his own world, and she's clearly trapped. He's holding her so tightly, and honestly, it's starting to feel less like reassurance and more like control. She's completely at his mercy, and it's clear whatever's happening is way bigger than a picnic. She's on a horse, and this dude Noah is right behind her. It's a total fairy tale moment, honestly. Our girl admits she's never ridden a horse before, and bro is all like it's higher than it looks, smooth. She's visibly nervous, clutching his coat, but he assures her he's right there. Talk about a power move. She says it's okay now that he's behind her, and she feels less scared. This dude is her safety net. They lean in close, and it's a full-on romantic moment, but she's still clearly on edge. She's whispering how glad she is he's here, and then straight up says with him. It's getting real. She finally relaxes, admitting she's less nervous with Noah by her side. Woo a little trust, but then she remembers leaving him like that earlier, and immediately feels awful. Our girl has a good heart. Luckily, he didn't seem mad, and she calls out his name. Thank goodness for patient boyfriends. She's leaning into him, and honestly, this dude is totally playing the protective knight. It's a lot. He's staring into the darkness, and it's giving major ominous vibes, like something bad is about to go down. He's suddenly face to face with her, and she looks absolutely terrified. No way she expected that. He pulls her close, and she's questioning why he isn't angry. Is this a trap or what? She's realizing he's not mad, and she's so confused. But honestly, we are too. Cut to a fluffy white dog looking super concerned. Even the dog knows something's off. It's the author and editor's notes, so a little break from the drama. But things are still brewing. We're back in the castle, and it looks peaceful, but I have a feeling that won't last long. Okay, so our girl is a fox spirit. No way, she's peeking over someone's shoulder, totally spying. The title card drops, I am the villain, and it's all about a super awkward arranged marriage, apparently. She's riding through the forest with this icy-looking dude, and it's giving major forced proximity vibes. They arrive at a grand estate, and she's getting ready for the wedding, decked out in a high dress. This dude stands behind her as she gets ready, but his face is SCREMD discomfort, like he's regretting everything. He's straight up staring, and she calls it out, saying things are awkward, which is a total understatement. He tries to play it cool, pretending he wasn't staring, but honestly, the awkwardness is palpable. She asks what that was, and bro is trying to deny he even say anything, which is so suspicious. And then, bim, they're leaning in for a kiss. Talk about a dramatic cliffhanger. This dude is conflicted, but the sparks are flying. This is getting GOD. He's observing her expression and realizes he's never seen her look like that before, which is interesting. He assumes she's relieved he showed up because her carriage was stuck, but honestly, it feels like a reach. She's clearly upset about missing something important, and he's starting to piece it together. He wonders if she's just distraught because she'll miss seeing her lover. Talk about a jealous thought! He finds out she's engaged, a fiancé, and tries to act like it doesn't bother him, but the facade is crumbling. They're close, and he's practically radiating annoyance. This is a mess. She's asking if he's okay, and he's trying to brush it off, but the tension is THCK. He's leaning in, and she's looking up at him, but then he pulls away, looking conflicted. He's staring at her hand, and it's obvious he's wondering why she's wearing a ring. He's questioning why she didn't tell him, and the look on his face is intense, to say the least. Our girl feels nauseous, and honestly, it's probably not just motion sickness, something's up. He's startled by something unseen, like a hidden threat is looming over them both. She's caught off guard, clearly shaken, and he's reaching for her. Protective mode activated. She thanks him for coming back for her, but it feels off, like she's speaking through a haze. She's starting to glitch and distort, and a warning flashes. This isn't a normal illness, it's straight up supernatural. The world around them serrates KS, and she's visibly disintegrating, but he's holding her tight. She's asking what's happening, looking totally lost, and he's desperately trying to keep it together. He reassures her, saying they're back in reality, but bro, is this even as real reality? He's riding away with her, holding her close, and telling her she's welcome. But what just happened? A single wing appears, hinting at a magical origin, and this whole situation just got a whole lot more complicated. Okay, so she's fading away, like a statue crumbling, but this dude is clinging to her like his life depends on it. White doves suddenly appear, swirling around them. It's beautiful, but seriously creepy considering everything else. The palace is visible in the distance, and it's like the world is glitching, breaking apart around them. More doves, more sparkles, and now we see a statue of a woman with flowers. It's definitely symbolic, right? She's almost completely gone, just a faint outline, and he's still holding on to nothing, basically. Suddenly, everyone's talking about the upcoming coronation and wedding, totally oblivious to the chaos. They're all fawning over him, saying how handsome he looks, and honestly, it's a bit much. Someone wishes they were Lady Lucia, and another congratulates them on the wedding. Talk about bad timing! Someone else says Lady Aurelius must be excited for her wedding day, but we know this whole thing is messed up. But wait, what's happening? He's staring straight ahead, and it's clear he's ignoring everyone. Something's definitely wrong. Prince Arthur is totally ignoring the crowd, and someone calls out for him. But he doesn't even flinch. Someone else demands to know where Lady Aurelius is, pointing out she's never late, and the tension is building. Everyone starts panicking, wondering where she is, and honestly, we all know it's not good. Arthur's advisor explains the coronation and wedding are huge for alliances, and the council wants everything perfect. Arthur insists they need the Western Kingdom as an ally, not an enemy, but his face is stone cold. He's staring off into the distance, clearly lost in thought, and it's super unsettling. What does he know? Someone asks where Aurelius is Aegean, and this time Arthur just doesn't respond, which is a major red flag. The advisor is getting worried, saying she's never been late before, and it's straight up creepy how calm Arthur is. Arthur finally speaks, but it's just a clipped order to find her. He's not concerned, he's expecting something. Our girl is missing, the coronation is looming, and Arthur is acting suspicious. This is about to get wild, bro. Arthur declares he needs to talk to Aurelius, and honestly, his vibe is so off, it's creepy. The party is in full swing with music and chatter, but it feels totally disconnected from the drama. Guests are seated at elegantly set tables, but the mood is shifting from festive to tense. Two women are gossiping, and we learn Aurelius's niece has been staying with them for months. One of the women is absolutely gushing about Aurelius's niece, and her eyes are sparkling. But then Arthur appears and the woman's smile is a little too eager. Something is up with her. Arthur walks past, ignoring the chatter, and is clearly preoccupied with finding Aurelius. He needs to find her, but everyone else is just partying like nothing is wrong. Aurelius's aunt is still chatting, but her gaze follows Arthur, and it's so suspicious. Arthur is dead set on talking to Aurelius, and the party is just a backdrop to whatever is brewing. Arthur finally finds Aurelius, but she's totally out of it, and leaning against a pillar. He's reaching for her, and it looks like he's about to catch her, but she's swaying dangerously. Aurelius collapses right into Arthur's arms. No way is she faking this? Okay, so our girl is literally peeking around a corner, looking all mischievous with her fox ears. She's watching Claire, who's getting dressed up in a fancy gown. It's giving major wedding vibes. Claire's Aunt Beatrice arrives, and she's instantly all over Claire, showering her with attention. But Beatrice is straight up obsessed with Claire, and it's a little creepy, honestly. Beatrice is reminiscing about Claire's aunt's wedding, and how tiny she was back then. It's a bit of a weird flex. Claire tries to be polite, but Beatrice keeps talking about how Claire reminded her of her sister. Beatrice says Claire was just a little girl last time she saw her, and everyone around is watching this interaction. Someone mentions Beatrice was only 17 at her sister's wedding, which is a little unsettling if you ask me. More ladies arrive, and Beatrice introduces Claire as her one and only niece. It's a bit possessive. Beatrice is still going on about Claire, and our girl is witnessing all of this, plotting something for sure. This dude, the Duke, is totally rushing to find Claire, calling out for her like a worried fiancé. He's practically enveloped in her gown as he searches, and honestly, the fabric looks so luxurious. You can hear the rustle of the gown as he frantically looks around. It's super dramatic. Suddenly, the scene cuts to a gorgeous garden with a full orchestra playing. Talk about a vibe shift. Claire makes a grand entrance, looking like royalty, and everyone is chatting about how stunning she is. People are straight up obsessed with her, commenting on how exquisite the party is and her beauty. The chatter turns to Claire's Aunt Beatrice. Apparently, everyone is curious about the Marchioness's niece. There's this whole conversation about her, and she's standing right there with the dude, looking all mysterious. Our girl is totally observing everything, and you know she's planning something to shake things up. But Beatrice is really taking ownership of Claire. It's getting kinda intense, and our girl is clearly noticing. Beatrice is laying it on THK, telling everyone how cute Claire is and totally monopolizing her. The Duke is getting closer, searching for Claire, and Beatrice is low-key annoyed he's even looking. Claire emerges from the crowd looking like a dream, and everyone is absolutely captivated by her beauty. She's gliding through the garden, and people are whispering about her. It's a full-on fairy tale moment. The Duke spots Claire, but Beatrice tries to intercept him, wanting all the attention for herself. But the Duke doesn't even see Beatrice. His eyes are locked on Claire, and he's heading straight for her. Claire's gaze meets the Duke's, and her expression shifts. She looks shocked, like she's realizing something. Her eyes widen, and she clutches her necklace, suddenly remembering a past life or something. It's intense. The Duke finally reaches her, and Claire is staring right into his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. And bro, her lips are moving. She's about to say something, and it's clearly going to be a game changer. Claire straight up recognizes this dude. It's someone from her past life, and she's completely stunned. Beatrice is totally losing it, realizing Claire and the Duke clearly know each other, and she's not happy. Claire is daydreaming about how the Duke is exactly as she imagined. Tall, handsome, the whole package. But she's also realizing something huge, thinking he must have remembered her, and honestly, it's a lot to process. She's shocked he'd recognize her after so long, and it's clear this reunion is happening way faster than she expected. The Duke is looking right GHT at her, and she's caught completely off guard by his gaze, bro. Beatrice is trying to play it cool, but she's seething, and the tension is THK between all three of them. Claire's inner monologue is going wild, and she's convinced he remembers her. She's losing it. However, she's suddenly doubting herself. Did he really recognize her, or is she just hoping he did? She's spiraling, and it's clear this unexpected encounter is throwing all her plans into chaos. Claire's totally caught off guard, and she's trying to recover, pretending she doesn't know this dude. Beatrice jumps in, attempting to steer the conversation and subtly remind everyone of her status. Another guest asks about the Duke's travels, but Beatrice cuts her off, desperate to control the narrative. Another lady is all up in Claire's business, complimenting her looks and asking about the wedding plans. Claire's inner thoughts are a mess. She's replaying every moment with the Duke, searching for clues. But she's starting to suspect he's playing along, acting like he doesn't recognize her to mess with her. She tries to act normal, but her anxiety is through the roof, and honestly, it's kinda hilarious. The Duke is just watching her, and it's making her spiral, convinced he's toying with her emotions. However, she's second-guessing herself again, wondering if she's reading too much into his expression. Claire's completely lost in her thoughts, and it's clear this encounter is going to change everything. Claire tries to play it cool, but she's internally panicking about everyone noticing she isn't the real Lucia. She wonders if she's even convincing anyone as Lucia, and honestly, the self-doubt is killing me. Suddenly, the cute little bear mascots appear, and Claire's mind jumps to how Lucia would act in high society. But then, she remembers she read the book, and knows exactly how Lucia would respond to this situation. Claire straight up flicks her hand dismissively. Talk about a power move, even if it's all an act. Another guest tries to pry about leaving her family home, but Beatrice jumps in to save the day. Beatrice insists Claire is ecstatic about palace life, and the council members totally back her up, claiming Claire has been preparing for years. But then, the Duke appears behind her, his hands reaching toward her shoulders. Talk about a dramatic entrance. Claire is visibly shaken, and bro, you can feel the tension radiating from this panel. She's totally caught in his gaze, and it's clear this whole situation is spiraling out of control. Claire's asking if the council knows about the annulment, but she's clearly flustered and stumbling over her words. Someone responds that she's relieved to hear it, which is weirdly comforting to Claire, apparently. Then, this dude, the Duke, just appears and Claire is seriously questioning his creep factor. He asks if she's unaware of something, and she's totally caught off guard, questioning what he knows. He grabs her, and Claire's expression is priceless. She's shocked, but also trying to play it off. And then, out of nowhere, he leans in to kiss her, and our girl is completely frozen. But he stops right before their lips touch, saying there's no need to rush. Talk about mixed signals. Claire's blushing and looking away, and honestly, this dude is playing with fire. The Duke is now gently holding her chin, and she's staring up at him. It's a super intense moment. He's looking down at her with this smoldering gaze, and it's clear this is just the beginning of their complicated relationship. He's telling her he'll protect her, and Claire is straight up melting. But it feels super calculated, right? Okay, so our girl is suddenly a little fox spirit. No one saw that coming, honestly. She's at a fancy ball looking gorgeous, but everyone's talking about her. And it's not exactly positive. The chatter's building, and it's clear she's the hot topic. But she's trying to play it cool. She winks at someone, totally owning the room, but this dude, the silver-haired one, is staring, and it's intense. He's watching her, and it's super creepy, like he's analyzing every single move she makes. He's thinking she's like the sun, which is a lot. Straight up, a little dramatic, if you ask me. He's really fixated, and it's starting to feel less like admiration and more like obsession. She's turning away, but he's still watching. The focus is unreal, and the atmosphere is thick. We get a glimpse of his back, and those wings, bro, is definitely not human, right? He's staring at her, and it's clear he's completely captivated. This is going to be messy. He's looking up at something, saying it's so far away. Is it the sun? The moon? It's dramatic, honestly. This dude, the silver-haired one, is like, she's where she belongs, but it sounds super ominous, right? Someone asks if she's been sick for weeks, and she says she's feeling all better now, but that feels off. She declares she's where she belongs, and we see a creepy, ornate structure, definitely not a cozy home. He's standing in a garden with a sword, looking all brooding and mysterious, and it's giving major villain vibes. The court wants an heir ASAP after the wedding. No pressure, right? Seriously, these people are already planning the baby. Someone's talking about keeping Melody healthy, and we see lotus flowers floating in the water. It's a little too peaceful. Someone asks, "You with him?" And it's clear they're questioning her choices, and maybe her sanity. But she's clearly made up her mind, and she's committed to this path, whatever it is. He's leaning in for a kiss, and our girl is letting him. It's a super tender moment, honestly. Everyone is watching them, and it's clear they're all judging this whole situation. The tension is real. But then we see another guy, all shadowy and brooding, observing from the sidelines, and he does not look happy. He's staring at them both, and it's clear he's not thrilled with how things are unfolding. This is a love triangle brewing. She's telling everyone the important thing is she's safe and sound. But is she though? Something feels off. He's kissing her forehead, declaring she's his queen, and it's all very possessive and intense, honestly. She's trying to look pleased, but she's clearly rattled. Her face says it all, she's not okay. This dude is straight up obsessed. He's all over her, and she looks trapped, no way. However, she's forcing a smile, and playing the part of the happy bride, but her eyes tell a different story. She's wiping away tears, and it's heartbreaking. Our girl is putting on a show, but it's breaking her inside. Okay, so this dude grabs our girl, pulling her close and declaring they'll be alone. Super possessive. Everyone is shocked, and the guy with dark hair looks absolutely devastated. Bro is hurting. People are whispering, questioning if the prince always acted like this, but others notice a handsome man with Lucia. They're all gossiping about how intensely the prince is acting now, and how different it is. The drama is real. Someone asks who the handsome man is, and they assume he's Lucia's knight. But is he, though? Our girl is playing the part of the happy bride, but honestly, she looks so unhappy and trapped. She's wiping away tears, trying to maintain composure. It's heartbreaking to watch her act like this. This dude is completely obsessed, holding onto her like she'll disappear. It's seriously suffocating. She's forcing a smile, pretending to be pleased, but her eyes are screaming, "Help me, no way." However, she's trying to appear strong, but it's clear this whole situation is taking a toll on her. She's staring at someone, and it hits this dude like a ton of bricks. She looks just like his lost love. He's totally reeling, clearly seeing a ghost from his past in our girl's face. It's intense. He blurts out that she looks exactly like her, and everyone is shocked. The tension is building fast. We cut to a beautiful garden scene with swans and cherry blossoms, but it feels ominous. The prince and our girl are walking, and she's trying to act normal, but she's clearly miserable. He's all over her, possessively, and she's basically a prisoner in a beautiful cage. This dude. They pass the swans, and it's almost like a fairy tale, but a really messed up one. He's leading her towards a gorgeous pavilion, but honestly, it feels more like a trap than a romantic spot. The prince and our girl finally stop, and he's dressed to the nines, so extra, honestly. She's in a stunning wedding dress, but it's clear she's a pawn in his game. This is not a happy ending. He's asking her when they plan to have a child, and she's visibly upset, like straight up devastated. She denies it, saying theirs is no plan, and the prince looks genuinely confused. What is happening? He's all dressed up, looking regal, but something's off. He's clearly hiding something. We get a close-up of his chest, and it's moving. Like, something's definitely happening under there. Back to the garden, and she's practically begging him to explain, but he just stares at her. She's freaking out, demanding answers, and he's just standing there, looking all smug and mysterious. He finally says she seems off, like something's wrong, but it feels so condescending. This dude. We get a glimpse of her back, and she's clearly on the verge of tears. Our girl deserves better. He's staring at her, and the look on his face is just unsettling, like he knows something we don't. But wait, she's clutching her stomach, and it hits us. She's pregnant, and he's totally blindsided. He accuses her of being late and unable to be found, but she straight up snaps back. We love a woman who speaks her mind. She calls him, "Your Highness," and demands to know what he's doing, looking totally distraught. Rumbling shakes the garden, like earthquake levels, and a massive bolt of lightning cracks overhead. She reminds him they talked about this weeks ago, and that he promised her something. But he's not listening. We get a close-up of him, and bro is looking conflicted. Like there's something going on behind those eyes. A glimpse of her shoulder and necklace. It's shimmering and beautiful, but feels like a sad reminder of what's at stake. A mysterious white-haired man appears in the distance, watching them. Who is this guy? The white-haired man is getting closer, and we only see his legs. Very dramatic, very ominous. Everything is glowing white, and it feels like a major shift is about to happen. Hold on to your hats! Okay, so our girl is chilling when suddenly she's being watched, and it's super creepy. Like animal ears creepy. This dude, the Duke, is getting all dressed up, looking fancy, but something's definitely off with his vibe. He's straight up yelling at Lucia, demanding her attention. Talk about intense, bro. She's ignoring him though. He's getting closer, all brooding and mysterious, holding some sort of flower arrangement. It's giving bad vibes. Everything goes dark for a sec, and it's ominous, like something big is about to happen. No way. We get a glimpse of falling petals and what looks like wings, and honestly, it's a whole mood. The scene shifts to this gorgeous palace surrounded by cherry blossoms, but the atmosphere is still tense. He's looking all serious, and then drops a bomb he wants to marry Lucia too. What is happening? A close-up of his face shows he's not okay, and it's clear he's hiding something big, for sure. But Lucia isn't having it, and is clearly unimpressed, while this dude is still pushing his agenda. He asks if something is wrong, but Lucia is clearly disturbed by what she just saw. The swans. She realizes something is off with the pond. It's not how it was described in the book, and it's freaking her out. This dude is starting to question things too, wondering what's different from the story he knows. He reaches for Lucia and she flinches, but he grabs her hand anyway. Super intense. He pulls her close, whispering her name, but she's totally shocked by his actions. He's holding her tightly, and she's looking up at him with a confused, almost fearful expression. Lucia's eyes are watering, and she's clearly questioning what this dude is doing. It's a major power move. He's getting closer, and the view is of her exposed back. It's giving major tension. Bro, he's practically on top of her now, and she's questioning why he's getting so close. Like, personal space. This dude is straight up invading her space, and Lucia is about to lose it. I can feel the drama building. He starts to speak, promising to explain everything, but Lucia is still reeling and barely responds. We get a flashback of Lucia decked out in a tiara and gorgeous dress. She's a total princess. Lucia is questioning why he's holding her hand, trying to pull away, but he won't let go. He's pulling her closer, and we get a super intense close-up of his face. Bro is serious. This dude announces he invited her and her brothers to stay at the villa for a few days out of nowhere. She's confused and doesn't know what's going on, and he's just staring at her. The scene shifts to a wide shot of the villa, framed by blossoming cherry trees. It's pretty but ominous. He's walking away, looking all brooding and mysterious, and Lucia is left speechless. Another shot of the villa, with the cherry blossoms falling. It's giving major fairy tale vibes. But something feels off, and I have a feeling this invitation is anything but innocent. Okay, so our girl is totally ignoring him and he's looking intense, like major, I'm brooding energy. He tries to stop her, reaching out, but she straight up bumps into another guy. Talk about awkward. This other dude is now happy. He's yelling at Lucia, telling her to know her place. Rude much. But before things escalate, the silver-haired dude steps in, demanding she stop. Finally, a little backbone. He's pulling her away, protecting her, and honestly, this dude had it coming, getting in their way. The scene cuts to him looking all distant and regal. He's definitely hiding something, I can feel it. We get another gorgeous view of the villa and the cherry blossoms, but it feels super ominous now, doesn't it? He's staring out at the estate, looking all mysterious, and it's clear he's got a plan brewing. It's a dark, stormy night, and the villa looks even more isolated. Perfect setting for some drama. He's silhouetted against the palace, looking all powerful, and you just can't something big is about to go down. No way. He steps on something and it splatters. It's red and it's definitely not paint. He's clutching his hand, and it's covered in blood, but he's trying to play it cool, like it's no big deal. He mutters Lucia's name, sounding totally wrecked, and straight up admits he's exhausted. This dude is falling apart. He remembers Lucia, the woman who once loved him, and it's a major flashback moment. He wonders if she hates him now, if the engagement announcement made her furious. The angst is real. He's seeing visions of Lucia and another woman, and she looks absolutely terrified. What is going on? Lucia seems scared, almost like she anticipated something awful, and he's questioning everything. He's totally spiraling, and for a hot sec it looks like she's about to say something, but nothing. He's lost in thought, and she's staring at him with a completely unreadable expression. So mysterious. But the whole thing feels so off, like she's hiding something, and honestly, I do not trust it. He's staring at Lucia and bro, he's totally fixated on how sad she looks. It's a full-on mood. He keeps replaying their memories, and it's clear he's realized she was hurting the whole time. He finds a petal, a single red petal, and it unlocks a memory of her giving it to him. He's spiraling again, remembering her as a radiant bride, and it's a seriously heartbreaking flashback. He's lost in the past, and she's just there, watching him with this unreadable expression. He's clutching that pedal like it's the only thing keeping him together, and honestly, it's kinda sweet. He's completely withdrawn, lost in his own world, and she's still standing there, silent and still. He's outside now looking down at her, and she looks so small and fragile. It's a rough scene. He's lost in thought, and she's just broken, standing in the snow. Our girl is wrecked. But this dude just stands there, seemingly unbothered, while she's falling apart. What is even happening? Lucia is totally spiraling, asking what just happened and realizing today was supposed to be the end. Like, the end of everything? She remembers waiting for him to announce something, but he's just standing there, silent and doing absolutely nothing. She demands to know why he hasn't done anything, and why he's acting so different today. Something is seriously off with this dude. Lucia clutches her hands, clearly stressed, and she's staring right at him, trying to figure out what's going on. He finally sighs, and honestly, it's a super dramatic sigh, and starts to speak, but it's unclear what he's saying. We get a close-up of his face and she's looking at him, and she's clearly confused. This is a tense moment. He's lost in thought, and she's just broken, standing in the snow. Our girl is wrecked. But this dude just stands there, seemingly unbothered, while she's falling apart. What is even happening? She's questioning everything, and it's clear she expected a completely different outcome. She's so confused. He's still lost in thought, and she's just broken, standing in the snow. Our girl is wrecked. Okay, so our girl is peeking around a corner, looking all cute with her fox ears, but things are about to get wild. We get a warning: this episode has violence, and honestly, we're already bracing for impact. Someone's enjoying tea and commenting on the weather, all peaceful. But the vibe is so off, you just know something's brewing. She's sipping tea, surrounded by falling cards, and looks totally unbothered. But there's something seriously wrong with her eyes. We see another woman decked out in a tiara, also with cards falling around her, and she looks identical to the tea sipper. The camera flips and it's a full-on body shot of the tiara woman, cards swirling around, and it's clear she's a mirror image. No way. The woman is looking at someone, and it's a complete blank stare, like she doesn't even recognize them. She's remembering that Arthur, her supposed love interest, didn't recognize her. Straight up devastating. She's spiraling, thinking Arthur must truly love Lucia, and we are HR for the drama. She's questioning everything, like, does this mean everything is different, right? GHT. Okay, so the tiara woman is ranting about how Arthur clearly loves Lucia, and she's deciding she needs to become the villain. She's declaring she is the villain, and suddenly we're getting major power up vibes with all the yellow flowers. But hold up, a shadowy figure appears, and it's Theodore, looking super menacing with red eyes. Theodore casually greets someone, saying it's been a long time, and is clearly sizing up whoever's there. He's all smirks and exposed chest, and bro is radiating dangerous energy. Seriously. Someone's grabbing Theodore's arm, but he just brushes it off, rude, and starts talking smack. He demands to know how his old friends greet each other, and honestly, the tension is THK. Theodore is straight up mocking someone for not being friendly enough, and it's unsettling. But then, Theodore spots someone and freezes, and the panel zooms in on a hand reaching out. He calls out a name, Theodore, and the guy looks haunted. Something is definitely up with this reunion. Theodore asks if this guy thinks he's too good for them, and another voice straight up confirms it. This dude thinks he's won because he graduated early, but Theodore is not impressed at all. Theodore shuts it down immediately. No, he hasn't won, and our boy looks shocked. Theodore's getting close, and we see a drop of blood on his lip. Something's definitely off. He's laying into this guy, calling him pathetic and questioning why he'd even bother. Theodore grabs him, and it's a full-on shove, sending him reeling. No way! He's pushing him, and it's clear he's lost it, eyes glowing red with fury. Theodore is absolutely furious, and honestly, this dude had it coming. He's ranting about how someone like him could even think he'd won. But then he pauses, looking straight into the guy's eyes, and the tension is insane. Theodore collapses, and someone, likely our boy, catches him before he hits the ground, but things are messy. Another guy rushes over, yelling at Theodore to stop, but he's too late. The damage is done. Someone shouts to leave, sensing trouble, while our boy tries to pull Theodore away from the situation. Theodore, though, is straight up refusing to go, eyes blazing with that creepy red glow again. He's clutching the other guy, demanding to know what he's competing for. It's intense. Theodore's got him pinned now, face dangerously close, and it's clear he's not backing down. Our boy is trying to pry Theodore off, but this dude is strong. It's a struggle. Theodore finally releases him, and it's a messy fall, leaving everyone scrambling. Theodore is left kneeling, looking absolutely unhinged, and honestly, it's terrifying. He's completely lost control, and bro is spiraling hard. This is not good for anyone. Theodore is absolutely broken, confessing he's just so tired of everything. It's heartbreaking. He's gripping someone's coat, clearly needing a lifeline, and honestly, it's a super vulnerable moment. They're walking through a lush garden, but the mood is anything but peaceful. The tension is still thick. Theodore glances back, looking all brooding and mysterious, while the woman beside him seems confused. He pulls her closer, almost possessively, and she's getting seriously uncomfortable with his behavior. Theodore's face is unreadable, but he's clearly flustered by something, and it's kinda cute, for a second. Someone calls out to Theodore, wondering what he's doing wandering around alone, but he doesn't even react. He's lost in his own world, staring off into the distance, and it's clear this dude has a lot on his mind. The woman asks if he's cold, and it's such a small gesture, but it feels important in this whole mess. But then someone else recognizes him. Is that Theodore? And the drama is about to explode all over again. Okay, so our girl straight up collapses and it looks to her bads, like seriously concerning bad. This dude, Theodore, is instantly by her side, freaking out and demanding to know what happened. Another guy, Noah, jumps in, telling them to get a doctor, but Theodore cuts him off, insisting she isn't hurt. Theodore's trying to get her attention, asking if she's dizzy, and he looks genuinely worried. It's a switch up. He's desperately asking who did this to her, wanting her to get up, but it's clear she's in rough shape. Theodore's thinking about her, and he's clearly annoyed she's even here right now. Talk about complicated. She's trying to stand, but she's barely holding herself up, and Theodore is losing it. Another man offers her his arm, telling her to lean on him, and he'll take her to the villa. And honestly, Theodore's face says it all. He is not happy about this. Theodore is losing it, squeezing her hand and demanding to know who she's pretending to be. Talk about intense! He's gripping her hand so hard, knuckles white, and it's clear he's not okay with anyone helping her. Our girl tries to pull away, but this dude won't let go, and a tear actually rolls down his face. No way! He's pulling her up, refusing to let her fall, but it's a super rough grab, like he's barely holding it together. But then, he just drops her hand, and blood splatters onto the floor. What is happening? The scene goes dark, and all we hear is a chilling shout of Lady Lucia. Bro, this is getting serious. Everything is black, stained with red, and honestly, it looks like our girl is in major danger right now. Okay, so our girl is pretending to be Lady Lucia and she's totally owning it, peeking around corners like a pro. This dude, the real Lucia's husband, suddenly shows up, and he's straight up accusing her of being an imposter. He's questioning who she thinks she is, and honestly, it's a little aggressive, but she's not backing down. We get a flashback to the real Lady Lucia, looking absolutely miserable and trapped in her situation. He's grabbing her arm, and she looks terrified. It's clear this isn't a happy marriage, not even a little bit. He's really laying into her, but she tries to stand her ground, saying even if she did swap places. But things take a dark turn. The scene is all shadowy and dramatic, hinting at a seriously messed up past. She's desperately trying to get away, and he's clutching her hand, refusing to let go. It's intense. She's pleading with him, but it's clear he's not listening, and the storm outside mirrors the chaos inside. However, she's still trying to reason with him, even as everything falls apart around them. And it's heartbreaking. He's hauling her away, and she's desperately telling him to stop, but this dude is not listening. He demands to know if she understands what she's done, and then straight up grabs her arm. So rough. He's lifting her, carrying her through the mansion, and she's totally overwhelmed, clutching at his coat. They're walking through the rain, and it's so dramatic, leaf litter swirling around them. Honestly, he's staring down at her, all intense and brooding, and we see a glimpse of someone else's face in his gaze. Someone yells, "Watch it," and this dude flinches, revealing a bleeding cut on his face. No way. She's shouting for him to stop, but he's completely ignoring her, and the tension is through the roof. He's reeling back, clutching his face, and she's reaching for him, trying to help. It's a mess. He's gasping and stumbling, and she's scrambling to steady him, but he's clearly in pain. He's trembling, and it's clear something is seriously wrong with him, and our girl is starting to freak out. He dismisses Sir Noah, then turns back to our girl, and she looks totally lost and fragile. She's telling him everything is all right, but he's clearly not buying it. He's staring right through her. He's pulling her closer, almost protectively, and she's so confused by his sudden shift in behavior. He's lost in thought, staring at something beyond her, and honestly, it's creeping me out. He turns abruptly and starts walking, and she's left reeling, trying to figure out what's happening. He's practically marching away, and she's desperately trying to keep up, shouting that she doesn't understand. He stops suddenly, and it's intense. He's looking back at her with so much emotion on his face. He confesses he really didn't want to leave, and it's a total bombshell. What is going on with this dude? He's walking away again, and we see statues of archers in the background, super ominous. He takes a few steps, then stops, and it's like he's fighting an internal battle. This is getting good. He's laying into her, demanding to know why she deceived everyone, but she's barely holding it together. She tries to apologize, but straight up tells him she doesn't care about his explanations. Talk about a power move. This dude grabs her roughly, and she's completely broken, staring up at him with wide, terrified eyes. He's ranting about her pretending to be his fiancée, and honestly, the tension is insane right now. She snaps back, telling him to save his accusations for the execution. Our girl is not backing down. He's reeling, shocked by her defiance, and she's completely unfazed, staring him down. He demands to know why she didn't think this through, but she's clearly playing a dangerous game. She's clutching her tiara, and it's revealed she's been posing as the crown prince's fiancée all along. No way! He's frozen, realizing she's not just anyone, but his father's daughter. Major plot twist. And just like that, everything clicks. She's been playing everyone, and we're left with a cliffhanger. He's still going off on her, demanding she stays silent until he decides what to do with her. Total control freak. She's totally broken down, tears streaming, but she manages to whisper she'll stay quiet for now. He's practically looming over her, and she's just wrecked, clutching her dress, looking up at him. But then, she straight up grabs his hand and smears blood on it. What is happening? She's saying he can do whatever he wants with her, while she still can? A seriously chilling threat. Suddenly, someone shouts Lady Lucia, and she's being dragged away. This is escalating fast. She's pulled outside into a full-blown storm, and honestly, the dramatic lighting is perfect. She looks up, eyes full of tears, and asks what will happen now. She's genuinely terrified. She's desperate, asking how she can explain everything, but it's clear she's in deep trouble. And we end on that. She's completely vulnerable, the storm raging around her, and we're left hanging. She's spiraling, wondering how he knew about her past. It's a total mind game. She's questioning everything, asking if Alex or the Duke are in on it too. No trust here. But then, a woman appears, and she's giving Major side eye. Something's off with her. This woman is furious, demanding to know what's happening. She's clearly hiding something. She's convinced the real Lucia is returning, and it's throwing her into a panic. Talk about drama. The woman's gaze is intense, questioning how this all unfolded. She's a master manipulator. She's remembering something, a secret she's been keeping, and it's clearly eating her up. But wait, she's recalling a time she might have liked Arthur, which is a huge twist. She's surrounded by other women, all caught up in this tangled web. It's a full-blown mess, and she's left wondering what she did, lost in her own thoughts. Our girl is seriously stuck. She's wandering through a gorgeous garden, lost in thought, and honestly, it's a total mood. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and grabs hers. It's this dude, and he's looking intense. He questions if she's even thinking about climbing another tree, which is a weird flex, but okay. He's got a whole speech brewing, and we're realizing he's super protective of her. Cute. He's basically laying down the law. She's his, and no one else gets to touch her, period. But then, he starts confessing his feelings, and it's a whole new level of romantic tension. He's laying it all out there, saying she's the only one for him, and bro is straight up swooning. Okay, so our girl is spying on Leo, and honestly, she's a little too close for comfort. Leo spots her and straight up asks if she's a little lady. Talk about forward. We get a peek at another woman, who seems to be the original heroine, looking all fancy and mysterious. Suddenly, this other woman cries out. Something's clearly spooking her, and it's happening fast. Leo's all over it, demanding to know if she's okay and insisting on just being called Leo now. The heroine agrees, but she's clearly freaking out. Does Leo know about her secret identity or something? She feels sick and is starting to panic, while Leo looks concerned and asks if she's unwell. Leo pulls her close, and it's a super intense moment. But she's covered in falling leaves. What is happening? She's spiraling, wondering if Leo knows her secret. and just wants to figure out what to do. But then she feels awful and Leo's holding her tight. This situation is getting complicated, fast. Leo asks if he's making her nervous, and our girl is internally lost-anged. She's trying so hard not to seem flustered. She's spiraling, pretending it's just nerves, and desperately hoping he doesn't notice her tears. But she blurts out a panicked denial, then immediately tries to backtrack. It's a total mess, honestly. Leo presses her, asking if he's making her nervous, and she's practically begging for the ground to swallow her whole. She tries to play it cool, but her face is screaming, "Help me, this is a disaster." Leo is so close and she's internally chanting, "Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious." The pressure is intense. They're standing face to face, and she's starting to remember the last time she saw him, when she broke off their engagement. Someone brings up the engagement again, and Leo vaguely says he'll explain later. Super shady, bro. They're strolling through the garden, and Leo is totally giving her the side eye. Is he starting to suspect something? He asks if that's so, and then says it's weird of her. This dude is definitely onto her, and she's in trouble. She claims she has cramps, and Leo is instantly concerned. But she's straight up making this up. He asks where they're going, and she panics, admitting she has no idea. She's just following him. Leo is soaked, and she's trying to backtrack, saying she meant she was following him to the picnic. Her cramps are getting worse, and she winces. This is so transparent, our girl. Leo looks down at her, confused, and she's practically melting under his gaze. It's intense. He suddenly scoops her up into his arms, and she's completely speechless. What is a P-Meng? She's totally flustered, and he's staring right at her. This dude is definitely playing games. He casually mentions she'll be staying at his villa for a few days. Wait, what? This is moving fast. Leo says he'll take care of her, and she's frozen, looking up at him. Talk about a power move! But the whole scene is framed like a classic romance cover. Is Leo actually falling for her? She's leaning on Leo, claiming she's in pain, but he's not buying it. He's totally suspicious. He carries her, and someone nearby is clearly freaking out, wondering if they need a doctor. The drama. Leo says hang on, and keeps walking, ignoring the onlookers. This dude is so possessive. He's getting super close, and she's realizing the danger. She's pretending to be the crown prince's fiancé, but it's getting real. She thinks about Theodore seeing them and misunderstanding, and her chest throbs. She's conflicted, for sure. She flinches as Leo leans in, and he asks if it hurts. It's so tense, and she's clearly uncomfortable. She admits it hurts so bad, squirming in his arms. She's trapped, and Leo is just holding her tighter. Leo responds with a simple "you're welcome" as they walk on. What does that even mean? But wait, he's not done, and she's still playing this dangerous game of pretending to be engaged. She's totally cornered, and he's looking at her like he knows everything. No way this can end well. Everyone's chatting and gossiping at the ball, but Leo's scanning the crowd. He can't find our girl. He's straight up panicking, wondering where she is and if she's collapsed somewhere. This dude is intense. He's furious he let her out of his sight, and mutters he doesn't see her anywhere. Classic overprotective move. Someone's lurking in the shadows, and they're threatening Leo if he touches her again. Whoa, things are escalating fast. Another man, Sir Alexander, is demanding to know where Lady Lucia is. He's not happy she's missing. Sir Alexander accuses Leo of not fulfilling his duty as her knight, and asks why he's alone. The tension is building. Leo ignores him and keeps searching, but Sir Alexander is right behind him. This is about to be a showdown. Sir Alexander demands to know why Leo is wandering around alone. He's definitely suspicious of Leo's motives. Leo finally spots her, and his expression is unreadable. Is he relieved, or even more angry? He's walking towards her, and Sir Alexander is right there with him. It's about to go down. Leo finally reaches her and straight up grabs her arm. Talk about possessive. He's radiating cold fury, demanding to know where she's been, but Sir Alexander steps in, defending her honor. Leo's practically daring Sir Alexander to fight, and honestly, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. But before things escalate, Leo abruptly turns away, dismissing both of them. This dude is playing a long game. Okay, so our girl, she's got fox ears now, which is Wild is peeking around a corner, totally spying on someone. This dude, the Duke, is looking all smoldering and mysterious with his red hair, and he's claiming Lady Lucia is with him. But hold up, it's a flashback, and the Duke is saying Lucia wasn't feeling well, so he took her to the villa. The scene shifts, and we see a shadowy figure approaching Lucia, but the Duke is there, looking all protective and broody. He's got this elaborate outfit on, and honestly, it's giving major villain vibes, but he's determined to protect Lucia. Someone approaches them, but the Duke just straight up ignores them, focused only on Lucia's well-being. He turns away, cape billowing dramatically, and you can tell he's hiding something. This is getting intense. We get a close-up of his face and he's clearly masking his emotions, which is super suspicious. His cape swooshes as he walks away and you just know something big is about to go down. No way this is a simple illness. Sir Alexander asks who the new knight is, and the Duke straight up calls it rude. Apparently, Lucia hired this knight after her accident. She must be seriously shaken up. They say she feels safer with him around, but everyone thinks he's totally weird, which, same. Sir Alexander reveals they did a background check and found nothing suspicious, but the knight has never worked as a knight before, which is a massive red flag, honestly. Sir Alexander is skeptical, but trusts Lucia's judgment, even though this dude is giving off major vibes. The scene shifts to a panoramic view of the palace. It's beautiful, but something feels off. The Duke asks if Arthur has met the new knight, and it's clear he's keeping a close watch on everything. Someone confirms Arthur did meet him the first night Lucia introduced him. Interesting. The Duke stares intensely, and you can tell he's piecing things together. This is about to get good. The council is super pleased the ambassador traveled all this way. They're laying on the charm thick. The ambassador explains his grace wished to come, but unexpected events held him back, which is sus. The Duke accepts the excuse, but seems to be sizing up the ambassador, like he doesn't buy it. This red-haired dude barges in, all smiles and fluff, and starts flirting hard with the Duke. It's chaotic. The Duke is not amused by the blatant flirting, and straight up calls him insolent. Ouch, brutal rejection. Everyone's shocked. Apparently this guy, Lucia's brother, is a total wild card and the Duke is judging. Someone whispers that the princess has arrived in the Western Kingdom, and the Duke's face changes. He wonders why she's with him, and you can tell he's connecting the dots. This is about to explode. The Duke learns this dude is the Emperor's nephew and has no heirs of his own, so he's definitely scheming. But the Duke smiles, acting all friendly, and you just know he's playing a long game. This is intense. The ambassador announces the Emperor sends a gift for the princess, and everyone is all smiles. Too sweet, honestly. Someone confirms a fleet arrived this morning, and the council is thankful for the Emperor's generosity, but the Duke, he's thinking. The Duke's eyes flash gold. No way, and he says it's just a small gesture of appreciation, but his smile is totally unsettling. The Duke subtly hints at how useful the Emperor might find out them, and it's clear he's playing some kind of game. The ambassador asks about the gift, and the Duke drops the bomb. Prince Arthur is the one sending it. The Duke's face is unreadable, but you can see the gears turning. He's definitely suspicious of this whole situation. The Duke demands to know what gift Arthur sent, and bro is not happy, straight up icy. The ambassador tries to brush it off, but the Duke presses him, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. The Duke stares intently, and you can tell he's piecing things together. This is about to get good. Our girl's brother casually mentions the Duke's wedding is getting closer, and the Duke's expression is, everything. The Duke straight up says ice. He's totally accepting Arthur's gift, but his smile is off. He confirms it is Arthur, and his eyes are intense. This dude is playing 4D chess right now. Someone announces Lucia's bath is ready, and the Duke has dinner sent to her room. He's controlling everything. Lucia tells them she wants to be alone, and the maid obeys. She's isolating our girl. What a move. The maid leaves and then nothing. It's just a dark hallway, super creepy and unsettling. Lucia stands in a grand hall, a chandelier sparkling above her, but she looks lost and vulnerable. She's wearing a gorgeous white gown, but it just emphasizes how alone she is. This is heartbreaking. The Duke's words echo, telling her she's safe, but honestly, it feels like a threat, not a promise. Lucia stares at the chandelier, and you can tell she's realizing something is seriously wrong. She's starting to see through him. She slowly turns, and her expression is unreadable. But she's definitely not falling for his act anymore. Lucia lets out a shaky breath. She's realizing the Duke isn't who he seems, and she's totally unraveling. She demands to know how he could do this, and her voice is laced with pain and disbelief. It's intense. Lucia turns and we finally see it, a huge, jagged scar across her back, exposed and horrifying. She's confronting the truth, and the Duke orchestrated everything, including this moment of vulnerability. He wanted her to see the scar to break her, and she's furious. Our girl is not okay right now. She demands answers, but the Duke just stands there, radiating coldness. This dude is a monster. Lucia's about to collapse, but she fights it, refusing to give him the satisfaction. She's so strong. She tries to cover the scar, but the dude just watches, and it's sickening. He's enjoying her pain. Lucia screams the scar is his doing, and it's a full flashback. He's the one who inflicted this trauma. But then, total darkness. The scene cuts to black, and honestly we're left reeling. What just happened? Lucia realizes the Duke suspected her all along, straight up. He was playing her from the jump. She's spiraling, calling herself naive and wondering if she ever had a chance to change anything. Now she's submerged in water, completely broken, and asking herself what she's going to do. She considers running, desperate for a way home, but honestly, where even A is home for her now. She keeps repeating find a way back, but it's more of a desperate plea than a plan. It's heartbreaking. She's clutching her arms, tears streaming down her face, and looks utterly defeated. This is rough. Lucia calls herself an idiot, and we feel so bad for her. She's been manipulated so expertly. She's furious he hugged her, knowing he was searching for the scar. This dude is a total creep, but she's also realizing he's been suspecting her from the very beginning. No way, this is a twist. She's completely shattered, admitting she was so naive, and we're left with this gut-wrenching cliffhanger. Lucia suddenly remembers the Duke's brother, the original owner of the scar, and it hits her like a ton of bricks. She realizes the Duke isn't after her, he's after the brother's power, and she's just a means to get to it. But it's a trap, the Duke for her to figure this out all along. However, Lucia vows she won't be used as a tool, and she's determined to fight back, even if it means facing him head-on. Okay, so our girl wakes up totally lost. She's got fox ears and has absolutely no clue where she is. She's in some fancy palace, surrounded by pink hydrangeas and a ridiculously elaborate dessert spread, but she can't remember a thing. She's lying in a lavish room, totally disoriented, and can't even recall how she got there. It's a total blank. The earliest memory she has is running through a forest, collapsing from exhaustion, which is concerning, to say the least. But she's sure it is a memory, and then a flash of being underwater comes rushing back to her. She was drowning. Someone pulled her from the water, but she's stuck on one detail. Wasn't it Alexander who found her? She's confused. She's seriously trying to piece it all together, but her memories are fragmented, and she's still lost about what's going on. Now she's questioning everything, and honestly, we're right there with her, needing answers. She's desperately trying to recall any details, searching for a clue, anything to explain her situation. It's a total mystery, and she's clearly unsettled, wondering why her memory is so broken and incomplete. She insists she'll figure out how to get back home, but doubts creep in immediately. She's clearly shaken. Our girl's lying there, bruised and vulnerable, and it's just rough to watch, honestly. She's staring off into space, her eye catching the light, and someone straight up tells her she doesn't belong. She wonders if anyone is even looking for her, questioning if she's been forgotten back home. She's desperate to know if anyone misses her, and the weight of that question is crushing her. Suddenly, a window cracks, and it's not just a little crack, it's a full-on shatter. And then, another crack and another. It's like something is trying to break in. She's lying there, completely exposed, as the window continues to splinter around her. The whole room is falling apart, and it's a total disaster. She's trapped and helpless. This is bad, really bad, and she looks absolutely terrified as the situation spirals out of control. Noah appears out of nowhere, yelling her name. Talk about a dramatic entrance. He's throwing pebbles at her window, trying to get her attention, which is a choice. She's scrambling out of bed, wrapping herself in a sheet, and honestly, it's a little chaotic. She rushes to the window, and he's there, looking all concerned. But things are about to get messy. He reaches for her, but a shadowy figure attacks, and it's brutal. No way that just happened. Blood splatters everywhere, and she's screaming, thinking he's been hurt. It's terrifying. He's clutching his arm, looking shocked, and she's totally losing it, convinced it's his fault. She's yelling at him, demanding to know what's going on, but he's barely able to speak. He manages to choke out "my lady," and it's clear he's protecting her, even injured. But the attacker is still out there, and this whole situation is escalating fast. She's in danger. She's totally freaking out, realizing this wasn't going to be the romantic night she imagined. He's grabbing her, pulling her close, and she's shocked, like seriously surprised. He's trying to protect her, but she's backing away, confused and a little scared of this sudden move. He's pulling her even closer, and she's gasping, totally caught off guard by this aggressive approach. He's about to kiss her, but she's questioning what's happening, and honestly, good for her. Their lips touch, and it's intense. but she's still reeling from the attack and his suddenness. He pulls back, apologizing profusely, claiming he didn't see her open the window. What a save! She's still processing everything, demanding to know what he was even thinking, and fair enough. He's checking her for injuries, asking if she's okay, and she's clearly still shaken up. He's asking where she was hit, but she's still reeling. This dude is a whirlwind of chaos. She's calling his name, Noah, and straight up demands to know what he was thinking. She's not having it. She's coughing, clearly hurt, and admits she was hit by a rock. Ouch, that sounds awful. She's ranting about how he could have let a rock hit him, but then immediately pivots to mocking his face. Our girl is savage. He's just standing there, looking totally defeated, and she's saying she wishes he could have seen his own expression. He's still reeling, asking how she could possibly hit him with a rock, and then laughs it off. What a weird flex! He's saying he can't believe it, but then adds that it was her face that got him. This dude is a mess. She's doubling down, saying she wishes he'd seen his own terrified face. She's really enjoying this. He's finally reacting, looking genuinely shocked, and she's just standing there, smirking. No way! He's speechless, and she's declaring it was pure terror. She's absolutely owning the moment. She's laughing, and he's looking away, still processing, and honestly, this whole scene is iconic. He's demanding she let him leave a mark on her, straight up asking for a bruise. She's totally playing coy, asking so, and leading him on. She's a master manipulator. He's getting closer, hand reaching for her bare shoulder, and she's looking up at him. Tension is building. His hand gently cups her shoulder, and she's leaning into the touch. But this feels like a trap. He's pressing harder, and she gasps. It's not a gentle touch anymore, and she's looking surprised. He's literally leaving a handprint on her skin, and she's staring at him with wide eyes. What is wrong with this dude? He's backing away, looking down at his hand with a strange expression. Is he regretting it, or enjoying it? She's meeting his gaze, a tiny smirk playing on her lips. She totally predicted this, didn't she? The fireplace is cracking and sparking, mirroring the tension between them. The atmosphere is insane. But wait, she says, oh, that, like it's exactly what she wanted. Our girl is playing a dangerous game. She's barely letting him hold her hand, and she's thinking he's being gentle. She's reading way too much into this. She wonders if he's worried about hurting her, but bro is straight up flexing his power move. She's squeezing his hand, testing him, and he's visibly uncomfortable. She's got him rattled. He asks if she's going to keep squeezing, and it's so condescending, but she just stares back. She's not backing down. He's looking at her with this intense expression, and she admits she doesn't want him to leave her alone. What is happening? He says he didn't want to leave her alone either, and it's a total Wendy Nady. Is this dude softening, or playing a game? He dismisses Sir Noah for the day, and it's clear he's prioritizing her. But this whole situation is so messy. She's looking at him with those green eyes, and he's definitely affected. This dynamic is wild. However, he's trying to act aloof, but she clearly has him wrapped around her finger. She's in control, and it's awesome. Okay, so Lucy is having a wildy dream. She's literally a fox, ears and all, peeking at something. Meanwhile, this dude, the Grand Duke, is straight up glaring at Lucia's sleeping form, looking miserable. Lucia is still sewing logs in her sleep, totally oblivious, while the Duke looks like he hasn't slept in days. The maids are whispering behind his back, calling Lucia's behavior undignified. Can you believe the nerve? Lucia wakes up super groggy, blinking at everything, and honestly, it's a little chaotic. She makes eye contact with the Duke, who's looking intense, and he greets her with a good morning, Lady Lucia. But then the Duke just veets himself at her bed. No warning, just full-on dramatic collapse. Lucia's hair is EVR bouillere as she's startled awake, and the Duke is basically buried under her. And 10 doves start flying out of the window. It's a whole production, honestly. Everything's a mess, doves are soaring, and the Duke is just there, while Lucia stares in disbelief. Okay, so the Duke announces they're invited to breakfast with the royal family. Fancy. But Lucia is IMDATLI horrified when she sees the dress the maids picked out for her. It's a lot, like full-on Victorian cinched waist, can't breathe level of extra. She asks if she can wear something less tight, but the maids explain they chose it because she likes this style. And honestly, the Duke is not pleased. He calls her an insolent brat for causing a scene. The Duke tries to salvage things, but Lucia's just standing there in the dress, looking totally uncomfortable. The maids are side-eyeing everything, and Lucia is clearly regretting her life choices. She insists she just wants something comfortable, But the Duke seems determined to make her suffer. However, the Duke is straight up refusing to let her change. He's digging his heels in. Our girl is stuck in this ridiculous gown, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Okay, so the Duke's aide steps in asking what's going on, and Lucia's suddenly got a plan. She claims she always wanted this dress, and it's super comfortable, which is a total lie. But then Lucia points to an open box. It's the dress Lucia actually wanted, and everyone's shocked. The maids are whispering about how Lady Lucia always wanted this dress, and the Duke looks confused. Lucia smoothly says she just needed a moment to adjust, and asks if this dress is more comfortable. The Duke is floored when Lucia declares this dress is perfect, and thanks him. Total power move. She casually drops that it's the most comfortable dress she's worn since arriving in this world. No way. Lucia reveals Mary saved her life out here, and the Duke is clearly trying to figure out what's happening. The Duke is all like, "Oh, of course it is." He's trying to act cool but is clearly thrown. Lady Lucia is beaming, and honestly, our girl just played everyone like a fiddle. Okay, so Mary is laying it all out. She thinks Prince Arthur will be furious when he finds out. She's convinced Lucia is intentionally trying to look like the prince's late mother, which is a choice. Suddenly, the red-haired woman storms in, declaring Lucia doesn't deserve to stand where she is. She's got a serious death glare and a dramatic black dress. It's a whole moment, honestly. The aide steps forward, saying they'll leave Lucia to herself and breakfast will be in the second dining room. He adds they know she doesn't like being followed. Super shady, right? Lucia is soaked by this, like what is even happening? But then the aide pulls the red-haired woman away. The red-haired woman tries to protest, but the door slams right in her face. No time for drama. We get a beautiful shot of some white magnolias, which feels ominous, doesn't it? And the flowers just keep coming. It's like a visual warning, and honestly, it's kinda creepy. Lucia confidently declares she can find her way around this massive place, like it's no big deal. She walks into a ridiculously huge ballroom and is immediately overwhelmed. It's seriously massive. Lucia is taking it all in when she hears a voice, and bro, it's giving major creepy vibes. She turns around and sees the red-haired woman, looking smug as ever. This is getting good. Lucia tries to play it cool, saying it is big, but the woman's smile is totally unsettling. We get a close-up of those ornate doors, and they look super heavy, like something out of a movie. Lucia, panting, throws open the doors, and the red-haired woman is Tiachiri blocking the way. The red-haired woman's dress is partially visible, and it's all fancy, but Lucia looks determined to push past her. Lucia is clearly struggling, and the red-haired woman is giving her a menacing glare. This is a showdown. The doors creak open further, and Lucia is finally through, but honestly, this feels like a trap. Lucia straight up tells Viscount Charles she's made her feelings clear. She's not backing down. Someone yells at Lucia, saying she needs to return home immediately. This is getting intense. This dude, the head of the household, is furious and demands Lucia marry the Prince of the West. He insists it's her duty to the kingdom, and Lucia looks absolutely stunned by the demand. Lucia asks if he's talking about a sister, and honestly, that question throws everyone off guard. He looks completely shocked, and she presses him, demanding to know if he had a sister. What is going on? He stares at her, speechless, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Lucia is demanding answers, and this dude is clearly hiding something. No way this is a coincidence. He finally breaks his silence, and it's a cold, clipped confirmation he did have a sister. But the reveal is cut short, and we're left on a cliffhanger with his intense gaze. Talk about dramatic. The council members are laying down the law. This marriage is about politics, not feelings. They're claiming this union could secure the future of the nation, and it's all about the emperor's successor. But our brooding prince isn't buying it, questioning if the emperor even has an heir. He's suspicious of the sudden gift of an entire fleet. Something's fishy, and he knows it. Someone notes the prince is acting strange, and honestly, he has every right to be. He demands to know why he wasn't informed about this marriage arrangement in the first place. The council members explain the ambassadors said it was in honor of someone. What is happening? He orders them to prepare to meet with the ambassadors that evening. This dude is taking charge. He's sending a fleet to the Western Kingdom, and they'll arrive within weeks. It's a power move. The prince is clearly onto something, and this whole situation is about to explode. I can feel it. Okay, so our girl is straight up obsessed with how No jumps, like seriously fixated on it. She's on the balcony, wondering how he does it, but she's clearly about to try it herself, which is ambitious. She's about to jump, she's really about to jump, and honestly, this feels like a bad idea brewing. But before she can leap, this dude, the Duke, shows up with a serious case of brooding. He's looking all intense, all dark hair and fancy vest, and definitely not happy to see her. She's clearly shaken up, and her dress is getting caught on something, which is just perfect. He grabs her arm, it's a little intense angle, and she looks genuinely surprised. He's straight up crying now, tears rolling down his face, and it's a whole mood. He's holding her close, and she looks confused but also a little concerned by his tears. He whispers, "You're here," and honestly, the drama is hitting peak levels right now. She calls out, "Your Highness," and honestly, she looks terrified of whatever is happening. This dude, the Duke, is holding her so tight, his hands are basically gripping her waist. He's trying to explain something, desperately saying, "I can explain." But it's chaotic. He's squeezing her even tighter, and she's clearly bracing herself for something. Suddenly, he shouts, "Mother," and she's totally stunned by this outburst. She's apologizing, saying, "Mother, I'm so sorry," and it's a whole mess of emotions. He keeps calling for his mother, and she looks utterly confused, like what is even going on. He's clinging to her, practically burying his face in her hair, and she's trying to hold him up. He cries out, "I miss you so much," and the whole scene is just drenched in sadness. He's completely broken down, saying he can't continue much longer, and our girl is clearly overwhelmed. She's begging for forgiveness, calling him "Your Highness," and it's a total power move. He pulls her in for a kiss, and it's intense, like a desperate, clinging kind of kiss. But then he straight up collapses, and she's screaming that he's lost consciousness. Someone rushes in, yelling, "Your Highness," as she cradles him, looking totally panicked. They're asking how long he's been neglecting himself, and it's revealed he hasn't eaten or slept in 4 days, since getting letters from her. The physician says it's just a mild fever and exhaustion, but if he keeps going like this, it's bad news. He's ordering medicine to be delivered with every meal, trying to get this dude back on track. She's still holding him, and the physician points out he's showing signs of delirium. It's so unusual. She's worried sick, and the physician says he must have pushed himself way beyond his limits. Our girl is totally lost in thought, and honestly, this whole situation is a mess. The old butler is laying it on thick, telling our girl she knows something is up with the prince. She gives a super short ice, but bro, she's clearly hiding a ton. She straight up tells everyone they're leaving. The prince needs rest, and she's taking charge. But a servant speaks up, wanting to stay until the prince's fever breaks, and our girl lets her. She's walking away, and her hands are covered in, what is that? Some kind of liquid. It's revealed to be wax. She's been secretly making wax figures of the prince, and it's kinda creepy, honestly. The title card hits us with "I am the villain." Like we needed a reminder she's playing a dangerous game. She's squeezing the wax figure's hand, and it's so unsettling, but she's clearly obsessed with this dude. We flash back to the prince, looking totally wrecked, lying in bed. He's really falling apart. And honestly, this whole situation is a mess, and our girl is playing everyone like puppets. She's spiraling, questioning what the prince was even trying to explain. But she can't grasp it. She wonders if it's because she's the one who's different, not the real person from the novel. Our girl thinks she messed with the plot, and now the characters are acting off script. It's a total mess. She reaches out to the prince, but then pauses, realizing he doesn't feel like a real person. She's convinced he's just a fictional character, and it's a huge revelation, like, mind blown. This dude finally opens his eyes and straight up tells her she's not a character in his story. He says she's real, and it's unsettling, honestly, but also kinda romantic. He's reaching for her hand, and she's clearly shocked, but also maybe a little hopeful. He says she's not a fictional character, and it's a huge twist she definitely didn't see coming. He closes his eyes again, looking peaceful, and our girl is left reeling from everything. Arthur's name slips out. She calls for him, totally panicked and confused by everything. She's processing what the prince said, realizing he thinks she's the one who doesn't belong. But wait, a woman with long blonde hair appears, rushing toward them, and she's calling for Arthur too. This blonde woman is straight up gorgeous, and she's clearly looking for Arthur. But he seems distant. She grabs Arthur's arm, and he finally looks at her. But our girl is shocked, thinking he doesn't recognize her. The blonde woman asks Arthur what he's doing, and he seems to snap out of whatever daze he was in. Arthur's all confused, asking who she is, and the blonde lady looks totally hurt. Drama. Our girl realizes this blonde is Arthur's fiancée, and things are getting messy fast. She tries to disappear, wanting to avoid a confrontation, but Arthur calls her name again. No way! Arthur turns back toward her, ignoring his fiancée, and it's clear he's choosing our girl, and honestly, we're here for it. Arthur rushes into his mother's arms, calling for her, and she immediately embraces him back. So sweet. She asks what's wrong, and this dude finally breaks down, admitting he can't rule the kingdom. He confesses he doesn't feel worthy, but his mom shuts it down immediately. She's not having it? She asks what he's afraid of, and it's clear Arthur is seriously spiraling, tears streaming down his face. His mom insists she always knew who he was born to be, and honestly, that's the reassurance he needs. She promises everything will be just fine, holding him tight, and it's a super emotional moment. Arthur's mom looks genuinely heartbroken, clutching his face in her hands, and we're feeling all the feels. He's a mess, but she's there for him, and it's clear this is a reunion he desperately needed. This scene is a total gut punch. Arthur's finally letting his guard down, and it's beautiful. Okay, so our girl is straight up having a nightmare, looking like a fluffy fox while she sleeps. It's kinda cute, TB. Someone, Lucia, is calling out, and this dude, the Duke, rushes in looking seriously concerned. He finds her asleep but wearing his mother's dress, and he's immediately losing it, demanding to know what's going on. He's so intense, staring right at her, and then yells "Wyo," which is a little extra even for this guy. She's thrashing around in her sleep, still in the dress, and he's clearly freaking out about what it all means. She starts apologizing in her sleep, saying she didn't mean to, and it's so sad honestly. Someone else observes that she's crying in her sleep, and the Duke is completely frozen, staring at her. He's leaning in close, looking incredibly worried, and gently touches her face. It's a surprisingly tender moment. He's holding her hand, and she looks so vulnerable, but the situation is still super messed up. But things are about to get even more complicated because she's clearly reliving something awful in her dreams. He's all over her, loosening her dress, and honestly, it's super awkward and intense. He whispers that this was supposed to be easy, but it's clearly not going as planned. She's grabbing his hands and says she's doing all of this for her sister, which is a major reveal. He's leaning in, looking completely lost, and it's a total mood. Like, what is happening? He gets right up in her face, and it's so close, you can feel the tension. She apologizes, saying she'll do anything, but he just looks more conflicted. She's trying to explain, but he cuts her off, looking straight up devastated. Suddenly, she's apologizing to His Highness, saying her sister is usually better behaved. The scene shifts to a gorgeous greenhouse, and you can tell this is where everything is going down. Bro, this whole situation is a mess, and we're left hanging with so many questions. This dude is questioning her, demanding to know what she meant by sister, and if she's yes. He reveals she's changed a lot since her accident, and it's clearly a sensitive topic for him. Another man chimes in, saying it's no wonder she's different after such a traumatic event. Someone asks if they're talking about the kidnapping incident, and the tension is thick. He confirms it, explaining her carriage was destroyed and the entire entourage was killed by bandits. Only one maid escaped, and our girl's sister was apparently with them, which is huge. She's apologizing to His Highness, claiming her sister is normally better behaved, but it's a total cover. He's pressing for details, and she's desperately trying to control the narrative, but it's not working. She insists she'll do anything, but honestly, she's starting to sound unhinged. He's clearly affected by this story, and bro, this whole thing is about to explode. Okay, so he's explaining that after finding her again, she was acting totally different, wearing strange clothes. She apparently doesn't recognize anyone, which is seriously messed up, and everyone is freaking out. She's straight up losing it, begging him to let her go, insisting she doesn't understand what's happening. Our girl has been in a delirious state for days, unable to tell what's real and what's not. It's heartbreaking. She's pleading with him to listen, claiming she's not the person he's looking for and doesn't belong there. She keeps rambling about coming from another world, saying this isn't real and begging to go back. It's intense. She insists she's not Lucia, but someone else named Lucy, and honestly, this is a total identity crisis. This dude orders someone to fetch the physician immediately, because things are clearly spiraling out of control. The doctor arrives and confirms she has no physical injuries, which is concerning, to say the least. But the diagnosis, psychosis, they need to stop it from escalating, and apparently there's only one way to do that. This dude is about to inject her with something, claiming it's the only way to restore her memory, but it feels super sketchy. He's sitting all regal and fancy, looking down on everything, But something feels seriously off with this guy. Someone finally says what we're all thinking: she's regained her memory and is safe at home now. So what's the deal? The blonde guy explains he hasn't told his father about any of this, worried about how he'd react to a sudden return. He promises to investigate everything properly once his father gets back, but honestly, this is all a bit too convenient. We get a close-up of the blonde guy, and he's giving off major "I'm hiding something" vibes, seriously. Everyone's gathered in a fancy room, and someone asks if Arthur knows about what happened, putting the blonde guy on the spot. The teal-haired dude drops a bombshell: he already told His Highness everything right after finding her. No way! He knows. And honestly, that one word is sending chills down my spine, because this is getting intense. Our girl is still completely out of it, but this whole situation is about to blow up. I can feel it. A servant announces Lucia and the prince are having breakfast, and everyone's side eyeing the blonde guy, like what is going on. The silver-haired dude is straight up glaring at the blonde, and it's making everyone super uncomfortable. The tension is thick. The teal-haired prince asks if she's changed her mind, but the silver-haired dude is just standing there, radiating coldness. The prince is all smooth and confident, but the silver-haired guy is definitely plotting something. We can feel it. He's staring off into the distance, lost in thought, and honestly, this dude is giving off major villain vibes. The scene pans out, showing this massive estate, and it's clear Lucia is trapped in a seriously messed up situation. The silver-haired guy turns his head, and it's a full-on power move. He's not letting anything get past him. The blonde is getting grilled, and this whole breakfast scene is a total disaster. Someone is definitely hiding something. The prince is questioning the blonde, but the silver-haired dude is just watching, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But it seems like the blonde is trying to play it cool, claiming he's investigating everything, but we know that's a lie. Lucia and the prince are announcing they're getting married today. Talk about a whirlwind romance. Everyone seems happy for them, but the silver-haired dude is just standing there, stone-faced and seething. He abruptly stops the celebration, demanding to know what's going on with Lucia and this sudden wedding. The prince tries to smooth things over, but this dude isn't backing down. He's demanding answers, and fast. Lucia agrees to the wedding, but the silver-haired guy is clearly not okay with it, and honestly, he looks dangerous. They're getting married right now, and the silver-haired guy is just watching, a storm brewing in his eyes. The wedding ceremony starts. Lucia looks beautiful, but the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. But just as they're about to say their vows, the silver-haired guy steps forward, and it's about to get real. Okay, so our girl wakes up looking totally different. She's got fox ears and everything, which is wild. She's in some fancy room, but immediately notices a creepy guy staring intensely at her, like what is his deal? She wakes up in a luxurious bed, and for a second thinks she's back in her old life, but then reality hits. She wonders if everything was just a dream, but then she sees him, the creepy guy from before, standing there. This dude straight up asks what she's doing there, and honestly, the audacity after staring her down. She tries to play it cool, saying it's been a while, but the tension is so thick, you could cut it with a knife. She asks him what he's doing there, but he just looks confused and asks her to repeat herself. She tries to clarify, but he's clearly not getting it, and his expression is getting seriously unhinged. He's all intense, and she's freaking out, but it's kinda unclear if he even recognizes her, which is so frustrating. The scene cuts to a blurry shot of what looks like her face, and it's clear something big is about to go down. She's reaching for a blanket, totally disoriented, and suddenly remembers a dream. A really unsettling one. She asks if he did something, sounding seriously suspicious, and bro, the tension is building fast. We get a close-up of her face and she looks genuinely worried, like something bad happened in that dream. She's grabbing the blanket tighter, and it's clear she's trying to figure out what's going on. But it's confusing. He's lying there, looking all pale, and she's cautiously checking if his fever broke. Talk about a mood swing! And it did. His fever is down, but he's gripping her hand super tightly. This is getting intense. She turns away, and it's like she's processing everything, but honestly, she looks kinda relieved. She's standing there, lost in thought, and he's just watching her, still looking kinda fragile. He's still in bed, looking up at her, and it's a total power dynamic shift. She's in control now. Our girl is definitely taking charge, and it's giving major "I'm the villain" vibes. She's back in action. She's walking through a massive, ornate hall, totally lost in thought, and it's giving off major haunted vibes. She spots another woman further down the hall, but our girl seems more focused on the sunflowers popping up everywhere. She keeps walking toward the sunflowers, completely ignoring the other woman, and honestly, we're kinda confused. She's surrounded by these huge sunflowers now, and it's like she's in her own world, a beautiful, isolated one. The scene shifts to a gorgeous gazebo, and it looks like someone is waiting for her, but she doesn't seem to notice. She's walking past the gazebo, lost in her own thoughts, and it's like she's deliberately avoiding whoever is there. She passes a field of white flowers, but she's still fixated on the sunflowers. It's a bit unsettling, TB. She's totally oblivious to the figure watching her, but this dude is definitely giving off creepy vibes. She's walking, lost in her own world, and the sunflowers seem to be guiding her. But where is she even going? She continues on, and it's clear she's deliberately seeking out these sunflowers. This is getting mysterious. She's coaxing her baby brother to like the sunflowers, but her husband is straight up refusing to engage. She keeps pushing, wanting her husband to acknowledge the flowers, but he's totally shutting her down. It's tense. She's begging him to just look at the sunflowers, and he finally snaps, telling her to stop. She's trying to get him to kiss their baby goodnight, but he's clearly resisting. Something is seriously wrong. She's pleading with him, but he just walks away, leaving her alone with their son and the sunflowers. Now she's alone, and it's raining hard. She's walking toward what looks like a cliff edge. No way. She's stepping forward, and this dude is speeding towards her in a car, but she doesn't even notice. He claims it was an accident, but bro, it looks totally intentional. She trips and starts falling. She's tumbling down the stairs, and it's a horrifying slow-motion disaster. Oh no, oh no, oh no. She lands with a plop, and his hand is reaching for her, but is it to help? It's super creepy. Everyone's yelling for her to get surgery now, but this dude insists it'll take too long for an ambulance. He already prepped everything, and a car is speeding towards them. He's taking matters into his own hands. He's asking if she's sure about coming with them, but she's clearly desperate and wants to go. He tries to tell her it's safer if she stays, but she's grabbing his arm. She's not having it. She insists on coming, and he's reluctantly pulling her along. She's determined to be with their son. And then the car crashes, glasses flying everywhere. It's total chaos. He's shouting that she needs her mother, and the car speeds away in the pouring rain. The car is speeding off, leaving broken glass everywhere. This is seriously messed up. More glass is falling, and honestly, it feels like this dude deliberately caused that crash. It's just rain and darkness now, but you can feel the tension. Something awful just happened. He's telling everyone it was a rockfall, a tragic accident. But bro, we know he's lying. He claims the driver died instantly, and then drops the bomb. Their daughter is the only survivor. But get this, she's in critical condition. Her appendix burst during the crash. Seriously? He's kneeling, completely broken, saying he searched for her for 6 years. The drama is real. He's screaming that his daughter isn't married and has no child, insisting this can't be right. He's absolutely losing it, demanding to know who this little girl is. It's intense. They say the chances of her surviving are slim, and she needs immediate surgery. No way. He's desperate, saying he's searched for her for 6 years only to find her like this. The doctors explain she's the only survivor and is in critical condition, needing surgery ASAP. And honestly, the chances of her pulling through are super small. This is heartbreaking. This dude is introduced to Lucy as Eleanor Sinclair, her grandmother, and she immediately says Lucy survived. Eleanor stares down at Lucy, and then drops the bombshell she's a murderer, and Lucy killed her daughter. She's clutching Lucy, screaming about how Lucy murdered her daughter. It's a total meltdown. Eleanor's practically vibrating with rage, accusing Lucy of killing her daughter and grandchild. She's sobbing, saying Lucy shouldn't even be alive. The intensity is insane. Eleanor reveals her daughter was 9 months pregnant, so Lucy killed 2 people. Wow. Someone weakly apologizes, but Eleanor isn't having it. She keeps repeating Lucy killed her daughter. Eleanor breaks down, completely devastated, and Lucy just looks stunned. Honestly. Lucy whispers she's so sorry, but it's lost in Eleanor's grief. This is a mess. Okay, so our girl, who by the way has adorable fox ears, is writing a letter to her Aunt Beatrice. She sends her well wishes and assumes her aunt is doing okay, hoping spring will return soon. She imagines Aunt Beatrice reading the letter in the garden, but things take a turn because someone is worried about Beatrice's health. We see a grand estate covered in snow, and someone notes Beatrice is clearly suffering in the cold. Another woman is writing a response, and she's clearly concerned. She's been noticing Beatrice hasn't been writing back much lately. She wonders if Beatrice is ill, or maybe pregnant again. After 10 sons, she really wants a daughter! The letter continues asking about Uncle Edmund and the boys, and if Henry has returned from the academy. She asks about happenings in the capital, but admits nothing much ever happens where she is, and time is just dragging. However, she's holding on to hope, because any excitement would be welcome for her. And honestly, that's a mood. This whole situation is about to blow up, but she's stuck in the slow lane. She confesses she feels restless, yearning for something more than her current life. She dreams of princesses, princes' balls, and adventures, basically a life ripped from the pages of her books. Our girl wonders if this longing is her destiny calling, and she's seriously considering answering it. She finishes the letter, sending her love to Claire and hoping she stays safe and healthy. But wait, a white cat is watching her, and this dude in a hood is lurking in the background. The hooded figure gets closer, and it's revealed he's wearing red heels. No, seriously, red heels! He's standing right behind her as she finishes writing, and the vibe is intensy. She's laying out all her feelings on paper, saying she wants more than this boring existence. She admits to daydreaming about exciting stories and her heart fluttering over them. However, it seems like this letter isn't just for Claire, it's a declaration, a plea for something new. She realizes the events of the novel are starting, and she's been waiting for them to begin. The story is about to kick off. The mother of a key character will die, and then that character will come live with her aunt. But our girl is already changing the story. None of that is happening on her watch. She's confident everything is going according to plan, and the white cat seems to agree. However, 2 other characters walk in, and things immediately get awkward. She's completely thrown. What just happened back there? And is struggling to understand. This dude confesses he fell in love with her at first sight, which is a lot. So why is he confessing now? She thinks she might have rushed the plot a little too much. She wonders if altering the story is the reason for this sudden confession. And honestly, this is a total power move. She's rewriting the script and making things happen. Wait, hold up. The dance she's seeing now? It was supposed to be with Luck, the prince? But someone else is dancing with Luck, a woman who looks exactly like Claire. No way. Claire's aunt is seeing this doppelganger and is straight up losing it, demanding to know why she looks so familiar. She's spiraling, asking why this woman is here, and then blurts out, "That's ridiculous." Claire's aunt is fixated on the woman's identical appearance, and starts thinking she's seeing things. She's convinced this woman is somehow also here, like a ghost or something. It's getting creepy. But Claire's aunt quickly dismisses that thought, because it doesn't make any sense. Or does it? She realizes if this woman is here, it'll change everything, and she's not happy about it. And then the woman speaks, saying Lucia, and Claire's aunt is completely frozen. Our girl is messing with the plot so much, things are getting wild. This is not the story Claire read. Claire straight up declares this story is hers now, her world, and she's the owner of it. Henry, her cousin, bursts in with a good morning and a bouquet, super cheerful, but kinda sus. Claire questions what he's doing there so early, and he says their parents are out with his brothers. He suggests breakfast together, but our girl is not interested in polite chit-chat, apparently. Claire cuts him off, demanding to know where he wants to go today. She's taking charge. Henry is all smiles, but Claire's expression is icy. She's definitely hiding something. Someone calls out, "Your Highness," and we get a gorgeous view of the palace. This is getting intense. Claire is clearly plotting something, rewriting the story as we speak, and honestly, it's amazing. Claire's aunt is furious and demands to know where Prince Leo is. She wants answers stat. She's convinced he's skipping tutoring and is now in Lucia's room, but tries to rationalize it. But then she spots him. Prince Leo is literally carrying Lucia away, and it's happening now. Claire's aunt is losing it, yelling for Prince Leo to stop, but this dude is on a mission. He's totally ignoring her, and straight up tells Lucia to stay quiet. Talk about shady. They're surrounded by flowers as he carries her, and honestly, it's kinda romantic if you ignore the forced kidnapping. He asks for a favor, and Lucia seems okay with it. This is getting weird. But she's completely compliant, and we see she's clearly been charmed. Or maybe threatened. He tells her to stay quiet, and she does. Bro, the power dynamic is intense. And the chapter ends there, leaving us on a total cliffhanger. What is happening? Okay, so our girl is peeking around a corner, looking totally adorable with her little fox ears. She's scoping out this massive estate. It's seriously gorgeous, like something out of a fairy tale. The view from here is stunning, all lush trees and blue skies, but something feels off. Inside, it's all fancy chandeliers and huge plants, but she looks lost and kinda lonely. She's wandering through the halls, completely isolated, when suddenly, this dude in armor shows up, and he's straight up looming over her, looking intense. He's gently touching her neck, and honestly, it's a little creepy, a little romantic, all at once. She turns her head, and we get a close-up of her face. She's definitely surprised, maybe even scared. The scene cuts to a quick shot of his hand, reaching for her, and it's super dramatic and unsettling. He pulls her close, and she looks up at him, and it's a full-on rain-soaked moment. But is it a rescue or a trap? She tries to speak, blurting out Noah, but it comes out all shaky and embarrassed. She covers her face with her hands, mortified, and is straight up spiraling. Are you kidding me? She's having a full-on internal meltdown, questioning everything like, what if everybody saw that? She yells at herself, Lucy, get a grip. But it's too late, the moment is already happening. Noah just stands there in the rain, looking all stoic and mysterious with those silver locks. He pulls her even closer, and we get a glimpse of her back. It's super intimate, and the rain is orange. Everything is blurry and shimmering, like a dream, with the rain and the fabrics swirling around them. We get a close-up of Lucy's face, and she's staring up at Noah, clearly flustered. Then a close-up of Noah's eye. He's looking down at her, and it's intense, bro. Like, what is he thinking? She's lost in his gaze, and honestly, it's giving me all the feels. This is where it gets real. Lucy's reeling from the hug, completely flustered, and honestly, she's spiraling hard about how embarrassing it was. She's pacing and panicking, asking herself how she'll ever face Noah after that mortifying moment. Our girl is a mess. She's about to open the door, but then hears a voice, and it's Sir Leo. What is this dude doing here? She's frozen, staring at Leo, and he asks if he can come in. Talk about bad timing, bro. Lucy stammers, trying to figure out what to say, and Leo just looks at her with this intense gaze. He asks her why she's acting so strange, and she's internally screaming, trying to come up with an excuse. Leo just casually says, just Leo, when she calls him Sir Leo. He's trying to get closer, for sure. Then Noah appears, and Lucy is absolutely shocked. This is a chaotic love triangle brewing, y'all. Leo and Noah are face to face, and it's a tense standoff. The air is thick with unspoken rivalry. Lucy's caught in the middle, looking back and forth between them, and things are about to explode. I can feel it. Lucy's trying to play it cool, saying right, yes, but Noah's already suspicious and asks what she's up to. Suddenly, someone grabs Lucy from behind, and she lets out a huge AFK. What is happening? It's Noah, who's straight up carried her away, and he's demanding to know where is. Talk about a possessive mood. He's declaring he'll beg for forgiveness later as he gets closer, and Lucy is completely flustered. This is a power move. Noah's face is inches from hers, and Lucy's blushing like crazy. Our girl is definitely feeling the heat. Leo's watching all this unfold from the doorway and thinks Noah has no reason to be in Lucia's room. Leo's deciding to just go in, because nobody's around, and honestly, it's a terrible idea. Noah's all over Lucy, and she's totally caught off guard. This dude is moving fast. But wait, Leo's about to interrupt, and this is about to become a full-blown showdown. Prepare for chaos. No way. Noah's pulling Lucy closer, and Leo's looking furious. This love triangle is escalating quickly. Lucy confesses she's been holding it in, and then it happens. The bean ghosts are unleashed. It's a full-on bean explosion, with little cloud, ghosts flying everywhere, and sound effects galore. It's hilarious and mortifying. Noah's completely taken aback, and Lucy admits she went a little heavy on the beans and toast this morning. Leo tries to sneak away while they're distracted, but Noah catches him peeking. Talk about awkward timing. Noah grabs Leo, and Leo's face is saying everything. This dude is not pleased. Noah's questioning Leo about being in the hallway, and honestly, it's a super intense interrogation. He's demanding answers, and Lucy's trying to intervene, but Noah's laser focused on Leo. Suddenly, Noah pulls Leo in for a kiss, and Lucy is shocked beyond words. But it's a distraction. Noah snatches something from Leo's hand, and it's a total power move. Bean ghosts are still floating around, but now there's a group hug happening, and this whole situation is just wild. Noah's pulling Lucy into a tight embrace, but Leo's completely losing it. He's absolutely furious. Lucy's trying to figure out what's happening, and Noah insists they wait until she leaves the corridor. Someone asks if Lucy is going somewhere, but she's quickly swept away. Things are escalating fast. Noah yanks Lucy closer, and she's completely stunned. This is a total power move. He's holding her so tight she can barely breathe, and Leo's face is a mask of rage. Leo demands to know what Noah is doing, but it's clear he's not getting a straight answer. Noah's like, "What's it to you?" and just pulls Lucy even closer. Talk about a possessive vibe. Leo tries to intervene, but Noah straight up shoves him away, and honestly, this dude had it coming. Suddenly, Noah kisses Lucy, and Leo's jaw drops. No way, this is a total shocker! But the kiss is a distraction. Noah grabs something from Leo and then, boom, they're both tumbling. Noah and Lucy are plummeting, but Noah's somehow managing to keep her safe. Talk about a dramatic rescue! Lucy's totally freaking out, demanding to know why he'd jump off a building without warning. Everyone below is screaming Prince Leo, and it's absolute chaos. This is a full-blown scene. They land safely, but Leo rushes over furious, and Lucy's left reeling from the whole ordeal. Leo's asking about the roses, and Noah's all mysterious, claiming they're a gift. What is going on with this dude? Noah says it's time to go, and Lucy's looking completely bewildered. She has no clue what's happening. We get a gorgeous splash page of sunflowers and Lucy, but it's super unsettling given the tension. Someone comments on the beauty of the flowers, and it's a weirdly peaceful moment amid all the drama. Leo and Lucy share a look, and it's charged with unspoken feelings. This is getting complicated. Noah's staring intently at Lucy, and honestly, his possessive vibe is kinda creepy right now. Okay, so our girl is peeking around a corner, all cute with her fox ears, but something's definitely up. It's dark and stormy outside, super ominous, and we see someone, a blonde dude, looking pretty stressed. This dude is hurt, like seriously wounded, clutching his side and moaning that it hurts. No way! He's basically collapsed, his robe falling open, and it's a bad situation, a really bad situation. Someone knocks at the door, interrupting the drama, and honestly, the timing is perfect. He's trying to cover the wound with his hand, like he can just hide it, but it's clearly serious. Two guys in suits show up, announcing their brother is waiting, but then they drop a bomb. The lady left with the second prince. The injured guy finally looks up, and he's trying to act cool, like he doesn't care, but we know he's fuming. He's all composed, but also definitely hiding something, and his face is kinda giving off a "I'm plotting revenge" vibe. He simply says "I see," but that's it. Straight up, this is about to get messy, you know it is. He's walking, trying to look unbothered, but he's clearly questioning why the crown prince requested breakfast alone. He thinks about Alexander's words from yesterday, and it hits him. Could she have escaped? He's convinced she's innocent, figuring Alexander wouldn't lie about an escape attempt, which is kinda sweet. But then he realizes having her around is actually beneficial, especially if his father and Alexander find out where the real one is. He straight up doesn't want the real her to return, thinking this imposter is way easier to control. We cut to the real her, looking all regal, but she's with the second prince, and he's smirking, which is sus. The second prince asks why of all people she's with him, and honestly, it's a legit question. The injured prince is overhearing, and his eyes narrow. He's putting the pieces together, and it's intense. He's suspicious, but also calculating, like he's already planning his next move, and it's kinda scary. He's weighing his options, deciding how to handle this situation, and bro, things are about to explode. He's trying to play it cool, insisting they're just heading home, but the blonde is clearly in pain after that shove. This dude sighs, all exasperated, like dealing with his brother is a massive chore. He's still pushing the blonde forward, and it's so obvious he's hiding something, pretending everything's fine. Suddenly, a woman in pink appears, calling out Theo, and the blondie's eyes widen in shock. She's all smiles, but the blonde is staring right at her, and it's clear something is very, very wrong. She asks who he is, and honestly, the blonde looks totally lost for words, frozen in place. But then, the woman's gaze shifts, and she's looking directly at the older brother, and her expression changes instantly. Her eyes narrow. No way, she's totally figured out something's off, and she's not happy about it. The older brother looks completely unfazed, like he anticipated this whole situation, and it's kinda creepy. And the blonde, he's staring at the woman, completely speechless, while she sizes up his brother. The older brother casually asks if she wants to spend the day with him, and our girl is totally thrown. She responds, saying she hasn't been to the capital in a while, and this dude instantly presses her about being mesmerized. He claims he noticed her dazed state as they entered the city, but honestly, it's a super weird question. She's trying to deflect, but he's relentless, and she's clearly uncomfortable with his line of questioning. He's staring right at her, and this dude's gaze is intense. It's like he's trying to read her mind. But then, she subtly glances at the blonde, and it's clear they have a secret connection. The older brother notices the exchange and his expression darkens. He's definitely picking up on something. He casually asks if she recognizes the blonde, and she tries to play it off, saying she doesn't. However, the brother doesn't buy it for a second, and he's straight up calling her out on her lie. He insists she's lying, and bro, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. She tells the older brother she doesn't want to return to the manor just yet, and he instantly offers to entertain her. He asks if she wants to have some fun today, and she glances at the silent blonde. Things are getting spicy. The older brother leans in close, promising to keep her safe, and it's seriously intense. However, the blondinite is not happy, radiating annoyance and a prickly vibe. He's giving the older brother a death glare, and honestly, this dude is about to explode. The older brother winks at our girl, and it's a power move to show he's unfazed by the knight's stare. She's caught between them both, and you can see the internal struggle on her face. The blondinite is straight up seething, and it's clear he's protective of her. He's completely shut off, and it's like his anger is building up with every passing second. Our girl is playing it cool, but this whole situation is a powder keg ready to blow. The older brother offers to get them breakfast, remembering a famous bakery, and our girl is totally on board. But the knight is livid, and he's spiraling over what he perceives as a threat. Seriously, this dude is a mess. He's convinced she feels safer with the older brother, and it's sending him into a full-blown panic. He wonders if she's going to fire him, then frets over if hugging her yesterday was a mistake. It's a total downward spiral. However, she reassures him that he's been a great knight, and she's been treating him well, which throws him for a loop. She explains she feels bad because she hasn't given him any days off, and it's a genuinely sweet moment. He's stunned, and she's trying to explain herself, but he's clearly overthinking everything. He's still stuck in his head, wondering if she didn't like the hug, and honestly, it's kinda pathetic. She insists he's been doing a great job, and it's a nice attempt to smooth things over. She adds that he surely has things to do himself, and we're left wondering if this will actually reach him. The knight sighs dramatically, looking totally wrecked. He's seriously spiraling over everything. She declares he is her knight, and straight up says she needs him always by her side. He's shocked by her words, and she adds he doesn't even need days off. Talk about dedicated. Our girl's looking all regal and confident, while he's clearly reeling from her intense devotion. He's staring at her with wide eyes, totally flustered, and a blush creeps onto his face. The knight is visibly flustered, and his heart is beating so fast you can practically see it. She smiles at him, and bro is completely undone. It's a full, on-heart eyes moment. Her smile is so captivating, it's sending his heart into overdrive. No way he's prepared for this. Okay, so our girl is spying on this super intense conversation, and she's doing it with ears, like full-on fox ears. This dude, a total blonde prince type, is questioning a woman with a floral headpiece, and things are already frosty. The scene shifts to this gorgeous, almost ethereal garden, but someone's definitely watching from the shadows. Close up on the prince dude, and bro is not happy. His eye is practically narrowed to a slit. We meet Henry Leclerc and his sister, who are straight up radiating wealth and something else, honestly. The prince is totally checking out Henry, and it's clear he's assessing the threat level. Henry and his sister approach, all smiles, and offer a polite greeting to our prince, but it feels kinda fake. Henry introduces himself, casually dropping that he studied with the prince's brother at the academy. Major power move! The prince acknowledges Henry, but he's still super suspicious, and honestly, we get it. Henry confirms he's the son of Marquis Edmund, and the prince seems to accept it for now. But this is going to be good. Henry and his sister continue the polite charade, inviting the prince for tea and a proper introduction. So shady. The sister apologizes, claiming her brother isn't feeling well, but it's a totally transparent excuse. Henry smoothly requests a visit, and the prince agrees, though he's clearly still sizing them up. The sister excuses herself, but it's a quick exit. She's definitely plotting something behind the scenes. The prince is left standing with Henry, and the tension is thick. Honestly, you could cut it with a knife. We cut to a view from above, showing a massive chandelier and someone lurking in the shadows below. It's the dark-haired dude from earlier, and he's partially undressed, looking brooding and mysterious. He's staring intensely at something or someone below, and it's super unsettling. A closer look reveals he's fixated on the prince and Henry, plotting his next move, no doubt. Our girl is straight up in danger, because this dude is clearly the villain, and he's watching. No way. This dude straight up collapses, clutching his chest and calling for his mom. The prince rushes to his side, hands flying to support Henry, clearly concerned despite everything. He's checking for a pulse, and honestly, the intensity is kinda overwhelming. This is a moment. The prince frantically tries to stabilize Henry, but it's looking bad, really bad, and we're on the edge of our seats. Henry weakly reaches for the prince, his face pale and desperate, and the prince is totally losing it. He's desperately calling for a doctor, demanding they hurry, and bro, the panic is real. But then, Henry's eyes snap open, and he's staring right at the prince, a strange look on his face. He murmurs something, "Mom," and the prince is completely frozen, totally confused by this turn. The prince, still reeling, gently cups Henry's face, trying to understand what's happening, but it's a total mystery. However, Henry's expression shifts, and it's clear this whole collapse was a calculated move, and our girl is playing a dangerous game. No way, Henry just kissed the prince, a total surprise attack, and the prince is completely stunned. Henry's spiraling, questioning why he even did that, and it's clear he's deeply disturbed by his own actions. He's lying in bed, freaking out, wondering what's wrong with him, because this isn't his usual behavior. He's convinced this isn't him, and he's questioning if he's lost control, which is honestly terrifying. He stares at the prince, fixating on every little detail. The way she acts, talks, even smells, and it's all different. He's spiraling again, thinking she's deliberately trying to punish him for ignoring her all these years. But then, he immediately dismisses that thought, insisting she couldn't possibly be in love with someone else. He quickly retracts that, realizing it's entirely possible, and his internal turmoil is reaching peak levels. He's a mess, laying there, consumed by confusion and desperation, and bro, the angst is real. However, he's desperately trying to convince himself that she doesn't love anyone else. Clinging to that hope, Henry's servant enters with his medicine, announcing unexpected guests, but Henry is still totally out of it. The servant says the herbal bath worked. Henry looks refreshed, but he needs to take his medicine and rest. Henry asks about the guests, and the servant reveals a lady, Lucia, came to see him, but she's already left. The servant continues, saying Lucia seemed eager to meet Henry, but he's in no condition to receive visitors. Henry demands to know who this Lucia is, and the servant identifies her as Lady Claire Asteria. Wait, what? Henry sits up, completely shocked, staring wide-eyed, because this is the same woman he's been obsessing over. He clutches his chest, reeling from the news, and honestly, the intensity of his reaction is kinda scary. Henry grabs the servant's arm, desperately needing answers, but the servant looks super uncomfortable. The servant explains Lady Claire left this morning, and even if she hadn't, Henry's not fit to greet anyone right now. But Henry's fixated on the fact she was here, and his internal monologue is spiraling with a mix of shock and confusion. Claire is straight up planning to manipulate Theo, imagining him falling at her feet. Talk about ambitious! She's thinking about how Theo will develop strong feelings for her, but she doesn't care about love, only control. Our girl casually mentions Theo will die young like it's nothing, and honestly, that's cold. But hold up, someone's eavesdropping, and it's Theodore himself, looking furious. He demands to know what she's saying, stopping her dead in her tracks, and the tension is insane. Theodore asks what she meant by dying so early, and Claire tries to play it off as a misunderstanding. She claims she was just reciting a line from the novel, but Theo isn't buying it, and his gaze is intense. Claire doubles down, saying she only wants to get close to him because the novel says so, but it's a terrible lie. Theo calls her out on her manipulative behavior, demanding to know why she's pretending to care for him. He's totally seeing through her, and she's scrambling to recover, but this power dynamic shift. Chef's kiss. Theo grabs Claire's arm, stopping her from walking away, and she actually flinches. Wow. He straight up tells her she can't just ignore him when he's talking, and she's getting red to filth. Theo declares he won't tolerate her arrogance anymore, saying she's no longer a child. This dude is done. He lays down the law. Claire is obligated to follow his rules, no matter how senseless they seem. Theo reminds her she's the Duke's son and expects her to act like it. The power imbalance is perfect. They're standing in front of the mansion, and it's raining, but honestly, Claire deserves it. Claire stares out at the garden, looking totally unbothered, but you can tell she's rattled by Theo's outburst. Okay, so our girl, Claire Rupert, is peeking around a corner looking super curious? This dude, the male lead, is getting ready and looks totally startled by someone, or something. He's half-dressed, bro, and clearly not expecting company right now. Someone tells him the Marquis's son and niece just arrived, and the niece specifically asked for I.M. Apparently, she remembers him from when they were kids, and she was sad she didn't get to say hi at a banquet. He's told she made quite an impression, which is ominous, honestly. He claims he doesn't know any Claire Rupert, but admits if she's the Marquis' niece, he's bound to see her again. Someone starts speaking, but he cuts them off, looking annoyed and distracted. We find out Lady Lucia left with the second prince this morning, and this dude is not happy about it. He's sipping tea, trying to play it cool, but he's clearly wondering why she's with the Prince Agin. It turns out today is the first day of summer, and there's a harvest festival happening. Someone tells Claire she's in luck, but she's immediately suspicious, and honestly same. She asks what kind of festival it is, and then someone else yells no. What is going on? We get a close-up of this dude, the red-haired knight, and he looks intense, like he knows something's up. He's smirking, looking down at someone, it's clear, and he's definitely enjoying her reaction. Claire explains people gather to celebrate and prepare for the harvest, but she's still not buying it. The knight offers to dance with Claire, but she admits she doesn't know how. Awkward. He's all smooth, saying he'll teach her, and then straight up kisses her hand. Smooth operator. He pretends he's going to get them drinks, but it's obviously a pretext to leave her alone. Claire sighs and admits this is fine, but she's still annoyed she has to deal with Theodore when he gets back. Claire wonders if she should ask the knight to run away with her. No way is she seriously thinking that. She thinks he's so kind he might actually go for it, haha, but then she remembers, is he even single? Claire realizes she never asked, and she starts to panic. This is a disaster waiting to happen. But she quickly brushes it off, deciding it's none of her business. He's just a friend and her knight, okay? She sighs, realizing she doesn't know anything about this place, and it hits her this world was once just a story. Claire notes people don't recognize Lucia or Leo, so she can finally be herself a little. That's a relief. Someone asks Sina how she managed to create all this, and Claire just sighs, it's a lot, okay? Claire thinks about the world being just a page, and it's kinda hitting her hard. The knight is chatting with some townsfolk, and she's feeling a little left out. Claire decides she can be herself for a little, and we're left hanging. What's gonna happen next? Claire gets a bouquet from Sina, and Sina straight up says she has a plan for them. What is our girl scheming? Cut to a bar, and this dude Theodore asks for an orange juice to go, acting all innocent. The bartender, who is totally flirting, says sure thing darling, and Theodore replies with, I'm always having fun, smooth. He casually suggests the bartender try it sometime, and Claire's face says it all. She's judging him hard. Theodore's looking fine with his shirt open, showing off, and Claire's trying not to stare. It's working, kinda. Claire notices the red-haired knight watching them, and he looks annoyed. Oh no, is this about to be a love triangle? The knight is giving Theodore the side eye, and honestly, it's a little intense. Bro needs to chill. Claire wonders what's going on with these two, but then remembers she's just an observer. A very invested observer. The knight is giving a cold look, and Claire thinks to herself, what's up with him? She's so confused. The knight is just staring intensely, and Claire is realizing this whole situation is a mess. We need answers. Claire suddenly realizes why Theodore changed his mind. She's starting to understand his motives. The knight is tending a small sprout, a little detail that seems surprisingly important right now. Claire spots two women chatting, and they're definitely talking about her. Gossiping, probably. Another woman joins the group, and Claire notices the knight is watching her intently. What's the connection? The knight's gaze shifts, and Claire feels like she's missing a huge piece of the puzzle. Claire is completely lost, questioning everything she thought she knew about these characters and their relationships. She's trying to piece things together, but it's like everyone is playing a secret game she wasn't invited to. Claire is so focused on figuring out what's happening, she doesn't even notice someone approaching her. And the chapter ends with a thank you for reading. Rude. We need answers now. Okay, so our girl is clearly a fox spirit or something, rocking the ears and looking super cute. She's getting fitted for a dress, and the older couple is reminiscing about their younger days. It's kinda sweet. But then this other woman shows up and straight up insults the dress, saying it doesn't suit her at all. A fluffy white dog wanders into the scene like what's all the drama? Total mood. Our girl tries on another dress, and this dude, the male lead, brings her flowers, thinking he's being romantic. However, he immediately shoots down the dress, saying she's completely hidden under all the fabric. He keeps bringing dresses, and honestly, it's a bit much. Is he trying to control her style or what? The sky is gorgeous, all orange and pink, setting the stage for something. They end up in a field of flowers, looking all cozy and loved up, which is nice. And then they're dancing under the fireworks, looking like a fairy tale couple. It's a whole vibe. They're inside this gorgeous castle, and strawberry beer is the special. Sounds kinda good. TB. A server brings over a tray of beers, but then someone shouts about Leo being gone, and things get weird fast. This dude is asking where Leo is, and someone else says they had a lovely day with him. What's going on? He's offered a beer, but he claims he can't even taste alcohol, which feels like a huge red flag. Suddenly, there's a shadowy figure and a crash. Total chaos is breaking out around them. The castle is shaking, and everything is falling apart. It's straight up disaster movie level. Someone yells about betrayal and blames you, and then the castle starts to crumble even more. The castle is falling apart, and everything is turning to dust. It's a total catastrophe. This dude is running towards the chaos, sword drawn, while our girl is left alone and vulnerable. He scoops her up in his arms, looking panicked, and says he should have known. Bro, you really should have. He's holding her tight, confessing he should have realized something was wrong all along. Talk about a late realization. She's all decked out in flowers and looks totally lost, but then she asks him to go get some water. He reluctantly agrees, but she's left standing there, staring up at the castle under the moonlight, so ominous. Suddenly, a random guy appears out of nowhere and starts hitting on her, and honestly, she looks so annoyed. She's trying to politely brush him off, but he won't take a hint, and she's clearly uncomfortable with this dude. Meanwhile, he's returning with the water and he sees them. Oh no, this is about to get messy. He storms over, all protective, and tells the guy that dealing with creeps is his job mood. He grabs her hand and they start walking away, but she's still visibly shaken by the encounter. They're walking side by side and his hand is still holding hers. It's a small gesture but sweet. But it's not a cute moment for long, because they're being watched from the shadows. Someone's definitely plotting. He's all like, "Do you know who I am?" And then bam, she slaps him right across the face. No way. Our girl is stumbling away, clearly upset, and muttering about having had enough of men. Only one man though, apparently. She's spiraling, hiccuping, and calling out for that punk. She's definitely not okay right now. This dude is clutching his cheek, absolutely shocked, and demanding to know who she thinks she is. He's trying to grab her, but she's already moving away, leaving him grasping at air. Serves him right. She's walking away from him and towards some kind of glowing figures. What is even going on? She asks who they are, but then this voice says, "Come here, let me get to know you." Super creepy vibes. Suddenly, 3 guys appear, looking concerned, and one of them says she's straight up crazy. Rude. He's following her, and we see his bare feet getting closer. He's determined to catch up. But it looks like she's fading away, surrounded by sparkles, and is about to disappear. Oh no, this is bad. No way. She straight up drops the jar, and it shatters everywhere. Talk about a messy moment. She's on her knees, clutching her arm and saying it hurts. Poor thing is clearly in pain. This dude rushes over, looking down at her, and says she handled it better than he thought. What a backhanded compliment. He's pulling her up, and she's stumbling into his arms. It's a bit too close for comfort, honestly. He thinks he was going to have to save her, but she's just crying into his shoulder. What is happening? She's sobbing, burying her face in his coat, and he looks so confused. He has no idea what's going on. He asks what's wrong, but she's just shaking her head and crying harder. This is getting intense. She blurts out that she was so happy today, then suddenly starts to cry even more. Wait, what? She confesses she didn't have to lie or worry about being caught or avoid anyone. She's spilling everything. She's hiccuping and it's clear she's been holding in a lot. Bro, this is a full-on emotional breakdown. She's saying they were so mean to her, and honestly, she's a mess in his arms. Total breakdown. He's promising something, but she interrupts, saying he's not lying, she knows him too well. She's admitting she was telling the truth, but they did something to her. Who are they? She's totally spiraling, saying she just wants to go home. This is heartbreaking, seriously. He's agreeing to take her home, and is holding her so tightly. He's finally stepping up, but she's saying if she tells the truth, then what? The suspense is killing me. She's so vulnerable, and he looks genuinely concerned. This dude is starting to crack. He's cradling her, and she's completely broken down. Our girl needs a hug, stat. Everything is bathed in soft light with roses and flowers surrounding them. It's a beautiful, sad scene. He's saying he'll take her home, and she just looks up at him, completely trusting. This is a turning point. She's begging him to stop, asking to be taken back home. To her real home, whatever that means. He's holding her face in his hands, looking absolutely wrecked. This dude is finally showing some serious emotion. She repeats she wants to go home, and he's just staring at her, a storm brewing in his eyes. But wait, he agrees to take her, and she's trusting him completely, leaning into his touch. However, she clarifies she doesn't want to go back to their home, but her real home. It's so mysterious. And that's it. The story ends with a thank you for reading screen, leaving us on a total cliffhanger. Okay, so our girl Lucia is suddenly hanging off the balcony. No way. And someone spots her. Everyone freaks out, shouting Lucia's name, and it's honestly a whole chaotic mess. This dude, Lord Valerian, is looking super troubled, like he's processing something heavy. He straight up grabs Lucia and carries her inside, and it's a little intense TB. Everyone starts questioning what happened, thinking she's been drinking, but Valerian shuts it down. He claims it's his fault for letting her drink, but then things get weird cause another guy shows up. This new guy Leo is all over Lucia, claiming she has a brother. What? And she's kinda into it. Valerian is not happy, asking Leo what he thinks he's doing, and the tension is real. Lucia calls Leo her brother, and honestly this dude is giving off major creeper vibes. But Valerian isn't letting Leo get away with it, and the whole situation is about to blow up. Valerian is losing it, saying Lucia is cute, but only if she stops threatening to kill people. What a mood. Lucia's all like cute, and Leo just bursts in, completely interrupting the moment. Leo straight up tells Valerian that if Lucia wasn't threatening him, she'd be even cuter. This dude is BLD. Theodore is questioning what Lucia is even talking about, demanding to know if Valerian threatened her. Valerian is furious, asking what Theodore is doing, and things are escalating fast. Theodore is now backing down, saying he's going to keep disappointing Valerian if he keeps acting like this. Lucia defends Valerian, claiming he had a valid reason for his behavior and it's a total 180. Valerian looks shocked, and Lucia adds that Theodore would have done the same thing. She's playing sides, people. But wait, this isn't over. Leo is still standing there, looking completely unamused. Now everyone is staring at Leo, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Leo suddenly scoops Lucia up in his arms, completely ignoring Valerian's protests. Talk about a power move. He's carrying her out of the room, saying she's too drunk, but Valerian is not having it and demands she be put down. Lucia is totally out of it, mumbling nonsense, while Leo insists she's not drunk and brushes off Valerian. Leo tries to rush Lucia away, but she's surprisingly heavy, and he's clearly struggling to carry her. This is hilarious. No way. Leo stumbles, and Lucia goes tumbling to the floor in a heap, and he looks absolutely horrified. He's freaking out, yelling ag, and rushing to her side, but a portrait of Lucia looms large in the background. Valerian is completely frozen, staring at the portrait, and it's giving off major creepy vibes. Leo tries to help Lucia up, but she's still out of it, and he just sighs, saying he can't deal with her. But she's still rambling about why she's even bothering, and honestly, we're right there with her. Valerian is still fixated on the portrait, and it's clear something is seriously wrong. This is a bad omen. Leo is spiraling, straight up convinced Lucia is a mistake, and it's brutal to watch. Valerian suddenly appears looking ice cold and lays down the law. Lucia is the Duke's daughter, act accordingly. Lucia is crying, surrounded by white flowers, and honestly, it's heartbreaking. Leo storms off, muttering about disappointment, while those flowers swirl around him like a ghostly halo. He's covered in some kind of golden dust, and declares it was all a mistake. What is happening? He's babbling about never wanting this, flinching, and Lucia's trying to shush him, but it's too late. Leo collapses into Lucia's arms, and she's holding him tight, telling him it's okay, it's alright. She cradles his face, placing a flower on his cheek, and it's a super tender moment, but also weird. But this whole scene is bathed in golden light and feels like a dream, or maybe a memory. However, something is off, and we're left wondering what this all means for our girl and this dude. Lucia is asleep with her head on Valerian's knee. It's a surprisingly sweet moment. Valerian sighs, murmuring that she fell asleep, and honestly, we get it, this has been a long night. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a strawberry-filled dreamscape, and Lucia is chowing down on a massive strawberry. She declares it's nice, then asks for more strawberries, and it's kinda cute, but also what is going on? She's fully immersed in this strawberry fantasy, eyes closed, enjoying every bite, but it feels so surreal. Lucia jolts awake on the floor, questioning why she's even sleeping there. and we're right there with her. Confused AF. She sits up, looking around wildly, and the scene is all chaotic lines and sound effects. She's seriously freaked out. Valerian is there, looking down at her, but she's still clearly disoriented and trying to piece things together. But this dude is straight up staring at her with an unreadable expression. Is he concerned, or is there something else going on? However, Lucia's eyes lock with Valerian's, and there's a definite tension brewing between them. Lucia wakes up totally panicked, realizing she doesn't remember what happened last night. She thinks she got drunk. She's spiraling, convinced she said something embarrassing to the second prince, and honestly, we feel her pain. But then a maid walks in with a messagey Valerian is waiting for her in the garden for breakfast. Lucia's Freykagoat. He's still here after whatever happened last night? No way. She's desperately trying to remember if she messed up, questioning every moment, and we're right there with her, stressing. She starts walking, hoping she can play it cool, but is she imagining things or is Valerian already watching her? Valerian greets her with a simple good morning, and Lucia can barely squeak out a response. This is awkward. He calls her Leo, and she nearly jumps out of her skin, but she plays along, trying to act normal. Valerian casually mentions he was starting to think she wasn't coming, and wow, that's a power move if we've ever seen one. Lucia manages a shaky good morning back, but this dude is definitely in control, and our girl is scrambling. Valerian says he was going to eat alone, but then spots Lucia and his whole demeanor shifts. Smooth move, bro. Lucia apologizes for being late, but Valerian straight up tells her there's no need. He's playing the long game. He pulls her closer, and Lucia's totally flustered, but Valerian doesn't even break eye contact. Talk about intense? Valerian softly calls her name, Lucy, and it sends shivers down her spine. This dude knows exactly what he's doing. We get a close-up of Valerian, and honestly, that smirk is sending a message. He's totally in control. Lucia looks up at him, clearly caught off guard, and we're right there with her, wondering what happens next. Valerian's hand reaches for her, and Lucia looks so fragile. It's a seriously charged moment. He gently takes her hand, and the sparkles are real. This is getting romantic, fast, and the chapter ends. We're left hanging with their hands clasped. Seriously, the suspense is killing us? Okay, so our girl is peeking around a corner, looking totally mischievous with her fox ears. This dude, the Duke, just randomly scoops her up in his arms. Super unexpected, honestly. She's about to fall, and her shoe is slipping right off, but he catches her foot just in time. He's all confused, asking what's going on, and she's clearly flustered by the sudden closeness. She tries to pull away, but ends up stumbling and falling backwards straight into a flower bed. Someone yells lady, as she lands, and a shower of petals goes everywhere. It's a whole scene. She's lying in the flowers, complaining about landing right on her butt, which is honestly relatable. He rushes over, super concerned, asking if she's hurt anywhere, but she insists it's just her. She starts to say my butt again, but then stops herself. Classic? And the whole thing is framed by these gorgeous flowers, making the awkwardness kinda cute, right? She's playing it cool, pretending to be all regal, but she's secretly dying of embarrassment. She shakes him off, acting like it's nothing, but she's clearly flustered by his touch. He's totally reading her though. He sees right through her act and starts laughing. She bursts out laughing too, and straight up admits she's being ridiculous. She declares herself the villain, and honestly, we're here for it. He's amused, saying she's just fun to tease, and she's all blushy and cute. He's leaning in close, all smirky, and she's getting visibly flustered again. He tells her not to act like that, and gets even closer. The tension is real. He's about to kiss her, but she pulls away, and he looks totally shocked. She's laughing and he's laughing. This dude is totally falling for her schemes. She's hoping a nickname will throw him off, and she's totally playing coy about it. This dude asks if she hasn't been forward with her feelings all this time. Smooth, bro, smooth. She stutters out a yes, and honestly, we're living for this awkwardness. She's distracted by a mountain of pancakes and looks absolutely horrified. She declares she likes the nickname Lucy, and he repeats it, sounding all pleased with himself. He says Lucy has a nice ring to it, and she's clearly trying not to melt. It's working, kinda. She's back in the garden, looking thoughtful, but then wonders what he considers a mistake. She suddenly remembers he tiered toe kiss SHR and straight up spits out her tea. No way! She throws it back at him, saying he did try to kiss her once, and he's totally caught off guard. But she's laughing, and he's laughing. This dude is totally falling for her schemes. He insists he didn't think she was trying to make a move, but just assumed she was. Talk about a reach. Our girl is internally spiraling, questioning why this man is so extra, and then he just straight up bites her. She's fuming, but then he starts listing off words to describe her. Nice, red, strawberry? What is happening? He carried her home, and she thanks him, but then drops the bomb that she noticed he bit her pretty hard. He downplays it, but she's clearly upset, and is straight up crying. Poor thing. He denies being the reason she's upset, but she's looking at him like, are you kidding me right now? He reaches out to touch her, and we get a very close-up view of his hand on his abs. Whew. She's completely flustered, and he's just standing there looking smug. Honestly? He's got her cornered amongst the flowers, and she's starting to realize she might be in over her head. But, like a good kind of over her head. This dude is definitely playing a game, and she's reluctantly playing along. She's reeling, convinced only the prince can cause this reaction, and he's just leaning in closer. He whispers that she's the only one for him, and she's clearly shocked, like majorly questioning reality. He starts walking with her, and she's frozen, but he casually says he's grown to enjoy their time together. They're walking, and she's totally spaced out, while he's all smiles and seems super pleased with himself. He's staring at her, and she finally realizes he's been leading her somewhere, not just strolling. She tries to pull away, but he gently, yet firmly, holds her hand, and bro, the tension is real. He pulls her even closer, and she's about to lose it, but he's just looking down at her with a soft smile. He's completely surrounded by flowers, and she's realizing she's trapped, but maybe she doesn't mind. He's confessing he's been wanting to do this for a while, and she's completely flustered and speechless. He takes a step closer, and our girl is basically melting. This dude is a master manipulator, I swear. He declares the crown prince doesn't share what's his, and our girl straight up says the same. She assures him she never belonged to his brother, and won't. Talk about a power move. They're walking through the garden, and she's questioning if they're even friends anymore. She claims she's not marrying the prince, but he's totally unbothered by her denial. He asks if they're friends, and she's looking at him like, are you serious right now? She questions if they ever are friends, and he just smirks, looking down at her. He's radiating smugness, and she's clearly thrown by his confidence. This dude is playing chess. She's staring at him, and he's just owning the moment, surrounded by flowers. No way. He's basically admitting he's been wanting this all along, and she's speechless. He steps closer, and she's totally lost, but honestly, she seems a little into it too. He reaches for her hand, and she hesitantly meets his touch. It's electric, honestly. She tries to play it cool, saying there's no need for formalities between them. But bro, she's blushing. He leans in super close, and she's clearly questioning all her life choices right now. No way, he's going for a kiss, and she's totally frozen. This is happening so fast. They kiss, and the whole panel explodes with sparkles. It's a full-on fairy tale moment. He pulls back, and she's completely shocked, staring at this man like he's grown a second head. She's questioning everything, and honestly, we are too. What just happened? He's just casually adjusting her dress, like this is totally normal behavior, and she's reeling. She's completely lost, and he just says okay. This dude is a menace, I swear. She's staring at him, and he's smirking. She's about to lose it, and we are here for the chaos. Okay, so our girl is peeking at this dude, and she's clearly plotting something mischievous. I love it. She tries to play it cool, saying okay, but he's already leaning in for a kiss. No way! He goes for the kiss, and she's like, that's not what I meant. Smooth recovery, honestly. She suggests they just be friends, then straight up gets kissed anyway. Can you believe this guy? She says she'll see him around as a friend while he's riding off, but she's clearly done with this drama. She's standing there, looking all elegant, but she's totally confused about this man. What's going on? She's thinking back, and she remembers him as this ruthless general, which is a total shocker. She's questioning how someone so cheerful could possibly be a ruthless general. It just doesn't add up. She's lost in thought, arms crossed, and totally unaware of the situation unfolding around her. But, seriously, she's the villain in this story, and she's realizing she has no idea what's happening. She's freaking out, realizing she got D-Raw on K. How does a villain get caught slipping like that? She's worried this could have been a disaster, especially since she's pretending to be someone she's not. She admits the book doesn't even matter anymore, because if anyone finds out she's an imposter, she's done for. She's walking away, totally stressed about maintaining this charade of being the future queen. She's lost in thought, but then she spots him, and it hits her. This dude is the ruthless general. She's trying to reconcile the cheerful guy with the cold-blooded general, but it's not adding up at all. She's thinking about how he could be both, and suddenly she remembers a past event. No way, he saved her. He's remembering the same moment, and it's all so sweet and tender. They're totally lost in each other. She's questioning everything, because this isn't the ruthless guy from the book at all, is it? They're gazing at each other, and honestly, this whole situation is about to get way more complicated. She's determined to talk to him, and Linda, her maid, is reporting that the second prince has barely left his room. Linda's bringing breakfast, but she's worried because he's not eating. This dude is clearly struggling. He's apparently lost his appetite and can't keep down solid food, but Linda's trying to stay positive. Our girl decides she'll take the tray herself, saying she was heading that way anyway. She's so proactive. Linda's hesitant, suggesting she rest, but she insists on going. She needs answers, and she needs them now. She's walking down the hallway, and it's giving Major Regal vibes, while Linda quietly watches her go. She's approaching his study, and honestly, it feels like a really bad idea. This could go south fast. She's standing at his door, taking a deep breath, but this whole situation is a total mystery. She's stepping inside, and the room is dark and imposing. Bro, this is intense. She's walking toward him, and the scale of this place is insane. She looks so small in comparison. She's finally face to face with the second prince, and he looks haunted, honestly. She tries to speak, but he cuts her off, asking if she's come to scold him. Wow, low self-esteem. She insists she just came to check on him, but he doesn't believe her for a second, straight up accusing her of playing games. He demands to know what she wants, and she finally blurts out that she wants to understand why he's acting so strangely. He's clearly hiding something, and he turns away, but she's not letting it go. Our girl is persistent. He says he's just tired of everything, but she calls him out on his flimsy excuse. She's seeing right through him. He finally admits he's been having nightmares, and she asks what they're about, but he quickly deflects. She's getting frustrated, and she declares she'll leave if he won't confide in her. She's not wasting her time. He stops her, saying he has something to tell her, and she turns back, cautiously optimistic. He's about to speak, but then someone calls out from the hallway. No way, talk about bad timing. He starts spilling everything. He's been cursed, and is literally burning up from the inside. She's shocked, seeing the burns and bruises covering his body, and immediately starts trying to heal him. But someone bursts into the room, interrupting them and demanding to know what's going on. This dude is furious, ordering them to get out. Talk about ruining the moment. She ignores him and continues healing the second prince, her hand glowing with power. She's trying to get him to understand something, but he's clearly in pain and confused. She's desperately trying to transfer her energy to him, but it looks like it's taking a toll on her too. He weakly whispers an order. What order? This is getting intense. She's completely focused on him, and he's looking up at her with such vulnerability. Our girl is going all out to save him, but honestly, this whole situation is a mess. He's out cold, and she's staring at him, relief washing over her that he's still alive. Thank goodness. This dude is covered in scars, and she's desperately trying to figure out what happened to him. She determines he bruised a rib, but thankfully there's no internal bleeding. Huge win. She gently touches his face, studying his features, and then it hits her. Golden hair. She realizes this is the same boy from her past life. The one who would have been her age? No way! He would have been her age, and she's just completely overwhelmed with emotion right now. She's reminiscing about him, and it's so bittersweet. Our girl is seriously heartbroken. He's still unconscious, but she's tenderly stroking his hair, lost in thought. She remembers his golden hair, and it's like a flood of memories are rushing back to her. And honestly, this is a total emotional gut punch. She's clearly carrying so much pain. She's questioning everything. Why anyone would dare touch the Archduke's son? It's totally bizarre. But she's also wondering why he is keeping things secret from her, and honestly, she's starting to feel used. He apparently knew about her secret for a long time, and she's reeling from that revelation. Major trust issues. She asks herself why he didn't say anything and why he protected her yesterday. This dude is playing games. She's lost in thought, staring out at the garden, and it's clear she's piecing everything together. She notices something dark on his hand, and it's a complete mystery. What is going on? It's a mark, and she's realizing it's connected to the past, but the details are still hazy. She's tracing the mark with her fingers, and it feels significant, like a hidden truth is about to surface. This whole situation is so weird, and she's determined to get answers. Our girl is not backing down. Okay, so our girl is peeking over a wall, ears and all. She's totally spying on someone? This dude, the silver-haired knight, is getting a steamy bath, and another woman is RIGHTHR watching him. She straight up tells him she wants to be his friend, and bro is blushing like crazy. Her heart is pounding. She's confessing she thinks of him as a beloved friend, and it's a lot. He's asking if she's coming, and honestly, the tension is building so fast. They're walking together, and he takes her hand, but another man is totally giving him the side eye. He promises he'll see her soon, but it's super dramatic, like a secret rendezvous is happening. Their hands almost touch, and someone yells, "Sir Knight." It's a total interruption. It's a three-way hand grab, and it's messy, but everyone's reaching for the same person. He's standing there, looking all mysterious, and declares, "I am the..." Cliffhanger alert. Okay, so a story starts. A princess is captured by a fierce dragon. Classic? Many heroes have tried to defeat the dragon, but none have succeeded. It's looking grim. But hold up, a noble prince arrives, promising to save the day and break the curse. He's declaring he's here to rescue her, and honestly, the hype is real. This is what we've been waiting for. Wait, what? The story shifts. We're suddenly in a peaceful garden with some kids. A little boy is complaining about always being the evil dragon, and honestly, mood. An uncle explains not all dragons are evil, and the little boy is so confused. What is happening? The uncle keeps talking, and the kids ask how he knows all this. It's a total mystery. No way. It's a story within a story, and the dragon is actually a good guy. This uncle is dropping bombs, and our girl is about to learn the truth about the dragon. It's a plot twist. Suddenly, a little boy and girl are running towards this dude yelling, "Brother!" Total chaos. He's looking away from them, toward a house, but his expression is unreadable. The kids are all over him, asking where he's been, and he's offering a weak apology. However, another boy steps in, straight up telling him he's late. Rude much. An uncle appears holding a baby, and the scene is pure family overload. The little boy asks if, now that their brother is back, they can stay up late. Yes, please. The uncle agrees, and the kids are hyped. They're already planning all the fun they'll have. They're talking about playing reading and baking cakes. It's a sweet moment, honestly. But wait, this isn't just a cute reunion. Something feels off with the uncle's knowing look. He's watching the brother, and it's clear there's a whole lot more to this story than we know. He's reminiscing about how quickly the kids have grown, and honestly, it's a total heart-melting moment. The uncle chimes in, remembering when he first found the little boy, 5 or 6 years old. Wow. He's asking if the brother has found what he's been searching for, and the tension is building, I swear. The brother says he won't forget him by the next visit, and is about to kiss the kid goodnight. So sweet. The uncle points out they've gotten so big, he won't be able to hold them both soon. Major feels. But the uncle is low-key staring off into space, remembering when the kids were their age. What's he hiding? He's saying time flies, but his expression is shady. Something is definitely up with this guy. Outside the window we see a white horse. Random. I think not. He's gazing at the kids, saying they've grown so fast, but it feels like a goodbye, so ominous. However, the uncle is clearly keeping secrets, and I have a feeling this whole scene is about to explode. Our boy is desperate for clues about his past, asking the uncle if he had anything with him when he found him. The uncle says no, he only had an earring, and remembers finding him as a baby with absolutely nothing else. He wonders who his parents could be, and the uncle looks guilty, to say the least. The uncle apologizes, saying all the boy remembered was his name when he found him. He asks if the brother remembers anything before that, and things are about to get real. But the brother only has weird dreams, and isn't sure if they're memories or just dreams. The uncle presses him, needing to know what he sees in those dreams. The tension is palpable. He describes a beautiful place being destroyed by fire, and the uncle's face is unreadable as he listens. And then, the brother mentions a woman hugging him, and the uncle's grip tightens on the kid. No way. The uncle is definitely hiding something, and it's connected to that fire and the woman in the dreams. The uncle is laying it all out. He feels a piece of himself is missing, and can't rest until he finds it. He's confessing he raised our boy and the kids like his own, and it's so sweet but also suspicious. The uncle tells him to rest. It was a long journey, but something is seriously wrong. It's a trap. Suddenly, a voice yells, "Row!" and another one screams to take the boy with them. Chaos erupts. Everything explodes into flames, and it's straight up apocalyptic, with trees burning everywhere. Voices shout the boy must live, And he's our only hope. This is intense, bro. A ghostly figure of a man appears amidst the fire, and it's all ornate and dramatic. The ghostly man calls out, Noah, my dear boy, who iced this, and why does he know his name? The uncle is desperately trying to get our boy to safety, but honestly, it might be too late. But the uncle is clearly protecting him from something huge, and the secrets are finally coming out. This dude is grabbing our boy, saying he will return to him. Talk about possessive. Our boy is confused, asking what's going on, and the uncle is clearly hiding something. Someone's already in the room, and the uncle's telling them to at least bring a blanket. Rude. The uncle is shutting the door, deciding they need to leave before anyone wakes up. Sneaky. He's sneaking down the stairs, and honestly, this feels like a bad idea. He finds a bag of coins, probably to pay for an escape, but someone's already outside. It's the uncle riding a white horse through a field of flowers, so picturesque, but suspicious. He's riding fast, escaping, but what was all that about? This is getting wild. The uncle is determined to get away, but I have a feeling this isn't over. And that's it, cliffhanger. What does this all mean? We need answers, stat. Okay, so our girl is chilling by the lake when she spots this dude, the emperor, completely passed out. He's lying there looking vulnerable, and she's straight up peeking, wondering what he's doing so close to the water. No way, they almost kiss? But then this dude jolts awake, totally confused about what he was even thinking. He's all dressed up, looking mysterious, and bro is clearly hiding something, judging by his expression. He stares off into the distance, looking troubled, while our girl spies on him from the bushes, so curious. And then, total disaster! He falls right into the lake, and she's caught completely off guard. Splash! He's underwater and she's totally shocked, like, what just happened? She's pulled into the water too, looking stunned, and honestly, this is getting wild. She surfaces looking totally disheveled, while he's already regaining his composure, smooth, She's questioning what's going on, and he's just staring at her with that intense gaze. The tension is real. She's asking what's going on, and he's all, are we in that book? Totally losing it. He's panicking, worried about the story, but then a frog jumps onto his head. Talk about awkward. The frog speaks, yes, speaks, calling her my lady, and this dude is absolutely horrified. Our girl is confused, questioning what's happening, while he stares at the frog with pure disbelief. He's dripping wet, clearly stressed, and the frog is just chilling on his head like it owns the place. She starts walking away, but he grabs her hand, and the scene gets all sparkly and dramatic. He's standing in the water, surrounded by lotus flowers, while she looks down at him. So romantic. But wait, she's suddenly laughing, like, oh my goodness, Noah! What's gotten into her? She's cackling under the starry sky, and it's a little unsettling, honestly. Is she mocking him? The title card drops. I am the villain. And it's clear our girl is embracing her role, and it's kinda scary. She teases him about why Sir Knight took a swim, and casually mentions he made a friend, a frog. She giggles, saying she's glad he's having a bad time, and honestly, it's a little cold. He reaches for her, grabbing her arm, and she's all fancy lace and exposed skin. Talk about a power move. A mysterious figure appears, hooded and brooding, and straight up tells them they can't have that moment. He's got a flower tucked into his hair and looks totally haunted. What is up with this guy? He pulls her closer, enveloping her in his cloak, and she looks totally stunned by the gesture. He's about to return something to her, claiming he's been holding on to it for ages. Suspicious? He says she'll remember, referencing the day they first met in the gardens. And things get flashback. We see a glimpse of the hooded figure's face, and he's definitely brooding. This is getting intense. She's staring at him, asking what he must think, but her expression is unreadable. What's she planning? Noah is laying it on thick, explaining he pulled her from a lake. A lake she doesn't remember being near. She's confused, asking how he could have seen her, but he insists she just appeared out of nowhere. He claims he heard a splash and found her unconscious, wearing bizarre clothes. Okay, this is getting weirder. He says he stayed with her while she slept, and our girl is side eyeing him hard. Something is definitely off. He finishes his story, revealing he waited for her to wake up so he could take her home. So sweet, right? But she's clearly not buying it, staring at him with that unreadable expression again. What is she hiding? She's questioning his story, and he's totally flustered, trying to explain himself. But it's not working. She's testing him, asking if he really thinks she'll believe that, and he's starting to crack under the pressure. She finally drops the bomb. She remembers nothing about that night, and he looks absolutely devastated. However, she's smirking, clearly playing a game, and this dude is walking right into her trap. No way. He's spiraling, convinced she thinks he's a creep. But he feels he has to tell her the truth. He admits he saved her, and she asks about that man, the one he saw with her earlier. He stammers, saying he didn't try to do anything, but she's totally calling his bluff. She keeps pushing, and he's losing it, babbling about not wanting to interfere. This is a mess. She finally asks who that man was, and he's about to spill, but then stops himself. What's he hiding? He tries to backtrack, saying wait no, but it's too late. She demands he tell her everything. He reveals the man who saved her was Noah, her fiancé, and our girl is processing this information. She's thinking about how Noah would have enjoyed seeing her in that state, but then panics, realizing what she's said. He's devastated, tears welling up, and she's staring at him, conflicted. This is getting complicated. She looks up at him, and he's reaching for her, but she's still holding back. What will happen next? She's leaning in, whispering my dear knight, and honestly, the tension is TK. She's fully embracing him now, and he's just letting it happen, offering a grateful thank you. He lifts her up, and they're spinning, but it's not a cute moment. She's still calculating, bro. They're floating, like in a dream, and she's looking down at him, but her expression is unreadable. He's holding her close, and she finally lets her head rest on his shoulder. Is this a breakthrough? But wait, the scene dissolves into a blurry, ethereal glow, and it's all super symbolic. The story thanks us for reading, and honestly, we need answers ASAP after that cliffhanger. Okay, so our girl is peeking around a corner, looking super mischievous with those fox ears. She's all dressed up, but this dude Noah is embracing her. It's a super intense moment, bro. Noah whispers thank you under the moonlight, and honestly, it's kinda creepy, not cute. She calls out Noah's name, but he's already being swept away into the darkness. What is happening? He's pulling her close, telling her to meet him in the kitchen, and then he says smile. A total power move. He's whispering she, as if she's everything to him, while holding her tightly. It's getting intense. We get a close-up of Noah, and he looks unhinged, with a little tear and a dark gaze. They're embracing again, and she's hiccuping. Is she crying? Is she laughing? We need answers. He asks if she's okay, and she says she's fine, but the background is glitching out. Something's definitely wrong. She's clearly not okay, and this whole scene is giving me major red flags. No way this ends well. Noah is picking wildflowers, like actual weeds, and questioning if it's stupid to give them to her. He admits he doesn't think she'll like them, because they're just wildflowers, but then remembers he can't give her real flowers. He mutters it's not right for a lowly knight to offer anything fancy, and we flash back to their wedding kiss. Noah spirals, staring out the window and wondering how she could just do that. He's seriously upset. He's clutching his head, looking all messed up, and someone says that's dangerous. Like a warning. Close up on his face, and he's realizing if he's not careful, he could become greedy, bro. We cut to a shot of her, looking all regal and untouchable. She's clearly out of his league. Noah is completely losing it, and the scene is super chaotic with birds flying around. What is going on? He's slumped against a wall, sighing, and it's a total mood. This dude is heartbroken. Someone says that's dangerous again, and we see Noah with scratches on his face. Straight up concerning. Our girl is suddenly remembering her past life. She was a maid, and she's thinking about Noah like, hard. She's seeing Noah in her memory, and she's realizing he's always been so kind to her, which is sweet. She decides she wants to return his kindness, so she's making him a sandwich. A really fancy one, apparently. She's laying out all these ingredients, and honestly, it's a whole production for a sandwich. She finishes making the sandwich, and it looks amzianju, but then she's like, wait, there are so many dishes. She wants to put it on a nicer plate, because apparently Noah deserves the best, even for a snack. She's searching through the cabinets and finds some beautiful porcelain plates. A little chipped, but still gorgeous. She's carefully selecting a plate, and it's so cute. She's putting so much effort into this little gesture. She places the sandwich on the plate, and it looks perfect. This is a mood, honestly. She's thinking about how she wants to give him something back, and it's so wholesome. She's totally falling for him. She's reaching for the plates on the high shelf, and it's a whole struggle. She's so short. She's balancing on a stool to get them, and honestly, this is a disaster waiting to happen. Oh no, the stool is wobbling. She's losing her balance, and it's happening fast. She slips, and it's a full-on fall. She's flailing, and those plates are going down. She crashes to the ground, but then, No catches her. Talk about a knight in shining armor. She's stunned, and he's looking down at her with this worried expression. Major heart eyes, he's helping her up, and she's totally flustered. But she tries to play it cool. She's apologizing for the mess, but he just brushes it off. This dude is too good to be true. He's holding her hand, helping her steady herself, and it's so tender, I can't even. She's staring up at him, and the tension is real. She's definitely catching feelings, no way. She's reeling from the fall, and Noah's holding her tight. It's a total save, honestly. He asks if she's hurt, super concerned, and she's staring up at him, completely lost for words. She manages a thank you, but she's clearly flustered, and he's still holding her close. He's looking down at her with this soft smile, and she's practically melting. Major blush moment. She playfully calls him Noah, and he's laughing, like he's totally relieved she's okay. She says nice catch, and bro, the chemistry is OFF teach hearts right now. She's still leaning on him, and he's got his hands on her waist. It's getting real intimate. She's finally steadying herself, and their eyes meet, but Lucia's clearly still shaken up. She thanks him again, but it's a quiet whisper, and he's just gazing at her. This dude is smitten. He's holding her gaze, and she's giving him this shy smile. Our girl is falling hard. He's still holding her, whispering she needs to be careful. Total knight in shining armor vibes. He pulls her closer, and she's practically in his arms. It's a full-on embrace, and she's leaning into it. She tells him it's dangerous, but he's not letting go, saying he won't let anything happen to her. She tries to pull away, but he just holds her tighter. This dude is seriously possessive, wow. Suddenly, a figure appears cloaked in darkness. Talk about a dramatic entrance. The figure shouts Leonardo's name, and it's clear they're not happy to see him. Leonardo turns, looking straight at the figure, and the tension is insane. Something big is about to go down. He's facing off against this mysterious person, and it's a full-on standoff, honestly. Leonardo stands firm, blocking the figure from reaching Lucia. He's protecting her, no doubt. The figure is still approaching, and Leonardo looks ready for a fight. This is about to get messy. The cloaked figure demands to know what honor Leonardo thinks he's owed. Straight up confrontational. Leonardo turns the tables, asking where Lucia was all night. He's definitely suspicious. This dude asks if Leonardo was worried about her, and Lucia is giving him a low. She pushes, asking if he was worried about someone else. The drama is building, I swear. Leonardo's all confused, saying whatever the case may be, he's totally lost. But is he really? He's smirking, and Lucia's staring him down. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. She's lost in thought, and Leonardo's just watching her. Bro, the vibes are off. Lucia is clearly reeling, but Leonardo is still trying to read her face. This is getting intense. Okay, so Lucia's little sister just pops up out of nowhere with these adorable fox ears and is totally spying on them. She straight up announces to everyone that Lucia isn't engaged anymore. Major bombshell dropped, y'all. This dude, the brother, looks shocked, but also kinda relieved. Something's definitely up with him. He's all smiles, saying Lucia looks lovely, but it's a super creepy, unsettling kind of lovely, honestly. He's casually pointing out that his brother is lucky, but it's dripping with sarcasm and hidden meaning. Our girl is clearly upset, and you can see the tension building as he talks about political marriages. So frustrating. He continues to push, saying as far as he recalls, his brother never liked Lady Aurelius, like he's stirring up trouble. Then he drops the real bomb. Has that changed? No way is this a genuine question. He's fishing for info. He's just standing there all dark and mysterious, while his brother looks on. The power dynamic is insane. But honestly, this whole situation is a mess, and I have a feeling this brother is the real villain here. Okay, so this brother is still holding Lucia's hand, and she's clearly uncomfortable, like, get your hands off. She asks him to get a plate, and he's totally playing dumb, acting like he doesn't know what she means. But then, bam, she straight up bunks him on the head. Our girl does not mess around, I love it. He's all confused, asking what plate, and honestly, this dude is testing her patience. Lucia clarifies she wants him to get the plate, and he's acting like it's a huge favor, so annoying. He finally goes to get it, but he's still staring at her, and it's giving off major creepy vibes. Meanwhile, we see a flashback to a garden filled with peach blossoms, so pretty but also ominous. Someone's looking at Lucia and another woman through the window, surrounded by those peach branches. He's watching them, and it's clear he's not happy with what he sees. Oh, trouble brewing! But Lucia is holding her head, looking distressed. No way this brother is making things easy for her. Lucia's trying to apologize for accidentally hitting Noah with the plate, but he's brushing it off. So smooth. He insists he's fine, even with a growing bump on his forehead, and our girl is totally suspicious. Lucia quietly admits she deserves it. Which, okay, that's a little sad, but she's so strong. Noah's all concerned, saying he's so sorry, and then reveals she was trying to make him a sandwich. Sweet. But instead of a sandwich, she broke the plate in his forehead, and he's still being ridiculously polite. He declares he's fine as long as she's not hurt, and Lucia is internally screaming at how knightly he is. She's calling him noble and knightly, but it's all internal monologue. She's totally roasting him in her head. He leans in and she's cringing, thinking about how fake and over the top he's being, honestly. We get a close-up of his face, and he looks genuinely touched. What is going on with this dude? He's thinking about her making him food, and it's actually kinda cute, but still suspicious, I'm telling you. Noah straight up declares it's the best sandwich he's ever had, and Lucia is internally losing it. He hasn't even tried it yet. She's spiraling with inner thoughts, admitting she's so glad he's back, but also totally flustered by his presence. He leans in close and Lucia is panicking. This dude is way too warm and soft for her liking. Noah's thinking about how innocent he appears, but he's actually hiding a lot. Uh-oh, mysterious vibes. We get a flashback to a journal entry, and she admits things are getting exciting, but she's made mistakes. She's recalling how much she missed him, and how he's the key to everything. But the thought of never seeing him again is unbearable. Lucia is lost in thought, staring out the window, and it's giving major longing vibes. Our girl is conflicted. But then a beautiful floral design surrounds them, and Noah whispers, "So am I, my lady, smooth talker." The scene fades to black with a starry night, and the floral design continues. It's all very dramatic and romantic. We're back to the journal, and it reads, "He's such an innocent man. He appears cold and serious, but in reality he's not like that at all." Lin bursts in with Heiji news. The crown prince is inviting Lucia to dinner? No way. Lucia seems relieved, mentioning Arthur is feeling better, and she needed an excuse to talk to him. She says she needed to speak to him, but Lin is so excited. She's already planning their wedding. But then Noah shows up, and Lin immediately shuts up. Talk about awkward timing. Noah drops a bomb. The prince never sends invitations like this, and he wrote it himself. He also says he wrote the invitation himself. This dude is going ALO, honestly. Noah tells Lin to go call for Lady Gallietta, but she protests, saying it won't be necessary. He's clutching a sword, looking super intense. Something is definitely up with this guy. Lin is still babbling about Lucia getting married soon, but Noah is completely blocking her out. And we end on a cliffhanger. What is he planning? This is getting good? Lucia's finishing up a painting, and it actually turned out good. Major win for our girl. She hopes she and Arthur won't be interrupted this time, and she's ready for him to announce their annulment. We cut to Arthur, and he's looking tense. Something's definitely bothering this dude. His attendant asks if something's wrong, and Arthur just replies, maybe a little. Total understatement. Arthur's staring at his ring, and honestly, it looks like it's glowing. What is happening? And then a dog, a fancy, cap-wearing sword-carrying dog. No, I'm not kidding. This canine is straight up giving main character vibes, a fluffy bodyguard, maybe? But back to Arthur, who's still brooding and clearly hiding something from Lucia. He's thinking about the invitation, and it's like a weight is lifted off his shoulders. Finally, some progress. He's determined to tell Lucia about the annulment, but will he actually get the chance? We'll have to wait and see. Arthur finally confesses he wants an annulment, and Lucia is surprisingly calm. She was expecting this. However, he's barely finished when the dog, who is apparently a magical messenger, interrupts with a sealed invitation. Okay, so our girl is totally rocking the fox ears, adorable, right? But things are about to get serious. Sir Magnus reports to His Highness, letting him know the fleet is ready to move whenever he says the word. This dude gives the order to retrieve the princess, but he's also planning something else, a total power move. Sir Magnus understands, but then our Highness drops a bomb. He wants to annul the princess's patrol. He tells them he's already informed the ambassadors, and honestly, they are not happy about it. But he's playing the long game, refusing to answer to anyone until the prince ascends the throne. Sneaky. He says the coronation will have to wait, and we all know that means trouble is brewing. Sir Magnus asks if His Highness intends to travel to the capital, and the answer is complicated. Our boy is straight up playing everyone, and it's amazing to watch, even if it's stressful. He's got layers, this dude, and a plan within a plan. We are HR for the chaos. He declares he's a king, and the council's opposition doesn't matter to him at all. Talk about confidence. Someone points out this journey is risky and long, but Our Highness is already shutting down that concern. He's making it clear the council won't have a say once he's crowned. Total power grab, honestly. He's officially taking charge, and it's a vibe, but things are about to get intense. Sir Magnus, as captain of the guard, insists he wouldn't dare question the crown prince. However, as a friend, Magnus is worried about the risks this poses for Arthur and the princess. Magnus voices his anxiety about how going against the council will impact them both. Arthur brushes it off, saying there's minimal influence from nobles who would defy them. So cold. He questions what difference it would even make if they did dare to defy him, and wow, the arrogance is real. This dude is playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers. And it's both terrifying and amazing. Someone sends a letter addressed to Aurelius, hinting that there's a person who might oppose their plans. Intriguing. Magnus reassures Arthur that Evelyn's safe return is the priority, but Arthur isn't really listening, is he? Magnus says the prince will be with them shortly, and Bro looks seriously annoyed. Someone's grumpy. Arthur's ticked off, totally grumpy, and muttering about Evelyn being here to see that man. Oh, the jealousy? He's staring at Evelyn with a seriously judgmental gaze, and honestly, it's a little scary. Arthur demands to know why she has to look so good, and it's giving major possessive vibes. Yikes. He's practically seething, and the way he clutches his weapon. This dude is about to explode. She's all dolled up, surrounded by flowers, and he's losing it. The tension is THK, you guys. Arthur's face is a masterpiece of barely contained rage, and he just shouts like that. What a mood. No way is this going to end well, honestly. He's spiraling and Evelyn is totally oblivious. Arthur grabs Evelyn's chin, forcing her to look up, and she's clearly uncomfortable. Major red flag. He's all up in her space, demanding to know why she has to look so good, and honestly, it's creepy. Evelyn's bleeding from the lip, and Arthur just wipes it away with his thumb, like it's nothing. She stares back at him, eyes wide and a little scared, and he's totally fixated on her reaction. He admits he likes everything she does, and then straight up says he wants her to stay by his side. Arthur's leaning in close, whispering that he wants her, and it's giving intense, possessive vibes. He's lost in thought, muttering what he wants, and Evelyn looks totally bewildered. What's happening? Arthur's face is so close to hers, and she's starting to realize she's trapped. She tries to pull away, but he just tightens his grip. No way is this a healthy dynamic. Evelyn's cornered and Arthur's face is so close, you can see his breath. This is escalating fast. Evelyn's dress is falling apart, and she's mortified, blurting out she made a mess. Total disaster. Arthur unexpectedly catches her as she stumbles, and she's straight up shocked by his quick reflexes. She thanks him, but he just brushes it off as coincidence. Yeah, right, we all know he's saving her. Evelyn is so confused, questioning why he even bothered to help, and her expression is priceless. She's clearly flustered, and Arthur finds her reaction adorable. This dude is playing with fire. He claims he can assure her, but then doubles down on it being just a coincidence. Such a liar. Evelyn is hiccuping, totally losing it, and leaning on Arthur, but she's starting to suspect something. Arthur sighs, annoyed by her antics, but honestly she's just a mess right now. Can't blame her. We get a close-up of Evelyn's face. She's processing, realizing something isn't adding up. She's starting to suspect Arthur intentionally caught her, and straight up says, it can't be. The pieces are falling into place. Evelyn bursts out at Arthur. She's totally shocked to see him there, and honestly same. Arthur rushes forward, claiming she needs to be careful. But it's kinda sus, like what's he planning? He wraps her up, protecting her from something, and Evelyn's completely stunned by his sudden move. Arthur whispers sweet nothings, calling her my lady, and Evelyn's face is a mix of confusion and fluster. He's holding her so close, and she's staring up at him with wide eyes. The tension is real, bro. Evelyn is definitely questioning what's going on, realizing this isn't the cold Arthur she thought she knew. Arthur looks down at her, a soft expression on his face, and Evelyn's starting to read between the lines. He's so close, and she's so vulnerable. Our girl is starting to fall for this complicated dude, no doubt. Okay, so our girl is straight up spying on her fiancé, and he's got fox ears. What is happening? It's her wedding day, and this dude, the Duke, is looking all intense as he prepares to dance with her. They're waltzing, but the atmosphere is so weird, like a storm is brewing or something is about to go down. Suddenly, a mysterious man with white hair appears, looking all brooding and ready for action, bro. The Duke finds Lucia and is all like, have you been waiting? But it's super awkward because of the white-haired guy. This dude is not happy and is giving the Duke a seriously icy glare. Honestly, everyone's staring, and someone even asks what's gotten into the Duke, but he just apologizes. So shady. They're still dancing, but it's clear something is off. The Duke is all tense and Lucia looks confused. Lucia is looking gorgeous in her wedding dress, but it's like she's about to discover some huge secret, and the Duke is just standing there. But something tells me this wedding is about to explode. The Duke asks Lucia to have tea before dinner. Smooth move, sir. But she's sensing something is seriously wrong. He offers to escort her wherever she wishes, and Lucia agrees, saying she also has something to say. Ooh. Lucia starts to speak, but the Duke cuts her off and straight up dismisses the white-haired guy. Savage. The Duke and Lucia walk away, leaving the white-haired dude standing there looking totally betrayed. And honestly, we feel bad for him. Lucia turns to the Duke, her expression unreadable, and asks, "You there?" This is the calm before the storm. I can feel it. She's finally laying it all out. She knows about the fox ears, and she's demanding answers. No more games. The Duke is all like, "I'll explain everything." But Lucia doesn't believe a word. She's calling him out on his lies. He insists he was only protecting her, but Lucia is having none of it, demanding to know why he hid such a huge secret. Lucia's had enough and is declaring their engagement is over. But the Duke isn't letting her go that easily. He grabs her hand, refusing to accept her decision, and Lucia is not pleased. Bro, this is about to get messy. Lucia demands to know what that was, and the Duke just looks stunned. What is he hiding? The Duke tries to brush it off, leading Lucia away, but she's not having it. She wants answers now. He insists it was nothing, but Lucia sees a gun tucked into his coat. No way, this is escalating quickly. The Duke suddenly pulls a gun and points it toward the balcony, and Lucia is totally freaked out. What is happening? He fires and a figure falls from the balcony, but it's all a blur. Lucia is losing it, and so are we. The Duke claims it was a spy protecting her, but Lucia is convinced he's lying through his teeth. She tries to break things off, declaring the engagement is over, but this dude isn't letting her go. He's too stubborn. He grabs her hand, refusing to accept her decision, and she's absolutely furious. This is a power move, and it's not working. Suddenly, the white-haired guy from earlier appears, looking straight up menacing, and the Duke is not pleased. He's got a cold smile on his face, and it's clear he's about to make things even more complicated. Oh no. Lucia demands to know who this mysterious soldier is, but the Duke just insists he's a guard. Someone corrects the Duke. This isn't just any guard, he's a soldier, and a loyal one at that. They're standing on a balcony overlooking cherry blossoms, but the vibe is not spring romance. The soldier refuses to follow any orders except Lucia's, and the Duke is absolutely fuming. Lucia asks again who this dude is, and he doubles down on his loyalty. Only her commands matter. The soldier's expression is intense, and Lucia is starting to see he's hiding something too. She's realizing this soldier wasn't just there randomly, and is totally questioning the Duke's story. Lucia sees a familiar emblem on the soldier's uniform, the same one as the fallen figure. She connects the dots, realizing the Duke likely orchestrated the balcony incident, and is straight up horrified. But the soldier's intense stare says he knows more than he's letting on, and things are about to get wild. Lucia is getting seriously suspicious and asks the knight what happened that night. She needs answers. The knight confirms she was attacked, and that Arthur ordered him away, but he ignored it. Lucia says she's safe now, but she's clearly upset about how things went down with the attack. She's thinking out loud about how she hates that the knight was sent away, and how Arthur spoke to him. Our girl is not okay with any of this, admitting she doesn't want the knight getting in trouble. She hired him to protect her, and she's furious if anything happens to him because of Arthur's orders. The knight hears everything, and finally responds, "He'll do as she wishes, my lady." A white dove takes flight with a message, signaling that the knight is following Lucia's command. But the Duke is watching, and his expression is telling us he is not happy about any of this. He's absolutely seething, and we all know that means trouble is brewing, big time. Lucia is laying it all out. She's had enough and wants an annulment, straight up demanding it from Arthur. Arthur stays silent, and the knight asks why they haven't announced the annulment yet, which is a great question. Arthur finally speaks, but it's just nothing. He's giving zero answers and Lucia is losing it. Lucia is getting all up in his space, demanding to know what he's playing at, and bro, the tension is insane. She's practically breathing down his neck, and Arthur finally looks up, his eyes intense and unreadable. Close up on Lucia's face. She's gorgeous, but also seriously determined, and those eyes are fire. Arthur just stares back and honestly, it's a power move. He's letting her think she's in control. But Lucia isn't backing down. She's making it clear she wants this over with, and she wants it MOW. The scene shifts to a beautiful garden, but it feels ominous, like something big is about to happen. Lucia, looking ethereal in white, is surrounded by flowers, but she's clearly not okay. This is not a happy moment. Arthur apologizes, but it feels so forced. He's clearly trying to stall for time. Lucia demands he just give her a minute, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Suddenly, Arthur reaches out and grabs her chest, and everyone is shocked. No way did we see that coming. Lucia is stunned and Arthur quickly pulls back, looking utterly mortified and covering his mouth. Lucia, furious, demands to know what he thinks he's doing, and her voice is icy cold. Arthur stumbles back, trying to explain, but it just sounds like a mess. He's really digging himself a hole. Someone finally yells out, "What is going on?" Because honestly, everyone is losing their minds right now. We get a shot of the beautiful garden again, but it feels tainted now. This whole scene is a disaster. Okay, so our girl wakes up and she's not herself. She's got fox ears and is totally freaking out. She's in this massive, gothic bedroom and realizes she's somehow been dropped into a novel she read before. But it gets worse. She's inside the book, and she's become Lucia Aurelius, the villain who dies at the end. She's writing in her diary, convinced she's losing it, but honestly, we're losing it with her. This world is from Sina's novel, and she's straight up stuck in it, with no clue how she got there. She's the antagonist, destined to die, and she needs to sever ties with the main characters to survive. No pressure. Apparently, she's sharing a life with two of the male leads, Alexander and Theodore Aurelius, which is complicated. She's trying to cancel her engagement with the Crown Prince, Arthur, because, avoiding a tragic end. But things aren't going as planned, and she's determined to change her fate, even if it seems impossible. She's got to rewrite this story, and our girl is ready to fight for her life. This is gonna be good. She's totally secured an engagement with the prince, and is writing in her diary about it. She's feeling good, but then she meets the prince's brother, Leonardo, and things get interesting, fast. Leonardo seems fun and charming, but our girl remembers rumors about him being a total warlord. He gets super close, and she's visibly uncomfortable, but she tries to play it cool. She quickly decides she doesn't want to see him again, but then, she has a brilliant idea. She needs a personal guard, and recruits a strong, silent knight named Noah. Noah is big and stoic, but she feels strangely safe with him around. She's decided Noah is the perfect solution to her problems, and she's writing about it in her diary. She's determined to rewrite her fate, and this knight is part of the plan. She's taking control. She's convinced Noah will keep her safe, and honestly, we're here for it. She's writing in her diary again, and is so relieved the annulment is moving forward. Finally, some good news. But she's suddenly struck by the fact that the second prince, Theodore, clearly despises her. Wait a minute, she remembers a recent hug with Theodore, and now she's questioning either way thing. She's spiraling, thinking about what it would have been like if they'd stayed close, and imagining a little brother. She envisions a peaceful scene with Theodore and a child, riding with a dog and surrounded by flowers. It's sweet. Cut to a fancy party and some ladies are gossiping about her. Rude. Theodore shows up, looking all cool and collected, and she's surprised he doesn't seem mad at all. He's watching her, and it's clear he's not as cold as she thought. What is going on with this dude? She's back in her diary, totally flustered after a close encounter with Theodore in a horse ride. She's realizing so much has happened, and honestly, she's completely lost in her feelings. Okay, so someone reveals to another person that Theodore knows she isn't the real Lucia? Major bombshell. She's freaking out, wondering how he figured it out, and why he hasn't said anything yet, which is fair. She's picturing herself completely helpless, tied up, and honestly, it's a terrifying image. But then the scene shifts, and she remembers meeting Theodore earlier today. Talk about whiplash! He was incredibly kind, carrying her when she had stomach cramps, and she's baffled because everyone says he's ruthless. She's so grateful for his kindness, but then she adds of course. Like she's suspicious of his motives, which, same. She's questioning everything, realizing she's completely at his mercy, and honestly, this is a scary situation. She's replaying the moment he carried her, and it feels off, like she's being watched, which is creepy AF. She feels completely restrained, as if her hands and feet are tied, and it's clear she's trapped in something big. But wait, she's realizing this isn't just about the annulment. It's about Theodore and whatever game he's playing. She's deep in thought, remembering Noah tending to her wrist. This dude is way too attentive. She admits Noah feels comfortable and familiar, but it's weird when people treat her so nicely, which is fair. She's spiraling, realizing she doesn't want Noah getting hurt protecting her, especially not Theodore. She's writing in her diary, admitting this world is way bigger than she thought. No kidding. Wait, what? The Crown Prince has a sister. She's furious she didn't read the original novel. Arthur and the Royal Council seem to be at odds. Straight up, this is getting messy. She thinks a Crown Prince should have more independence, but apparently not in this world. Rude. She feels bad for Arthur, admitting she wasn't very nice, but she's also so conflicted about everything. She's leaning on Arthur, completely vulnerable, and suddenly realizes he aches the same way she does. Sunflowers bloom in her memory. It's a flashback, and honestly, this is hitting us right in the feels. She's writing in her diary and straight up admits she wants Noah to hug her more. Mood. She wonders if her grandmother is even looking for her, but then Leo bursts in. Talk about a distraction. She starts a diary entry dedicated to Leo, and they're quickly becoming friends, which is kinda cute. They spend the entire day in town while Noah's away, and nobody recognizes her. Finally, a break. She's having a genuinely lovely time with Leo, but then she sees Sina's world and wishes she was here. She's confessing she got drunk and almost blew her cover, but luckily Leo caught her before things got messy. Aside from biting the prince, she hasn't made any other mistakes. She's trying to convince herself of that, at least. Leo carries her, and honestly this is a sweet moment, but it's interrupted by the fact that Noah is back diary and our girl is totally flustered, blushing like crazy. The tension is real. They remain friends, but Noah's return is a total game changer. She's caught between two worlds now. She's admitting how much she missed Noah, like, a lot, even though he was only gone 2 days, which is kinda intense. A frog is literally telling her she's missed, but she's distracted by realizing Noah saved her when she first arrived. She remembers Noah catching her and realizes she was instantly drawn to him, and it all makes sense now. Apparently, this dude was hesitant to tell her he saved her because he feared she'd misunderstand. So sweet and innocent? He seems cold, but she knows he's warm and soft, and she's just so happy to have him by her side. But here's the kicker, she realizes he might be the key to getting back home, and that fact is actually making her sad. Okay, so our girl is peeking around a corner, looking totally mischievous with these adorable fox ears. This dude, the Duke, is down on one knee trying to get her attention. She's in a gorgeous gown, by the way. He's begging her to stay, but she's clearly hesitant, and honestly, good for her. He grabs her hand and straight up declares she's his betrothed, then tries to kiss her, but she's not having it. She's totally shuddering, saying first of all, she's not impressed with this move at all. He goes in for another kiss and she jolts back, but he's got her cornered, wings and all. He's pulling her closer, and she's looking so uncomfortable, it's making everyone squirm. Someone, another guy, is watching and notices she's trembling, which is a huge red flag. The Duke is insisting she stay, but she's pushing him away and telling him she asked him not to do that. No way! She's clearly conflicted, but she's standing her ground, and we are sorry for it. He's trying to pull her close again, but she's frozen, totally questioning what's happening. She asks you, and this dude looks genuinely shocked, like what is she reacting to? He's clearly caught off guard, and straight up excuses himself, looking totally flustered. Our girl sighs, looking exhausted and overwhelmed. This whole situation is a lot. He suddenly commands her to come, grabbing her wrist, but she's resisting, pulling away. He's leading her somewhere, and honestly, this is getting creepier by the second. They're walking past a huge, ornate couch. It feels like a super ominous setting for whatever's about to happen. She's looking down, and he's still holding her wrist. She's trapped, and this is so stressful. He's pulling her forward, and she's clearly not okay with it, but she doesn't fight back. He's leading her to something, but the panel cuts off right before we see what it is. Oh, the suspense. She confesses she didn't know how much he hated her, and bro looks totally wrecked, like, seriously affected. He's stunned, and then, out of nowhere, he admits he doesn't hate her either, but he's scared. Our girl looks so vulnerable, and he's reaching for her, but she's pulling away. This is so tense. He's practically begging her not to hate him, but then drops a bomb, he needs her now. He claims he won't force her to marry him, but the way he says it feels off, and she's clearly reading that. She's staring at him, trying to figure out what he wants, and honestly, this dude is giving off major red flags. He's trying to explain, but she's cutting him off, demanding to know why he needs her. He just stares back, expressionless, and it's so unsettling. What is he hiding? She's starting to panic, backing away, and demanding to know what's going on. She's clearly terrified. He doesn't answer, just continues to stare, and she's left completely lost and vulnerable. Ah, cliffhanger! She's laying it all out. When Dut does whatever, she'll support him against the council. No questions asked. Flashback time. After her father dies, she and her family are confronted by the council, all dressed in black. Apparently, the lords of the council used to only have as much power as their titles allowed, but they wanted more. Classic power grab. This dude overthrew the previous ruler and immediately went to war with neighboring kingdoms, and no one could stop him. He's building an empire, and honestly, the imagery is intensy, lots of red and creepy statues. The council is forming, and they're clearly planning something big against him, but he doesn't seem fazed. He's staring down at a map, and it's clear he's got a plan to take over everything, but it's all so ominous. She realizes this is about more than just him needing her. It's about him wanting to control the entire world. She's desperately trying to understand what he's scheming, but he just keeps staring, and it's so unnerving. He's not giving her anything, and she's straight up terrified. This is a terrible situation for our girl. Okay, so everything was chaos, but Oceaner, her home, was somehow spared from the attacks, which is wild. To keep the peace, the council suggests an alliance, and honestly, it sounds like a terrible idea from the jump. But then things go south fast. Someone attacks her right in front of everyone, and it's brutal. She's losing it, screaming at them to stop. But they're all just watching, like it's part of the plan. She's absolutely furious, declaring she won't marry this fake prince. No way is she going through with it. Her family is shutting her down, telling her it's not her decision, she has duty to fulfill. So frustrating. Flashback time. Her sister was supposed to marry the heir of the Drakon Empire, Crown Prince Victor. Victor, the Emperor's nephew, now controls the kingdom of VILLAINESS, and he's giving off major villain vibes. Someone brings him wine, but he's instantly enraged. It's the cheap stuff. This dude is so extra, seriously. He's clearly a spoiled brat who expects everything to be perfect, and it's setting up for a major power play. Okay, so someone on her side is coughing up blood, clearly poisoned, and it's a total disaster. She's piecing together that the lords were secretly trading with the Drakon Empire, which is G. She realizes the council let the lords grow powerful intentionally, so they couldn't challenge them. She feels so betrayed. She's furious she trusted them, and now she doesn't believe they have her or the princess's best interests at heart. This dude, Victor, is all smug, saying the council is loyal to the emperor, and if they turn on him, revenge is coming. Another woman explains that a war between Oceaner and the Drakon Empire is inevitable, and things are getting tense. She learns the Archduke Lucia, her father, has major power over the council, and his duchy is basically independent. Apparently, he's not into politics, but he's a key player, and it's a little suspicious, honestly. Victor reaches for her hand, and it's a power move. He's totally controlling the situation. But she's not having it, and she's got a plan brewing, because our girl is not going down without a fight. Arthur's begging her to stay, but she's clearly distant, and it's a heartbreaking moment. She's all dressed up for the wedding, looking stunning, and he's trying to hold on to her, but something's off. He's leaning in, whispering sweet nothings, trying to convince her everything's okay, but she's not buying it. Someone interrupts, saying there's something Arthur doesn't know, and our girl is definitely intrigued. She asks what it is, and he's hesitant, sighing like it's a huge reveal. This is getting good. He finally spills that Lucia, her father, is involved in something secret, and she's shocked. He's trying to explain, and she's staring at him, completely confused. What is going on with her dad? She calls out Lucia's name, and honestly, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Okay, so our girl is totally spying on this dude, peeking over a wall. Super cute and mischievous. This dude, the Duke, is straight up admitting he orchestrated everything, like a total villain. He begins walking down this long, creepy hallway, each step echoing with suspense. It's giving major bad vibes. But it's not just a hallway, it's covered in spiderwebs and butterflies. What is happening? She's found, half-dressed and tangled in webs, looking absolutely terrified. No way this is good. He's looming over her, and the narration is all about how he stared at her, daring to touch her face. He leans in close, and honestly, it's a power move. She doesn't even flinch though. He's practically on top of her, and she just lets it happen. What is going on with our girl? More webs, more butterflies, and a whole lot of tension. It's a very artistic scene, to say the least. But more than anything, she's remembering the way he looked at her, and it's clear she's conflicted. She's lost in thought, admitting this duke seriously torments her. But something is shifting. Meanwhile, in the castle's grand hall, lords are losing it over recent attacks and stolen goods. They're furious about the losses, and someone even mentions Lord Cedric's murder. It's getting intense. This dude demands to know what the royal guard is doing, but they haven't found a single clue. He suggests making this public and hiring bounty hunters, but another lord questions that idea immediately. If word gets out about a vigilante terrorizing the court, the public will freak, and rightfully so. The duke, looking all brooding and mysterious, is clearly plotting something. He's got that look. He's listening to the complaints, but it's obvious he doesn't care about anyone else's problems, honestly. He's thinking about how they suffered for years, and he's not about to let anyone else suffer after him. But this dude's face, it's like he's planning something big, and it's definitely not good news for anyone. They realize they can't handle this alone and need the Emperor's help. But someone straight up questions if they're trying to offend Lord Roderick. Lord Roderick is not amused, demanding an apology, but his servant steps in, claiming concern for the kingdom's future. The servant implies the future king isn't prioritizing the kingdom, and it's a bold move, bro. We cut to the crown prince, and he's listening to everyone's pleas to reconsider the princess's marriage. But he shuts it down immediately. The marriage won't happen, and he's already taken care of it. No way. He reveals his men left the port, meaning the princess will be safe, and honestly, that's a relief. The lords are shocked. This dude is moving fast, and they're clearly not happy about being left out of the loop. The duke is thinking about all the suffering he's endured, and it's clear he's on a mission for revenge. However, he's not just thinking about the past, he's planning a move that will secure the future, and it's kinda scary. Our girl is left alone with her thoughts, and this dude is straight up playing a dangerous game. The council lords are questioning how the empire even is started, but this dude, the future king, is not having it. He reminds them he was a kid when everything went down, but he remembers the bloodshed it took to build this empire. He straight up demands they stand, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. He brings up rumors about the young prince's body never being found, and it's a low blow, honestly. One of the lords tries to brush it off as gossip, but our guy isn't backing down. He declares he will visit the emperor himself once he's crowned, and everyone is soaked. The lords look absolutely terrified. This dude is playing a dangerous game, and they know it. He promises justice for the emperor, and you can tell he means business, no doubt. He takes a step forward, and the atmosphere is intense. This dude is radiating power. But the lords are still whispering, and it's clear they don't trust him, not one bit. He's spiraling, convinced she's sending him away and doesn't trust him. Talk about a mood. But hold up, the maids are gossiping, and it's about our girl. Apparently, she's been acting totally different. They're saying she's lost interest in the prince, and honestly, good for her, she deserves better. The story gets juicier. The prince used to make her rueite for hours, straight up ignoring her. Can you believe it? The maids are throwing shade, saying how the tables have turned, and it's kinda satisfying to watch. But then, the prince shows up, looking all brooding and mysterious, and the gossip stops immediately. Everyone's whispering that he's developed feelings for her now, and they think she'll fall for him again. He's clearly upset, but he's trying to play it cool. This dude is a master of manipulation. He's thinking about how the fortunes have shifted, and it's clear he's not used to being the one chasing someone. But he's determined to win her back, and it's giving major red flags. This isn't gonna end well. He's wandering through the forest, clearly lost in thought, and muttering her name. It's kinda creepy. He demands to know who she is, but it's less a question and more of a desperate plea. This dude is falling hard. She doesn't answer, and he keeps calling out, getting closer, totally oblivious to what's happening around him. Two shadowy figures are flying above, circling him. Something's definitely up, and it's not good. He finally spots her, standing in a clearing, but she's distant, ethereal almost. What is going on? He reaches for her, desperate to touch her, but she's fading away, like a ghost. No way. She whispers you, and it sends chills down his spine. This is getting seriously spooky. He asks who she is again, and she finally responds, but it's not the answer he's expecting. She claims she's the one who has been waiting for him, and straight up says she's been watching him all along. But then she reveals she's been waiting for centuries, and he looks absolutely horrified. He's totally lost, asking who she is, but she just repeats she's been waiting. It's a loop. He demands to know what she means by centuries, and she responds with "I still wish for you." Whoa, intense. She's bathed in light, looking like a goddess, while he's shrouded in darkness. The contrast is unreal. She's reaching for him, but he's frozen, staring at her with a mix of fear and something else. He's seeing visions, or maybe memories, of her, and they're not what he expected at all. We see her from his perspective, and she's wearing this gorgeous white dress. He's captivated. But then, it cuts to him, looking completely broken, and realizing this isn't about a simple romance. He's all dressed up in dark armor, and it's clear he's preparing for a fight. Things are about to go down. Okay, so our girl is peeking through the trees, totally spying on these two guys. The forest is super foggy, like a classic mysterious scene, and she's trying to stay hidden. This dude with the red hair is practicing archery, but straight up misses his target by a toe-in. He apologizes, but the silver-haired guy just asks if he's alright, which is kinda weird, right? We get a close-up of the archer, and honestly, he's ripped, arrows stuck in his back and everything. The silver-haired guy says it's okay, but then he casually points out the missed target. The archer gives him a look, and it's clear there's some tension brewing between these two. He's all, like you said, and it's giving major side-eye energy. Something is definitely off. The silver-haired dude doubles down, saying he missed the target, and the archer looks so annoyed. The archer gives him a serious glance, and you can tell this isn't just about archery practice anymore. The silver-haired guy straight up asks if the archer needs a sparring partner, and the archer is so confused. He questions why he would need to practice with the silver-haired guy, and honestly, it's a fair point. But then the silver-haired guy drops a bomb. He was the one who taught the little lady's personal knight those skills. The archer is shocked, giving the silver-haired dude a super intense stare, like, wait, next. The silver-haired guy keeps talking, saying he's present, and the archer is clearly trying to piece everything together. We get a close-up of his face, and you can see the gears turning. He's realizing something big is happening. The silver-haired guy starts walking, and the archer follows, trying to get answers, but it feels like a trap. The silver-haired dude says he needed a sparring partner and the archer is clearly not occupied. What a savage! He continues, saying he showed those skills to the little lady's knight, and it's all starting to click for the archer. The silver-haired guy's expression is so intense, and you can tell he's about to reveal something huge. No way! The archer demands to know what the silver-haired dude is planning, and bro, the tension is THEK. He reveals he's been subtly manipulating events, guiding the little lady towards a specific outcome. No way! The archer is straight up furious, demanding to know why this dude is interfering with the little lady. The silver-haired guy just smirks, saying it's for the sake of splendid results, which is so shady. He starts talking about a specific flower, and our girl is seen walking through the gardens, completely unaware. The silver-haired dude explains he planted a seed, a tiny magical seed, on the little lady. We see her touching the flower, and the seed begins to grow, but something's clearly wrong with it. She suddenly collapses, and honestly, it's terrifying. The scene is all blurry and dramatic. The archer rushes to her side, but it's too late. She's unconscious, and he's freaking out. The silver-haired dude just watches, his expression unreadable, and this dude is a straight-up villain. He says this situation is different from what happened in the original story, and that she needs Lucia's support. We see a vision of the crown prince and Lucia. It's a wedding scene, and our girl is clearly shocked. She realizes what he wants for her to pretend to be Lucia, the crown prince's fiancée. Talk about a curveball. Our girl is spiraling, wondering if she'll get caught and what the crown prince even needs from her. She's seriously questioning how long she has to keep up this charade. It feels endless. He suddenly grabs her, and it's a total surprise. She's caught off guard, and so are we. This dude straight up says they're getting married, and our girl is just, what? She's completely overwhelmed, shouting that she can't do this. And honestly, can you blame her? She's desperate, and we're left wondering what happens next as she collapses. But wait, is this a flashback, or some kind of vision? No way this is over yet? She's spiraling, saying she can't do this, and it's a total breakdown. Can you even blame her? But wait, it's a flashback. She's remembering a lavish garden and a life she doesn't recognize. She's walking through this incredible garden, lost in thought, and honestly, it's gorgeous. She reaches a pond, seeing her reflection in a swan. It's also symbolic, bro. She wonders if No is nearby, wishing she could just see his face right now. She's so hung up on him. She's convinced he hasn't gone far, claiming she's sure he couldn't have gotten far. This girl is optimistic. However, she realizes she's been running away from him this whole time. Major plot twist. She's suddenly remembering a promise she made to him, and it's clearly haunting her. She's clutching a sparkling flower, and it's like a memory is floating back. This is getting intense. But now she's saying I can't again, and it's clear she's completely overwhelmed. What's gonna happen? Okay, so this dude, it's Kale, is ripping off his shirt, and honestly, the muscles are kinda distracting. He's bursting through doors, clearly looking for our girl, but he's covered in sweat and looks furious. He finds her, grabs her, and she's straight up terrified, like completely frozen in fear. He's holding her so tightly, and she's trying to pull away, saying she doesn't want this. It's a messy situation. But then, he's suddenly pulling back, looking confused, and she's insisting he let her go. It's so chaotic. He's trying to explain, saying he was looking for her, but she's convinced he's going to hurt her. The miscommunication is real. She's saying she doesn't trust him, and honestly, can't blame her after everything that's happened. Suddenly, another man, a blonde, appears and pulls Kyle away, and the tension is insane. The blonde is shielding her, and the whole scene is lit up with this dramatic glow. It's a total power move. But then, a bunch of people start cheering Go Knights. Wait, is this a sports game? What is happening? This dude is losing it, demanding to know why she wasn't introduced. Total possessive vibes. He's wrapping an arm around our girl, but she looks super uncomfortable, honestly. Wait, a bunch of other men are suddenly hitting on her, and they're all swooning. It's a free for all. One of them says he can be her friend, and another offers to be her lover. Bro, personal space. Kale is not happy. He's yelling at them to quiet down, and they're all flexing. It's ridiculous. But then, the blonde, the knight, steps forward, and Kale is glaring daggers at him. Kyle's trying to assert dominance, but the knight is holding his ground. The tension is THEK. She's looking at Kale, and you can tell she's still not convinced he's changed. Smart girl. Kale's practically radiating possessiveness. But the knight is still right there, a total roadblock. And we get a close-up of the knight. He's giving this intense stare, like I'm watching you. Okay, so our girl is spying on this intense sword fight, totally unbothered and peeking from the side. This dude with the silver hair is straight up demolishing the red-haired fighter. It's not even a fair match. He's moving so fast, everyone's shocked. They've never seen anyone fight like this before. Someone recognizes his style, saying they've only ever seen one man fight this way, which is kinda ominous. Silver hair is grinning, enjoying the fight way too much, and thinks his opponent is amusing. He's toying with the red-haired fighter, saying he'll see how long this charade can last. The fight gets even more intense, swords clashing, sparks flying. It's a total whirlwind of steel. But the red-haired fighter manages to land a hit, and Silverhair is actually surprised. He's stronger than he looks. However, Silverhair just loosens his grip like it barely even hurt him, and keeps pressing the attack. Another clash? And honestly, this dude had it coming. Silverhair's skills are just on another level. Okay, so Redhair is getting demolished, but he's still fighting through the pain, puffing for air. Silverhair disarms him with a flick of the wrist. It's so effortless, it's kinda scary. He's showing off now, standing tall with his sword while Redhair is on the ground, defeated. But wait, people are cheering. They think this silver-haired dude is their prince. Silverhair overhears them, and casually says they weren't aware they had an audience. He starts loosening his shirt, and honestly, it's a total power move. He's flexing for the crowd. Someone in the crowd has a cut on their face, looking shocked. What even happened? Silverhair and his companions start walking forward, totally owning this whole scene. They're just strolling through the courtyard like they're on a runway, ignoring everyone. Silverhair is just radiating confidence, and bro is straight up enjoying the attention. Lucy's looking gorgeous in white, but this red-haired dude just barges in, interrupting everything. He's all up in her space, demanding to know who this silver-haired guy is. Talk about rude. Silverhair doesn't even flinch, just casually wipes a drip off his chin. Total Ice King vibes. He's giving Redhair the cold shoulder, and Lucy's looking increasingly uncomfortable with the whole scene. Redhair grabs Lucy's hand, trying to pull her away, but Silverhair just steps in front of her. Silverhair smoothly takes Lucy's hand, and she's blushing. No way, is something happening here? He's whispering sweet nothings, calling her my sweet Lucy, and she looks totally flustered. Red Hair is fuming, clenching his fists, while everyone else stares in shock. The tension is real. Silver Hair pulls Lucy closer, shielding her from Red Hair's glare. This is getting intense. He's basically declaring his territory, and Lucy's looking up at him with wide eyes. What a moment. Silver Hair is laying it on THK, telling Red Hair Lucy is his future queen. Talk about a power move. Red Hair is absolutely losing it, demanding to know what's going on, but Silver Hair just smirks. He casually reveals Lucy was lost and looking for her friend, but then drops the bomb she's his future queen. The commander and another guy immediately drop to their knees, and Silver Hair is just watching, so smug. Red Hair is down on his knees too, looking totally broken, and Lucy tries to tell him it's okay, sweet of her, honestly. But Silver Hair cuts her off, declaring this is a mistake and he didn't recognize his future queen. The commander is begging Silver Hair to reconsider, but Lucy straight up tells him it won't be necessary. Red Hair is spiraling, clutching his head in his hands. This dude is not handling this well. And Lucy just stands there, radiating queen energy, while he's down on his knees. She's owning it. Silver Hair's laughing, and honestly, it feels a little cruel, but this dude brought it on himself. Lucy tells Noah she doesn't need his pity, and honestly, she's serving looks while doing it. Noah's laughing again, but he's quickly interrupted by the commander demanding an explanation. Noah brushes him off, telling everyone to return to what they were doing. So cold. Red Hair is still a mess, but he tries to compose himself and asks Lucy to return to training. She agrees, and they both turn to walk away, but Noah stops her with a pointed look. Noah declares Lucy is his future queen and demands everyone rise. This dude is power hungry. The commander and another guy immediately obey, but Red Hair stays put, staring at Lucy. Lucy tries to reassure him, but Noah cuts her off, claiming he didn't recognize her. Red Hair finally breaks, collapsing to his knees. It's a total emotional breakdown. Lucy stands tall as everyone kneels, radiating confidence, while Noah watches with a smirk. Everyone's whispering about Lucy, and the commander's straight up confused. He's never seen her before. Noah claims he doesn't recognize her either, which is a total lie, but our girl doesn't react. Red Hair is losing it, completely broken by Noah's words, but Lucy just stands there, stoic as ever. Noah declares Lucy is precisely to his liking, and a little heart floats above his head, so predictable. The commander points out Lucy Aurelius, but Noah just dismisses her, saying every woman is to his liking. Noah insists she hasn't changed a bit since last time, but this dude is playing games with everyone's feelings. We get a glimpse of a cloaked figure watching everything, and bro, the vibes are so suspicious. Noah turns back to Lucy, and it's clear he's up to something. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's getting way too close, and Lucy just looks concerned. This is escalating quickly. The cloaked figure speaks up, saying Noah knows what he's doing. But what does that even mean? Lucy wonders why she feels so embarrassed, but she immediately realizes she didn't lie, at least not about this. She's clearly flustered, and the red-haired dude is noticing, questioning why Noah is so quiet. He comments on the ring Noah chose, and Lucy overhears. It's a total power move. Everyone calls Noah mother's favorite, and Lucy feels a serious chill, like something is off. Noah's chest is exposed, and he's clutching himself. He's trying to maintain control, but it's shaky. But this whole situation is just weird, and Lucy is clearly uncomfortable with this sudden closeness. The cloaked figure speaks up, and it's clear he's been watching the whole time. Super suspicious, honestly. Lucy is straight up reeling, but bro, Noah just looks smug. He's playing everyone like a fiddle. Okay, so Lucia is playing sick to ditch dinner with the Emperor. Smart move, our girl. She tells her maid she's feeling unwell, and the Emperor's aide just accepts it, which is suspiciously easy. But then this dude, the Emperor, shows up and is reaching for Lucia's hand, out of nowhere. Lucia's hand is outstretched, and it looks like she's about to take it, but she hesitates. The tension is real. He finally takes her hand, and she's straight up questioning if he's changed his mind about something. Lucia admits things have gotten complicated, and honestly, we're dying to know what happened. Close up on Lucia, and you can see she's definitely hiding something. That look in her eyes is intense. The Emperor is giving her a long look, a full-on glance, and she's clearly flustered by it. He's staring at her, and she's trying to play it cool, but we all know she's a mess inside. However, it's all a facade. Lucia is clearly keeping secrets, and this dude is about to unravel them all. The Emperor is helping Lucia into the carriage, but he's definitely testing her. He makes her step up onto the footstool. Okay, now we cut to a romantic scene. The Emperor and Lucia are close, and he's about to kiss her. He starts kissing her neck, and Lucia is trying to hold still, but she's clearly affected. He asks if helping her relax is working, and she admits it is. Smooth move, Emperor! They're getting super close, and the Emperor's hands are… well, let's just say he's getting comfortable. Lucia's trying to keep her composure, but bro, this is a lot to handle. She's blushing. Suddenly, the scene shifts. We see a different man watching them from a distance, and he looks furious. This dude is radiating rage, staring down at them from the balcony. Something's about to go down. Another man, this one with white hair, is also observing the scene, but his expression is unreadable. And finally, we get a close-up of a third man, purple hair, intense gaze. He's clearly plotting something. Theodore demands tea, looking utterly unimpressed with everything. Honestly, his maid says Lucia is with the crown prince for dinner. Talk about a power move. Someone's scribbling furiously in a book, and they ask about Lucia, but it's a trap. The response comes quick. Lucia's with the crown prince, and Theodore straight up snaps a quill. He's losing it, crushing the quill in his hand, and the tension is unreal. Theodore is fuming, and it's clear he's not happy about Lucia's evening plans. He's so mad he's leaving a dent in the table. This dude needs to chill. But hold up, smoke starts swirling around him, and it's giving off major villain vibes. The smoke intensifies, and it's like a dark cloud is descending on Theodore. No way, the smoke is completely engulfing him and something huge is about to happen. Lucia stands on the steps, looking gorgeous in white, but she's clearly haunted by thoughts of war. She's clutching her stomach, and it's obvious she's protecting a baby. No way, she's pregnant. Theodore rides up, looking all intense, and asks for her help, but she reveals she's not the real Lucia. She's a copy, a fake, and she's questioning how she can help him when she's not the one he thinks she is. We get a close-up of Lucia's dress, and it's covered in sparkling light. She's radiating power. But then, a flash of golden hair appears, and it's a completely different woman riding toward them in a carriage. The carriage arrives, and the woman looks shocked. What is going on with this love triangle? The woman gasps, asking. She's definitely surprised to see Lucia and Theodore together. Our girl is staring intently at the newcomer, and honestly, the drama is thick. The episode ends with a cliffhanger. Who is this woman? And what does she want with Theodore? Theodore shouts, Senna, and straight up loses it. He's freaking out about the woman in the carriage. Everyone is yelling Senna and stop the carriage. It's total chaos, honestly. This dude grabs the carriage railing, trying to halt it, but it's moving fast. Lucia is looking at the scene, completely stunned. She's processing everything, but what does it mean? Theodore is riding like the wind, desperate to reach the carriage and stop it. He leaps from his horse and tries to grab the carriage, but it's going too fast. Theodore manages to grab the carriage, but the wheels are dangerously close to running him over. Suddenly, a burst of energy explodes and Theodore is thrown back. What just happened? Theodore is reeling, looking shocked and scared. But then we see a figure standing there. Lucia stares into the distance and whispers that, and honestly, this is a major cliffhanger. Senna is standing there looking ethereal, and it's honestly as seen, like she's glowing. Theodore is completely floored, and the horse is freaking out. It's a chaotic mess, bro. We get a super close-up of Senna, and her eyes are unsettling, to say the least. Her dress is stunning, but the details are kinda creepy. Those floral embellishments are wild. Theodore is getting absolutely wrecked. He's thrown around like a rag doll, no cap. He tries to get up but gets kicked. Ouch, that looks painful, and honestly, he had it coming. Everyone is gasping and whispering. They're totally stunned by what's happening, and rightfully so. Senna is lying on the ground, and everyone is questioning why she jumped from the carriage. Theodore is cradling Senna, looking devastated, but something is off with his expression. He calls out Lucia, and straight up looks menacing. This dude's mood has shifted hard. Theodore is desperately trying to get Senna to talk to him, but she's barely conscious and keeps repeating just a scratch. Senna weakly asks him to keep talking, and bro is freaking out. He's totally losing it. She insists it's just a scratch, but her eyes are glazed over and she's clearly fading fast. It's heartbreaking. Suddenly, someone gasps and claims they saw her, another woman, and things are getting seriously spooky. We get a blurry, distorted glimpse of a figure, and it's definitely not good. Like, a ghostly vibe is strong here. A servant rushes forward, calling out to Melody. But everyone is staring at the spot where the figure was. Someone says they're sure they saw her, and then another figure is revealed, shrouded in shadow. Oh no, It looks like Sina is seeing someone else, and she's reaching out towards whoever it is. Okay, so our girl is chilling when she straight up jumps in front of a horse? What is she doing? Everyone's freaking out, saying she's injured, but she insists it's just a small cut. She's trying to be brave. Turns out, Sir Noah is the one who actually took the fall for her. This dude is a total sweetheart, honestly. The doctors say she just needs a few days of rest, but she's already planning to check on Sir Noah herself. She's determined to see how he's doing, refusing to listen to anyone telling her to rest. She's stubborn. I love it. But, hold up, it looks like another lady is visiting Sir Noah, dressed in a seriously dramatic black gown. Someone is telling her to prioritize her own health, but our girl is not hearing it. She's going to investigate. She's sneaking around, peeking into the room, determined to find out what's going on with Sir Noah and this other woman. And honestly, this is where it gets interesting. Something is definitely brewing, and our girl is right in the middle of it. She's about to see for herself what's happening, and I have a feeling it's going to be a wild ride. She's totally convinced that woman is Sina, but Linda insists it's just someone who looks similar. Talk about denial. Linda's bringing a mountain of pillows, but our girl insists she has enough, which is kinda sus. T-Beach. Linda casually mentions the ring suits her well, but our girl suddenly remembers something she completely forgot. Uh-oh. She's rushing off, claiming she needs to see their guest, but Linda is left looking confused and a little worried. Our girl is practically sprinting, and she mutters about knowing what she saw, convinced it was Sina. She's on a mission. She's fixating on the fact that it could be Sina, or just a look-alike, and the tension is building, seriously. A door creaks open, and she's peeking inside, trying to figure out what's going on. This is getting intense. She's clearly shaken, trying to process what she just saw, and she's starting to doubt herself. No way. She's trying to convince Linda she doesn't need more pillows, but it feels like she's avoiding the topic. Something's up. Linda notices something is off, and is giving her a suspicious look. She's not buying it, and honestly, neither am I. Our girl bursts into the room, demanding to know what's going on, and this dude, the Duke, is a mess. Everyone is freaking out, asking if Lucia is okay, but the Duke is clearly hiding something, bro. He keeps babbling about the doctor, trying to figure out if she's awake, but he's totally injured. Look at that chest. Linda is super concerned, questioning what happened, and honestly, the Duke looks like he's about to faint. He tries to play it cool, but he's clutching his side, and it's obvious he was in a fight, straight up wounded. Linda is giving him the side eye, and you can tell she doesn't buy his story for a second. She's onto him. He claims it was just a minor accident, but the blood is visible on his shirt, and it's a lot. No way he's okay. He's trying to deflect, asking about Lucia, but Linda is focused on his injuries, and she's not letting it go. Our girl is starting to piece things together, realizing something big happened while Lucia was unconscious. The Duke is a wreck, desperately trying to maintain control, but it's clear he's in deep trouble, and our girl knows it. The Duke is reeling, barely managing to say Akio, and it's clear he's not okay. Linda is unimpressed, giving him a touch and calling his attempts at deception disappointing. She sees right through him. Linda demands a word with the Duke, and bro, her expression is stone cold. She's ready to grill him. She's standing at a huge window, looking down on him, and the power dynamic is seriously intense right now. Linda starts the interrogation, asking for his age, rank, and family name. She's laying the groundwork for a full takedown. He states he's 25, but then drops the bomb he has no rank or family name, which is Hugh Ge. Linda immediately connects the dots. He's an orphan, a commoner with no training, and she's not thrilled about it. But she's not stopping there, pointing out the sheer improbability of him becoming the future queen's personal knight. She's practically accusing him of manipulating his way into the position, and he's just standing there taking it. Wow. Linda's laying it on thick, questioning how someone of his standing even's got this opportunity, and the tension is unreal. Linda accuses him of being obsessed with Lucia, implying he's tarnishing her name with his behavior. Ouch. This dude claims he holds Lady Lucia in the highest regard, but Linda isn't buying it for a second. Linda calls him out, saying she's very aware of his wandering gaze. She's not letting him off the hook. She drops another bomb. Lucia has been overcompensating since the accident, trying to fill gaps from before. Linda points out that Lucia is the crown prince's fiancée and has loved him since childhood. Major backstory alert! She explains the prince didn't reciprocate at first, but he clearly feels something for Lucia now. It's getting juicy. Linda finishes her takedown, saying he may have misunderstood Lucha's kindness, and honestly, she's not wrong. But let me tell you, she assures him he'll regret underestimating her. This is a threat, not a suggestion. Linda turns away, and we get a glimpse of her profile. She's ice cold, and I'm living for it. The Duke stares at her back, completely defeated, while Linda continues to assert her dominance. She just won that round. The Duke is furious, laying down the law. There's no way a commoner can marry nobility. He suggests Lucia reconsider her actions and uphold the virtues of a knight serving his lady. Smooth. But then, things take a dark turn. Someone attacks Lucia and it's brutal, straight up. He's getting absolutely destroyed, and it's messy. No way this is a simple assault. Lucia is unconscious and covered in bandages, but she's still breathing. Thank goodness. We get a close-up of her face, bruised and vulnerable, but she's trying to open her eyes. She lifts a hand, weak and trembling, and it's heartbreaking. Our girl is in rough shape. And then, we see his feet, bandaged and messed up, revealing the extent of his injuries. A full view shows him, battered and bruised, but still managing to look stoic. What a fighter. However, the scene fades to white, and it's clear this is far from over. The suspense is killing me. Linda is totally playing chess with the Duke, demanding he explain who ordered the attack on Lucia. She's ruthless. Okay, so our girl is peeking around a corner, looking all cute with her little fox ears. It's a vibe. She calls out Theo, all sweet, but this dude Theo is straight up not having it, telling her off for saying his name. She apologizes, but Theo's giving her the coldest glare, like she seriously messed up. Bro is icy. She's trying to explain herself, but he's just turning away, and honestly, the tension is THK. Theo asks where they are and announces they need to talk. It's ominous, and we know it's not going to be a fun conversation. Her sister calls out, "Dear sister," but she's clearly freaked out, like she senses something is seriously wrong. But just when you think it's a family drama, a sword appears, and the mood shifts. I am in DHLY. This is getting intense. Everything goes dark and smoky, and it's super dramatic, like a huge reveal is coming. We see a beautiful garden with butterflies, but it's all hazy and distant. It's a weird, ethereal scene. Then, a massive building looms out of the fog, and the scene cuts to black with a chilling silly NCE. No way, Cliffhanger? Theo asks if she's feeling better, but our girl is totally side, eyeing him like, are you serious right now? She turns the question back on H.I.M., and Theo is not amused, giving her a serious look. He straight up tosses a book at her. Rude. And it lands with a thud. The book glows a little, and our girl realizes he's handing her something important, like a clue. She says she trusts she already has it, but then wonders Abu he even found that book in the first place. Theo demands to know if she thinks he's a fool, or if she considers him one. Talk about aggressive. He then asks if she expects him to believe she's from another world, and the tension is building fast. Our girl lets out a little laugh, admitting it does sound insane, which is fair. Theo chuckles darkly, revealing he received a message from her world. No way, things are getting wild. But he's not buying it, insisting she's trying to manipulate him, and honestly, he seems pretty convinced. She claims she'll only say the truth to the Archduke's son, but bro, she's walking a tightrope right now. Theo insists even he didn't believe it at first, and asks how she could possibly know. The pressure is on. Our girl calmly says she just wants to tell the truth, but Theo is not having it, and assumes she wants something from him. He accuses her of insolence and demands to know if she hit her head. This dude is straight up losing it. She fires back, asking if he's the one who's delusional, but Theo's not backing down from this fight. Theo declares he's not doing her any favors and calls her an intruder. Wow, the shade is real. She tries to push back, but Theo is relentless, and honestly, she's cornered. He's convinced she's manipulating him, and she's running out of options, but she doesn't seem worried. But suddenly, she laughs and says she'll tell him everything. A total power move. Theo stares at her, completely unreadable, and you know this is about to get messy. Theo straight up demands she make herself useful and do as he says. Talk about controlling. She scoffs at the word useful, but Theo doesn't care, declaring he's chosen to keep her in Lucia's place. He lays it all out. He wants her to become Lucia Aurelius, a perfect replacement, and honestly, it's kinda creepy. Our girl is surrounded by spiderwebs, looking totally lost, and we can see she's processing this insane request. Theo sits across from her, radiating coldness, and explains it's a miracle she hasn't been discovered yet. He's saying she's been surprisingly good at pretending to be Lucia, but it's a high-stakes game. Theo reveals he's going to make her into Lucia Aurelius. Talk about a power play. Suddenly, she's bathed in light, wings sprout from her back, and she looks like a goddess. What is happening? She's framed by stars and butterflies, and it's clear whatever Theo is doing is transforming her completely. But Theo's still watching, a chilling smirk on his face, and you know this isn't going to end well. She notices a hawk outside, and it's like a really bad omen. Something is definitely up. Theo waves his hand and tries to get rid of the bird, but it doesn't work, and he looks as so annoyed. He's all this little, before suddenly grabbing her arm, and she's instantly in pain. No way! She collapses, but Theo doesn't even flinch. This dude is ice cold, seriously. She's limping now, trying to get up, and realizes her ankle is totally swollen. Ouch! She tries to play it cool, saying she's fine, but Theo just scoffs and straight up accepts her apology. He starts to pull her closer, and she looks confused, like what is happening right now. But then, she's falling, tumbling down, and it's a total disaster. She's completely out of it. She's on the floor, apologizing again, and Theo's standing over her, looking down. Talk about intimidating. He says he'll be gone soon, but she looks up at him, questioning everything, and the tension is kill IMG me. Theo is helping her up, but straight up tells her he's not doing it out of kindness. Rude. He's carrying her, and she's all flustered, trying to tell him she doesn't want his help. He says he just wants her gone and that she's taking too long, but honestly, he's giving off major mixed signals. She's looking up at him, and you can see the confusion in her eyes. What is this dude's deal? He announces they'll start lessons in a week, and she'll have time to recover. Super condescending. Much. She tries to play it off, saying she didn't need his help, but Theo just rolls his eyes. Up the nerve! He carries her away and she protests again, but he just ignores her. This is getting intense. She finally thanks him, but it's hesitant, and then says, brother. Wait, what? We get a sweet shot of sunflowers, and it's like a little moment of peace before the storm. The chapter ends with credits, and honestly, we need answers like none do. Okay, so our girl is peeking around a corner, totally spying on something, or someone, and she looks adorable doing it. She's overlooking a massive balcony party, all lit up with candles and looking super fancy, but it's nighttime and kinda spooky. The sky is full of stars, but there's this weird, swirling cloud thing happening above. Definitely not a good sign. This dude, the male lead, is standing on the balcony, looking all brooding and mysterious, and honestly, we've seen this before. He's holding a red rose, looking intense, and bro is straight up radiating dangerous vibes. A total mood. Close up on his eyes and they are ice cold blue, and this dude is clearly plotting something, no doubt. He's talking to our girl, and it's a little awkward because she's still hiding, but he seems to know she's there. She finally steps out, looking relieved, and asks if what he did helped. Whatever he is, it sounds serious. He says yes and thanks her, but it's a super creepy, possessive vibe, and she looks a little freaked out. Our girl breathes a sigh of relief, but honestly, I'm not sure she should trust this guy. Something's definitely off. He asks if she's upset, but then straight up calls her a tool, a perfect pawn, and our girl is shook. He crushes a rose in his hand, and it's a total power move, like, I don't care about your feelings. He wonders why she'd be upset, and then doubles down, saying she's just a tool. No way! He starts walking away, and our girl is left standing there, looking utterly betrayed. He takes a step, then another, and another. It's like he's deliberately trying to hurt her. They're both silhouetted against the night sky, and it's giving major villainous couple vibes, but toxic. Close up on his face, and he's smirking like he's totally getting away with this. This dude. He's walking away, and honestly, this is a power play, and it's working on our girl. The cover art appears, and it says, I am the villain. A little on the nose, but we get it. He's leaning over the balcony railing, looking all broody and lost in thought. It's a mood. Suddenly, a woman appears behind him, and she's radiating power, demanding he tilt his head. He's completely stunned, eyes wide, as she moves closer, and it's clear he's not expecting this. She's touching his face, adjusting him, and he's practically paralyzed. This is getting intense. Close up on his face, and he's blushing, looking flustered, like a deer in headlights. No way! He's reeling backwards, collapsing onto the balcony, and it's a total mess, but he's clearly affected. He's gasping for air, clutching his chest, and she's just standing there, watching him, so cold. The scene cuts to black, and it's super dramatic, like something big just happened. We're back on the balcony, and it's completely empty, but the tension is still thick. But wait, the roses are back, and they're everywhere, hinting at more secrets and twists to come. This dude shows up and straight up compliments the setup, calling it lovely. Creepy vibes only. He casually drops that he didn't realize our boy was the romantic type, which is a huge red flag. Our boy is smelling the roses, trying to play it cool, but this dude is definitely messing with him. The other man grins, asking why, and it's unsettling. He knows something's up. But the grin fades and he delivers a cold no. This is a power move, and it's working. He's staring intently, and honestly he's clearly unraveling something huge. Our boy is trying to act unaffected, but he's totally caught off guard by this dude's intensity. However, the other man isn't letting up, continuing to stare him down, demanding answers. He's completely frozen, and it's clear this confrontation is about to escalate. Our girl is back watching from the shadows, and she looks concerned. This is getting complicated. This dude accuses our boy of thinking he's the confident type, and honestly, the shade is real. Our boy fires back, saying he has responsibilities, but it comes off super defensive and bro is not buying it. He suggests our boy find someone else to amuse, but it's a thinly veiled insult. This is escalating quickly. Our boy is losing it, asking what this dude is even doing, but it's clear he's losing control of the conversation. This dude wants an explanation, demanding to know what our boy is up to, and things are getting intense. He drops a bomb, saying he's trying to get his sister back. The one this dude sold off to the council. Our boy is reeling, and this dude is straight up using his sister as leverage. No way. But the other man isn't backing down, and is clearly enjoying our boy's discomfort. Our boy is cornered, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. However, he's not giving up, demanding answers and refusing to be manipulated. This is a power play. He claims he acted for Asianer and the people, swearing he didn't sell anyone out. But this dude isn't buying it for a second. This dude calls him out, asking if forming an alliance with the corrupt empire is actually for the people, and ouch, that hits hard. He demands to know whose people our boy is even talking about, the council, and our boy admits he made a mistake. This dude acknowledges that our boy is good at making mistakes, and the shade is real. He's enjoying this way too much. He presses our boy about what's happening in Asianer, specifically the disappearances, and accuses him of caring more about personal matters. This dude brings up their sister, and our boy is instantly defensive. She's their sister, apparently. But this dude drops another bomb, reminding our boy he sent her away too, and the tension just spiked. Our boy regrets sending her away deeply, but it feels like too little, too late. This dude is relentless. He pivots, asking what our boy has been doing and how Lucia is any different, and honestly, that's a low blow. He says he wants to give Lucia the freedom she deserves, and it's clear this is about more than just family drama. Leonardo suddenly calls out Lucia's name, and our boy is clearly taken aback. What is happening? This dude, Leonardo, straight up tells Lucia not to worry about him, and it's so condescending. He's giving our boy a look, and it's icy, like he knows something is seriously wrong. Leonardo declares he made his feelings clear, but it's obvious he's still concerned about Lucia. He's got a grip on her shoulder, and our boy is not happy about it, judging by his expression. But wait, flash forward 1 week, and everything is silent. That's ominous. The scene is just gray, and it feels like a pause before a storm. The suspense. No way, it's a total blackout, and we're left hanging. This is a cliffhanger of epic proportions. Okay, so our girl is peeking around a corner, totally spying on something, or someone, down below. It's a room filled with flowers, super pretty, but there's a weird vibe, like something's off. Petals are falling everywhere, hinting at a sad or dramatic moment, and it's kinda creepy, honestly. Oh no, it's this dude, all beat up and bruised. Clearly, he's been in a fight and it wasn't good. He's staggering around looking rough, and says "aw," which pretty much sums up his whole situation right now. He glances up, and you can tell he's trying to figure out what happened, but he looks so confused. He's thinking his injuries should have healed already, but something is clearly wrong with his powers. More petals fall, emphasizing the mystery and adding to the suspense, like a bad omen. The scene fades out, leaving us with a lot of questions and a growing sense of dread. Seriously, what is going on? This is getting intense, and I need answers now. Okay, so the redhead is venting to someone. She's super bothered by how much the boy likes her. She thinks the lady, our girl, is way too interested in the boy's well-being, and honestly, it's a little sus. Normally she wouldn't care, but ever since the accident, the lady's been acting so strange. Apparently, the lady barely visits the palace anymore and doesn't even mention Prince Arthur. Talk about a cold shoulder. Whenever she does show up, she's got a permanent scowl on her face, which is a huge change for her. The redhead is putting 2 and 2 together. and she's starting to think the lady has fallen out of love. We get a flashback of the lady and the prince holding hands, and the redhead seems even more convinced. Suddenly, maids rush in yelling for Melody, and everything gets chaotic. What's going on? The redhead demands to know what all the commotion is about, looking totally annoyed. Someone shouts, "Your Highness," and it's clear something serious is happening, but we don't know what yet. A maid informs someone that they must be here to see the lady. It's all very formal. Everyone gasps because Prince Arthur, the lady's fiancé, is here, and he's entering through this back entrance. The maids are freaking out, saying this is the first time they've seen him visit, and it's a super shady entrance. They whisper that the lady hasn't even woken up yet, which is honestly weird. Suddenly, the lady appears, looking radiant, and the maids are all like Lady Linda. A matchmaker screen pops up, showing Linda with a score of 1 and Mary with a 0. What does it mean? The lady casually knocks out Mary with a single move. KO, straight up savage. We cut to the palace, and the lady is feeling strangely irritated. Something is definitely off. She's staring out the window, clearly plotting something, and honestly, she looks kinda menacing. The view pans out, showing the palace grounds, and it's clear our girl is not happy, but we still have no clue why. Lucia Aurelius is starting her lessons with Theo today, but she's freaking out about how strict he's going to be. She's in the bath, spiraling, and remembers seeing someone. But she thinks she imagined it. She recalls getting nearly trampled by a horse while trying to get a look, and now she's convinced she's losing it. However, she remembers not seeing Noah for days. Linda wouldn't let her leave her room, so she's worried about him. She wonders if he's okay, if he got hurt during training, but tries to reassure herself he's fine. But our girl is straight up missing Noah, wishing he'd come to see her, and a maid interrupts her thoughts. Suddenly, Noah appears and embraces her, and she calls his name, completely relieved. It's so sweet. But then, another figure appears behind them, and Linda is looking absolutely shocked. What is going on? Linda gasps, "What?" And honestly, this twist is wild because we thought she was the villain? No way. It looks like she's the one who's been deceived this whole time. Lucia asks a maid for a comfortable dress, saying she wants to go for a walk, but something feels off with her request. Noah sees Lucia and asks if it was her he saw earlier, and she just stares back, looking distant. Lucia insists she wants to go for a walk, but her demeanor is totally different. She's cold and detached. She's walking away, and suddenly her eyes change, going completely black, and she looks possessed. Linda rushes forward, clearly terrified, grabbing Lucia's arm and begging her to come back. Something is seriously wrong. Lucia shoves Linda away, and no way, she's actually attacking her, screaming about not being able to control herself. Linda is straight up getting beat down, and Noah is frozen, completely shocked by what's happening. Lucia collapses sobbing, claiming she doesn't know why she did that, but Linda is a mess. But hold up, Linda is clutching her arm, and it looks like she's been burned, revealing a hidden mark. Okay, so our girl is peeking around a corner and she's totally spying on Arthur, the male lead. Arthur and another woman are just standing there, and she's straight up wearing a nightgown in the middle of the day. So weird. She's shocked to see them, blurting out Arthur, and immediately regretting her eavesdropping. This dude Arthur suddenly grabs the woman, but then he has CRAMs because he's burned his hand. What is happening? He's clutching his hand, and you can see a burn mark, while she looks super confused about the whole situation. They're locked in a tight embrace, and she's freaking out, realizing she walked in on something intense. Arthur tries to play it off, saying he hasn't seen anything, but she's definitely questioning why she's wearing a nightgown. She tries to leave, but he grabs her again, and she's totally startled. This dude is relentless? She's backing away, asking if he's alright, but she's clearly giving him the side eye, wondering what's going on. He tells her to wait and reaches for her, but she's already pulling away. The tension is unreal. Arthur is losing it, begging her not to make going to the bathroom weird. What is happening with this dude? They're in a super awkward embrace, and it's clear Arthur is desperately trying to hold her close. Oh no, we get a glimpse of a burn on his leg, and it looks pretty bad. This is getting intense. Arthur insists she doesn't need a doctor, but our girl is rightfully concerned about an infection. She's totally calling him out, demanding to know why he's acting so strange and trying to downplay the burn. She declares she's gonna go, but Arthur just stares at her, looking completely frozen. So suspicious. He's standing there, seemingly lost in thought, while she starts to walk away. What's he scheming now? We see a little glimpse of a room with fancy bottles on a shelf, setting the scene for whatever's about to happen. She's leaving, and Arthur just stands there, clearly conflicted about letting her go. But honestly, the way he's just staring out the window is giving major villain vibes. Something's up. Arthur wonders why she's making such a big deal out of it, totally downplaying the situation. He's a mess, slumped in a wooden tub, looking absolutely defeated. No way this is just about a burn. He's staring off into space, and it's clear he's replaying the whole scene in his head. Arthur gets up, deciding he needs a robe, but he's moving strangely, like he's in pain. He walks towards a window, and the scene outside is snowy and atmospheric, super ominous. The door creaks open, and another dude walks in, interrupting Arthur's brooding moment. It's a red-haired man, and Arthur immediately assesses that he's not badly hurt, since he's up and about. Arthur thinks he should have announced himself, admitting he wanted to surprise her. Talk about awkward. He's clearly lost in thought, wondering if he messed up by trying to sneak up on her. But honestly, Arthur's intense stare is kinda creepy, and it feels like he's hiding something huge. Arthur straight up scoops Lucia into his arms, and she's totally caught off guard. Lucia is shocked, but Arthur insists he should be the one asking about Leonardo. Smooth move. He brushes off concerns about her room, saying the physician is on their way, but something feels off. A woman arrives and the maid is visibly stressed, like she's seen a ghost. Literally. The woman looks stunning, but the maid is losing it, seeing what looks like a spirit behind her. The woman asks what's going on, and the maid is clearly spooked, but tries to play it cool. Arthur is standing there, and honestly, his shirt is ripped. What even happened? The red-haired dude looks shocked, and Arthur is trying to explain the situation, but it's chaotic. Arthur claims it was a misunderstanding, but the other man looks ready to explode. This is escalating fast. But the red-haired dude is furious, and Lucia is nowhere to be seen. Talk about a cliffhanger! Arthur receives a letter from the Archduke, and Lucia is desperate to know what it says. She asks if he knows anything about the red-haired man, but Arthur deflects, asking about Leonardo instead. Arthur insists Lucia needs rest, and the physician is on the way, but she's clearly suspicious. A woman arrives, looking gorgeous, but the maid is freaking out, seeing a spirit behind her. No way! The woman questions the maid's strange behavior, and Arthur tries to cover for her, but things are spiraling. Arthur's shirt is ripped, and the red-haired dude shows up, looking furious. What a mess! Arthur claims it's all a misunderstanding, but this dude is not buying it, and Lucia is gone. Someone asks about Alexander, wondering if he's returned, but he won't be back for another week. Arthur asks about his sister, reaching for a book, but his mind is clearly elsewhere. A mysterious woman appears, staring intensely, and honestly, she looks kinda creepy. Arthur demands the maid tell someone to meet him, and she's clearly shocked. Right now, she corrects herself, saying the crown prince and second prince are here, and Arthur's face dude is losing it. Arthur's straight up panicking, staring at something off screen, and it's intense. What is going on? He's demanding to know what happened, and his expression is terrifying. But then black screen, we get a close-up of Arthur's face, and he looks absolutely unhinged. This is not good. It's a thank you for reading panel, but honestly, the ominous vibes are still strong. Credits roll, but our girl is still in danger. Talk about a cliffhanger ending? Okay, so Lucy's clearly got some kind of fox spirit power going on. She's peeking around corners like a mischievous little fluffball. Everyone's freaking out about whether the Duke can have an heir, because apparently that's all anyone cares about in this palace. They're reassured he'll be fine after getting scalded. But honestly, that feels super sus, like they're downplaying something. Then the Duke walks in, looking all brooding and dramatic, and the maids are straight up giggling about Lucy doing something to him. He's asking if Lucy did something to him, and you can just feel the tension building. This dude is about to explode. He's inspecting his arm, and it looks like he's found evidence of something. This is getting good. The Duke is looking incredibly intense, like he's about to unleash all sorts of chaos. But then, someone yells Sir Knight, and it sounds like something is going down. A distraction, maybe? It's chaos, smoke everywhere, and our boy is clearly headed toward the trouble, ready to investigate. Everything is in disarray, but honestly, this whole situation feels like a setup. Something big is happening. The Duke demands to know where the knight learned to fight, and it's a super intense standoff. He's all I train every night, trying to flex his power, but Lucy casually drops a bomb her uncle taught him. The Duke is immediately interested, and honestly, his sudden focus is kinda creepy. Lucy explains it was just basic fighting skills, but this dude is clearly digging for more. He's obsessed. He asks for the uncle's name, and Lucy hesitantly says it's Lord Valerius. No way, that's the Duke's uncle! The Duke's expression shifts, and it's straight up terrifying. He's not used to being surprised. He tries to play it cool, saying he hardly forgets a face, but we all know he's reeling. The Duke suddenly remembers he trained knights of that age, but is still suspicious of Lucy's connection. Lucy says his uncle taught him to fight, and the Duke's reaction is interesting, to say the least. He's staring intensely, and you can tell this reveal is about to change everything. This is huge. The Duke demands to know who Lucy really is, and Bro is not giving a straight answer. Someone is clearly sneaking around, making a super obvious creaking sound. Talk about suspicious. It's the head maid, and she's clearing her throat like she's about to spill tea. This is getting good. She straight up says the prince isn't a fan of formalities, and Lucy is looking unamused. The Duke is all we don't need that, and the maids bow deeply. He's shutting down the pleasantries. He tells Lucy to follow him, promising to make her more comfortable, but it feels like a trap. They're walking, and the Duke's stride is massive. This dude is intimidating, no cap. The Duke declares Lucy can continue training with the guards, but there's a catch. He says she's dismissed while the lady is with her fiancé, and it's a super shady dismissal. However, it's clear this isn't about training. Something else is going on, and it's definitely connected to the uncle. The Duke is walking away, and Lucy is grabbing his arm. She's definitely not letting him go that easily. She asks about the uncle, demanding to know what he's hiding, and this dude is not happy. He turns around and his expression is icy. Lucy is staring him down and the tension is unreal. The Duke starts walking again, taking long strides, and Lucy is struggling to keep up, but she's determined. He declares she's dismissed while the lady is with her fiancé. But it's a super shady dismissal, like he's trying to get rid of her. But he's clearly using this as an excuse. Something else is going on, and it's definitely connected to the uncle. The prince and a lady are chatting, and honestly, this dude seems a little too comfortable. He thanks her, and the lady is giving him a look. She's definitely reading the room and sensing something is off. The prince is all smiles, but his eyes are cold. This guy is playing a game, and it's a dangerous one. However, he's clearly hiding something, and our girl knows it. This is about to explode. The Duke says the necklace suits Lucia and he's glad it fits. Total deflection, bro. But wait, the necklace is STUK and Lucia is clearly uncomfortable. She says she can't get it off, and the Duke's expression. Straight up suspicious. He's looking at her with this intense gaze, and Lucia is asking for an apology for him leaving that day. However, he doesn't care about her apology. He didn't come to hear it, and the mood is icy. He's holding the necklace and it's glowing. No way. Is this some kind of magical binding? She's demanding answers about her uncle, and this dude is clearly hiding something major. The Duke says she's dismissed, but honestly she's not buying it. This conversation is far from over. She declares she won't leave until she gets the truth, and the Duke is losing his cool. However, he just stares at her with a cold expression. This is about to get intense. The Duke just stands there, radiating power, and Lucia is totally holding her ground. She's not backing down from this standoff. She demands he explain what's happening with the necklace. And he's all, I simply wish to see how you are doing. Yeah, right? Suddenly, another man bursts into the room, interrupting everything. Talk about bad timing. This guy greets the Duke, and Lucia is looking so confused. Who even iced this? The newcomer is getting closer, and Lucia is starting to freak out. She's clearly remembering something terrible. She shouts for him to stop, but it's too late. He's right in front of her, and she's covering her ears. The Duke is furious, and he's about to unleash on this newcomer. This is escalating fast. But then, the man apologizes to the Duke and excuses himself. Wait, what is going on? Lucia is totally shaken, and the Duke is still glaring daggers. This whole scene is a mess. The Duke asks what happened, and Lucia's about to spill. She remembers everything now, and it's connected to the necklace. The Duke pulls Lucia away, straight up ignoring the other guy and declaring they're leaving. Talk about a power move. He tells everyone they'll continue the conversation later, then basically drags our girl out of the room. No time for pleasantries. We cut to the other man alone, and he's looking all brooding and intense. What's his deal, honestly? He wonders if they were always this close, and it's clear he's not happy about it. Jealous much. Lucia is telling the Duke to stop pulling her, but he's not listening. This dude is relentless. They walk past a grand hall, and we see the man watching them, a strange look on his face. Something is definitely off. He stares after them, and then mutters how endearing. Okay, that's creepy and definitely not genuine. He's giving off major villain vibes, and bro, I have a bad feeling about this. This is getting good. Okay, so our girl is peeking around a corner, ears and all, totally spying on someone. This dude, the Great Duke, is chilling by a window, looking all brooding and mysterious with his tea. He's got a fluffy white cat, which is cute, but honestly, the vibe is super intense. Servants bring him more tea, but he straight up rejects it, saying it's too strong for his delicate palate. They offer to make more, but he's not having it, and the head maid apologizes for failing to please him. We see a table loadati with teacups, like they're trying to appease a tea-obsessed king. The Duke is leaning in, looking all smoldering, and asks Lady Linda about something. We don't know what yet. Someone asks when the Duke is returning, and it's clear everyone is walking on eggshells around him. Close up on the tea again, and you can tell something is brewing, literally and figuratively. But it seems like this tea situation is a cover for something bigger, because the Duke is clearly fishing for info. Prince Leonardo arrives and someone calls his name. Talk about a dramatic entrance. His brother greets him, relieved he's okay and, surprisingly, concerned about his outfit. Bro straight up calls the woman, pretty ugly woman. Rude much. Someone asks about Lady Lucia, and the brother says she's with their younger sibling, but they caused a commotion. Leonardo explains it was an apology, but it doesn't seem to appease anyone. An attendant assures them the royal family is always welcome at the Aurelius estate, but the attendant questions that statement, and Leonardo looks a little annoyed. However, the woman declares she'll stay at the Aurelius Manor for a few days. Bold move. She says she's enjoying the scenery, and it's giving off major suspicious vibes. Leonardo asks if that's true, and honestly, we can all feel the tension building. Leonardo reveals the Duke's woods are a prime hunting ground, and he's been wanting to take down a stag for ages. He's casually flexing his arm muscles while talking. This dude is definitely trying to impress someone. Another man chimes in, saying they'll have to say goodbye soon, and Leonardo's guards are waiting outside. Leonardo looks totally unbothered, sipping his tea like nothing's happening, and honestly, it's a power move. He's so calm, casually holding his cup, but you can tell there's something calculating behind those eyes. But things get awkward when the attendant mentions Prince Leonardo leaving, and our girl straight up declares she's staying a few days. She claims she's enjoying the scenery, but we all know it's a lie. This is getting suspicious. Leonardo questions if that's true, and the tension is thick. Someone is playing a game. The attendant tries to backtrack, but Leonardo doesn't seem convinced, and bro is giving them side eye. However, the woman's confident smile says she's not backing down, and she's definitely up to something. The royal guards apparently just arrived, and Leonardo's attendant is totally flustered. He didn't expect them. He explains they didn't want to disturb Leonardo and our girl, but Leonardo is already dismissing him. Leonardo says farewell, and honestly it feels super calculated. He's playing it cool. He's sipping tea and casually asks what the flavor is, claiming he likes it, but we know something's up. Leonardo's got a little kitty cat chilling on his lap, and he's stroking it. It's a surprisingly sweet moment. An attendant enters, and Leonardo's face is a screaming suspicion. He's definitely onto something. Leonardo casually says go figure, as the attendant leaves, but bro is clearly sizing up the situation. He's staring intently at where the attendant was, and the reflection shows he's definitely thinking hard. Cut to the library, and someone has written down everything memorable. This is getting intense. It turns out our girl has been documenting everything, and she's clearly planning something big. Leonardo straight up tells Lucia he wants her to memorize everything by tomorrow. Talk about pressure. Lucia is shocked, questioning how she's supposed to do it all overnight, and honestly, same. Leonardo doesn't budge, explaining he stayed up all night writing it, so she should put in the same effort. He brings up Lucia's behavior these past few months, hinting it's been weird for her, and it's a little shady. He drops a bomb. He knows she went through a traumatic kidnapping, but he's not letting her off easy. He says she can keep using the kidnapping as an excuse, but she needs to truly become Lucia Aurelius. Leonardo says to know Lucia she must become her, and bro is giving off major controlling vibes. He adjusts his glasses, looking down at Lucia, and the power dynamic is so intense right now. Leonardo's got a serious look on his face, and Lucia is just there, soaking it all in. He's definitely playing the long game, and Lucia looks totally overwhelmed. This is getting good. Lucia's learning several languages, and Leonardo expects her to master them immediately. Talk about a power move. He lays down the law his study is off limits, and all his notes stay locked up, no exceptions. Suddenly, a woman appears and she's giving Lucia the side eye. This feels super ominous. The woman says, "You," and Leonardo storms in, clearly not happy with whatever's going on. Leonardo scolds the woman for her table manners, but it feels like a distraction from something bigger. Lucia stares at a stack of books, and she's clearly questioning why this dude is so cold. She's seriously wondering if it would kill Leonardo to be nice, and honestly, we're right there with her. Lucia is lost in thought, and it's a close-up of her eye. She's definitely plotting something. Leonardo is listening in, and he's looking displeased with whatever Lucia is thinking. He's giving her a serious glare, and she's just trying to stay calm. The tension is unreal. Leonardo lays down the law. Lucia needs to just do whatever he says, no questions asked. But Lucia's not having it. She's questioning why he's treating her like this, and honestly, good for her. Suddenly, the woman from earlier is back, and she's looking extra judgmental. She's lounging in this fancy chair, and straight up says something's new, like she's got dirt on Lucia. Lucia's trying to figure out what's going on, and this woman is clearly a problem. Leonardo's really controlling, and Lucia is starting to see that this dude isn't interested in her at all. Okay, so we see this little fox spirit peeking around, totally adorable, right? It's nighttime and the mansion is huge, like seriously gothic and imposing. Someone, a blonde woman, is walking outside and she straight up collapses, falling onto the courtyard. This dude is freaking out, yelling about Lucy and looking absolutely devastated. He's trembling, clearly losing it, and these shadowy figures are swirling around him, super creepy. Everyone's asking how and why, because apparently, this isn't the real Lucy, which is a total mystery. Another woman is questioning why she is even there, and honestly, we're all wondering the same thing. The woman in red is walking, and her heels are clicking. It's an eerie sound, like something bad is about to happen. And then, the woman's eyes are glowing dumb ET, which is a major red flag, and she's giving off serious villain vibes. She's looking menacing, and bro, this is a complete twist. She's definitely not who everyone thinks she is. Someone asks if she's okay, but our girl insists she just got startled by the accident in town. They mention a horse nearly trampled a young lady, and our girl hopes she's alright. She's definitely hiding something. She wonders who the man who saved the girl was, and honestly, we're all wondering the same thing. This dude is being so extra, saying he wanted to take her shopping, but she shuts it down. Her companion thinks he's thoughtful, but she's internally complaining about him following her everywhere. Mood. She's stuck in this village for way too long, but she admits he is really nice, which is confusing. She's clearly thinking about another man, Henry, and is desperate to meet him. Then, a bunch of arrows and roses appear, and this dude admits he's been hoping to catch a glimpse of her for ages. He reveals he last saw her in the town square months ago. So mysterious. And her? What does this all mean? Okay, so flashes of a man with blonde hair fill her mind. It's her first love, apparently. We cut to a younger version of her, crying and reaching for someone as leaves fall all around. So sad. A woman with an umbrella shields the young her, but she looks distant, like she's barely there. Her heart is pounding as she remembers this moment. This is clearly a major flashback. A beautiful woman in a white dress appears, but she's surrounded by darkness and falling leaves. She declares she is the villain, and honestly, it's about time she owned it. Everything fades to white, and the words, "I am the villain," appear. This is getting intense. It's present day now, and she's gazing up at a cloudy sky, seemingly lost in thought. The scene shifts to a massive castle under a full moon. Super ominous, right? She's walking through the castle halls, taking deliberate steps, and she looks determined, bro. This dude is scolding her for how she's holding a fancy fan. Talk about rude. She straight up tells him he looks ridiculous, and we love that energy. Our girl is thinking about how she'd at least get a lunch break back home, but that little brat won't even let her eat. She's finally declaring the day is over. Thank goodness. Honestly, it's been rough. She's stepping out, looking gorgeous, but she worries if Linda sees her, she'll be in for a scolding. She wonders if she's even been seen in a week. Things are getting intense with this isolation. Her eye is sparkling with something, determination, sadness. We need answers. She's facing away, and it's like all the weight of her situation is on her shoulders. She looks so vulnerable, but still regal. Our girl is a queen, okay? She's staring off, lost in thought, and you can just feel the secrets bubbling up. Noah suddenly appears behind her, and she calls out his name. Total shocker. She's offering him a tart, like a peace offering, but it's kinda awkward considering everything. Close up on their faces. She's looking at him with hope, and he looks conflicted, to say the least. She's saying if she'd known he was coming, she would have dressed properly. Smooth, girl, smooth. He tells her not to worry, and she's blushing like crazy. The tension is real. He reaches for her hand, but she's hesitant. This is a big moment, guys. She's lost in thought, wondering if she's been seen at all, and it's kinda heartbreaking. She's staring off, looking vulnerable and regal. Our girl is a queen, okay? She's lost in thought, and you can just feel the secrets bubbling up. She's still thinking, and honestly, this whole scene is giving me butterflies. Noah's trying to be all reassuring, but she notices a cut on his face. Something is definitely wrong. She demands to know what happened, and he tries to brush it off, saying it's nothing. But she doesn't buy it for a second. She's calling him out on his lies. He's getting defensive, telling her to avoid whatever she's seeing, and then he staggers. No way. She's reaching for him, totally panicked, and he's desperately trying to hide something. He insists it's nothing, but she can see the blood. This dude is injured, badly. She's staring at him with such worry, but he's trying to play it cool, acting like it's no big deal. And then, out of nowhere, a dark mist starts swirling around them. What is happening? She's reaching out to him again, and he's looking at her with this intense expression. She's clearly worried about him, but he's just staring, like he's seeing something she can't. He's telling her he'll get dressed, but she straight up stops him. Our girl is not having it. She confesses she just wanted to see him after so long, and it's so sweet but also intense. She admits she thought it was a good time to say hello, but then realizes it is getting late. He's clutching his chest, looking so pained, and she's staring at him with pure worry. He insists he's fine, but the look in his eyes says otherwise. Something is seriously wrong. He's trying to downplay everything, but she's not letting it go and demands answers now. She's begging him to tell her what's happening, and honestly, he looks like he's about to break. Okay, so our girl is straight up spying on this dude, peeking over a balcony. Total creeper vibes. She's in this massive, creepy mansion, and it's giving major haunted house energy, like, seriously unsettling. Everything is covered in cobwebs and wilting flowers, but she's determined to find out what's going on. She spots a woman with long hair walking away, looking super sad and lost in thought. The woman is wearing a fancy dress and looks like she's been crying, honestly, a total mess. Someone reaches out to her, and it's this mysterious guy, but his hand looks kinda ghostly. He gently covers her eyes with his hand, which is sweet, but also super creepy considering the whole ghost vibe. He's shielding her eyes, but she peeks through his fingers, and you can see a single, wide, open eye. No way! This dude is leaning in close, and it's getting intense. Is he trying to help or something else? He's protecting her from something, and she looks genuinely scared, but also intrigued. It's a lot. He's trying to surprise her, sneaking up all dramatically, but she's totally not impressed. She calls him out on creeping up on her, and he claims it was just a surprise. Yeah, right? He insists he just wanted to surprise her, but admits he might have gone too far, which is an understatement. He's leaning in close, and she's clearly uncomfortable, trying to pull away from him. She's crying now, straight up sobbing, and clutching at the fabric of her dress. We get a super close-up of her chest, and honestly, it's a little too much for this recap. They're standing in a hallway, but she's clearly devastated and refusing to look at him. She's a mess, tears streaming down her face, and she's rejecting him completely. Ouch! Butterflies flutter around her, adding to the dramatic, sad vibes, but she's still saying no, over and over. She's absolutely heartbroken, and it's clear this dude really messed things up, big time. He apologizes, saying he didn't mean to make her cry. Like that's gonna fix things now. She's still reeling, clearly not buying his apology, and wants him to leave her alone. This dude straight up grabs her arm, but she yanks away, looking absolutely disgusted. He tries to touch her again, but she flinches, and it's clear she's had enough. He's all, I didn't think I'd make you this happy, and our girl is losing it. He's grinning like he enjoys her distress, and honestly, this dude is unhinged. He asks if she wants to see something even more beautiful. Red flag alert, major red flag. He leans in close, and she looks horrified, realizing exactly what he means by beautiful. He's about to do something awful, and she's desperately trying to get away from him. But he's got her cornered, and she's about to witness something truly terrifying. He's leading her somewhere, promising she'll see something incredible, but it feels super sus. He tells her to close her eyes, and she's hesitant, but he insists, and honestly, that's a terrible idea. She reluctantly closes her eyes, and he's right there, breathing down her neck. Major invasion of personal space. He whispers closer, and she starts to realize what's happening, and it's terrifying. No way. He pulls her even closer, and she finally understands what he meant by beautiful. It's the star-filled sky, but also something else. He's showing her something in the stars, some kind of intricate design, and it's connected to him somehow. He's lost in thought, staring at the celestial pattern, and it's clear this is about more than just romance. They're both silhouetted against the breathtaking night sky, and it's a strangely beautiful, yet ominous moment. He's completely fixated on the stars, and our girl is looking up at him with a mix of fear and curiosity. This dude is totally unhinged, revealing a secret world, but will she survive long enough to understand it? She's spiraling, convinced Noah is furious with her, and honestly she's probably right. But she quickly realizes she can't blame him. He's clearly dealing with a lot of his own stuff. She's a mess, clutching at her own arms, and he unexpectedly pulls her into a hug. He's all possessive, saying if she ever needs to snap again, he'll make sure to do it for her. Major red flag. She's stunned, and he just stares back, completely unreadable. And bro, the tension is insane. He states he didn't think she'd react that way, and she's like, duh, because this whole situation is wild. He confesses something else was weighing on his chest, and that's why he lost it. So he has an excuse. He's explaining that he snapped, and she's just staring at him, trying to figure out what's going on. He says he'll do it again if she needs it, and she's clearly disturbed, but also intrigued. He's got this intense look on his face, and it's like he's daring her to test him, and honestly, it's creepy. He's laying it all out. He's always been a disaster, even as a kid, and straight up admits he's not a good person. He's spiraling into childhood memories, saying he destroyed everything he touched, but it's getting kinda sad, not scary. He claims he's just bad luck, but our girl is like, hold up, revealing she's got a matching curse too. She confesses she destroys everything, and this dude is looking at her with this intense gaze. It's a moment. He's listing off all the tutors and governesses he ran through, and honestly, it's a long list. Flashback time, we see a young, chaotic version of him causing absolute mayhem, and everyone getting sick. Everyone suddenly gets sick, and has to leave, and it's clear this dude was a nightmare child. No shocker there. He's just staring, and it's creepy, but she's starting to see a connection, and it's messing with her head. She's reeling from everything, but he's just watching her, and this dude is playing with fire, seriously. He's leaning in, and bro, the intensity is off the charts. She's about to unravel all of it. He's pulling her closer, and she's not fighting it. She's letting him hold her, like she needs it. This dude drops a bomb. He suggests they, as fellow bears of bad luck, should stick together. She's staring at him, trying to read his motives, and honestly, it's a super intense moment. He's wrapping his arms around her, a possessive hold, and she's just letting it happen. She looks away, lost in thought, and the scene shifts to a gorgeous night sky, so peaceful. But the peaceful scene is a total contrast to the chaotic energy between them. It's unsettling. We get a full view of the starry night, and it's clear this connection is changing everything. Okay, so our girl is clearly being watched. She's peeking at this dude Noah, and he's kinda cute, TBH. Noah's got some serious skin issues, but he looks so peaceful sleeping, and she's staring intently. She's getting closer and closer, and honestly, it's kinda creepy, but she's totally mesmerized. She whispers Noah, and is clearly worried about waking him, but also something else is going on. Noah suddenly wakes up and reaches for her, and she looks so relieved he's okay. It's sweet. He pulls her into a tight hug amidst a field of flowers, and she's just melting into his embrace. She admits she thought he was mad at her, but he's holding her so close, it's a total mood. But wait, her eyes are two different colors? No way, this is a twist! She's looking all conflicted and sad, and her eyes are a huge giveaway that something's off. We get another close-up of her face, and she's totally hiding something, with a serious look on her face. She's holding Noah so tightly, but then she starts to realize something is seriously wrong. He's bleeding. She's screaming for him to stay, begging for forgiveness, and it's heartbreaking. She's totally falling apart. She's clutching her hands, covered in blood, and looks utterly devastated as petals fall around her. Noah is getting weaker in her arms, and she's desperately trying to stop the bleeding, but it's no use. She's alone now, and she's blaming herself, saying it's all her fault. This is rough to watch. She's getting called useless, and told she shouldn't have been born. And it's straight up brutal, honestly. She's completely broken, standing there in a white dress with bloodstains, and it's devastatingly sad. She's standing alone in the darkness, and keeps repeating that if it weren't for her, they all would have survived. She's collapsing and someone calls out mom. It's a total gut punch. She's completely consumed by grief and guilt, and this scene is just wow. This dude straight up stabs Noah and declares our girl is cursed. Talk about a dramatic reveal. He keeps stabbing, and Noah's trying to protect her, but it's no use. Things are getting messy fast. She's screaming at him to stop, asking why, but this guy isn't listening. He's totally lost it. She's begging for it to end, and then collapses amongst the bodies, a total wreck. She's lying there, surrounded by the fallen, and blaming herself for everything that happened. It's brutal. She's utterly broken, but then someone calls out mom. No way, this is heartbreaking. She's sobbing, completely overwhelmed with grief, and apologizing for everything, and honestly, it's too much. She's cradling Noah, still apologizing, but he's gone, and it's a devastating moment. She's completely alone now, and she's just broken, clutching his body and crying. She's staring into space, tears streaming down her face, and it's a truly gut-wrenching end to this arc. She's totally spiraling, convinced she's the villain, and that Noah's death is her fault. It's rough. She's breaking down in the palace, sobbing uncontrollably, and it's just a lot. The maids are whispering about her losing her appetite and not sleeping, and things are clearly spiraling out of control. She's wandering through the gardens, lost in thought, and honestly, this place feels super ominous. She stumbles upon a fountain, and for a second, she seems to remember a past life. Wait, what? She's having flashbacks of being a different person, a noblewoman with a tragic fate, and it's getting intense. She realizes she's reliving the original story, and she's determined to change her destiny, but how? She declares she's the villain, and she's going to rewrite the ending, and honestly, we're here for it. She's back in her room, and it's all dark and gloomy, but she seems resolute, like she's ready to fight. She's looking out at the flooded courtyard, and it's a dark omen, but she's not backing down. She's ready to play the game. She's having tea alone, looking utterly heartbroken, and it's just sad. She hasn't spent time with Noah since the carriage accident. This dude, Noah, is spending all his time training with the guards, and she feels so disconnected from him. It's frustrating. She's wandering around the palace, desperately searching for him, convinced he's somewhere nearby. She spots him in the distance, but he looks so distant and cold it's killing us. Like, reach out. She calls out his name, Noah, but he doesn't even seem to register her presence. Oof, that stings. She's left standing there, surrounded by butterflies, while he walks away, and the symbolism is orange. She's trying to process everything, and honestly, she looks like she's about to break down all over again. He finally glances back and his expression is so unreadable. What is this dude even thinking? She's reaching out to him, desperate for a connection, but it feels like he's a million miles away. And just when you think it can't get worse, she's left alone with a ton of butterflies, a clear sign of her loneliness. She's utterly heartbroken, confessing she misses him. It's so raw and vulnerable right now. She's lost in thought, clutching the necklace he gave her, and it's clear this gift means everything. She's standing in the garden, looking regal, but Noah approaches and the tension is palpable. He comments on the weather and how long she's been standing there, but it feels so distant and formal. She tries to offer him some lemonade, a small gesture, but he brushes it off. Ouch, that's cold. She finally understands he's pulling away, and her face just falls. It's devastating to watch. She accepts his rejection, and it's like she's resigned to her fate. No way, don't give up yet. She's alone again, staring off into the distance, and the floral background emphasizes her isolation. He walks away, leaving her standing there, and it's a total power move. This dude is playing games. She's left with that single, sliced orange, and it's a symbol of everything she's lost. So tragic. It's been another week, and our girl is straight up drowning in her studies, focusing on Lucia Aurelius. She's telling someone, maybe a servant, that the classes are going well, but her expression says otherwise. She's reading intently, lost in a book, trying to distract herself, but it's clearly not working. She's thinking about him, about how long it's been, and honestly, her heartbreak is radiating off the page. She's back to staring out the window, completely lost in thought, and it's so sad to see her like this. She's remembering a conversation with him, and it's clear whatever happened left a major mark. She's replaying it all in her head, trying to understand what went wrong, but it's just making things worse. She finally admits to herself that he's completely shut her out. No way. She deserves so much better. Okay, so our girl is peeking through the trees, totally spying on this dude as he rides by. He's with another person on horseback and butterflies are following them. It's kinda romantic, honestly. But wait, this dude is clearly stressed, glancing around like someone's after him, and he's sweating a ton. He keeps looking over his shoulder, and you can tell something is seriously wrong, even if he's trying to play it cool. He's muttering to himself, saying just a little longer, like he's trying to convince himself everything will be okay. They're riding through the forest, and she's still watching, but the scene is starting to feel super tense. Then, they're suddenly galloping towards a waterfall. What is going on? This is straight up chaotic. They're speeding up, and it looks like they're trying to outrun something or someone. No way! And then, splash, they ride right through the waterfall. It's a total power move, but also dramatic. The water is everywhere, and it's a total blur, but they're getting away, or at least trying to. She stands there expecting a clue to just appear, but nothing happens. Talk about anticlimactic. She can't remember what happened before she arrived, and it's seriously stressing her out. Suddenly, a voice asks if this is the right place, and she whirls around. It's Noah. Noah looks completely shaken, and she's clearly worried about what's going on with him. He's grabbing at his chest, and it looks like he's in serious pain, like something just happened. She reaches out to touch him, but he flinches, and she's like, "What is going on?" He shouts Noah, and she's instantly on high alert. Something is definitely wrong. She's scanning the forest, trying to figure out what scared him, but all she sees are trees. It's raining now, and the forest looks super creepy. This whole scene is giving me the chills. But then she realizes the moon is missing, and that's not normal at all, right? She's tending to Noah's wounds, but he's all tense, telling her to stay still. Bro is seriously wounded up. She explains they had limited supplies, but she managed to clean and stitch up his wound, which is honestly impressive. Apparently, he's got a mild infection, making him feverish and dizzy, but considering all his training, it could be worse. She makes him drink some willow bark tea to ease the pain. A little herbal remedy in the middle of nowhere. She's bandaging him up, and you can tell she's really focused. But then, she sees something. She wonders if he saw her cry, and it's a total mood. She's been holding it together for so long. He says they'll come back to this spot, but he's taking her back to the manor, and then leaving. What? She's shocked, asking what he means, and honestly same. This dude is acting so weird. He just repeats that he won't stay, and she looks totally lost. This is a major turn of events. She's left standing there, totally confused, while he walks away. Talk about a cliffhanger. He's telling her she won't need him anymore, and she's totally reeling. Like, what is happening? He kneels before her, saying it's not his place to stand beside her, my lady. So formal and intense. This knight straight up declares he's just an orphan, unworthy of being her personal guard. Ouch, that's rough. But our girl cuts him off, asking who said he's to become the next queen. Wait, what? She's not the queen. She demands to know who decided she'd marry the crown prince, and he reveals he spoke to the head maid. Major power move. He says someone told the head maid she'd be marrying the crown prince. She's completely shocked, and honestly same. She's questioning how he knows all this, and he just stares at her. This dude is hiding something, I can feel it. She's so confused and vulnerable, kneeling on the ground, while he just stands there. The tension is killing me. We get a close-up of his shoulder, and it's clear he's been hurt, but he's trying to hide it. This is getting complicated. No way, she's figured out he's been protecting her all along, and he's totally speechless. What a twist. He's practically begging her to annul the marriage, saying nothing is going as planned. Total chaos. She asks what he was thinking, and it's clear she's seriously upset. She deserves answers? He's down on one knee, confessing he shouldn't be by her side, but she's not having it. He reaches for her, and she flinches. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. He grabs her hand, but she tries to pull away. This dude is relentless, honestly. He's pulling her closer despite her protests, like personal space, bro. He's holding her face, looking right into her eyes. It's a super intense moment. She's crying now, and he's clearly devastated by it, but still holding on tight. He's demanding she kneel, and she actually does. No way, she's really submitting. But she's questioning why she has to kneel, and he just stares back. This is getting wild. She's laying into him, straight up calling him an idiot for hiding everything. Ouch, brutal. He tries to explain he didn't want to worry her, but she's not buying it. And honestly, good for her. She accuses him of lying about being okay, and he's desperately trying to hold her hands, but she's so angry. He's begging for forgiveness, pulling her into a hug, but she's still fuming. The tension is insane. He's clinging to her, desperate for her to understand, while she just looks utterly heartbroken. She's demanding to know why he didn't trust her enough to be honest, and he looks completely lost. He's still holding her, but she's clearly pushing him away. This is a mess, honestly. She's questioning why she should even be kneeling before him, and he just stares back, speechless. She's demanding he leave, saying she doesn't need him. But we all know that's not true. However, he refuses to go, declaring she deserves better, and bro is not backing down. He's pulling her close, and she's actually leaning into him. Wait, what? Is this a truce? This dude straight up admits he was wrong, and then calls her my love. Smooth move, bro. He's whispering he's changed, that there's no going back, and our girl is visibly shaken. He's wiping a tear from her face, and her expression is unreadable. The tension is killing me. He's pulling her even closer, and it's a full-on embrace. This is a lot, honestly. She's calling him my lady, Uhet, and he's holding her so tight, it's kinda sweet. They're just standing there, tangled up, and it looks like our girl is finally letting go of her anger. Okay, so our girl is peeking over a ledge, looking all cute with her fox ears. Seriously, who knew she had those? She's watching Noah and some other dude chilling under a tree, and it's giving major peaceful vibes. But things take a turn because Noah straight up dives into a waterfall with this mysterious man. They're embracing in the water, and it's super intense, like, is this a romantic moment or what? Noah's clinging to this dude, and she's calling his name, seemingly desperate for him. He responds, yes, my lady, and honestly, the power dynamic is kinda wild right now. She apologizes for calling him an idiot, which is a little late considering everything, but sweet. He chuckles and says she wasn't wrong, and it's all very tender. Until you remember he's a powerful being. They're getting closer, and he's gently touching her face, but she whispers for him not to say anything. The scene fades to a beautiful waterfall with flowers, and you just know something big is about to happen. Okay, so Noah's carrying this dude, who's totally out cold, deeper into the forest like a total knight in shining armor. She finds a clearing and gently lays him down, and bro, she's so worried about him, saying he's been having trouble sleeping. She starts carefully undressing him, and it's kinda intense, but she's just checking for injuries, okay? She's cleaning his wounds, and honestly, she's so tender with him. It's a whole mood. He suddenly wakes up and whispers, my pretty lady. And it's a little creepy but also kinda sweet. He leans in for a kiss and she doesn't even try to stop him. She seems to want it, but then his eyes snap open and he's staring right at someone, or something, off panel. He's giving this intense look, and it's clear he's realizing something huge is going on. He's clearly caught off guard, and it's a total power play. No way she expected this. And that stare, it's icy cold, bro. This dude is definitely hiding something. She asks when she fell asleep, and this dude, Noel, says it hasn't been long, which is sis. He points out her brothers are probably worried, but honestly, she's way more concerned about him right now. She tries to explain where they are, but then a rumble starts, and things are about to go downhill. Lightning flashes, and this dude straight up says, that's not good, which is a massive understatement. He insists they need to find shelter, and our girl looks totally freaked out by the storm. They spot an inn nearby and decide to stay for the night, but it feels like a trap. TB. Noah warns it's not safe to be out after dark, and she's demanding to know what he means, like hello. He's being all mysterious, and she's getting impatient. She needs answers, and fast. He says he'll explain later, but she doesn't trust him one bit, and honestly, she shouldn't. She's giving him the side eye and he looks away. Something is definitely up with this dude. Noah declares her safety is his priority, like straight-up knight in shining armor mode. He adds it's what any knight would do. But she's not buying it and wants to know what he's hiding. She feels him getting closer, and it's making her blush. This dude is working his charm. She's captivated by his lips and he notices, giving her a knowing smirk. Total power move. He leans in, and she's completely mesmerized, her hand reaching out to touch his face. His lips are soft, and she's clearly lost in the moment. Forget the storm, forget the secrets. They're about to kiss, but then a voice interrupts them, and everything freezes. He pulls back, protecting her, and she looks totally shaken. Something bad is about to happen. Noah scans the surroundings, and it's clear he's assessing the threat. He's on high alert. Our girl's completely reliant on him now, and honestly, it's kinda sweet, but also super dangerous. He was sick, and she treated him. But now Noah's swooping in to take her away on horseback. They're riding fast, and the horse is clearly spooked by something in the woods. Noah tells her to look slowly, and she hesitantly follows his gaze. Something's definitely off. She gasps, it's a massive, skeletal beast, and it's straight up terrifying. The horse rears back, nearly throwing them both, but Noah holds on tight. Noah pulls her closer, shielding her as the beast approaches, and she's completely reliant on him. He leans in, whispering that it's all right, but is it though? This situation is wild. He's protecting her, and she's looking at him with these intense eyes. The tension is real. The horse is freaking out, hooves kicking up dirt, but Noah seems unfazed. What is he planning? He's gripping her hand, and she's trusting him, but this whole scene is giving me bad vibes. Noah's claiming this whole monster situation is reasonable and normal. Bro, are you okay? They're leaving the scene, but Noah keeps insisting they stay calm for the horse's sake. Yeah, right. Noah's holding our girl super close after the attack, and she's looking up at him all vulnerable. He asks if she was scared, and she plays it cool, saying, of course not. Classic denial. She's gazing at him with these intense eyes, and honestly, the chemistry is off the charts. Someone calls out, urging them to hurry because rain's coming. Convenient timing, if you ask me. Noah agrees, and they're back on the horse, riding away, but something feels off with this dude. She's leaning against him, trusting him completely, but I'm still side-eyeing Noah's motives. They ride on, and our girl is looking back. Is she regretting trusting Noah, or what? The white horse is majestic, but I'm still bracing for another twist because this story is wild. They're racing through the forest, and the sky is getting seriously ominous, like a full-on storm is brewing. No way. A flash of lightning reveals a building, and they're heading straight for it, seeking shelter. The rain is coming down in sheets, and it's straight up biblical, but Noah seems unbothered, which is weird. They burst into what looks like a tavern, full of people cheering and chatting. It's a total contrast to the storm. Noah's instantly the center of attention, and everyone's hailing him like he's some kind of hero, but our girl looks confused. He's accepting the praise, and honestly, it's a little too smooth. Something's definitely up with this dude. Okay, so our girl is peeking around a corner, looking super mischievous with those fox ears. It's a total storm outside, lightning, rain, the whole dramatic shebang, and this massive mansion looks kinda spooky. This dude, who we've seen before, is looking totally lost and confused, like he just woke up or something. He asks if he said something wrong, being all polite, but the vibe is so off right now. He's standing with a woman who's giving him major side eye, and she straight up says they don't look like a couple. She demands to know his name, and honestly it's a little aggressive. She's not messing around. He finally says his name, but the woman's expression is still unreadable, and the tension is thick. Another woman walks in carrying a bunch of mugs, and is asking who he is, and it's getting crowded. The first woman, Patricia, is questioning why the other woman, Gwen, is delivering the mugs, and it's a setup. Gwen says she's just delivering them, but Patricia is clearly suspicious, and our dude is caught in the middle. Suddenly, Patricia yells, "Sister? Wait, what?" and pulls this dude into a private room. She's yanking at his shirt, exposing his chest, and things are getting real awkward, real off fast. Patricia is straight up demanding he explain himself, and then someone clears their throat. It's the white-haired guy. He calmly announces he'll take the last room, and honestly, the power move is kinda impressive. Patricia tries to pull the white-haired guy closer, but our girl steps in and grabs his hand. She asks if they won't share a room, dear, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Patricia looks furious, but the white-haired guy says, "Of course, my love," and just casually clasps her hand. The white-haired dude is giving Patricia a look that says, "Don't mess with my girl," and it's iconic. He's basically claiming her as his, and Patricia is now happy, but she's trying to play it cool. Our girl is watching everything unfold, totally confused, and this whole situation is a mess. Our girl is spiraling, questioning why she lied about the white-haired guy in the first place. She's replaying the scene in her head, realizing she could have just said he was family. What was she thinking? This dude, the white-haired guy, is leaning in, looking all brooding and intense, and our girl is seriously flustered. She's cornered, overwhelmed, and starts freaking out about how she's supposed to look him in the eyes now. Suddenly, she's surrounded by people getting fussed over, and it's a total sensory overload. She tries to escape the attention, but they're all over her, and she's seriously panicking about sharing a room with him. He casually says, "My love," and she's internally combusting, wondering if that was a bit much. It definitely was. He's holding her hand, and she's a mess, but then someone announces they're lucky there was another room available. Everyone turns to look, and our girl is bracing herself for what's about to happen. The white-haired guy is walking toward a door, leaving her in suspense, and she's left wondering abed. He's relieved there's another room, but Patricia straight up asks if something's wrong. This dude's trying to play it cool, saying he's just relieved, but he's totally flustered and struggling to unlace his coat. Patricia's getting suspicious, and she asks if the room isn't to his liking. She's definitely picking up on his vibe. He's clearly uncomfortable, but he insists the room is fine, and she's not buying it for a second. He tries to explain himself, mumbling something about being tired, but Patricia is closing in and he's losing it. She gets super close, and he's completely overwhelmed, realizing this is way worse than just sharing a room. He's practically pinned against the door, and Patricia's face is inches from his. Talk about awkward. He's starting to panic, and Patricia's smirking, clearly enjoying his discomfort. The absolute menace? He's bracing himself, and Patricia's about to say something, but it's cut off by a little he from the other woman. The other woman is casually watching the drama unfold, and honestly, she's living for this moment. Patricia is daydreaming about the two of them getting married. She's totally shipping someone for them. Meanwhile, the white-haired dude and the other woman are walking away, cloaked and mysterious. No way. The other woman says the innkeeper will bring ointment for his pain, but honestly, it sounds like a setup. He's all quiet and brooding, and she's trying to figure out what's wrong with him, but he's clearly hiding something. He's clutching his chest, and she reaches out to comfort him, but his expression is so unreadable. Suddenly, his face cracks, like literally cracks, and she's shocked, but still keeps her hand on him. She's holding his hand tightly, and he looks up at her, and the tension is insane. She's declaring them husband and wife, and he just murmurs of course, which is a choice. But wait, Patricia's still watching them, and she's straight up suspicious of the whole situation. Our girl is playing it cool, but she's definitely scheming. This is about to get good, bro. She remembers all the kindness this dude has shown her, and it's hitting different, honestly. She realizes they've moved beyond a simple knight and lady relationship, and things are getting real. He made her feel safe, even when everything was trying to kill her. That's a big deal, bro. She used to see him as her closest friend, thinking he felt the same, but now she's starting to doubt everything. She questions if she's been wrong about his feelings this whole time, and the tension is building. Suddenly, her heart starts pounding, and she wonders could it be possible he doesn't feel the same. Her heart is TMPNG and she's clearly freaking out. This is a major internal crisis. She's replaying their moments, and it's all hitting her at once. Patricia is still watching them, and she's definitely picking up on the vibes. Our girl is trying to play it cool, but she's scheming, and this situation is about to explode. She's spiraling, convinced he has feelings for her, and honestly, it's a total shock. He asks if she's cold and gently covers her with a blanket. So tender, bro. This dude is suddenly ripped, casually unbuttoning his shirt, and Patricia is losing it. He's examining a flower, looking all mysterious, and is he checking her out? No way. She's staring at him now, realizing she's been completely blind to his feelings this whole time. Our girl is starting to see him in a whole new light, and things are about to change drastically. She's finally admitting he might feel more than friendship, and it's a total game changer. Okay, so our girl is peeking around a corner, looking all cute and concerned, totally checking on this dude. It's nighttime and looks like he's seriously injured, lying in bed with a ton of wounds, but she's tending to them. Outside it's a total downpour, like a proper stormy night, setting a super dramatic mood, honestly. She's examining his wounds, and they look baity, but then she realizes it's not just the injuries making him hot. Unwell. He's laying there, and she's leaning over him, getting super close, but he flinches when she touches him. Awkward. She grabs his hand, squeezing it gently, and notices it's warm, not cold, which is throwing her for a loop. She straight up tells him she thinks he has a fever, and he's blushing. This is getting interesting, y'all. He looks away, trying to play it cool, but we can all see he's flustered, and honestly, it's adorable. She's saying his wound is inflamed, but then she realizes it's probably not just the wound causing his temperature to rise. He avoids her gaze, and you can tell something is definitely up. This dude is hiding something, for sure. He's apologizing to Noah, like, a lot, and is clearly trying to explain himself, but it's super awkward. She's carefully tending to his wounds, but he's avoiding her gaze, and it's giving off major "I messed up" vibes. He reaches for her, but she pulls back slightly, and he looks totally crushed. Ouch, that's rough. She quietly apologizes too, but then says she did what she had to, which is intense. She's looking away, clearly upset, and we get a close-up of her hand. She's seriously conflicted. She whispers about Ani night, and then we get a glimpse of another woman's eye. Wait, hat. Our girl is lost in thought, wondering if she's overthinking everything, but honestly, she's probably not. He suddenly asks if he told her he's not leaving, which is a total curveball. What's going on with this dude? He's staring at her intensely, and it's like he's trying to read her mind. This is getting so messy. She's replaying his words in her head, and it's clear she's realizing he's not just being nice, he's making a promise. He's reaching for her, hand outstretched, but she's still so hesitant. It's heartbreaking, honestly. She slowly, carefully, lifts her hand to meet his, and it's like a silent agreement passes between them. A single butterfly lands on her closed eyelid. It's a really sweet, ethereal moment, but also kinda unsettling. Her fingers gently brush his face, and we get a super close-up. The tension is touch K, you guys. She's leaning in, and he's leaning in, and it feels like they're about to kiss. But then she says it. She straight up tells him she couldn't have hoped for a better night, and it's a total confession of feelings. He's looking at her with this intense, unreadable expression. Bro is processing, and it's a lot. Another close-up of his face, and you can see the gears turning. He's realizing this is more than just gratitude. He's gazing at her, and it's clear he's captivated, like totally lost in her eyes. They're so close now, faces inches apart, and it's about to get real. This is the moment we've been waiting for. He's playfully calling her silly, and she's leaning into him. It's a total power move. She's admitting she's flustered, and he's smirking like he knew exactly what he was doing. He's getting dangerously close, and she's questioning her own thoughts. Our girl is spiraling. He's staring right at her lips, and she's realizing this isn't a friendly moment. Oh no. She's panicking, totally overwhelmed, and he's just watching her unravel. The nerve of this dude! Suddenly, a huge storm rolls in, and the castle is getting rocked. Talk about bad timing. The wind is whipping around, and she's instinctively reaching for him. She can't help herself. He pulls her into a tight embrace, protecting her from the storm, and it's so much more than that. She's completely lost in his arms, and he's holding her like she's the only thing that matters. She's looking up at him with this vulnerable expression. I think she's falling, and fast. He's pulling her closer, and they're about to kiss. But she suddenly remembers the prophecy. She breaks away, shocked, and he's totally thrown. Like, what just happened? She's questioning everything. She's blurting out that they can't be together, that it's forbidden, and he's reeling. This is brutal. She flees, leaving him completely stunned and soaked, and honestly, it's a mess. Okay, so our girl is peeking over a wall. She's spying on something, and it looks important. This dude, the white-haired one, is straight up shirtless, looking all wounded, and she's clearly watching him. She's getting closer, peeking around a corner, but she's totally caught off guard by what she sees. He's got a briced lip, y'all. Something definitely went down, and it wasn't pretty. She's all flustered, covering her face, but he's reaching for her, and the tension is real. He's about to say something. But it's cut off, and we're left hanging. He clutches his chest, looking in pain, and seriously, his heartbeat is practically radiating off the page. And then bam, pink flowers bloom around him, emphasizing the fluttery, romantic vibes. It's a lot. He's gazing at her with this intense look, and honestly, it's kinda creepy, but also kinda hot. His heartbeat is going wild, BADUMP is flashing everywhere, and she's clearly affected too, but what does it mean? Okay, so he's pulling her close, like RELOY close, and she's not pushing him away, y'all. He's whispering something in her ear, and she's totally frozen, but her expression is unreadable. He's confessing that he's been watching her, obsessed with her, and honestly, it's a little intense. She tries to pull away, but this dude is on. He's got her cornered, and it's kinda scary. He's rambling about how she's his everything, but she's suddenly remembering something, and it hits her hard. No way, she remembers her past life, her original goal, and realizes she's been played this whole time. She's straight up shocked, staring at him with a completely different look in her eyes, and he's confused. He asks what's wrong, but she just stares back, and then she slaps him? Ouch! He's reeling, like, genuinely shocked, and she's backing away, finally breaking free from his grip. She demands to know what he did to her, and the look on her face. She's officially done playing games. He's cornering her, demanding to know if it was an accident, and honestly, the nerve of this dude. She's playing it cool, saying, oh, of course it was an accident, but her eyes say otherwise. She's so done. He starts unbuttoning her shirt, claiming it got messed up, but she's grabbing his hands to stop him. She's holding his hands tight, staring right into his eyes, and demanding answers about what he's been up to. He tries to pull away, but she won't let him, and the tension is building. You can cut it with a knife. He's leaning in for a kiss, but she's tilting her head away, and it's a power move, trust me. She's leaning in now, mirroring his move, and he looks totally caught off guard. This is a switch we love to see. She's getting closer and closer, and he's questioning if it was really an accident, but she's not answering. Our girl is getting dangerously close, and he's looking all flustered and confused. The tables have turned. She's practically breathing on him, and he's speechless, completely at her mercy and honestly, iconic. He's pulling her closer, and she's totally letting him, but it's a trap. She's playing him. Everyone around them thinks he's the one in control, but she's got a plan brewing, and it's brilliant. She's whispering in his ear, and he's visibly losing it. She's unraveling him with every word. He's trying to resist, trying to pull away, but her grip is surprisingly strong and he's stuck. She's leaning in for the kill, and he's finally realizing he's been played. The look on his face is priceless. She drops a bomb, he's the first, and he's reeling, completely stunned by her revelation. She's practically radiating smugness as he stumbles back, and honestly, she deserves it. Cut to his tutor, demanding he practice pretending to be a beautiful lady. This is a Boyle D turn. He's protesting, saying they live in a forest, and where is he supposed to find a lady? So clueless. But his tutor cuts him off, saying he's met her in the forest, and bro is absolutely floored. She's straight up admitting she never understood why she'd need to dance. But this dude immediately starts pulling her into a waltz. He's got her hand, leading her, and she's surprisingly going along with it. But her expression is unreadable. She's getting closer, her face inches from his, and he's clearly flustered. This is a power move. He pulls her even closer, enveloping her in his arms, and she's leaning into the embrace, but it's all a facade. Her eyes are locked on his, a dangerous glint in them, and no way is that a butterfly near her face. She's whispering something in his ear, and his grip tightens, his expression shifting from confident to something else. He's holding her so tightly, almost possessively, and she's looking up at him, seemingly enjoying the moment. He declares he's rather enjoying it, and our girl's expression is so smug. She's totally playing him. They're dancing, lost in the moment, and honestly, they look amazing together. But remember, she's the villain. She's raising her hand to his face, her gaze intense, and this dude is completely captivated. She's got him wrapped around her finger. She tells Noah it was so much fun, and then, wait for it, suggests they do it again. This woman is ruthless. Noah is clearly taken aback, and she's just casually watching his reaction, like she doesn't have a care in the world. She leans in close, and Noah's expression shifts. He's starting to realize she's not playing the same game as him. She's reaching for him, her hand almost touching his face, and this dude is completely lost in her gaze. Suddenly, Leo bursts in yelling, and our girl's attention is immediately diverted. Talk about bad timing. She looks over at Leo and then back at Noah, and honestly, her expression is giving off major "I'm in trouble" vibes. The scene is framed by candles and roses, but it's all a bit unsettling now. Something's about to go down. And that's a wrap. Art and story by CG, with color help from Mellow Rainey. Thanks for reading, Peanuts. Okay, so our girl is peeking around a corner, ears and all. She's totally spying on someone. This dude, the young master, is chilling in the garden, lost in a book, but it's super peaceful and gorgeous out here. The scene is so serene with the trees and fountain, but someone is clearly watching him from the shadows. The young master is totally oblivious, just reading, but a servant rushes in with news. His knight went horseback riding. He wants to know when the knight will be back, and bro is very specific about being informed immediately upon his return. The servant relays the message, and honestly, it feels like this dude is a little too obsessed with where his knight is. But the servant is already running off to deliver another message. Something about a guest arriving. The young master continues reading, but you can tell he's expecting someone, and the atmosphere is getting tense. He's still reading, but the servant is already reporting back, confirming the guest's arrival. It's a lot. And we end with a wide shot of the garden, hinting at someone approaching, while the young master remains completely unaware. Okay, so the young master is totally ignoring the arriving guest, still focused on something, while a woman stands nearby. She's dressed to the nines but seems super uncomfortable, glancing nervously around. Something's definitely off. This dude straight up says he doesn't care how she feels, which is a terrible thing to say, honestly. He's walking away, and his expression is changing, like he's realizing something isn't right. But then, a letter appears on a table, sealed with a red wax stamp. A message just arrived. He's looking at it, and his face falls. No way, this can't be good news for our boy. The garden is looking extra lush with flowers, but the mood is turning super dark and ominous. And we see the maid, looking out over the estate. She seems lost in thought, or maybe waiting. She's standing in front of the mansion, clutching a broom, and it's giving major final girl vibes. However, the entire estate looks strangely deserted, and something tells me this isn't going to end well. He strides into the ballroom, totally owning the space, but something feels off, right? He scans the crowd, and his expression is icy. Bro is definitely not impressed with the party. The ballroom is bustling, but he's asking for Lady Lucia, and everyone seems nervous. Someone mentions she hasn't been back since yesterday, and our guy's face hardens. Uh-oh. He demands to know what's going on, but the servants are just stammering, avoiding eye contact. He spots a red-haired maid, and she looks absolutely terrified. Something is seriously wrong here. He's getting closer, asking about Lady Lucia, but the maid just keeps repeating her name in fear. And then, he notices the bloodstains on his boots. No way, this is getting real dark. He turns to the maid, demanding an explanation, but she's completely freaked out. He asks what they mean, and honestly, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Someone asks if the lady hasn't returned, and this dude, Prince Leonardo, is straight up radiating anger. He dismisses the concerns of two onlookers, insisting this is an internal matter and not for the royal family. He declares they can handle things themselves, but the ominous, thorny background is screaming danger. He's fixated on what happens if the future queen is actually missing. The stakes are getting higher, y'all. He insists the royal family will get involved, but honestly, he's trying way too hard to look unfazed. He turns back to the pair, and we see a flash of something dark in his eyes. Bro is definitely hiding something. The red-haired maid looks absolutely terrified, and the whole scene feels super unsettling. He's demanding answers, but she's frozen with fear. This is not good. He's practically breathing down her neck, and she keeps repeating Lucia's name like a broken record. And now, he's spotting something. It looks like blood, and the tension is about to explode. They're riding through the forest, searching for Lucia, but honestly, this whole vibe is off. Someone asks why a noblewoman would be wandering alone, and another dude snarks that she wasn't alone at all. They're arguing about Lucia's whereabouts, but someone spots her. Or at least, they think they do. Turns out it's a false alarm, and everyone is getting seriously annoyed with this wild goose chase. Suddenly, someone yells that Lucia ran away, and the commander is immediately on edge. Something's up. The commander demands to know what's going on, but it's clear he's already piecing things together. He's practically interrogating them, and it's intense. Our girl is in trouble. I can feel it. This dude is straight up threatening them, demanding to know why they didn't stop her. He's losing it, insisting they should have apprehended her, but honestly, it feels like a setup. He's convinced someone helped her escape, and now he's demanding to know who. This is getting good. Someone's yelling for the horses to halt, and the commander is demanding a word with Leon. Things are escalating fast. A storm is brewing, and everyone's starting to feel uneasy, but the commander is laser-focused on Leon. The commander accuses Leon of helping Lucia escape, and honestly, it feels like a total setup. He insists she wouldn't have run off without assistance, and the others are starting to agree. Someone points out that Leon is new, but another dude straight up says he's more than just the prince's right-hand man. They're all looking at Leon suspiciously, and he's just standing there, looking unbothered. Suddenly, something sends chills down their spines, and they're all on high alert. What was that? The horses are spooked, and everyone's freaking out, but the commander is still staring daggers at Leon. Leon just calmly asks if he may have a word, and bro, the audacity is unreal. He calls Leon by name, and you can tell this is about to go down. Our girl is in serious danger. Leon's standing there, looking all stoic and broody, while someone wonders if he's more of an older brother figure than the prince ever was. This dude is asking if Leon has lint on his face. So rude. But then the conversation turns to Lucia being lost in the woods. Everyone agrees Lucia wouldn't just run off, and they've never seen Leon and the prince disagree about anything before. They're all staring at each other, and Leon calmly points out that if Lucia is lost in these woods, she's in grave danger. Leon is looking off into the distance, and someone's questioning if she's even alive. Dark. He's saying they need to find her, no matter the cost, and honestly, This dude is straight up taking charge. Okay, so our girl is peeking over something, looking super curious. Like, what is she spying on? It's pouring rain and this huge mansion looks totally ominous, setting the mood for some serious drama. The rain keeps coming down and honestly, the atmosphere is just thick with tension right now. 3 dudes walk in, and one of them straight up announces he's starving. Priorities, am I right? Now, this mysterious man with the red hair is watching a dance, but he's giving off major villain vibes, bro. He's lurking in the shadows, and it's super creepy. Like, what's he planning? It's not good, I can feel it. We get a glimpse of more shadows and thorny vines, hinting at a dark past and a dangerous power. Red roses start to bloom amidst the darkness, creating this beautiful but unsettling contrast. It's a warning sign. The imagery gets wild: spiders, skulls, and swirling smoke, but it's all leading up to a reveal, I swear. He's embracing a woman, looking all smirky and confident, but this feels like a trap, and our girl is watching. She grabs his arm, and he's totally caught off guard. What is she even thinking? He demands to know how she got there, but she's more concerned about his injury, asking if he's treated it. She presses him for details about what happened to his eye, straight up wanting to know the story. This dude is smirking, like enjoying her concern, and it's giving me major red flags, honestly. He leans in close, and she asks why he's smiling, but he just says he's enjoying her reaction. He's reveling in her confusion, and it's clear he's playing some kind of game with her. She's staring at his boots, and he's towering over her. The power dynamic is so intense right now. She questions if this is a normal reaction, but he's clearly messing with her emotions. She reaches for him, and it's like time slows down. Is she going to touch him? Her eyes widen, and she looks absolutely captivated. No way is she falling for his act. She's asking Noah if he's alright, but this dude, the red-haired knight, interrupts. So rude. The knight apologizes to Noah, but then straight up says this isn't the first time this has happened with her. He's looking at Noah with a seriously intense gaze, and Noah returns the stare. What is going on between these two? Our girl is clearly confused, trying to figure out what they're implying, and the knight just keeps staring at Noah. The knight addresses her directly as my lady. Talk about a power move, and Noah looks away, annoyed. Noah tries to play it cool, offering a simple sorry, but the knight isn't having it, still fixated on her. She reaches for the knight, and honestly, I'm bracing for impact. This feels like a terrible idea. The knight grabs her hand, and she's completely lost in his touch. No way is she actually falling for this. Noah's looking at them with a dark expression, and it's clear he's not happy about this little moment. She's completely captivated by the knight, and it's a full-on standoff between these 3 now. This is getting good. Someone asks Lady Aurelius if she'll be joining them for dinner, but she brushes it off, saying she already ate. But as soon as she says that, the sky opens up. A massive storm is rolling in, and it looks intense. We cut to the red-haired knight and Noah standing outside in the pouring rain, and honestly, the atmosphere is THK. Noah asks if the storm is getting stronger, and the knight just stares at him. This dude is so unnerving. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminates a figure lurking in the shadows, and it's seriously creepy. The knight steps forward, shielding her from the rain, while Noah looks on. Talk about a possessive move. The knight's gaze is intense, and Noah is definitely picking up on it, but he's not backing down. The knight pulls her closer, and she doesn't even seem to notice Noah anymore. Our girl is completely lost in the moment. Noah is absolutely fuming, and the tension between these 3 is about to explode. I can feel it. The knight's hand rests on her arm, and she looks up at him. No way is she actually falling for this. Noah suddenly clutches his head, claiming everything is spinning, and he needs to hurry. Something's seriously wrong. He stumbles toward what looks like a courtyard, but 2 ghostly white dogs are running toward him, super ominous. Noah sees something in the distance, and asks what that was, but it's unclear what's got him so shaken up. He's staring up at a massive, gnarled tree, and honestly, it looks like something's about to go down. The camera focuses on a terrifying face forming from the shadows, and it's giving me chills. This is not good. We cut to the exterior of the mansion, with lightning illuminating the scene, and the rain is coming down hard. Noah's inside the stables, checking on the horses, and it seems like he's trying to compose himself. He mutters that the horses are fed, then turns and finally speaks, and it's super cryptic, saying, well. He turns, and we see he's been staring at the knight the whole time, who is still standing there in the rain. Talk about awkward. Noah's expression is unreadable, but it's clear he's sizing up the knight, and this confrontation is definitely brewing. Noah's suddenly face to face with the red-haired dude, and bro is low coming gruff, clearly been through it. The red-haired guy is collapsed and completely soaked, and the knight is there, shouting at him to get up. The knight tries to help this dude up, but Noah just stares, totally blocking their way. What is happening? Noah's expression is intense, and he's practically radiating power. This is a side of him we haven't seen before. He grabs the knight's collar, and the knight looks shocked, but Noah doesn't even flinch, straight up dominance. Noah's revealing a lot of chest, and the knight's eyes widen. Okay, maybe this isn't just about saving someone. The red-haired dude is staring up at Noah, totally bewildered, but Noah just ignores him and keeps glaring at the knight. Noah shouts, demanding to know what the knight is hiding, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. We get a quick info dump on who worked on the series, but honestly, all I'm thinking is, what secrets does this knight have? Okay, so we see this adorable little fox spirit peeking around a corner, total mood. Lady Aurelius is walking through this huge palace, looking all elegant and untouchable, bro. Someone calls out for Lady Aurelius, asking if she'll join them for dinner, but she's already eaten. She claims she wants everyone to have a better time without her there, straight up avoiding the crown prince. Our girl says it'd be too awkward to eat at the same table as his fiancé. Can't blame her for the side eye. She's totally playing it cool, but we know there's way more going on with Lady Aurelius than meets the eye. But then, out of nowhere, it starts pouring rain, and she's caught in it. Talk about bad timing. She's rushing towards some kind of building, trying to get out of the downpour, and it looks kinda spooky. A tree branch snaps right above her head, and she jumps. No way she wasn't scared. However, she's clearly heading somewhere she's not supposed to be, and this whole scene is giving me bad vibes. She's in the attic, eating cookies, trying to distract herself. It's kinda sad, honestly. But then she hears something, and she's immediately on high alert. Something's definitely wrong. She investigates and finds a hidden room. No way, this is getting good! She cautiously opens the door, and it's filled with creepy dolls like a horror movie setup. Someone asks if she's alright, clearly worried about her, and she tries to brush it off. However, she's clearly shaken up, and she's desperately trying to pretend everything is fine. This dude, the one she's with, overhears her crying earlier and is super concerned. He pulls her into a hug, trying to comfort her, but she's clearly holding something back. She confesses she's been crying, but won't say why. She's keeping secrets for sure. He's worried sick, and she's just distant, which is straight up heartbreaking. She jolts awake, totally disoriented, and feels super dizzy. Something is seriously off with our girl. She's questioning what just happened, like did she imagine everything? But then she sees it. A vision of the baby, looking like a little puppy, calls out, "Mama!" It's Lucy's imagination running wild. But then a heart appears, and straight up gets pierced by an arrow, and honestly, it's a bit much. This dude is watching her, and she catches his gaze, realizing he's been observing her the whole time. She's replaying everything in her head, desperately trying to figure out what's going on. It's a total mess in there. She's clearly rattled, but trying to play it cool, even though she's freaking out inside. She's having flashbacks of the baby, and it's making her feel so vulnerable and confused. She's lost in thought, and it's clear she's keeping a huge secret from everyone around her. She's staring intently, and we see a reflection of the baby in her eye. This is getting intense. She's running, desperate for air, but it's like something's chasing her. A really bad feeling overwhelms her. No way. A massive storm rolls in, lightning cracking and rain pouring down as she stumbles outside. She collapses in the downpour, completely broken, and this dude, the red-haired one, appears out of nowhere. He's watching her fall, and she's totally exposed, vulnerable, and honestly, it's a super tense moment. He yells, "Get up," but it's not a comforting yell. It's intense, demanding, and kinda creepy. T-Beach. He's looming over her, soaked, and his expression is terrifying. Bro is straight up menacing. She's trying to lift her head, and we get a glimpse of his face, but it's all shadows and rain. He's reaching for her, and she's struggling, barely conscious, as the storm rages around them. He pulls her up, and she staggers, totally lost, while he stares down at her with an unreadable expression. But then he's leading her through the forest, deeper into the storm, and it's clear this isn't a rescue, it's something else. He's all I can tell, like he's reading her mind, super creepy, honestly. But then he drops the bomb. There's a limit to what he'll tolerate, and she's getting close to it. She's totally caught off guard, questioning what he means. Is right? We get a close-up of her face, and she's crying in the rain, looking totally wrecked. He's standing there, silhouetted against a gothic window, looking like a total villain. A flash of light illuminates the scene, and it's dramatic AF, like movie trailer dramatic. He grabs her arm, and she's yanked forward. It's aggressive, and she's clearly shocked. He's asking her again why she came all this way with Lady Lucia alone, and she's struggling to speak. She manages to say her head hurts, but it's obvious she's hiding way more than a headache. He stares down at her, lightning flashing around them, and it's clear he doesn't believe a word she says. Noah is running for his life, and someone is yelling at him to keep going. No time to ask questions. The castle is engulfed in flames, and it's straight up terrifying. This is bad, really bad. Noah finally makes it inside, collapsing in the grand hall, but it's eerily empty and silent. He peeks around a corner, and there's a woman, a powerful, icy-looking woman, watching him. She calls him my little troll, Uhet, and it's clear she's been expecting him. She's dressed to the nines, all black and fur, and she's radiating power, honestly. She says she's letting her little prince be her daughter. Okay, this is getting weirder and weirder. She declares his blood yearns for what is his while wearing a crown. Is she claiming him as royalty? She's totally in control, and Noah looks stunned. Bro is officially out of his depth. But wait, this isn't about a rescue, it's about claiming what's hers. No way, this is a trap. Someone thinks the Emperor is hiding, but our girl is convinced there's more to it. She's not buying it. This dude is laying it on TJ's K, promising his beloved will one day sit beside him. It's kinda creepy, honestly. He declares she'll be the best of them all, but the scene shifts to a chilling prophecy about power and fate. A massive red dragon bursts onto the scene. Talk about a dramatic entrance, and a serious threat. A knight charges toward the dragon, sword raised, and hopes for a better future. Brave, but is it enough? Someone is standing in the flames, seemingly unaffected, and it's a total mystery who it is. The knight is still charging, but the scene is pure chaos, and it's clear this battle is far from over. Okay, so our girl is peeking around a corner, super curious about what's happening outside. It's pouring rain and this dude is walking around, looking all stressed. But then lightning strikes nearby. He's totally freaked out, asking what just happened, and then another bolt of lightning illuminates something huge. No way, he realizes whatever it is, it's been extinct for centuries. Bro is clearly shook. We get a close-up, and this dude is straight up terrified, staring at whatever's in front of him. The creature is revealed in the rain, and honestly, it looks massive and imposing. Someone yells at him, asking where he thinks he's going. It's intense and he doesn't respond. Another lightning strike, and this dude is now running for his life, dodging whatever's chasing him. Someone else is watching, wondering if has seen it yet. What is going on? We end on a close-up of a mysterious person's eye, and they're thinking, suspenseful much? Okay, so the mysterious guy is inside a huge mansion, looking around like he owns the place. He's remembering having a family and a home. It's super sad and we're getting major backstory vibes. But then he wonders if his mother is still alive, and it's clear something terrible happened to them. We get flashes of a dark scene, and it looks like a massacre. No way, this is getting dark fast. He's desperately calling for his mother, but it's all echoes and shadows, honestly heartbreaking. Suddenly, he's back in the present, staring at a crest. It's the same one from earlier, so it must be important. He declares he is the villain, and it's a total power move. This dude is embracing his role. But the scene cuts to a wide shot, and it's raining like crazy, with a creepy forest looming in the background. There's a shadowy figure lurking near the mansion. Who is that? This is getting intense. And finally, a black wolf is watching the mansion from the trees. Something tells me this is going to be a problem. Someone calls out Noah, and this dude is definitely startled. He's totally lost in thought. He's soaking wet, but he's trying to play it cool, like he was just taking a stroll. Yeah, right? But then a woman appears on the stairs, and another voice asks Noah, is that you? Major reveal incoming! She floats down the stairs, and straight up tells him she's been looking for him. Creepy and intense. She gets close, and we get a glimpse of her face. She's gorgeous, but there's something off about her. Noah's visibly shaken, tears welling up, and honestly, he looks like he's seen a ghost. He stammers that he was just getting some air, trying to explain himself. But she doesn't seem to care. She's standing super close now, and he's backing away. This is not a comfortable situation, bro. She asks if he's been well, and he's clearly struggling to respond. The tension is TCK, but he finally manages to say he's been okay, but it's a total lie. Our girl is gonna be trouble, I can feel it. Noah asks what she wants and she responds by asking if she can stay a little longer. Smooth dude, smooth. He agrees, and she leans in close, her face inches from his. She's playing with fire, honestly. She asks if he's been well, and he says he has, but she clearly doesn't believe him. She's reading him like a book. She presses closer, and he's totally trapped. The storm is getting worse, but she doesn't seem to notice. She whispers that she can't hear anything over the storm, and it's super unsettling. What is she up to? Noah's face is right there, and he looks completely wrecked. Those tears are hitting different. He asks her what's going on, but she just stares at him with those piercing eyes. She's totally messing with him. She asks if he's alright, and he insists he is, but she's clearly not buying it. This is getting intense. She leans in even closer, and he's totally cornered. She's got him exactly where she wants him. No way. She says of course, and her gaze is intense. But what does Ashiv know? This is a major power move. Noah pulls her into a tight embrace, soaking wet and looking completely devastated. Wow, this is a moment. He clutches her hands to his chest, and she just holds him back. She's letting him fall apart, straight up. They're standing there in the downpour, and it's clear he's really broken. But what caused this, seriously? He finally manages to speak, revealing his sister went missing and Noah followed her. That's heavy. He explains he was only informed a few hours ago, and she just listens, her expression unreadable. She's a mystery. We get a glimpse of a man with an eye patch, looking concerned. Who is this dude, and what's his deal? The scene shifts to the massive estate, and honestly, it's intimidating. This place is huge. Vines creep across the windows, adding to the eerie vibe. Something feels off about this whole place. Noah and our girl are still embracing, and it's a total emotional overload. She's definitely playing a part. But she's totally using this to her advantage, and I think she knows more than she lets on. This is getting good. This dude, the eye patch guy, is straight up smirking and says he's not at all worried. What is he hiding? He's dressed to the nines, practically spilling out of his shirt. And it's a lot. Seriously, look at that chest. We cut to a woman lounging on a fancy couch looking totally serene, but her eyes are kinda unsettling, honestly. The credits roll, naming the artists and editors. Everyone involved is making magic with this manhwa, no cap. And finally, a sweet thank you for reading, with flower illustrations. They're so thoughtful, and we appreciate the content. Okay, so our girl is peeking over a balcony, looking all cute with her fox ears, and she's clearly spying on someone. This dude, with the dramatic red hair, is looking all brooding and mysterious, and is missing a piercing. Wow. He's practically half undressed, like, why is his shirt even open like that? Seriously. He casually says it was a pleasure to someone off panel, and honestly, the vibes are super sus right now. We get a fancy floral background, and a little breather before things get wild, because trust me, they do. Flashback time! It's the previous night and it's pouring rain, setting the mood for some serious drama. Someone is silhouetted against a window, but we can't quite make it out. It's building tension, I swear. The silhouette gets a little clearer, and it's definitely our girl, but she looks distressed, to say the least. And now this dude is basically ripping off another woman's clothes, which is straight up terrifying and wrong. She looks up at him all vulnerable, and it's clear something awful just happened. But what? No way. He's holding her so tight, it's intense. Like he's trying to absorb her warmth, but she looks completely broken. He's leaning down, face dangerously close, and she's looking up at him with these unreadable eyes. It's creepy. She's touching his arm, trying to get his attention, but he just looks away, muttering it's fine. Seriously? He turns his head, and for a second, it looks like he's about to say something real, but it's just close up on his face, and bro, he looks wrecked, like genuinely haunted by whatever just happened. She's clutching her arms, trying to comfort herself, and you can see a ring on her finger. It's a wedding ring. Another look at her, and she's trying to hold it together, but her eyes are glistening with unshed tears. It's heartbreaking. Suddenly, everything goes dark and stormy, like a full-on ominous mood shift is happening. A name flashes on screen, Leo, and then this dramatic title card drops. I am the villain! No way! The screen is consumed by darkness, with this swirling, shadowy pattern, and honestly, the suspense is killing me. He's trying to explain everything to her, gesturing wildly, but she just looks away, avoiding his gaze. The others are there, confirming they did indeed move her, and they're acting like it's no big deal. So weird. She's clutching her chest, looking at him with this intense stare, like she's trying to read his mind. Someone whispers about what would happen if he knew they shared a room with her. And the tension is THIK. Close up on her face, and she's giving him the most icy glare. This girl is not impressed. He's all flustered, staring at her with hard eyes, but she's clearly not feeling it. The other guys bow, saying goodnight, and honestly, the whole situation is just awkward and messy. We get a glimpse of a white-haired man, and bro, he looks seriously troubled. What's his deal? She's leaning against him, but it's super tense, and you can tell she's holding back a lot. He's got his hand over her face, and it's like he's trying to erase her. Or maybe he's just lost. He thinks she's upset with him, but she's actually reacting to something behind him. Major foreshadowing. He's totally oblivious, just admiring his own reflection and thinking she's mad at him. The ego. She's staring intently, and it's clear she's sensing something is off. She's not fooled by his act. Cats are flying around her head with little danger symbols. What is happening? It's straight up chaotic. More cats, more symbols, and she's starting to look genuinely concerned. This is getting intense. Suddenly, a huge storm rolls in, and the windows are rattling. Talk about dramatic timing? He dramatically collapses, claiming he saw something, but he's probably just playing it up for attention. A massive dragon appears outside the window during the storm. No way! This is where things get real. The dragon's presence is ancient and powerful. Apparently, dragons are just legends now, but this one is very real. He's rising to meet the dragon, a determined look on his face. Our boy is about to face something huge. He's back in the room, and straight up asks what kind of lady sleeps like that. Rude. He starts to lean in, clearly about to do something he'll regret, and she's totally out cold. He's caressing her face, but it's unsettling, and then he kisses her? No way! He pulls back, looking all smug with a drop of blood on his lip. What is happening right now? He's ranting about her being different, but it's clear he's losing control and enjoying it too much. She stirs, and he tries to play it off like he was just checking if she's alright. Such a liar. Our girl opens her eyes, and it's instant tension. She's definitely not happy about the kiss. He tries to act innocent, but she's staring right through him. She knows exactly what he did. She grabs his hand, and he looks surprised, but it's a trap. She's going to fight back. She pulls him in for a kiss, mirroring his move, and honestly, this dude had it coming. He tries to drag her away, but she's stronger than she looks. She actually stops him. He shoves her, and she goes flying, hitting the floor hard. Ouch, that looked painful. He's looming over her, delivering a brutal strike, and she's barely blocking it. This is intense. He continues the attack, relentlessly hitting her, and she's clearly struggling to defend herself. She manages to roll away, but he's right behind her, grabbing her arm and dragging her back. He throws her again, and she slams into something. She's seriously getting beat up, bro. He's standing over her, looking down with a cold smirk, but she's not giving up. She's glaring right back. He scoffs, saying it's rude of him. Seriously, he's the one attacking her. He's ranting about her walking out on their conversation. But honestly, she had every right to. He's all intense and brooding, but she's not intimidated. She's gonna give him a piece of her mind. He's standing over her, barefoot and looking down, and it's a power move, straight up humiliating. She's all, I am my lady's knight, and bro, the sudden shift in energy is day intensity. He threatens what will happen if she pulls a stunt like that again. But it's clear she doesn't care. A ghostly vision of a knight appears, and it's connected to her declaration. No way, this is getting good. He's looking at the spectral knight, and we see a flashback of blood on his face. Something's up with this dude. He's clearly hiding something, but our girl isn't backing down. She's demanding answers now. He's lost in thought, and the knight is still visible, but she's determined to get him to explain himself. Okay, so our girl is literally spying on someone from behind a curtain, and she's got fox ears. What is happening? Someone's sister went missing hours ago, and they're grilling this dude about it. Apparently he was the last one to see her. He's getting all sorts of gratitude from this family, but honestly, something feels off about this whole situation. This guy is straight up refusing help, saying he can't assist in any way, which is weirdly suspicious, right? Another dude is peeking from under the covers, and he looks super stressed. Something is definitely bothering him. This red-haired guy says it was a pleasure, but his vibe is totally creepy, and there's a shadowy figure behind him. We get a glimpse of someone's arms, and it's giving major villain energy. Bro is clearly plotting something. The title card drops I am the villain. No way, so all this time he's been the bad guy. Someone's asking why it had to be him, and it's a total cliffhanger. leaving us wondering what's going on. But wait, there's a speech bubble saying besides, Sir Noah has. What does he have? The suspense is killing me. Okay, so this dude is yelling at the head maid. Things are escalating fast. Our girl is chilling on the couch, looking super unbothered while all this drama unfolds. Someone asks what could possibly be so important, but the scene cuts to our boy looking intense. He's grinding his teeth. Bro is clearly trying to keep his cool, but it's not working. He confronts the other dude, and it's a straight-up power move. This is getting good. He accuses someone of unbecoming conduct and agrees with the head maid about it. Our girl tries to play innocent, but her expression says otherwise. She's hiding something. He delivers the ultimate blow. She has to leave the Aurelius Manor, like no do. The other dude looks totally shocked, but our man is stone cold. No hesitation whatsoever. He demands she leave immediately, and his glare is seriously intimidating. This is intense. Okay, so she's thinking about whether he stays or leaves. Major internal conflict brewing right now. But she decides it's his decision, and honestly, good for her, taking a step back. He's standing there looking all brooding and mysterious, like a total romance novel hero. Then, he starts undoing his shirt, and let me tell you, it's a scene. He's ripping it open, revealing his chest, and it's intense, to say the least. No way, he's throwing off his cloak and is totally ripped. This dude is hiding some muscle. The other guests are staring, and it's clear they're all shocked by this sudden reveal. He's clearly trying to intimidate someone, and the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. She's giving him a look like, what are you doing? She's totally confused. But he just keeps staring, and it's super awkward. This is a power play for sure. She tells him she owes her life to this silver-haired man, and it's a total bombshell. Everyone is stunned. He's looking at her with a super intense gaze, and she's returning it, but her hand is visibly trembling. He grabs her hand and she squeezes back. It's a charged moment, for sure, and she seems to agree with him. But the other dude is not happy about this display of affection. He's clearly jealous and upset. A maid rushes in, interrupting the tension, and it's clear she's seen something shocking. She's calling out to Melody, and it's obvious this whole scene is causing a commotion. Our girl looks down, trying to compose herself, while the silver-haired man just radiates power. The other dude is looking on, completely devastated. This is brutal, honestly. She's still holding on to this dude, and it's clear she's choosing him over everyone else right now. They're both staring straight ahead, making a statement to everyone in the room. This is a power move. She straight up orders Sir Noah to get some rest, and this dude tries to protest. But she won't hear it. Sir Noah reluctantly agrees, and our girl just watches him go. She's totally in control here. But the other dude can't take it anymore. He grabs Sir Noah's arm, trying to stop him from leaving. Our girl yanks his hand away, and the force of it sends him stumbling. She's not messing around. He's speechless, completely shocked by her actions, while she just stares him down. Sir Noah watches the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. This is getting intense. She turns her back on him, dismissing him completely, and it's brutal to witness. But then, she turns to Sir Noah again, and it's clear she's making a statement. She's choosing him. She's holding his hand tight, and he's gripping back. It's a power move, and everyone knows it. He's looking at her, and she's returning the gaze, solidifying their connection. No way, this is just business. He's questioning her about arguing with Sir Noah, and honestly, this dude has some nerve. She's not giving him an answer, telling him she's not sharing what happened. Our girl is done. He's getting all worked up, saying it's just a night, but she's not having it, and she's letting him know. He reaches for her, trying to get a reaction, but she's totally shutting him down. She's untouchable right now. She's cold as ice, and for a second, he looks genuinely confused, like he didn't expect her to fight back. He tries to recover, regaining his composure, but she's already turned away. She's dismissing him completely. She's straight up telling him she's being rude and hurtful, and she refuses to speak to him any further. He's staring at her, trying to figure out what's going on, but she's not giving him anything. Total stone face. But then, she turns back and holds Sir Noah's hand even tighter. This is a declaration, and it's epic. Their connection is undeniable, and it's clear she's completely chosen a side, leaving this dude in the dust. She tells him she has morning plans and will continue lessons tomorrow. Total dismissal, and we love to see it. He's staring after her, clearly thrown, while she walks away. This dude is not used to being rejected. He's brooding alone, and it's honestly kind of pathetic. He thinks he's so powerful. But then the scene cuts to a gorgeous, sunny garden. A complete change of pace. She's walking through the trees, seemingly lost in thought. Maybe she's finally catching a break. However, she's clearly headed somewhere specific, and it feels important, like a secret rendezvous. The sunlight filters through the leaves, and it's all very romantic. But something feels off, bro. Okay, so this little fox spirit is peeking around corners, totally spying on someone. It's adorable but suspicious. Sir Knight is looking arrogant, bro, clearly fresh off some serious training, but his dad is not impressed. His dad's checking out a huge, infected wound on his back. It's bad, like seriously bad. And this dude just powered through it. The old man's laying down some truth. Young people think they're invincible, and it's gonna bite Sir Knight in the butt. He admits whoever stitched up the wound did a fantastic job, but Sir Knight is still risking a major infection. No way! Sir Knight is just sitting there, all pale and wounded, while his dad tends to him. Talk about a tense father-son moment. But the old man's got a warning: the draft is strong, and it's bringing on feverish thoughts and reckless impulses. We're getting a glimpse inside Sir Knight's head, and it's a mess of delirium and wild ideas. This is getting intense. He's clutching something in his hand, and it looks like he's about to do something totally impulsive, honestly. And a single white lily is blooming nearby. Something's definitely brewing, and it feels super ominous. Sir Knight is downing some potion, claiming it's reassuring, but honestly, he looks totally spaced out. Suddenly, a woman appears behind him, and bro, the tension is THK. You can practically cut it with a knife. He's reeling, and his heart is pounding like crazy, but she's just standing there, looking down at him. He realizes he should have listened to his dad about those reckless impulses, but it's too late now. She asks what he said, and it's clear she overheard something important. This is getting juicy. They're both sitting now, and she's reaching out to touch him, but he flinches away, totally caught off guard. Another lily blooms, and his heart is hammering. It's a clear sign something's about to go down. She tries to speak, to offer some sort of comfort, but he's clearly shutting her out, and it's heartbreaking. She reaches for his face, and he's just frozen, lost in his own head, and honestly, it's super awkward. She's got her hands on his face now, but he's still distant, and this whole scene is just dripping with unresolved feelings. He's apologizing, straight up begging for forgiveness, but this dude is clearly hurting inside. He insists he can handle things himself, but Lucia doesn't seem convinced. And honestly, he looks like he's about to fall apart. She's visibly upset, and her expression is so fragile, but she's trying to stay strong. He leans in for a kiss, and it's a total power move, but she doesn't reciprocate. Yikes. He promises to heal her, calling her my lady, and she finally lets him embrace her. It's a total shift. But she's thinking about something else, and the blooming lotuses hint at a secret she's keeping. She's about to spill, saying, but also, our girl is dropping a bomb, I can feel it. She says something was impressive, and it's clear she's referencing his earlier behavior. No way. He's reeling from her words, and it's obvious she's thrown him for a loop. However, he's clearly hiding something, and Lucia sees right through it. This is getting complicated. She admits he only said those things to defend her, but she's clearly hoping for more. It's a total test. He pulls her closer, and it's intense, but she's hesitant, lost in her own thoughts. He touches her hand, and she's visibly flustered, but she tries to play it cool. This dude is losing it, straight up. He's fighting his feelings, and it's a struggle. He's completely captivated by her, whispering this woman, and honestly, he's smitten. He's gripping his hands together, trying to maintain control, but it's not working. He confesses there's only so much he can hold back, and the tension is unreal. He's reaching for her, calling her my lady, and it's a total power move. They're getting closer, and it's about to go down. But she's still so guarded. He's leaning in, and it's a slow burn, but she's hesitating, and we're left hanging. He's totally lost in thought, and she's looking at him like, what are you hiding? She's questioning him about the man who raised her, and it's a sensitive topic, for sure. He reveals her guardian was his uncle, but she's suspicious. She wants to know why he's telling her this. He asks if she'd like to dance, and she's visibly shaken. It's a callback to a memory she's been blocking. She wishes she had seen that dance, and he's reading her like an open book, bro. He remembers her as a little boy, and honestly, it's kinda sweet, but also weirdly intense. He's confessing his feelings are getting harder to contain, and she's trying to act indifferent. But she's a mess inside. She's telling herself to get a grip, but it's not working. They're about to kiss, but she covers her eyes. Our girl is conflicted, to say the least. And then the scene cuts to them in bed. No way, this is escalating fast. She blurts out that she would have loved to see use him as a child. Talk about a curveball? He's having a full-on realization about something, and those little bird drawings are kinda ominous. Okay, this dude is ripped, like seriously ripped, and he's clearly processing something intense. She tries to backtrack, saying she meant ate him as a child too, but the damage is done and he's staring right through her. Suddenly, another voice cuts in. Some random guy is straight up threatening him, calling him old man. This is getting messy. We finally see the title card, I Am the Villain, and it's a whole mood. He's standing alone in a massive sunlit hall. It's all very dramatic and bro is clearly stressed. He carries her bridal style, and she's completely limp, which is a choice. She's fallen asleep again, leaning against him, and he looks utterly exhausted but resigned. He gently rests his head against hers, and it's a surprisingly tender moment. But what's going on with this dude? He kisses her gently, but she's clearly not fully there, still reeling from earlier, I guess. He pulls back, looking seriously worried, and says it worries him, like, a lot. The scene shifts to a sun-drenched room, all fancy furniture and huge windows. It's beautiful but eerie. She groans and shifts, and honestly, it's a little unsettling how out of it she is. We get a close-up of her face, and she's subtly blushing. This dude is having an effect on her. He's carrying her inside, and she's completely limp, which is a little concerning, TBH. He carries her bridal style, and she's completely limp, which is a choice. She's fallen asleep again, leaning against him, and he looks utterly exhausted but resigned. Our girl is peeking into the room, and honestly, she looks adorable with those ears. She's scoping out the balcony, taking in the sunset. It's a whole vibe, super romantic. Suddenly, this ornate magic is swirling around, and it's heading straight for the bed. The magic lands on him and he's asleep. No way after all that tension. She's frozen, staring at him, and he's just lying there, murmuring to himself. She accidentally falls onto the bed, right on top of him, and he's blushing. Oh my gosh! She's completely shocked. She's trying to get off, but it's a struggle, and she's flustered. She's panicking, thinking if he wakes up now it'll be so embarrassing, and decides to make a run for it. She's scrambling off the bed, but it's messy and she's making a beeline for the door. But she's tripping, and honestly, this whole situation is a disaster waiting to happen. She's tumbling, completely losing her balance, and straight up crashes into him. She's gasping for air, and he's stirring, muttering about you, while still half asleep. He reaches for her, his grip tightening, and she's frozen. Totally speechless. Her face is inches from his, and she's clearly flustered. But he's pulling her closer, whispering, my love-o. He's so close, and she's completely dazed. Little hearts are literally floating around them. She's reeling, completely disoriented, and little chicks are flying around her head. It's chaos. She finally manages to pull back, and her eyes lock with his. He's staring right through her. He's so intense, and she's breathless, completely lost in his gaze. It's a major moment. She's trying to regain composure, and he's just watching her, a strange look on his face. But honestly, he looks totally smitten, and our girl is completely flustered by his gaze. He's leaning in, whispering that it's his turn, and our girl is totally caught off guard. He starts to unfasten her dress, and she's completely frozen, like a deer in headlights. No way! But she's suddenly regaining control, pulling away, and demanding to know what he's doing. He's all smooth, claiming he was just going to help her get ready. But she doesn't buy it for a second. She's lying back down, trying to act nonchalant, but honestly, the tension is TK. He's gently caressing her face, and she's staring up at him, totally lost in his eyes. It's swoon-worthy. He leans in for a kiss, and she closes her eyes. But then butterflies start fluttering around them. Butterflies are everywhere, and she's completely bewildered. What is going on with these things? She's staring out the window at the butterflies, and it hits her. She remembers everything. However, she realizes she's not the original villainess, and things are about to get complicated fast. Someone reports that the returning delegation should arrive in about a month, and this dude, the Emperor, immediately orders preparations. He wants double the security in the capital and at the port, but insists the guards wear civilian clothes. Smart move. His advisor asks if he's worried about the vigilantes, and bro straight up admits he assumes they'll get more aggressive. He's reading, seemingly calm, but he's clearly bracing for something, and honestly, he looks stressed. He's convinced the vigilantes aren't just petty criminals, and if they learn the princess is returning, they'll target her too. He thinks they're capable of anything, and he's determined to protect the princess, no matter what it takes. He's really focused on security, believing they're not just thieves or mercenaries. This is serious. But it's clear he's already anticipating a major confrontation, and he's preparing for the worst. He's so intense, staring off into the distance, and those leaves falling around him add to the drama. Our girl is in danger, and this dude is planning to defend her. But will it be enough? No way this is gonna be easy. He believes something else is going on, and he's determined to figure it out, period. He's lost in thought, clutching a book, and those falling leaves are giving major mysterious vibes. Someone announces he has a visitor, interrupting his brooding session. Talk about bad timing. He's still focused on the potential threat, but he's masking it well, playing the composed emperor. But he's already planning ahead, and those falling leaves, they're like a sign of things to come. He's clearly got a lot on his mind, and this whole scene is dripping with suspense, honestly. He's determined to uncover what's really happening, and he won't rest until he does. He's a man on a mission, and those leaves keep falling. It's a bit much, but okay. Our girl is in danger, and this dude is stepping up to protect her, no matter the cost. The title card flashes. I am the villain. And we're reminded who's really running the show. He's declaring he won't let her go to Lady Aurelius, straight up refusing the invitation. But someone calls out for Lady Aurelius, and things immediately get tense. Lady Aurelius appears, looking ethereal and creepy amidst all the shadows, honestly. She's all smiles and sweetness, but this is definitely a trap, and our boy knows it. He's trying to play it cool, but Lady Aurelius is definitely giving him the side eye, bro. She insists on seeing our girl, but he's blocking the way. This is about to go down. Lady Aurelius tries to act innocent, but her intentions are super sus, and he's not buying it. She's weaving a story about wanting to help, but we all know she's up to no good. However, she's clearly manipulating things, and her gaze is ice cold. She's a villain for sure. And just when you think it's over, she reveals she already knows our girl isn't coming. He's apologizing for barging in, saying he won't take up much time, but no way is that a lie. Suddenly, a dark energy explodes and a crash echoes. Something's definitely gone wrong. We see a figure falling and a shattered base, but it's all chaos and shadows right now. This dude is grabbing for something, or someone. As everything goes dark, it's intense. He's desperately calling for Lucia, and honestly, it sounds like she's in serious trouble. Our girl is in danger, and this dude is stepping up to protect her, no matter the cost. Okay, so our girl, who is fox ears for some reason, is peeking at a conversation and it's already Dirametis. Someone is asking if this dude kept her waiting a long time, but then someone else interrupts. It's intense. A gorgeous bouquet of thorny roses arrives, and honestly, it's a bad omen, I can feel it. This mysterious visitor apologizes for showing up unannounced, saying he won't take much time, which is sus. He's all brooding and fancy, adjusting his cape and straight up radiating danger. This dude is trouble. He's facing a woman who looks worried, and the tension is building. I'm telling you, it's THK. Then a deer speaks, yes, a TLKDR, and declares it will stay, which is a choice. The woman's jewelry is sparkling, and this dude is clearly getting agitated. You can practically feel his heartbeat. We get a close-up of his face, and you can see his pulse throbbing in his neck. Something is definitely up. And we end with a glimpse of his hand, gripping something, and honestly, it's a cliffhanger. He wants her to publicly announce their annulment, but Lucia thanks him. However, she doesn't fully agree. She reaches for something on a table, and this dude is suddenly watching her every move, bro. Wait, what's that she's holding? It looks like a contract? No way. He's staring at the contract, and his expression is unreadable, total Ice King vibes. She's handing it over, and he's taking it, but his face is screaming, I'm suspicious. He opens the contract, and the pages are filled with tiny, indecipherable writing. What is this magic? He asks if it's a contract, and honestly, it's a huge understatement. This is shady AF. A close-up on the contract reveals intricate, thorny designs. It's like a dark fairy tale come to life. He's reading the fine print, and his eyes narrow. Something in this contract is definitely not right. He's about to say something, but it's cut off, leaving us on a total cliffhanger. What does it say? Lucia says she hasn't given him a reason to trust her, but she's clearly hinting at something bigger. Noah just sees her, but bro is calculating. You can practically see the gears turning in his head. He states he'll do everything to prevent political tensions from worsening, and it sounds conveniently timed. He believes Claire will end the engagement eventually, but Lucia interrupts. This is where things get interesting. She admits it's not what worries her anymore, and her grip tightens on the ring. Something is definitely brewing. Lucia's clutching her ring so hard her knuckles are white, and her gaze is intense. She's hiding something? She says, but no, and her eyes glint with determination, like she's made a huge decision. Lucia declares she needs to protect him, and her expression is so serious, it's sending chills. She says by all means, and then, CRH, a vase shatters and things go sideways fast. The contract reveals she swears to be crown princess until the prince's coronation. No way she's setting herself up like this. Noah straight up demands to know what she thinks he is, and his voice is icy. Lucia's all how little do you think of me, and the tension is THCK. She's not backing down. He's losing it, accusing her of playing the victim, but she just stares him down, unbothered. Noah's getting super close, invading her personal space, and Lucia's visibly uncomfortable, major red flag. She tells him he's making her uncomfortable, but he doesn't listen, and honestly, it's infuriating. He leans in even closer, and Lucia's expression changes. She's bracing herself for something awful. Suddenly, she's the one initiating contact, shocking him, and her eyes are filled with a strange light. She's staring right into his eyes, and a single tear rolls down her cheek. Is she acting, or is this real? Lucia's thinking about the contract, remembering she's bound to him until his coronation. She's trapped, but then she realizes she needs to protect him, and her determination is seriously scary. She's playing a long game. Noah's all like, you think I'd kill you? Bro, the audacity! Lucia's thinking about the decree, realizing it binds him to protect her, no matter what. She declares she's his knight, but then asks why. She's playing him, and it's brilliant. He's stunned she'd ask for his protection instead of riches, and honestly, good for her. She demands he guarantee her safety, and this dude looks like he's about to explode. Noah's questioning where his knight is, and she's totally playing with him. He asks where his knight is, and Lucia's staring him down. The tension is unreal. He's looking for his knight, but she's making it clear she's the one taking care of business. Lucia's thinking about how she's the villain, and she's absolutely owning it. She's determined to protect Noah, even though she's supposed to be the bad guy. What a twist. Noah proposes, offering Lucia time to consider. Talk about a power move, but Lucia straight up rejects him, saying she doesn't need time to accept his proposal. She declares no matter what happens, she and her people will be protected by the royal family. Lucia thanks him, but then however, she drops a bomb, saying she has conditions. She's laying down the law, and it's clear our girl is taking control of this whole situation. This dude is shocked. He thought he was calling the shots, but Lucia's a whole different level. Lucia's playing a dangerous game, and honestly she's owning it. She's totally rewriting the script, and Noah's realizing he underestimated her. She's basically saying I'll play your game but on my terms, and it's glorious. Lucia is taking charge, and we know she's about to make some serious demands. Get ready. Lucia clarifies this deal isn't about anything happening outside their world. She's playing 4D chess right now. She demands they present as a loving couple, and Noah is totally caught off guard, like what just happened? Apparently, for the next few months, Lucia wants him by her side, just like old times, and honestly, the shade is real. She lays it all out every dinner, every ball, every dance. They're going to attend together as a couple, and bro, it's a power move. Noah stares her down, and you can tell he's processing everything, trying to figure out what she's really after. But Lucia doesn't break eye contact, she's completely in control, and it's giving us life. She is straight up running this show. Okay, so our girl is peeking around a corner, totally spying on something. She's got fox ears, which is adorable. This dude in a cape is running through a massive hall, and another guy is chasing him. It's a straight up escape scene. It's dark and starry outside, and the caped dude whispers shh, like he's trying to be sneaky, but it's kinda sus. Someone yells don't, and things are getting tense. Honestly, the drama is building fast. She's telling him to look up, and there's this huge, intimidating statue of a lion above them. It's a power move. He grabs her, and we get a close-up of his face. This dude is giving off major villain vibes, but she doesn't seem scared. She's leaning into him, and we see a bit of lace. It's a super intimate moment amidst all the chaos. Everything is glowing, and it feels like a pivotal moment is happening, like a transformation or something. The title card hits us with I am the villain. Talk about owning it, she's embracing her role. But, bro, the scene fades to white, and it's like what just happened? We're left hanging. She's trying to slip away, but someone spots her in the inner yard. Talk about a close call. Now's her chance, and she's grabbing someone's arm, pulling them into the shadows with her. He's got a dagger, and alright, things are getting real intense super fast. He says it's alright, that he's going to let her go, but she doesn't seem convinced at all. She's telling him she doesn't want to hurt him, but then, someone attacks. He's shielding her, and honestly, this dude is stepping up big time, risking everything. She's trying to get away, saying she can't risk getting caught, and the tension is through the roof. But she's suddenly pulling him closer, and it's a super intimate moment right before chaos erupts. He's breathing heavily, and it looks like he barely dodged something. That was way too close! She's got him pinned, and she's staring right into his eyes, and wow, the chemistry is unreal. He's coughing up a storm, straight up struggling, and she's holding him up. It's a tender moment. Two figures in black are watching from the staircase, and they look seriously menacing, bro. She's collapsing, and he's trying to support both of them, but they're both clearly weak. Someone shouts for guards, and she's desperately trying to get him to move, but he's barely conscious. She's whispering that it's the prince, and someone nearby is clearly shocked. No way! He's clutching her hand, and it's so intense. Our girl is seriously worried about him. Someone's hand reaches out, and it's covered in gloves, hinting at who's about to intervene. She's pulling him closer, desperate to protect him, but this is a super risky move. But the scene shifts to a dark room, and a book is open. What does this have to do with anything? The book shows a detailed pattern, and it looks suspiciously like the design on her dress. Oh my gosh. He's muttering about his feisty lady, while clutching her, and honestly, it's kinda creepy. Someone yells for Lady Lucia, and another person is rushing to help her. It's total chaos right now. A man demands an explanation for this disgrace, and is asking where the palace guards were. Talk about pressure? He's ordering them to bring the captain of the guard immediately, and things are escalating fast. She's calling out Lucia, and the scene flashes back to the ballroom. It's a whirlwind. But it turns out the pattern on her dress matches the one in the book. No way, she's connected somehow. The man is literally dragging her away, and she's looking back at him with a desperate expression. He's trying to reach her, but someone is holding him back. This is heartbreaking. However, she's suddenly pulled into another room, and it looks like someone is trying to hide her. She's asking if he's okay, and he's barely conscious, bro. Our girl is seriously worried. He's asking if she's alright, but she straight up expected this to happen. Talk about ominous. She's staring off with this haunted look, and we see a vision of people murmuring. It's super creepy. Someone reports she's unharmed, but they've already summoned a doctor as a precaution, just in case. However, she shuts that down immediately. She claims she didn't see the intruder's face or hear their voice. This dude Arthur kneels before her, but she's having none of it, and tells him she wants to go home. He's trying to convince her to stay, saying she looks pale, but she's firm. She needs to leave ASAP. Someone announces the doctor is already on the way, but our girl is insistent. She just wants to go home. She repeats she wants to go home, and honestly, this is getting intense. Something's definitely off. Arthur is looking at her with concern, and she's clearly distressed. What is going on with this woman? She's pleading with him, and we're left hanging. What does she know, and why is she so desperate to escape? She tells Arthur she's had a difficult day and just wants to rest, finally revealing her exhaustion. Arthur agrees but insists on sending guards with her. He's being super overprotective, honestly. She tries to refuse, saying she's perfectly capable of walking on her own, and bro, she is not happy. But then her lady, in waiting, whispers a deal to her, and our girl's expression changes completely. She suddenly all smiles, and it's suspicious. What kind of deal did they make? She says if they're going to fool anyone, it's best to let some rumors spread, and Arthur looks totally confused. Arthur is clearly reading the situation wrong, and our girl is playing a game. This is getting good. The maids are freaking out, but she's walking away like nothing's wrong, all while Arthur stares after her. However, it's clear she's not going to her room. She's heading somewhere else entirely, and it's a mystery. She's thinking about their deal, and the lady in waiting looks super pleased. What are these two scheming? She's thinking about the fastest way to deal with everything, and it's clearly not good. We get a gorgeous shot of the estate, complete with lotus ponds. It's beautiful, but unsettling. She's walking through the mansion, looking exhausted, and Arthur is following closely behind, still confused. Up close, her eyes are intense. She's definitely planning something, and she's not sharing. She forces a smile, trying to look calm, but her expression is so calculated it's kinda scary. She's telling everyone she's going to rest, and Arthur seems to buy it. but we know better. She's glancing at a window filled with thorny, wilting roses, a super ominous sign, honestly. Our girl is straight up scheming, and this whole situation is about to explode. I can feel it. Okay, so our girl Lucia is rocking some serious fox ears, it's a whole thing, and she's clearly spying on someone. Two maids are gossiping about the crown prince and Lucia, and honestly, they're being super shady. The scene shifts to a gorgeous garden, and the maids are still whispering about where the pair went. More maid chatter. One of them is demanding 10 coppers, and it's a whole dramatic moment. Arthur and Lucia are walking, and she's trying to ditch his arm, but this dude is persistent. She straight up asks him to let go, saying it's uncomfortable, but he just keeps holding on. Lucia is surrounded by falling feathers and looks completely devastated. Something is clearly wrong. Arthur is hoisting her up, and she's resisting, looking absolutely miserable in his arms. She's practically begging him to let her go, and her expression is just heartbreaking, no way. She's totally repulsed by him, and she lets him know, but he's just standing there, unbothered. High society is flocking to the palace, and there's always a noble lurking in the gardens. It's getting creepy. Lucia tells Arthur she sees one of those nobles already, and she's seriously uncomfortable with everything. She's begging him to let her go, but he's not listening, and honestly, it's giving major red flags. She's spiraling, realizing the main heroine was already here. This is a disaster for our girl. Lucia's face is crumbling, she's devastated, and tears are streaming down her cheeks. No way this is good. She wishes things were different, but it's clear she's trapped in this messed up novel. The scene pans out, showing Arthur and Lucia in the garden, and it's all just ominous. She's completely broken, and it's awful. This dude is ruining her life, straight up. The roses are in full bloom, and the title card flashes, "I am the villain." Talk about dramatic irony! But Lucia isn't going down without a fight. She's determined to rewrite her fate, even if it kills her. Arthur asks if she's his lady, and Lucia immediately responds with "my dear knight," smooth, but also kinda creepy. She wonders when she fell for him, lying amidst a field of flowers, but it's a total flashback moment. They lean in for a kiss, and Lucia seems to almost melt into him, like she can't resist. It's intense. Lucia gasps, realizing this whole scene is a dream, and this dude looks smug about it, honestly. Arthur says to let him, and then he's holding her close, whispering "my lady" again. It's all very possessive. He caresses her arm, and she's completely lost in the moment, but the flowers around them feel suffocating. The scene cuts to a close-up of the flowers, then pans out. It's like everything's fading into a hazy dreamscape. Lucia is trapped, realizing she's stuck in a dream created by Arthur, and it's a total nightmare. Arthur's expression is unreadable, but his grip tightens, and it's clear he's in control. This is messed up. She's completely helpless, surrounded by flowers, and it's a beautiful but terrifying trap, no way out. Arthur's holding Lucia tight, whispering sweet nothings, but she's begging for mercy. It's a total power play. She cries out that she's already lost everyone, and honestly, it's heartbreaking to watch. Lucia desperately pleads with him, but Arthur just squeezes her closer, refusing to let go. This dude is intense. She's completely broken, repeating "please" over and over, and it's like she's drowning in his embrace. Suddenly, Lucia's body goes limp, and Arthur realizes he's gone too far. He's losing her, and it's a gut punch. He's clutching her, whispering that he couldn't bear to lose anyone else, and it's a twisted confession. Arthur's face is buried in her hair, and he looks absolutely devastated. But is it real, or another manipulation? He's lying there, cradling Lucia, and it's a really vulnerable moment, but something feels off. Arthur jolts awake, realizing he must have fallen asleep, and the scene shifts, major mood change. He's sitting alone in a grand room, looking lost and haunted, and it's a total 180 from the dreamy scenes before. Arthur announces he'll arrange a carriage for Lucia in a few days, but there's a lot more to discuss. He turns to leave, and Lucia calls out his name, sounding totally heartbroken. It's a desperate plea. Arthur stops and turns back, and Lucia's reaching for him, but he's still keeping his distance. The tension is real. She whispers that she'll do anything NITHNG, and Arthur just stares at her. This is getting seriously intense. Lucia says she'll even endure hardship if it means staying by his side, and Arthur's expression is unreadable. What is he thinking? Arthur responds with "you too," and Lucia's face falls. That's a seriously loaded statement, bro. We get a close-up of Lucia's face, and she looks completely shattered. Our girl is falling apart. Arthur and Lucia are walking away together, and it's a beautiful but unsettling scene. Something's definitely off. They walk further, but Lucia's expression is so sad and Arthur's is so closed off. This isn't a happy ending. Lucia's face is obscured, and the focus is on her exposed shoulder, glittering with something. What's happening? Arthur's back in the room, and he's seriously fixated on Lucia's scent. It's intense. He murmurs he'll get it right this time, while Lucia stands there looking totally lost. Lucia's draped in this huge gown, and Arthur's just staring at her. It's a power move. Arthur walks towards the door and Lucia follows, but he's clearly leading the way. He reaches for the doorknob, hand hovering, and looks like he's bracing himself for something. Arthur leans his forehead against the door. This dude is wrestling with himself, for sure. He's gripping the handle, muscles tense, and Lucia is just watching him. It's so awkward. Arthur throws the door open with a thud, and the scene cuts to his bare chest. We get a close-up of his abs, and honestly, it's a bit much. Way to distract us, Manhwa. He's leaning against the doorframe again, and whispers seriously. Bro is losing it. Lucia tries to stay focused, but Arthur's presence is totally overwhelming. She's clearly fighting her feelings. Arthur reaches for Lucia and she turns, but he stops himself. This dude is a mess of conflicted emotions. He's so close, his hand almost touches her, but she steps back, and it's painfully awkward. Arthur's grip tightens on her, and she looks up at him, but her expression is unreadable. What is she thinking? He's pulling her closer, and she doesn't resist. No way she's leaning in into it now. They're completely lost in each other, and Arthur finally kisses her. It's a long time coming, honestly. The kiss deepens, and the scene fades to white. Our girl is officially swept away, and it's intense. Okay, so our girl is peeking around a corner, ears and all. She's totally spying on someone. She's scoping out this huge mansion, and it's seriously giving off rich vibes like really rich. The title card drops, and she declares she's the villain. Oh, this is gonna be Go-D. She's wandering through a field, looking all mysterious. But honestly, where is she even going? Inside the mansion, it's all bookshelves and big windows, super classic noble aesthetic. A woman is reading and asks Sir Theodore what he has to say. Tension is building, you guys. This dude, Theodore, casually drops that he was at the palace this morning, which is suspicious. The woman presses him, demanding to know what he was doing there, and things are getting heated fast. She looks shocked, like genuinely surprised, and is staring intently at him, and we need answers. She's reading again, but her expression is unreadable. Something's definitely up with this whole situation. The woman slams a book shut and asks if he's out of his mind. She's clearly losing it. She's absolutely fuming, and straight up throws another book at him, demanding he remember why she's keeping this a secret. She's all up in his face, asking what he's doing, and honestly, her glare could kill. This dude, Theodore, just casually says he's only tolerating her because she's proven useful. Talk about cold. She's trying to grab the book from him, but he's holding onto it for dear life, and the tension is THIK. She's reaching for the book, her hand looking all ghostly and pale, and we're getting serious vibes. She's practically towering over him, and her expression is unreadable. What is she planning? He's looking up at her with a shocked expression, and she's just looming. It's intense. She's grabbing for the book, and her grip is so tight it's kinda scary. No way this ends well. We get a wider shot of the library and both of them, and it's clear this conversation is not going smoothly. She declares she's going to study at the lake house, trying to imply he doesn't want her around. This dude, Theodore, immediately questions her, pointing out how remote and unsafe the lake house is. She snaps back, saying she's burdened by his presence and needs space. Ouch, that's cold. Theodore tries to remind her she has no say in where she goes, but our girl isn't backing down. He straight up tells her she's no better than a maid, and honestly, that's a low blow. She doesn't even flinch, just turns her back and walks away. She's playing it cool, but we know she's fuming. Theodore shouts that she's to do as she's told, but she's already ignoring him, leaving him standing there. We get a shot of her retreating, and it's clear she's done with his controlling behavior. She's walking away, and he's left surrounded by books, looking absolutely furious. This is escalating fast. Another shot of her back, and she's completely shutting him out. But something tells me this isn't over. She turns to Theodore and drops a bomb. The world she comes from wasn't perfect, and she made mistakes. Theodore scoffs, expecting a more dignified explanation. This dude is so full of himself. But our girl doubles down, admitting she did her best despite everything. It's a surprisingly vulnerable moment. She reveals a scar on her shoulder, a physical reminder of the hardships she faced, and it's heartbreaking. Theodore is clearly stunned, and for a second, It looks like he might actually understand. But don't count on it. We cut to a shot of the library from above, and it's like a chessboard. The tension is insane. Theodore is pacing, looking lost in thought, while she stands firm, refusing to meet his gaze. He finally speaks, saying no, but it's not clear if he's rejecting her story or processing it. He's surrounded by towering bookshelves, and it's a visual representation of how trapped he feels right now. Theodore is spiraling, and honestly, it's good to see him rattled for once. She's walking away, barefoot and bro. Theodore is losing it, straight up. She's heading for the door, clutching that book, and the storm outside is getting intense. But just as she reaches the door, a huge crash sounds from inside. No way! She whirls around, startled, and honestly, this dude had it coming. Theodore is standing there, looking absolutely wrecked, and she's clearly shocked by what she sees. He's trying to explain, reaching for her, but she's backing away, refusing to let him touch her. He insists he needs to tell her something, but she's having none of it, and it's kinda satisfying. She demands to know what happened, and his response is vague, to say the least. However, he's clearly hiding something, and she sees right through his pathetic attempt at a lie. She's demanding answers, and he's cornered. This is about to get messy, I can feel it. He tries to help her wash her hair, but she's completely frozen and barely responds. She explains she tripped while trying to wash it herself, but our girl is clearly suspicious. He starts lathering up her hair, and she's absolutely tense. It's so awkward. He's getting way too close, and she finally snaps, demanding to know what's going on. He insists nothing happened, but she calls him out for not mentioning his wounds. She points out he shouldn't be getting his injuries wet, and it's a solid read of the situation. She's studying his face, and it's clear she's realizing he's not telling her the truth. She thinks to herself that he must not remember something, and it's a huge reveal. Oh my god, she's decided he's forgotten something crucial, and it's a game changer. She's convinced he doesn't remember, and honestly, the tension is killing me. She sees a bruise on his arm and immediately demands to know how bad it is, wanting a full explanation. This dude is caught off guard, clearly not expecting her to notice, and looks totally flustered. She's aggressively examining his arm, and he's speechless. She's not letting this go, no way. She finds another bruise on his back and presses him about it, but he tries to brush it off. She's relentless, asking if it hurts or if it's numb, and this dude is starting to sweat. Her maid interrupts, saying she doesn't need to do this, but our girl is determined to get answers. She's convinced he's forgotten something vital, like a huge piece of the puzzle, and it's a total game changer. Okay, so our girl is peeking in on this dude getting ready for a bath, and she's totally amused. This dude is straight up undressing, and she's like, oh, she's definitely caught off guard. She tries to cover herself, but he's already looking over, and bro is blushing-haired. She's staring at him, and he notices, looking all flustered, like what is happening. She's suddenly all bold, stepping closer, and he's visibly affected. No way. She apologizes for seeing him like that, but then she admits she wanted to see more. He's thinking she's embarrassed, but actually, her reaction makes him want her even more. He's all, no woman has ever seen my body before, and honestly, it's a whole mood. He's laying down some ground rules, like nothing has ever been seen, but it's super suggestive. But then he adds however, and straight up says no woman has ever seen his body. My lady! He asks if she's alright, and she's totally flustered, questioning why he said it like that. She leans in close, and he's all vulnerable, eyes closed, letting her get super near. She tells him it's okay, and he's like, alright, clearly losing all control. She goes for it, a straight-up kiss, and the panel is exploding with pink hearts and smooch. We get a little peek under the robe, and honestly, it's getting steamy. She's practically on top of him, and he's totally captivated, like completely gone. She leans down, her gaze intense, and he's visibly affected, a blush creeping up. His heart is pounding, literally. The dump is all over the screen, and he can't look away. Cut to a cat staring at a hamster, and it's also Badump. Our girl is a predator. The cat lets out a purr, and it's clear this dude is officially her prey. No way. He thinks she's mocking him, but our girl casually says she's just laughing at him. She's gently removing his armor, and someone is clearly captivated by her touch. He admits it feels good, and honestly, we are so here for this slow burn. She continues to undress him, and he's losing it. Eyes locked on her every move. He's totally exposed now, and she's leaning in close. The tension is unreal. He's staring right back, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. This dude is playing with fire. She reveals she's staying by his side and pretending to be in love, but it's all a plan. She adds that she thinks he wants her to stay, and it's a total power move, honestly. She's laying out her scheme, but there's a definite something in the way she's looking at him. She's claiming it's all an act, but bro, those eyes say otherwise. She's definitely catching feelings. She's explaining Arthur asked her to pretend to be in love, and honestly, it's a messy situation. She hugs him, but she's straight up analyzing his reaction. This is all calculated. She's questioning what this all means, but her gaze is locked on him. She's definitely intrigued. She admits she has no right to wish for anything, but then admits she can't help but be greedy. He's gripping her clothes and she's staring him down. The power dynamic is shifting fast. She's leaning in and he's responding, but she pulls back, realizing she's gone too far. He says yes, of course, but she knows his heart is elsewhere. The betrayal stings. She realizes he doesn't know her heart is elsewhere, and it's not fair to either of them. She's lost in thought, and honestly, this dude is playing her, and she's starting to see it. He's staring at her, but she's determined to keep up the act. The deception is getting exhausting. He's confessing finally, but he doesn't remember any of it. She's reeling. It wasn't a dream, though, and she's clearly remembering everything that happened between them. He's begging for forgiveness, and our girl looks totally wrecked. This is heartbreaking. She's embracing him, and you can see she's desperate for connection, even though it's complicated. He's pulling her closer, initiating a kiss, but she's hesitant. She's fighting her feelings. They're locked in a passionate kiss, and she's finally giving in. It's intense. He's holding her tight, and she's realizing this is more than just acting, but it's still messy. He asks for her real name, and she finally whispers Lucy. It's a huge moment. She's confessing her name, but it feels like a secret she's been holding on to forever. He's holding her, and honestly, this dude is finally getting what he wants, but at what cost? He's calling her Lucy, and she's shocked. It's a name she hasn't heard in ages. She's reeling, admitting it's not like anyone has ever called her that before, and honestly, it's hitting different. She confesses Leo calls her by name constantly, and it's clear this dude is realizing how special that is. He's practically vibrating, asking if it sounded different when he said it, and she's so close to breaking. He's leaning in, whispering all right, and she's bracing herself. It's about to go down. And then the kiss. It's tender, desperate, and she's finally letting go, giving in to everything. Her heart is pounding, and she's realizing this isn't just about surviving anymore. It's about wanting this. He's holding her so tightly, and she's lost in the moment, questioning everything she thought she knew. She's whispering his name, and he's finally holding her the way she's always dreamed of. But she's still fighting it, questioning if this is real, if she's just a pawn in his game. He's finally letting her go, deepening the kiss. Our girl is completely lost in the moment now. He pulls back slightly and she's breathless, staring up at him with wide eyes, totally stunned. He's whispering her name again, my Lucy, and it's clear this dude is obsessed. And she's starting to feel it too. She's caught off guard, her hands flying up to cover her mouth, like she can't believe what's happening. He's starting to undress her, slowly removing her robe, and she's frozen, unsure if she should stop him. But she doesn't, and honestly, she's leaning into it, letting him take control. This is a turning point. Okay, so our girl is clearly having a flashback. She's a cute little kid with fox ears? What is going on? We cut to this icy blonde woman, and she's the center of everything, surrounded by a massive clock and stars. She's declaring this is her world, but nothing is going as planned, which is a huge understatement, honestly. She's seeing a memory of a wedding, a couple standing in a garden, and she looks disgusted, like she's reliving a nightmare. She's trying to figure out what this awful feeling is, and the scene flashes back to a grand ballroom. She's seeing herself looking stunning, but also distant. It's like she's watching someone else's life play out. Then it hits her. Déjà vu. She's already lived this moment, or something very similar, and it's freaking her out. The image of the wedding couple comes back, and the clock is shattered, hinting at a broken timeline or fate. She straight up announces, I am the villain, which is a bold move, but we already knew that, right? Someone calls out Melody, and we see her looking regal, but there's a definite edge to her expression. She's not playing nice. Someone asks if our girl prefers a bejeweled or lace veil, but she cuts them off. She wants Lady Julieta to decide. She trusts Lady Julieta's judgment, and honestly, it's kinda sus, like she's setting a trap. Everyone gushes over how beautiful she looks in the dress, but the maids are clearly stressed. Something's off with them. We get a close-up of our girl. She's gorgeous, but there's a definite sadness in her eyes, like she's remembering something awful. The story reveals in the book, Lucia was the unlovable villain, but things are different this time around. It seems like in this new world, she's actually loved by many, and that's throwing everything off. She's recalling the wedding again, but this time, she's not disgusted, she's observing, like a detached spectator. The maids are losing it, visibly upset by whatever's happening, but they try to hide it. Poor things. The scene shifts back to a close-up of our girl, and her eyes are glistening with tears. She's definitely remembering a painful past. But she's not letting it break her, she's embracing her villain role, and it's kinda terrifying, honestly. Lady Julieta announces she's leaving them to be alone, which is weirdly sweet, but also super suspicious. Our girl asks is too, and her expression is giving major side eye, like she knows something's up. She's worried Arthur will see her in the dress, and honestly, same. This whole situation is stressing me out. Julieta drops a bomb, clothes have souls apparently, and is totally hyping up how important this dress is. Julieta claims she's leaving them to share a moment, but her tone is way too calm. Something's definitely off. She says she's happy for our girl, but the flowers she's holding feel like a passive-aggressive gift, if that makes sense. We see a glimpse of Arthur approaching through the open doorway. Bro is about to walk into a mess. The camera pans out, showing our girl standing in the dress, and it's a seriously stunning visual. Our girl looks ethereal and ready for anything, but there's still a hint of sadness in her eyes. She's owning this villain role, even with all the emotional baggage, and honestly, she's breathtaking. Our girl thinks this dress will never see the light of day, but hopes another lady gets to wear it. However, she admits she wouldn't mind getting married in it. Wait, is she actually hoping for a wedding? Arthur's hands reach for hers, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. He's completely smitten, picturing their life together, and honestly, it's a little unsettling. She's clearly flustered, wondering how they even got here. Like, are they dating now? But before she can process anything, Arthur pulls her into a tight embrace. Way too fast, dude. She's panicking, yelling too early, and trying to push him away. This is a total misunderstanding. She's spiraling, questioning how she even ended up in this situation. Seriously, what happened? She tells herself to snap out of it, and we get a quick flash of adorable puppies, a distraction tactic. Our girl's eyes widen in shock and she's overwhelmed. This is about to be a wild ride, I just know it. Someone thinks that's Lady Julieta, and Arthur's clutching a bouquet, looking totally smitten. She asks him to help her take off the dress, but Arthur straight up refuses. No way is he doing that. She's standing there in her wedding dress, and Arthur's staring up at her like she's a goddess. Arthur's holding the roses, and she's clearly flustered. This dude is intense. She tells him there's no one else, and asks for a blindfold to help. Talk about awkward. Arthur's shocked she's asking for a blindfold, but insists it won't be necessary. He's taking charge. She admits she wasn't expecting to see him here, and it's clear she's completely thrown off guard. He's staring at her and she's hiccuping. This is so much to process. Arthur's taking it all in, and it's a full-on emotional moment, but she's still reeling from everything. He's holding those roses tight, and honestly, this whole scene is giving me butterflies. She yells no, and rips at her dress. Something is seriously wrong, and she's panicking. Arthur's grabbing her, trying to hold her up, but she's clearly fighting against it. What is going on? She weakly says she doesn't want this, and Arthur's face falls. He looks devastated and confused. He's completely enveloping her, holding her tight, and she finally gives in. It's a super intense embrace. Arthur whispers that he's happy to see her and she's hidden completely in his arms. This is a total 180. He's gazing down at her, and she's looking up with a fragile expression. The tension is unreal. Arthur's hands are all over her, gently caressing her, and she's visibly trembling. Things are escalating fast. He admits he couldn't wait, and it's clear he's been holding back his feelings for way too long. She's leaning into him, and he's holding her so close. Bro, this is getting steamy. Arthur's gaze is intense, and she's completely lost in his eyes. Forget the wedding, this is a full-on romance. Arthur's finally speaking, but he's asking for permission to say what's on his mind. What a mood. He calls her my lady, and then Lucy. It's sweet, but also kind of formal, even after everything. This dude straight up calls himself unworthy, and Lucy is just staring at him. The drama is building. He admits he has nothing to offer, yet still wants to speak his heart. Talk about a confession. Arthur's gripping the bouquet so tightly, you can see his knuckles are white. He's a mess. He's holding her hands now, and it's a full-on power move, but it feels gentle, not controlling. It looks like he's about to spill everything, and honestly, our girl deserves to hear it all. Okay, so our girl is clearly freaking out about something, and it looks like she's got fox ears. What is happening? It's her wedding day, and she's standing in front of this massive window, looking stunning in her dress. Noah, this dude, is all dressed up and about to see his bride, but it's super dramatic with the light and everything. He lifts her veil and she's instantly like, "You ruined my hair and makeup? Seriously?" Noah apologizes, calling her my love, but she's not having it. She straight up says no to his apology. He tries to hold her close, but she's still not feeling it, and honestly, she looks kinda done with everything. He leans in for a kiss and she pushes him away, saying no again. This is getting intense. But then she kinda chuckles. This is so confusing. Is she playing a game? She's pulling away from him, and it's clear she's not interested in a typical fairy tale ending. She's looking right at him, all powerful, and it's obvious she's about to shake things up. This is gonna be good. Someone's calling for Melody inside, but our girl is totally ignoring them, lost in her own world. A red-dressed woman is walking by, and it looks like she's seen everything. She's definitely judging. Noah pulls her close, a bouquet of flowers in his arms, and she's actually leaning into him now. Wait, what? She's burying her face in the flowers, and her heartbeat is going crazy, but it's not what you think. They're alone now, and the woman in red is watching from a distance. She looks super suspicious. Tia. The couple's little white dog is strutting around, looking all cute and innocent, but it's staring right at them. The dog is definitely judging. No way is it impressed with this whole scene, and it's starting to wander off. The dog's giving them the side eye, then turns and asks, "Sir Benedict, where did you go? What is going on?" Our girl is clearly playing a game, and Noah has no clue. This is a power move, and I'm here for it. She's completely got him wrapped around her finger, and honestly, this dude is falling hard. She's saying she got carried away, apologizing to Noah. It's a total act, but he's buying it. Noah's lowering his head to kiss her, and she's leaning in, but she's still playing it cool. He pulls back, sighing and looking genuinely relieved. She's messing with his head, and it's brilliant. She's hiccuping and blushing, pretending to be flustered, but she's straight up, laughing inside. He's wrapping his arms around her, totally smitten, and she's leaning into the embrace. She's a master manipulator. She's suggesting they meet by the lakeside tonight, and Noah is immediately on board. Easy peasy. She says, "My dear knight," and confirms she'll meet him, and honestly, she's got him completely hooked. She's saying she'd love to meet him, and it's a perfect setup. She's leading him right where she wants him to go. Noah is still holding her tightly, and she's totally in control of the situation. This is a power play, and she's winning. She's thinking about how perfect everything is going, and it's clear she's got a secret plan. What is she up to? Lucia is escaping the party, claiming she just needs air, but she's clearly got a plan brewing. She's clutching a huge bouquet of roses, and it looks like she's about to spill the tea. She tells someone she just needed air, but honestly, she's acting super suspicious. Noah and another woman are approaching, and Lucia is trying to play it cool, pretending everything's fine. Lucia says she's alright, but her little dog is not having it, looking absolutely terrified. The dog is making these little distressed noises, and it's hilarious. He knows something is up. The dog is looking at the other woman, then back at Lucia, and it's straight up judging the whole situation. She's still trying to act natural, but her dog's meltdown is ruining the whole performance. Lucia's dog is making these little whimpers, and it's clear he senses something is off. Poor pup. The dog continues to freak out, and it's a total mood. He's the only one seeing through Lucia's act. Noah is kneeling in the garden, looking all brooding and mysterious. He's totally spacing out. Someone notices he's not listening, and she's giving this major side eye. Talk about shady. He smirks, and it's clear he's up to something, casually ignoring everyone around him. Noah's hand brushes against a bunch of hydrangeas as he continues to zone out. So symbolic. Suddenly, he announces he'll show Lucia one last dress, like he's totally in control. Smooth move, bro. The coronation date is fast approaching, and of course, Lucia needs the perfect dress. It's all about appearances. He reveals she liked butterfly motifs last time, but the lady he's talking to hates insects. Awkward. Lucia walks toward the dress, and it's this huge, elaborate gown. It's definitely a statement piece. She's staring at the dress, and honestly, it looks like it could crush her. Talk about over the top. Lucia thinks about butterflies, but the dress is clearly a trap. This dude is playing a dangerous game. Lucia stares at the dress and realizes it looks familiar, like a nightmare she can't shake off. She's getting a bad feeling, and her eye is twitching. Something's seriously wrong with this gown. Suddenly, the room plunges into darkness and Lucia collapses. No way, not like this! Someone yells for my lady as Lucia falls and everything is chaos. This is getting intense. Outside, a storm rages and we get a shot of the mansion getting absolutely soaked. Ominous much. The rain is coming down in sheets and lightning flashes across the sky. Talk about dramatic timing. Noah's inside, staring out the window, and he's totally freaking out. What does he know? He finds a ring box, opens it, and realizes they've been engaged the whole time. Wait, seriously? He's reeling from this reveal, and it's clear he had no idea. This dude is shocked. Our girl is unconscious, a storm is brewing, and Noah just found out about a secret engagement. This is a disaster. Noah's staring at Lucia, and straight up, he feels weird. Like something about her is hitting different. He's confused because he feels like he's known her forever, even though they just met. What is going on? Flashbacks hit him, showing a younger him with someone who looks a lot like Lucia. This is getting intense. Noah realizes Lucia is Lady Aurelius, but something else he feels off. It's like there's more to the story. He's captivated by her, saying she feels so familiar. Bro is totally smitten, even if he doesn't understand why. We see a clock with butterflies around it, and Noah's holding that ring box. The symbolism is hitting hard, but seriously, all these clues are pointing to something bigger, and Noah's about to unravel a huge secret. Okay, so our girl is suddenly a cute little fox spirit spying on someone. It's a bit random, honestly. But things take a dark turn when we see another woman falling, seemingly lifeless, into some kind of void. She's spiraling down into this weird, sparkly abyss, and it's super unsettling. Like what even is this place? The abyss gets darker and more intense, swirling around her as she continues to fall, and it's honestly terrifying. We get a close-up of the falling woman's face, and it's all shadowy and mysterious. She looks completely lost. The swirling darkness continues, enveloping her completely, and it feels like she's being pulled apart. Then, a sudden shift to a bright, cloudy sky. It's a total contrast, but we don't know what it means yet. More clouds and blue skies, but something feels off, like a calm before a storm, you know? This dude rushes to catch the falling woman, and she's clearly in bad shape, coughing and looking weak. He's holding her close, desperate, but bro looks completely distraught. Something serious is going down! We're back with the father and daughter, and he's totally freaking out over her turning 18. Time flies, right? Our girl confesses she's scared, admitting she doesn't feel like she belongs in this fancy life. She worries she'll embarrass him, but this dude straight up refuses to hear it. Protective dad mode activated. He declares she's his daughter and belongs wherever he does, and honestly, that's the energy we needed. He pulls her into a tight embrace, solidifying that she's family, and nothing will ever change that. But wait, the scene flashes back to the falling woman, and it's revealed she's the one who was spying as a fox. She's remembering her past life, and it's connected to this family somehow. Major plot twist incoming? The father is actually her biological father, and she was stolen from him as a baby. No way! Turns out the woman who fell was trying to get her back to him, but something went horribly wrong. She's had amnesia, but now the memories are flooding back, and it's all starting to make sense. She's getting up unsteady, but this dude, her dad, is already rushing towards her, concern etched on his face. He asks what she's doing outside in the storm, and she's clearly shaken, trying to process everything. Suddenly, the fox spirit appears behind him, and she reaches out. It's a total power move. She throws herself into his arms, and he instinctively pulls her close, shielding her from something. But hold up, the fox spirit is grabbing his face, and he's looking confused, almost possessed. She's desperately trying to pull them apart, screaming at him to wake up. This is intense. He's fighting it, struggling against whatever control the fox spirit has over him, and it's a brutal battle. Our girl manages to break them apart, and this dude collapses into her arms. She's so worried. She's asking if he's alright, cradling his head, and honestly, the tension is killing me. He's clutching her tightly, and it's clear he's exhausted, but relieved to be back. What a scene! He asks if she remembers what happened, but she's totally blanking, no clue at all. Then, he reveals she's been asleep all morning, and it's like a memory just clicks for her. She's confused, trying to sit up, and he's immediately there to support her. So sweet, honestly. He pulls her closer, wrapping a blanket around her, and she's looking up at him with these big, questioning eyes. But she starts clutching the blanket, her knuckles turning white. Something is definitely wrong. She's remembering something intimate, a moment shared with this dude, and she's clearly shocked. He leans in, his expression unreadable, and she's practically frozen, bracing for something. He's gazing at her intensely, and she's looking back, a mix of fear and attraction in her eyes. And then he kisses her gently at first, but it's quickly escalating. Whoa, this is happening fast. She's responding, melting into the kiss, but it's all a little hazy, like a dream. What does this mean? He's straight up asking if she'd like to consider this a date. Smooth move, bro. Our girl is flustered, but asks if she gets to choose anything. And this dude doesn't hesitate. Anything? She requests he read to her until she falls asleep, and honestly, it's a super cute request. He starts reading, and she confesses she loves the sound of his voice. It's so soothing to her. He continues reading, his hand gently resting on the blanket covering her, and the mood is intensy. But wait, she's remembering more of their intimate moment, and it's clearly overwhelming her. He's watching her carefully, and she's looking back with a mix of vulnerability and something else. However, she's clearly still shaken up, clutching the blanket tightly and trying to process everything. He keeps reading, his voice a calming presence, and she slowly starts to relax. It's a really tender moment. And just as she's drifting off, she reaches for his hand, a tiny smile playing on her lips. So sweet. He declares they are a real couple and insists she remembers this date. Talk about putting her on the spot. She's totally confused, asking like what just happened? He leans in close and she's mesmerized, but he's about to drop a bomb. This is intense. He kisses her again, and it's a deeper kiss this time. No way, it's escalating fast. She's lost in the kiss, and he's basically saying he'll never forget this day. So romantic. He gently touches her ear, and she looks up at him with these big eyes. She's completely captivated. He's staring into her eyes, and she's staring back. The tension is unreal. And then he kisses her again. This dude is relentless, but honestly, we're not mad. The kiss deepens, and it's clear she's completely surrendered to the moment. She's all in. He's whispering that he could never forget this day, and she's looking at him like she's fallen for him. It's a total fairy tale. He's in the middle of a super sweet moment when someone announces the crown prince is here. Talk about bad timing? This dude, Arthur, is clearly annoyed, asking what the crown prince wants. No, he's not thrilled. He tries to compose himself, but he's seriously brooding, staring off into space. Bro is conflicted. And then, out of nowhere, she leans in and kisses him. A total power move, honestly? He's stunned, completely caught off guard, but doesn't pull away. He's clearly conflicted, but into it. She pulls back, and he's all flustered, clutching her hand. She's playing him like a fiddle. A storm rages outside, mirroring the chaos of their feelings. It's a dramatic, romantic mess. Okay, so our girl is chilling in a field, looking totally adorable with these fox ears. No clue where those came from. She's enjoying the sunny day, completely at peace, but it's giving major calm before the storm vibes. This dude, the Duke, suddenly appears and is straight up professing his love. Talk about a dramatic entrance. He arrives with a picnic basket, because of course he does, and she looks a little surprised, but also kinda pleased. He's getting closer, and she's looking at him, seemingly a little flustered. The tension is building, y'all. She's lying in the grass, and he's hovering over her, asking if she's cold. But honestly, it's more like a romantic power move. She says she's fine, loving the breeze, but he doesn't listen and throws a coat over her shoulders anyway. They're now sitting together, looking all cozy and sweet, but I have a feeling this peace won't last long. He leans in, looking all intense, and is about to kiss her. It's a super close-up, so the anticipation is killing me. And then, they're leaning in for the kiss, surrounded by flowers. It's a total fairy tale moment. But I bet something is about to go wrong. He's rambling about their long journey to Ojanor, then casually drops he expects her to have kids. Talk about a mood killer. She's clearly uncomfortable, clutching his hand, and starts thinking about her dad. She misses him so much. She wonders if her father even remembers her, admitting she thought she meant more to him than she did. Suddenly, she blurts out she misses him, and it's a total gut punch, honestly. The scene shifts to a dark, misty forest, and white butterflies start appearing. It's giving spooky vibes. More butterflies fill the air, and it's like a ghostly scene unfolding around them, so ethereal. We get a shot of her face, and she looks lost in thought, surrounded by the swirling mist and butterflies. The butterflies are everywhere now, creating this otherworldly glow around her, and it's beautiful but unsettling. It's just her silhouette against the dark, snowy background. She's completely isolated and heartbroken. She's bundled up, clutching herself with a lantern nearby, and the snow is falling thick and fast. This is devastating. This dude is having a flashback. Apparently, someone showed him kindness when he was a kid, and it means everything. He's shocked to see it's dear her as a child, and straight up asks if that's even possible. She's standing alone in the snow, looking so small and lost. It's heartbreaking, honestly. He declares she was the most important person in his life, and it's a total 180 from how he's been acting. He gave her a home, a real life, and it's clear this is a super pivotal moment for him. We see her all grown up, wrapped in a fancy cloak, and it's like a princess moment, but it feels off. She's surrounded by luxury, gowns, jewelry, instruments, things she could only dream of before, but it feels hollow. More of the lavish lifestyle, and our girl looks strangely detached from all the finery. They're standing together in a grand room, but it's like a huge wall is between them. And yet, despite all this, something is clearly still wrong, and the vibe is super tense. It feels like he's been searching for someone else all along. She's realizing it's not about her at all. She asks herself if he ever loved her, and honestly, the question hangs heavy in the air. A servant announces His Highness has returned after a long time. Talk about dramatic timing? Flashback time? We see him as a kid with her and another little boy, and it's a total family portrait. She's standing there in a gorgeous gown, but her expression is distant, like she's seeing right through it all. He's still fixated on the other boy, and she's suddenly remembering her belief that power was everything. She truly believed becoming the most powerful woman would solve everything, but bro, that's clearly not working. He's still focused on the other kid, and she's realizing she was just a placeholder, a means to an end. We get a close-up of her figure. She's visibly pregnant, and the realization hits hard. She's being used to produce an heir. But it's not just about the baby. She's seeing a crest, a family symbol, and it's all connected to him and his past. She reaches for him, calling him my prince, but this dude straight up brushes her off. So cold. He's all business, saying he's too busy, and she's left standing there, completely hurt. He turns away and she's left staring after him, but it's like he can't even see her. She's remembering her plan to earn his pride, to leave her old life behind, but it's all crumbling. Suddenly, we're seeing a grand hall with people walking around, and it feels like a dream, or a memory. She's walking away, looking back at him one last time, but he's already disappearing into the crowd. Dust motes swirl around her, and honestly, the atmosphere is heavy. This is the last time she sees him. She's walking away, shrouded in darkness, and it's a super dramatic exit. The scene fades to black, and it's like everything is dissolving around her. But the final panel, just her silhouette in a swirl of smoke, she's truly alone now. Arthur's laying it on THISK, telling her meeting her is the greatest blessing of his life and professing his love. She's embracing him, seemingly lost in the moment, but her expression is off. Something's definitely brewing. No way. She's thinking Arthur was never her type, and she's straight up admitting it while he holds her. She's imagining herself as a queen, even if she lives a loveless life, but it's clear she's not feeling it. She looks away, a distant expression on her face, and we get a close-up of her eyes. She's definitely scheming. She's recalling a time when she believed she could earn his pride, but it's all falling apart now. She's stepping away from him, and he doesn't even notice. This dude is so oblivious. She's turning her back on him completely, and it's such a powerful, dramatic moment. She's walking into the darkness, and it feels like she's leaving everything behind. It's a total power move. Our girl is completely alone, shrouded in shadow, and honestly, she looks like she's finally free. The crew is bustling around the ship, prepping for departure, and it's a total frenzy. Everyone's moving. She's directing the loading of a chest onto a small boat, and honestly, she's taking charge like a boss. Down on the docks, people are selling fish and goods. It's chaotic, but our girl is focused on her task. Someone shouts "Aye" as they haul the chest, and it feels like they're finally ready to set sail. It's happening. Arthur is climbing the rigging, giving orders to secure everything, but he's moving way too fast. It's risky. He commands the crew to put something back into place, and they're scrambling to obey, but things are getting tense. A seagull swoops in, seemingly out of nowhere, and it's like a little omen. What does it mean? The seagull flies directly towards Arthur as he climbs higher, and it's a little unnerving, to say the least. Okay, so our girl is straight up spying on someone, peeking over a wall. She's got fox ears, which is kinda cute in Gale. She's in a massive library and is clearly following someone in a long, flowing dress, but it's all from behind. We get a full view of this mysterious woman, and she looks super elegant, just wandering through the library. Our girl is getting a closer look, and honestly, she seems a little obsessed with this woman's neckline. The woman is totally lost in thought, and our girl is still creeping, but something feels off about the vibe. Suddenly, another woman appears and embraces the first one, and it's a really emotional hug. Like tears are flowing. The hugging woman is crying into the other's shoulder, and someone is calling out Melody. Things are getting intense. Close up on the crying woman, and it's clear she's heartbroken, but she's trying to hide it, which is sad. The woman looks up, trying to compose herself, but her eyes are still full of pain, and she's clearly putting on a brave face. Our girl is still watching, and she looks confused, like she didn't expect this level of drama, and now she's questioning everything. This dude rushes in, demanding to know what happened, and is immediately shut down. It's intense. He's instantly suspicious, and straight up accuses the woman of being that woman again, whatever that means. Someone asks Lucia what's wrong, but the woman insists it was a mistake, trying to play it cool. She claims the lady mistook her for someone else, a totally flimsy excuse, and it's not working. The woman finally introduces herself as Clear Asteria, and our girl is clearly taken aback. This is a twist. She's standing there looking regal, and the man is watching her, thinking he's meeting the female lead. But hold up, she's just standing there, and the man realizes he's met her before, which is super sus. She's totally unbothered, and he's left speechless, realizing this isn't going how he planned. Claire just stands there, radiating confidence, and honestly, she's owning this whole situation. Our girl is standing in this massive library, bathed in sunlight, and it's giving major princess vibe. This dude, the silver-haired villain, suddenly appears, and it's clear he's been watching her the whole time. He's casually picking at something on his coat, probably plotting, because this guy is straight up trouble. He's staring right at her, and she looks so small and vulnerable in that dress. It's a little intense. He's all brooding and mysterious, and then drops whatever he was picking at, a petal. What is happening? He's collecting the tiny pieces, and it's honestly kinda sweet, but we know it's a trap. He finally speaks and says she looks like she needs a knight, smooth but totally manipulative. Our girl doesn't respond, but bro is definitely reading into that silence, thinking he's got her figured out. He's closing in on her, and it's super creepy, but she doesn't even flinch. She's ice cold. He's getting closer, she's standing firm, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. He reaches for her, and she finally lets him take her hand. Wait, what? They're walking through the library, and he's practically leading her, but she doesn't seem upset about it. He murmurs something, and she looks up at him with a small smile. This is getting suspicious. He says her name, Noah, and it's so soft, but honestly, it's giving major possessive vibes. She's looking at him, and for a second, it seems like she might actually trust him. No way. But then she says she's exhausted, and her grip on his hand tightens. Something is definitely up. They're walking toward the light, and it's so dramatic, like a scene from a movie. He's still holding her hand, and she's leaning on him. She's playing him, right? He's lost in thought, and she's looking right at the reader with this knowing smirk. Our girl is straight up using this dude, and honestly, I'm here for it. She's questioning if he's gotten taller, and bro is totally letting her think that. Smooth move. He wraps his arms around her, and she's completely enveloped in his embrace. It's kinda sweet, but also suspicious. He brushes a stray strand of hair from her face, and she looks up at him. Okay, the tension is real right now. She's lost in thought, but then he whispers her name, Lucy, and it's like a spell breaks. She's staring at him, and it's clear she's processing something, but we don't know what yet. He's pulling her closer, and she doesn't resist. Our girl is playing the long game, I see. She's leaning into him, and it's a total power move. She's in control of this situation, and it's amazing. He's holding her tight, and she's looking right at us. She's definitely aware of the drama unfolding. He's whispering her name again, and she's completely captivated. This is getting intense. She's totally letting him think he's winning, but she's the one calling the shots. She's a mastermind. She's gasping, clearly remembering something awful. It's a flashback, and it looks intense. We cut to a stormy day in this massive estate. This is where it all started, apparently. Someone's calling out to her, Melody, are you awake? She's clearly just woken up from a rough night. She's playing it cool, asking for a minute, but she's totally disoriented. Our girl is a pro at faking it. This dude Noah is looming over her, and she looks absolutely terrified. Major red flags here. He's got her cornered, and she's trying to keep her distance. Something is definitely off about this guy. She leans in and kisses him. No way, she's playing him so hard right now. He's caught off guard, and she's holding onto him tight. She's in control, and it's brilliant. She whispers, "I'm sorry, Noah," but her eyes say something completely different. She's a master manipulator. Noah is staring at her with this unsettling smile. He thinks he's winning, but he has no idea. He's calling out Lucy again, and she's leaning into him. This is getting seriously steamy. He pulls her in for a kiss, and she wraps her arms around him. Total power move, honestly. She's gazing up at him, looking all vulnerable, but we know she's playing a game. She's brilliant. He whispers Lucy again, and she looks completely lost in thought. Something's clearly on her mind. Close up on her eye, it's a striking green and shows a hint of sadness, but also determination. We flash back to him kneeling in a field of flowers, still calling for Lucy. It's a memory, and it's sweet. He's completely obsessed with finding her, and it's kinda creepy if you ask me. This dude is intense. Okay, so our girl is clearly having a weird dream. She's got fox ears and looks totally confused. Outside, a massive storm rolls in, like straight-up apocalyptic levels of rain and lightning. This dude, the white-haired villain, is calling out for my love in the middle of the storm. So dramatic! He finds her, looking lost, and asks if something is on her mind, but she's clearly spooked about something. She tries to brush it off, saying she's fine, but then she practically bolts away from him. What is happening? She runs through the mansion, clearly panicked, and honestly, it's kinda giving haunted house vibes. He follows, and just as she thinks she's escaped, he corners her and asks what's wrong, and she's effer a kind go ute. He's all brooding and mysterious, muttering cute under his breath as she's a mess. Talk about a mood swing. He's leaning back, looking all powerful, but something's definitely off with this guy. He's hiding something. He narrows his eyes, looking intense, and you just can't him trouble is brewing. This is getting good. He's trying to reassure her, but she's seeing something behind him. A giant white wolf. The wolf is HUG, and she's clearly terrified, but this dude doesn't seem to notice anything is wrong. Wait, hold up. The wolf is shifting, changing shape, and it's getting even weirder. No way. The wolf transforms into a massive, shimmering dragon right before their eyes. The dragon lands, and a strange symbol with a crown and dragons appears in the sky. Our girl is completely frozen, staring at the dragon, while this dude finally turns around. He sees the dragon, but he's not scared. He's looking at it like he knows it. He's radiating power, and the dragon seems to acknowledge him, like they're connected. The dragon lets out a roar, and honestly, it's sending chills down my spine. He's embracing his true form, and it's a total power move. But what does it mean? He reaches for her, and honestly, it's a super intense moment. He knows her, somehow. A pulse of energy erupts from the dragon, and it's like a shockwave hitting both of them. He says he knows her, and it's a total bombshell. What does this mean for our girl? The dragon's energy intensifies, swirling around them both, and it's a chaotic, beautiful mess. He's fully embracing his power now, the dragon's influence pouring into him, but it looks painful. The dragon's form is almost completely enveloping him, and it's like they're merging into one. He's struggling, trying to fight whatever's happening, but the power is overwhelming him. Our girl is watching, horrified, as he's completely consumed by the dragon's energy. He collapses, and it looks like he's lost consciousness, but the dragon's energy still lingers. He's lying there, vulnerable, and she's staring down at him. This is a total cliffhanger. He's kneeling at a grave, and it's seriously heartbreaking. He's clearly devastated by whoever's buried there. He touches the tombstone, and a massive surge of blue energy explodes from it, straight up obliterating the area. No way. The energy is ripping through the earth, cracking the ground and sending trees flying everywhere. We get a close-up of his eyes, and they're glowing with insane power, but he looks totally overwhelmed by it. The energy beam shoots straight up into the stormy sky, and it's like a beacon of pure, raw power. Everything's getting destroyed, but he's still channeling the energy, and it's a terrifying display of control, or lack thereof. The earth is completely fractured, and honestly, it looks like a disaster zone. This dude is unleashing something huge. The beam continues to rise, and it's so bright it's blinding, cutting through the rain and darkness. He's still the source of it all, and the power radiating from him is almost unbearable. This is a whole other level. That energy is just unleashed, and it's a straight-up explosion of light and power. What is even happening? Okay, so while all that energy is exploding, people inside are freaking out. It feels like an earthquake. He's still holding our girl tight, shielding her from the chaos, but the energy is building around them both. We get a glimpse of two dragons, a white one and a red one, and they're both connected to this insane energy surge. The white dragon seems to be ascending, like it's being pulled upwards by the power, but it's struggling. But the red dragon, it's absolutely thriving in this chaos, wings spread and looking powerful as heck. The energy keeps swirling, and the red dragon dives down, heading straight for the source of the power. He's completely engulfed in energy, and honestly, it looks like he's about to be obliterated. It's intense. The red dragon circles above, and the energy begins to converge, forming a terrifying vortex of power. The ground is cracking, the sky is swirling, and everything is being consumed by this destructive energy. It's a disaster. And then black, straight up black. What just happened? I need answers. He's suddenly lying in the rain, completely soaked and coughing up a storm. Was that a lightning strike? He's clutching this weird, glowing egg. It's cracked and radiating light. But what is it? Cut to present day, and this dude is riding through a forest. It's peaceful, but kinda eerie. He's approaching a castle, and it looks familiar. Like he's been here before, but can't quite place it. They're arguing about where to set up base. He wants a creepy place, while others suggest the abandoned tower. Someone points out no one in their right mind would visit haunted forests, but he straight up ignores them. This dude is getting roasted for being obsessed with fairy tales. Grow up, seriously? They arrive at the abandoned tower, and it's definitely seen better days, but it's kinda imposing. He remembers what happened a few days ago. Whatever went down here clearly shook him up. Someone insists it wasn't a lightning strike, and honestly, that's a little ominous. But the real question is, what's actually happened here, and why is everyone so suspicious? Okay, so our girl is shapeshifting again. She's got fox ears now and is peeking at something. She's spying on this dude, who's in a massive library, surrounded by books on every single wall. This dude, who's apparently a powerful wizard, is holding a tiny glowing dragon. It's so cute, but he looks stressed. The little dragon is a baby and is all wobbly, but it's clearly got a hoochie appetite, judging by its open mouth. He's trying to figure out what the baby dragon ate, and honestly, it looks like a serious situation. The baby dragon is now a Sieryamangu with its mouth wide open. It's a tiny terror. This dude is clearly overwhelmed, cradling the little dragon and trying to figure things out. He straight up collapses onto the floor, still holding the baby dragon. What a mess. We get a glimpse of the castle from above, and it's Hiji. This is where all the drama unfolds. And the baby dragon, still screaming, still adorable, still a tiny, chaotic force of nature. This dude is pacing like crazy, totally stressed about something. And the baby dragon is just chilling, watching him. He keeps pacing, muttering about why the dragon was left with him. It's a major mystery right now. He's staring intensely at his own hands, clearly deep in thought. But honestly, he's kinda ripped. The little dragon is suddenly Dulanji, all tiny and fierce. It's a mood, honestly. No way, the baby dragon GST hatched, and it's already demanding food. He realizes the dragon needs to be fed, and says it must be hung. That's a weird sentence, but okay. He brings out a whole spread of food, meat, bread, everything. Our girl is a spoiled dragon. Apparently, the baby dragon immediately dives Chayfire's tea into a massive ham. It's living its best life. He brought little bit of everything, and the baby dragon is ready to devour it all, no doubt. The little dragon is gnawing on that ham like it hasn't eaten in days. It's adorable and terrifying all at once. He's sitting there looking all brooding and straight up says, yeah, it's kinda sad, honestly. Suddenly, everything feels off. He's confused, asking why everything is so tight, like something's changing. No way, he's growing like fast, muscles bulging, everything's getting huge and it's intense. He's now in just a shirt and pants, convinced his clothes have shrunk, but he has nothing else to wear. The little dragon is wagging its tail like crazy, totally hyped about something. It's so cute. He tries to leave, telling the baby dragon he can't take it with him, but the dragon is not having it. The dragon is pleading, looking up with those big eyes. This is a power move, bro. He firmly says no, but honestly, that dragon is gonna get its way somehow, I just know it. The baby dragon just gives him the side eye. It's judging him Eshard, and honestly, deservedly so. This dude is so conflicted. He's clearly softening, and we all know what that means. He's giving in, okay? This dude is officially caving to the baby dragon's cuteness overload. The dragon is so pleased, happily wiggling and looking up at him. It's working, people, it's actually working. But hold up, He's suddenly realizing he's moved to the lake house, and it hits him he left everything behind. He sighs, looking totally defeated, and straight up admits he needs to figure things out. Our girl arrives, walking up the stairs, and he's immediately trying to play it cool, but it's not fooling anyone. She asks what he's been up to, and he gives a vague answer about being restless, but she's not buying it. He tries to change the subject, asking about her, but she's clearly focused on the fact that he's moved. She points out how quickly he moved, and he's scrambling for an explanation. It's a mess, honestly. He's insisting it was a spontaneous decision, but she's not convinced, and the tension is building, bro. However, she just accepts it, and it's kinda awkward. Is she hiding something, or is she just okay with everything? Our girl explains she lived with her grandmother until she was 16, but it sounds like it wasn't exactly a happy arrangement. This dude straight up asks if her world even has maids. Talk about a culture clash. He clarifies she lived with just her grandmother, and he's clearly trying to piece together her past. He apologizes for bringing it up, and honestly, he's being surprisingly gentle right now. She reveals her grandmother didn't like her very much, which is a lot to unpack, and explains she's been alone for a while. But it's clear there's way more to this story. She's definitely holding back, and this dude is picking up on it. She's saying she's been trying to find books about the Dragon Empire, but it's been impossible. With the princess returning, she feels she should be researching, but there's nothing available. She reveals she found tons of books about the southern kingdoms and the lands of the east, though. But there's absolutely nothing about the empire. It's super suspicious, honestly. This dude finally speaks up, and it's just well. The suspense is killing me. He's looking down at her from the balcony, and she's explaining about her studies. She wants to talk about their studies, and he's clearly trying to figure out her angle. He asks if she's looking for something specific, and our girl is getting flustered. She tries to play it off, saying she just wants to broaden her knowledge, but he's not buying it. He realizes she's fishing for information, and she straight up admits she shouldn't have said anything. He's launching into a history lesson, saying 20 years ago, the great kingdom of the north just fell. The princess is clearly shaken, revealing no one knows what actually happened, but it was covered up by a royal decree. She's injured, clutching her side, and looks absolutely devastated, like seriously broken up. We get a glimpse of the past, a fancy ball, and this dude watching from afar. It's giving major I know something vibes. She's weeping, covered in falling debris, and saying no one really knows what happened, but he drops a bomb. All the kingdom's books were destroyed, but his father may have hidden them in the duchy. He's so suspicious, casually saying he suspects his father hid them. This dude is playing a long game. Okay, so our girl is chilling in the forest when she spots this dude, the male lead, just lounging around. She's clearly been searching for him, and she's peeking through the trees, like a total spy. She finally approaches him, and he's just there, looking all broody and lost in thought. She's concerned, and honestly, he looks like he needs a hug, but she's playing it cool. She's walking toward him, but the scene gets all dreamy and hazy, like a flashback or a vision. She's remembering a field of flowers, and it's super romantic, hinting at a past connection with this dude. Now they're embracing, and it's all soft touches and longing stares. Major tension building. They're lying in a field of flowers, and the air is thick with kiss bubbles. It's happening, guys. They're finally kissing under the trees, surrounded by foliage. So much for playing it cool. The view is through the leaves, focusing on the romantic moment, and it's straight up adorable. He's holding her close, but she's totally calling him out on his BS. She knows he's lying. She's clinging to him, saying she doesn't want to let go, and this dude is just confused. He claims he just arrived, but she straight up tells him he's a liar, and honestly, good for her. She's embarrassed by her own feelings, admitting she's losing her mind, but who isn't around this guy? He asks if she's hungry, and she admits she is a little bit, so he's all excellent. Smooth move. He tells her to wait there, and then just walks off into the flowers. What is happening? He's disappearing into the field, and she's calling his name, my dear Lucy, like it's no big deal. They're about to kiss again, and it's a super close-up, all lips and longing. The tension is unreal. She's lost in the moment, saying how much she loves hearing him say her name, and same, girl, same. He's walking away, leaving her in the flowers, and saying he'll be right back, suspicious, much. He's telling her about making strawberry pie and sandwiches, going all out for a picnic, so sweet, right? But she's spiraling, whispering not again, and looking totally haunted. What's going on with our girl? He's setting up the picnic basket, and she's staring at him, but it's clear something is seriously wrong. She's completely frozen, and he's talking about the cook picking out the best meat. Talk about oblivious. Suddenly, she's blurting out that he ate everything, and is asking how he even got there. Wait, what? He's all confused, asking what this little even means. Bro, he has no idea what's about to hit him. He's saying he ate everything, and asking how he got there, and honestly, the disbelief is palpable. She calls out Noah, and he turns around, looking completely stunned. This is getting intense. He's dramatically falling to his knees, begging for forgiveness, claiming he forgot the food. The theatrics are real. He's staring at her with this intense expression, and she's just watching him. What a mess! He's trying to explain he didn't mean to pull her so hard, and is laughing it off. But she's clearly not amused. She's out cold, straight up passed out from eating too much. No way, this is a food coma. He's apologizing, saying he messed up the first date, and she's still unconscious. So awkward. He confesses he wanted to make everything perfect for her, and leans in close. Is this a moment? She's mumbling Noah, and reaches for him. But he's looking down at her with this intense gaze. He's leaning closer, and she's about to meet his lips. But she stops him. What's happening? She asks if he knew how to bake, and he says his uncle taught him. It was just a hobby, apparently. She's getting all flustered and asks what he's planning. She's totally suspicious of his motives. He's leaning in again, and she's clearly conflicted. Talk about tension! He's about to kiss her, but she's still hesitant. This dude is persistent, I'll give him that. She leans into him, saying it's comfortable, and this dude is immediately flustered. Total blush fest. He's reeling, saying from the moment they met it felt like this. But she's questioning how that's even possible. She admits he feels safe and familiar, but then drops the bomb. It's impossible for her to feel that way. He's confused, asking what she means by impossible. The tension is building, you guys! She's all over him, hands gripping his chest, and he's definitely not complaining about the close contact. He says she smells nice, and she asks what she smells like. Smooth move, bro, smooth move. He says she smells like the forest, the gentle kind, and honestly, it's a super sweet moment. She's playfully teasing him, saying she wouldn't just follow anyone into the night. Is she testing him? He admits he left a good first impression, and she's leaning into him. And I'm officially shipping it. She's all cozy, resting her head on his shoulder, and he's staring at her. This is getting intense. He pulls her into a tight embrace, but she's stiff as a board. What is going on? She finally relaxes into the hug, clutching at his back, and he's clearly overwhelmed by the contact. She's questioning if he'll believe her, and honestly, the stakes are so high right now. He's holding her close, but she's lost in thought. Is she regretting confessing everything? The scene shifts to a lavish room, and someone says it's just a fever. Yeah, right, that sounds sus. He's arriving with a packed suitcase, and she's standing there looking all elegant. Something's definitely up. He's leaving, and she's clearly conflicted about it. This dude is making a big move. She asks where he's going, and he says he's leaving, but he'll be back. Super vague, bro, super vague. He promises to return, but she's not convinced. Our girl is reading the room, and it's not good. He's gone, and she's left standing alone, questioning everything. Talk about a cliffhanger! She's having a total flashback, and it's clearly something She's desperately trying to remember it all. She's reeling, trying to piece together what she's forgotten, and it's clearly devastating her. She whispers she can't forget everything, and then straight up says it. She's lost all her memories. Suddenly, a beam of light shoots down from a massive clock tower. No way, this is getting epic! She's standing on a cliff overlooking the ocean, and this huge, ghostly dragon is rising from the waves. But the dragon isn't attacking, it's protecting her. Honestly, the plot just keened. Okay, so Lucy is chilling, looking adorable with fox ears. No idea where those came from yet. This dude Liam finds Lucy looking lost and immediately asks if something's wrong, being all concerned. She says no, but then straight up collapses into his arms, and it's kinda cute, honestly. Lucy admits she's scared, and we're starting to wonder what's got her so shaken up. She's clutching his shirt so tightly, and you can tell she's really struggling to hold it together. Liam's all apologetic, like he's done something wrong, but Lucy just looks so fragile. She tries to get up, insisting she's fine, but Liam refuses to let go, which is a good sign. Lucy leans into him, looking super vulnerable, and you can see the relief on her face. She's finally relaxing into his embrace, and it's a total comfort moment after all the tension. They're just holding each other, and it's sweet. But something tells me this peace won't last long. Lucy falls asleep in Liam's arms, and he's clearly still anxious about whatever just happened. Liam notices something tiny move near Lucy. It's a little white bunny. No way, a bunny just hopped into the scene. The bunny cautiously approaches Lucy, and Liam gently scoops it up, keeping it safe. He carefully places the bunny near Lucy, and it snuggles close to her, which is so cute. Liam thinks the bunny's curiosity finally got the best of it, and he's watching them both closely. The bunny starts to squirm a little, and Liam tells it to be careful. He's so protective. Lucy stirs slightly, and the bunny is right there, nestled against her face, and it's honestly adorable. Liam's totally captivated by this scene, and he's just staring at Lucy and the bunny with a soft expression. He's clearly smitten, and he looks so content having her safe and sound in his arms. It's a super sweet moment, but I have a feeling this little bunny is more than meets the eye. Wait a minute. The bunny is glowing. Straight up radiating light. This isn't a normal bunny. The bunny starts growing rapidly, and it's transforming into a full-blown dragon? No way! The dragon gently nuzzles Lucy, and Liam is completely stunned. He can't believe what's happening. Liam realizes this dragon is the same one that protected Lucy before, and it's all clicking into place. He holds Lucy tighter, vowing to protect her, and the dragon seems to understand, settling down beside them. Liam thinks back to the dragon's first appearance, realizing it was drawn to Lucy's unique energy. He's remembering the night he first found Lucy, and how desperately he wanted to keep her safe. But then he remembers the prophecy. Lucy is connected to a dangerous power, and this dragon is a part of it. He's holding her so close, determined to shield her from whatever fate awaits, and it's a super intense moment. Liam's finally letting himself truly fall for her, and he's promising to be her strength, no matter what. Liam's thinking about how he can't just leave Lucy, even though keeping her around is risky. He's got the tiny dragon nestled in his hand, and he admits taking Lucy with him might not be the best idea. But he's worried about what people will think if they discover a dragon hasn't been seen in centuries. He's staring at Lucy, questioning why he remembers her, and it's kinda creepy, honestly. Liam's got this intense look in his eye, like he's plotting something, and it's a little scary. Someone bumps into a servant and sends a pile of dishes crashing, and the servant immediately apologizes. Liam walks into the kitchen and it's a mess, like dishes everywhere. He's surveying the damage, and it's clear he's not thrilled, but he's trying to stay calm. He glances out at the gardens, and it's a beautiful view, but he's clearly distracted. Liam is lost in thought, and he's looking super dreamy. But what's he planning? Liam is straight up questioning if Lucy is his love, like out of nowhere. It's a total mood swing. He's got this intense stare, and bro is clearly lost in thought, while Lucy looks unimpressed. He grabs her hand, and it's a super dramatic move, but she tries to pull away. What is happening? She's trying to escape his grip, and it's a struggle, but Liam isn't letting go. No way. Someone's calling out to Lucy, and it throws everything into chaos. This is getting messy. Liam's trying to play it cool, acting like he's just helping her, but we know he's got ulterior motives. Lucy asks what's going on, and Liam's all like nothing. But she's not buying it for a second. He's trying to convince her he's on her side, but she's visibly upset, and honestly, she has every right to be. She's questioning what he could possibly be upset about, and the tension is thick. Liam's all, she's upset with Esme, which is a total deflection, and he looks genuinely confused. Noah's having a total flashback to their first date, but it's all messed up and inaccurate. Something is seriously wrong. She's reliving the reality of that night, and our girl looks absolutely devastated, tears streaming down her face. Liam's hands are gripping her tightly, and a dark shadow falls over them both. It's super ominous. Suddenly, she jolts awake, demanding to know why he didn't wake her up, and it's clear something bad happened. He's pulling her closer, and she's leaning into him, but she looks so lost and confused. What is going on? He tells her he's here, but she can't believe she fell asleep again, and it's making her frantic. She's asking what's wrong with her, and Liam keeps calling her Lucy, like he's trying to ground her. He's staring right at her, and a single tear rolls down his face. This dude is clearly hiding something. He's calling her name again, and honestly, it's kinda creepy and unsettling, not sweet at all. But he's still holding on to her, and she looks completely helpless. This situation is spiraling fast. He's saying they'll spend the entire day playing the part of a couple, but she's remembering her past life. It's all coming back. She realizes she's been missing something vital, some crucial piece of her memory, and it's hitting her hard. Liam's all sweet, asking why she looks so troubled, but she's straight up suspicious of his motives now. She quietly admits she sees what's happening, and bro, the look on his face immediately changes. He asks if she doesn't trust him, and honestly, she has every right not to, considering everything. He tries to play it cool, denying everything, but the seethe effect around him tells a very different story. Our girl is starting to put it together, and Liam is losing control. This is about to explode, I can feel it. Okay, so our girl is totally spying on someone, peeking from behind a pillar. She's got ears. A woman in a gorgeous gown walks by, and everyone is gossiping about her, but this dude walks up to her. Meanwhile, two maids are clearly freaking out about something, probably related to the gossiping. It's a mess. This dude is smooth, sitting with our girl, calling her my princess. Major power move, honestly. Everyone is gathering in the garden. It's a whole scene, and they're all staring at our couple. Three women are straight up judging the princess's outfit, whispering and giving side eye. Rude. They're getting even more catty, pointing and making faces, and honestly, this dude had it coming. Someone approaches the couple, apologizing for not coming to her sooner, saying she has important things to attend to. Our girl looks unbothered. She's totally used to this drama, and this dude is clearly protective. He's holding her close, whispering sweet nothings, but something tells me this peace won't last. This dude is so close to our girl, she's telling him to back off, but he's playing it cool. He apologizes, claiming he's just making sure their act is convincing. What a line! Our girl drops a bomb. There's a rumor they're secretly married, and he doesn't even deny it. He's all like, clearly you have nothing to worry about, and she's totally reading between the lines. He's watching them from afar, looking intensely curious. What's his deal, seriously? The gossiping maids are losing it, whispering about everything, and this dude is just there, judging. He's walking towards them, and our girl is looking so smug. She's enjoying this chaos. He straight up declares he rejoices at the thought of their home becoming hers. But she flinches. Something's off. He's grabbing her hand, and it's a little too intense, a little too possessive, honestly. He's saying it's beneficial to reinforce the rumor, for the sake of their agreement, and it's all a bit shady. He's walking away, thinking about how the prince would enjoy their little ruse if it were the real Lucia. Talk about creepy. But he immediately pivots, realizing Lucia's is the crown prince's fiancée, and starts insisting she deserves the title. He finds her and continues to insist on the title, and she's totally confused. Is he messing with her? She asks if he's joking, and he just stares her down. This dude is playing some kind of game. He's all, I'm sorry, and she's clearly questioning his motives, like, what is even happening right now? He keeps pushing the princess thing, saying it's just for show, but she's not buying it. She asks why he keeps calling her that, and he's like, because the coronation is coming up, be patient. She's so done, and he's still pushing it, but honestly, he's really leaning into this act. He insists Lucia will be his, and our girl is speechless. This is getting intense. He's walking away again, and she's still processing everything. Bro, what is his endgame? Arthur's losing it, questioning why this dude is so annoying today, and it's apparently a family trait. No way. He sees Lucia and the prince talking, and suddenly all his affection vanishes. Talk about a mood swing. He's stewing, thinking they look adorable together, but then he notices how close the prince is and gets seriously jealous. He's internally spiraling, convinced Lucia's feelings vanished the moment she spoke to another man, and it's rough. Arthur starts demanding to know what the prince is saying to Lucia, but his brother just brushes him off. He's so frustrated, saying he thought a prince wouldn't bother with the commoner, and his brother just straight up ignores him. Arthur is absolutely seething, thinking they're beginning to get along, but his brother is so dismissive. He accuses his brother of ignoring him, and honestly, this dude is being so childish right now. His brother finally acknowledges him, and Arthur is all, what did I miss? It's about to go down. The brother just says indeed, and the panel shows a lion statue, hinting at some serious power dynamics. Ooh, this is good. Arthur's all, I have princely duties, and storms off, but someone is already watching him. Creepy. He's walking away, looking all regal, but then he stumbles and clutches his chest. What's going on? He's regaining his composure, heading towards a gathering, but it's clear something's physically wrong with him. He spots Lucia with the prince and his face twists. Jealousy much? This is getting messy. He's staring intently at Lucia and she glances back, but his expression is unreadable. It's a power move. He's trying to appear calm, but he's clearly affected by seeing her with another man. Ouch, that's gotta sting. He's getting closer, observing Lucia and the prince, and his grip tightens. He's about to explode. He's practically radiating tension, and Lucia looks up just as he's approaching. Awkward. He's right in front of them, and Lucia seems surprised, but her gaze is unwavering. Our girl is not intimidated. Arthur looks straight into Lucia's eyes, and she returns the gaze, but something feels off. This is a showdown. Arthur guides Lucia through the garden, being all chivalrous and mysterious. It's a total mood. They reach a secluded spot, and he admits he hasn't had much luck tracking her attacker, but he's getting closer. Lucia seems relieved to hear that, but she keeps her composure. Our girl doesn't show weakness. Arthur starts to apologize for something, but then he suddenly clutches his chest again. What is up with him? He tries to play it cool, but Lucia definitely notices something is wrong, and she's giving him the side eye. He's laughing now, straight up laughing, and Lucia is completely taken aback. Is this a tactic? Lucia questions if he's laughing, and her expression is priceless. She's not amused at all. Arthur continues to laugh, and Lucia is clearly judging him. This is a power play, and she sees right through it. He finally stops, and Lucia is still giving him a death stare. This dude is testing her limits. Arthur's expression shifts, and Lucia can't help but wonder what he's really thinking. The tension is unreal. Arthur is dropping some serious confessionals. He feels like he's known Lucia for ages, and it's kinda creepy. Lucia is understandably freaked out and asks what he means, but Arthur just doubles down on the destiny vibes. She starts getting a headache, and things get even weirder. She says it feels familiar, like she's heard this before. Lucia's totally confused, but then Arthur spots a frog and abruptly asks what it is. What a mood swing. He's clearly distracted, and Lucia is left wondering what's going on with this dude. It's a total mystery. Arthur is still stuck on the frog, and Lucia's trying to process everything. The frog is a red herring, I just know it. She's straight up questioning his words, and honestly, she's right to be suspicious. Something isn't adding up. Okay, so our girl is peeking around a corner, ears and all, totally spying on something. Or someone. It's a wedding. She's watching a couple get married in this gorgeous garden, but something feels off. Guards are posted everywhere, looking super intense, and it's clear security is tight for this event. The ceremony is happening inside this huge, fancy building, with those same guards flanking the couple. But wait, this dude, the groom's brother, is giving everyone the side eye, and he looks seriously suspicious. He's staring at the groom, and honestly, he's radiating some major "I know something you don't" vibes. He's questioning if the groom is hiding something, and the tension is THK, you guys. A close-up reveals this dude is a master of the smolder, plotting something while pretending to be concerned. He's deep in thought, but then he looks up and straight up catches someone watching him. No way! And then, a massive white dragon appears in the sky. And honestly, this wedding just got a whole lot more interesting. This dude is not happy about the wedding, growling and muttering he doesn't like it either. He sees the couple rowing a boat and straight up loses it, his expression turning icy. A tiny dragon is perched on his shoulder, and he's looking down at something, or someone, with a fierce glare. Someone at the palace has been attacked, and this dude is furious, like seriously losing his cool. He demands to know when this happened, and the little dragon seems just as concerned as he is. Close up on his eyes and you can see the rage building. He's about to unleash something big. The little dragon snuggles into his coat, like offering some comfort, but he's still completely focused on finding out what happened. He's completely consumed by worry, and honestly, we're starting to see a softer side to this bro. Water droplets are falling around him, and it's like the world is mirroring his inner turmoil. But he's not just worried, he's determined to find whoever did this, and he's not messing around. Our girl is sinking, clutching a dark object, and looks totally heartbroken. It's devastating, honestly. A piece of her dress floats away, and it's clear this isn't just a swim, she's going under. This dude, the silver-haired one, is diving down after her, a determined look on his face. He reaches her, and they share a moment underwater, almost a kiss, but it's interrupted by bubbles. He's holding her close, and she's leaning into him, but he looks conflicted. What's going on? A flash of memory shows them embracing, and then a piece of her clothing just disintegrates. He's desperately trying to reach her, but she's drifting away, and his expression is pure panic. She's pulled further down by what looks like a shadowy tentacle, and it's terrifying. No way. Another dude, the blonde one, is diving down to help, but he seems so far away. Will he make it in time? He's speeding through the water, eyes fixed ahead, and you can tell he's about to face something huge. He's pulling her up, but she's limp, and honestly, it looks bad. She's fully submerged now, and he's desperately trying to keep her afloat. It's a heartbreaking struggle. But the shadowy thing is still there, wrapping around her and pulling her down. It's relentless. He's fighting it, trying to pry its grip loose, but this thing is strong. It's a full-on tug of war. The blonde dude finally arrives, and he's going for the shadowy creature, trying to distract it. He manages to pull the creature away for a moment, giving our boy a chance to get her closer to the surface. But it's not enough. She's still losing consciousness, and he's cradling her, desperate to wake her up. He's holding her face, and it's like he's willing her to breathe, but she's completely unresponsive. No way. He starts to ascend, still clutching her, and a bright light appears above, like a beacon of hope. They break the surface, and he's gasping for air, holding her close, but she's still not moving. This is intense. He's cradling her, desperately trying to revive her, but she's still completely lifeless. It's heartbreaking. He's breaking the surface, gasping for air, and the light is getting brighter, but she's not responding at all. He finally reaches the shore, collapsing onto the grass, still holding her close. Oh no, this is awful. He's frantically trying to get a reaction, shaking her gently, but she remains unconscious. It's so tense. He lays her down, and honestly, it looks like he's about to lose it. He's devastated. He starts performing CPR, pressing down on her chest, but it feels like an eternity. Come on, work. He continues, desperate, and then she coughs up water, a tiny sign of life. Yes! She's still weak and barely conscious, but she's breathing. Thank goodness, that was close. He collapses beside her, exhausted and relieved, and she manages a weak smile. So sweet. But wait, a strange object floats nearby. It's a piece of her broken wing, and it's glowing. What does it mean? He whispers thanks, but then a growl rips through the air. Something's definitely watching them. He cradles Lucy, relieved she's alive, but a shadowy figure lurks in the water behind them. No way! He's still holding her, totally exhausted, and the sky is getting dark and stormy, ominous much. She weakly calls out his name, and he turns to her, relief flooding his face. So sweet, but still on edge. Lucy manages a strained R, but she's clearly still incredibly weak. This is heartbreaking. He leans in close, tears falling onto her face, and honestly, this dude is wrecked with emotion. She whispers her thanks, but that growl returns. Something is definitely stalking them in the woods. He lifts his head, eyes narrowed, scanning the trees. Bro is ready to protect our girl. We get a glimpse of the thing stalking them, and it looks massive. Oh no, this is bad. He's shielding Lucy, ready to face whatever's coming, and the tension is absolutely insane. Here we go. He demands to know if Lucy is unharmed, but straight up reveals they're holding his fiancée. Talk about a mood. He's declaring he's holding Lucy, and the other guys look concerned. Something's definitely off. We get a close-up of his intense stare, and honestly, you can see the power radiating off this dude. Someone shouts, "Arrest him!" And he's suddenly cradling a very injured Lucy. What is happening? Lucy is totally limp in his arms, covered in some kind of shimmering web. This is seriously creepy. He's shielding her, protecting her at all costs, but the situation is spiraling out of control. The scene cuts to black, leaving us with a cliffhanger. No, seriously, not just the up and end. Okay, so our girl is totally ambushed. Somebody jumps her in the garden, and it looks rough. This dude, the white-haired one, is straight up getting beat down, like seriously pummeled. No way, he's down, but then another guy rushes in, yelling for everyone to stay down. It's chaos. A mysterious man in a coat arrives, and he's immediately checking on the white-haired guy, super concerned. He's cradling the injured man, looking absolutely distraught. It's a really intense moment, honestly. But wait, this dude is bleeding, and it looks bad. Like, really bad, bro. The man in the coat is covered in blood now, frantically trying to help, but things are not looking good. We get a close-up of the man in the coat, and you can see the desperation in his eyes. He's losing it. The title card appears, sir, and the villain. Ominous much. It's setting the stage for some drama. And the white-haired guy is getting patched up, but he's clearly in terrible shape. Talk about a cliffhanger? Okay, so the man in the coat is kissing Lucia like a super passionate kiss. Well, everything's falling apart. He whispers love to her, and honestly, it's a total power move in this moment of chaos. The white-haired guy grits his teeth, clearly in agony, but he's watching the whole thing unfold. We see the white-haired guy alone, clutching his side, and he looks absolutely wrecked. It's brutal. Suddenly, the man in the coat is back with Lucia, declaring he couldn't find her. Total desperation? Another kiss. This dude is all over Lucia, but it's interrupted by a strange, cracking sound. The man in the coat is flexing, like seriously flexing, and his muscles are glowing with energy. He's breaking free of his restraints, and it looks painful, but he's not stopping for anyone. The white-haired guy is back, standing with another dude, and they're both looking straight at the scene. Lucia and the man in the coat are embracing, and she's resting her head on his shoulder. It's a full-on moment. The man in the coat demands the royal physician and orders someone locked in the dungeons. No mercy! Everyone's freaking out about how long Lucia was underwater, but someone claims she's just resting. They say she was underwater for over 2 minutes, and the tension is building. That's insane! Everyone wonders how the bodyguard found Lucia so quickly, especially since he was on the other side of the lake. But they're all shocked. Apparently, he was lightning fast, and it's raising some serious questions. Lucia is finally in bed, and they say she was lucky to survive that long underwater, especially in her condition. The physician examines her, and it's clear he's worried. This is not looking good for our girl. The man in the coat is clearly distraught, watching over Lucia as she rests, but something feels off. The physician reveals Lucia's pulse is incredibly weak, and she's barely clinging to life. Oh no! He says she needs a rare herb to survive, and it's only found in a dangerous monster-infested region. Talk about a quest? The doctor notices a strange, metallic scent on Lucia, and it instantly reminds him of the man in the coat. Talk about sus. The doctor's face is a mask of worry, and he's clearly connecting something, but he doesn't say it out loud yet. Someone brings up a locked book, found near Lucia, and it's gotta be important since it's under tight security. The white-haired dude grabs the book, staring at it with a conflicted expression. He's clearly weighing his options. He considers returning the book to Lucia, but then wonders if he should just burn it before his father finds out. Bro's got secrets. He's looking out the window, the moon shining down, and it's giving serious dark thoughts vibes. He's debating whether to return or burn the book, and it's obvious this is a huge decision for him. He stares at the book again, and it's like he's realizing the weight of what's inside. No way this is good. He decides to burn the book, straight up, because his father finding out would be worse. He's ready to destroy the evidence, but honestly, this whole situation is just screaming cover up. He's scribbling furiously, trying to make sense of Lucia's story about coming from a book. It's wild. He suddenly realizes she feels strangely at home here, and questions where she even came from. Wait, what? He's stuck on the book thing. Did she come from a book, or are they from the book? This is getting meta. He's at his desk, dismissing the idea as nonsense, but honestly, this whole situation is bizarre. The scene cuts to a stormy night, and he hopes the old inventor hasn't blown himself up with another crazy invention. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes near the inventor's tower. Talk about dramatic timing. He's riding toward the tower, but it looks like something's already there, silhouetted against the storm. The inventor is outside looking rough, and then purple energy starts swirling around him. Oh. Someone shouts, noted. And a burst of blue energy shoots toward the inventor, but he's already defending. He's deflecting the attack, and it's a full-on magical battle. This is about to get intense. He's shielding the inventor, deflecting a barrage of purple attacks. This is insane. But the attacker is strong, and he's forced to create a massive smoke screen to escape with the inventor. Okay, so our girl is peeking over something, looking totally mischievous and adorable. She's up to no good. This dude, the silver-haired one, is brooding in his library, looking all mysterious and powerful, as usual. He's just chilling barefoot, surrounded by books, and honestly, it's a whole vibe. But then this big, burly guy shows up with 2 steaming mugs, interrupting the mood. Talk about a contrast? The library is heejee, seriously, and the silver-haired dude is just sitting there looking lost in thought. The two of them are standing there, and the tension is real. You can just feel it building. He claims she was right there, and he was going to give her air. But then, something happened. No way. This dude is straight up blaming a giant lizard for dragging him away. Seriously? The burly guy is looking so confused, and the silver-haired dude is pointing, completely unbothered. We get a close-up, and his eyes are icy. This dude is hiding something, and it's definitely not good. He's claiming she almost got hurt, but then he straight up pets at the little fluffy dragon. The burly guy is so confused, asking if he prefers herbal tea. What even is happening right now? He's saying for someone around water so much, this dude is incredibly stiff, and honestly, he's not wrong. The silver-haired guy is visibly annoyed, and the burly dude just keeps sipping his tea, totally unbothered. Suddenly, the silver-haired dude collapses, clutching his head. Talk about a dramatic turn. He's down on his knees, looking absolutely wrecked, and it's clear something is seriously wrong. He's muttering about not getting to her in time, and it's all starting to click. This isn't just about tea. It's happening again, he says, and he can't let her die this time. This dude is haunted by the past. He's in the pouring rain, looking totally desperate, and we realize this isn't a current event, it's a flashback. Our girl is in danger, and this dude is reliving a nightmare. Talk about a cliffhanger. He's ripping the chains right off his cuffs. No way is he waiting around anymore. The burly guy and another guard are shocked, saying they've never seen anyone do that. And honestly, they're not wrong. He's walking away, and the little dragon is perched on his shoulder, looking all smug and powerful. The dragon is suddenly a shuji, filling the frame. It's a vision, a memory of what he used to be. We see the dragon soaring through the sky, majestic and free, but then everything shifts to darkness. He's in a dungeon, chained up, looking completely defeated, and the dragon is just a tiny, helpless thing. The dragon tries to reach him, but the chains are holding him back. It's heartbreaking, seriously. The dragon is now on the floor, surrounded by red sparks, and the silver-haired dude is clearly reliving this trauma. He's desperately trying to reach her, but it's too late. He failed to save her before, and it's haunting him. He's determined to change the past, but bro, this is a lot to unpack, and I'm stressed for him. He's thinking back to the night he almost killed someone, but Lady Aurelius intervened. Talk about a close call. He wonders where Lady Aurelius even found him, and straight up demands the doctor tell him everything. The doctor agrees, but he seems hesitant, like he's hiding something. And we all know that never ends well. He's walking into a lavish room, and we see Lucia lying in bed, looking super fragile. He rushes to her side, confessing he nearly lost her today and is clearly a wreck. Poor guy is so scared. He admits he's terrified he'll never see her again, and honestly, the feels are hitting hard right now. He's staring intensely at the doorway, and it's clear someone is about to walk in. Tension is building, y'all. The camera focuses on a dark hallway and a flickering fireplace, creating this eerie, ominous vibe. He's looking right at us, and it's a super intense stare, like he knows we're watching everything unfold. But the scene cuts to the room and Lucia is still asleep. What is going on? He's begging her to wake up, saying he can't go through this again. It's heartbreaking, honestly. He's terrified, admitting he won't keep his promise to protect her, and it's devastating. But then, a creepy spider-like creature appears, promising to take good care of Lucia. Nat! He calls Lucia my queen and leans in for a kiss, but she weakly responds, super unsettling. He's frozen, and she's saying his name, Noah, and it's clear something is seriously wrong. Suddenly, the bars on the window rattle, then rattle again. The atmosphere is so tense right now. He's clutching the bars, and his face is contorted in pain, like he's fighting something huge. He's desperately grasping at something, but it's unclear what. This is a cliffhanger, no way. Everything goes dark, and we're left with absolutely no clues. Talk about a dramatic end to the chapter.